Karla wasn't lying. Everyone knew the story. When she was 15, she had been summoned to the Rock of Eternity by the necromancer, a mysterious figure who had considered her as a potential successor to the mantle of Shazam. It didn't matter that Karla was a girl. That was nearly 30 years ago. Even though I refused to become Shazam, Karla explained, the necromancer thought my decision proved I was trustworthy, untempted by the 7 deadly sins. As a result, he gave me a magic book, taught me spells, and ultimately became a significant influence in my life. Karla admitted that most of her power leaned toward physical prowess, but the knowledge from the necromancer's book stood firmly in the realm of magic. Magic? Science? Sometimes the distinction blurred. Quantum mechanics might appear like magic to some, but Karla knew it to be science. Yet, when it came to psychokinesis, controlling the 4 elements, and the creation of the new Krypton, there was no doubt, those were magical feats. She still hadn't thanked the necromancer for his teachings. So, the necromancer is gone now? Karla asked, her tone reflective. She had always suspected this would happen. I noticed his condition wasn't right back then. He was weak, far too weak. The power of Shazam was all that kept him tethered to this world. Without it, he would vanish. Even when she was a teenager, Karla had recognized that the necromancer was nearing the end of his life. The powers of Shazam didn't grant immortality unless you remained Shazam indefinitely. The endurance, strength, and vitality from the gods were only on loan. Release that state, and the mortal body would succumb to time. That understanding had shaped Karla's decisions. She didn't want the necromancer to destroy himself just to bestow powers upon her. He saw her compassion, and in turn, gifted her the magic book, an invaluable trove of advanced knowledge. He had also agreed with Karla's assessment that she was unsuited to be Shazam. You didn't kill him, Karla reassured the guilt-stricken Shazam. He stood before her, transformed into his heroic form, a broad, muscular figure with thick eyebrows and a youthful face. Yet, despite his appearance, his eyes betrayed the child within. The necromancer's real name was Mamalagon, Karla continued. He wasn't just any mage. He was a god, specifically the Australian god of lightning. Gods don't truly die, they simply return to their place of rest, their temples. That's where he is now. Shazam tilted his head, processing her words. So, you didn't come here to fight me? Karla rolled her eyes. I'm not in the habit of bullying kids. Shazam scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. So you figured it out. Karla chuckled. Of course, she had known Shazam wasn't an adult. The necromancer had always chosen children, pure-hearted ones, for the mantle of Shazam. Purity didn't necessarily mean goodness, it meant clarity, unclouded by the complexities of adulthood. That was why Mamalagon had once made a grave mistake, choosing someone who used the powers of Shazam for destruction, Black Adam. The difference, Karla explained, is that Shazam's powers come from Greek gods, Zeus, Atlas, Achilles, and the like, while Black Adam's come from the Egyptian pantheon. Shu's stamina, Horus's speed, Amon's strength, their initials formed the word Shazam. Karla studied Shazam carefully. She didn't know the boy's true face, but she could already sense that his journey would be fraught with challenges. As a former candidate for Shazam herself, she felt a sense of responsibility. Listen, she said gently, you're Mamalagon's successor, which makes us, let's say, fellow disciples. If you're ever in trouble, you can call me. That was his one request to me. Shazam's eyes lit up. Does this mean you're my senior sister? Before Karla could respond, he thrust out a notebook. Can you sign this for me? Karla froze, caught off guard. Are you serious? Have you ever seen Superman ask Batman for an autograph? No. Shazam looked uncertain. Exactly, Karla said, though she couldn't help but grin. Fine. But no pictures. If someone sees a photo of us together, they'll start rumors. Unless, of course, you want to transform back into a kid. But remember this, never let your enemies know your true identity. They may not harm you, but they'll go after your family. Borrowing a pen from someone nearby, Karla scribbled her name on the edge of Shazam's white cape. She glanced at the kid, who was practically glowing with excitement. He was clearly more focused on the novelty of being a hero than on the gravity of his new role. I can tell what you're thinking, Karla said with a smirk. You're planning to sell that signature for a quick buck, aren't you? Shazam laughed nervously, confirming her suspicions. Karla ruffled his hair. Kid, I've walked more roads than you've crossed bridges. Don't try to pull one over on me. Shazam's real form was just a 14-year-old boy, barely old enough to navigate the complexities of being a teenager, let alone a superhero. Karla, recognizing this, didn't dwell long. She had come to check on him, say hello, and then return to her duties. Before she could leave, an amusing scene unfolded. Another boy, likely the same age as Shazam, stormed up to him and began scolding him loudly. Carla lingered in the background, curious about the interaction. The boy's name was Freddy, and while he didn't appear in the viral videos showcasing Shazam's powers, Carla quickly pieced together that he was the one who had filmed them. Freddy had likely helped Shazam test his abilities from the start. The two clearly knew each other, and their banter was unmistakably the kind shared by close friends. Freddy's complaint was simple yet heartfelt. Shazam had promised to join him for lunch at school, but instead, he had ditched their plans to perform heroics, leaving Freddy to face ridicule from their classmates. Shazam, in his towering adult form, initially denied the promise, claiming it was Freddy's assumption. Then, in a childish rebuttal, he discharged a small jolt of electricity from his hands to punctuate his argument. Carla couldn't help but smile, albeit with a shake of her head. A childish spat between friends, she thought. As the quarrel continued, things took an unexpected turn. A stray bolt of electricity from Shazam accidentally struck the tire of a bus traveling on a nearby highway bridge. The bus veered out of control, crashing through the guardrail and teetering precariously over the edge. The bus was full of passengers, and the bridge stood several meters high. A fall would result in catastrophe. Carla tensed, ready to intervene, but before she could act, Shazam instinctively sprinted toward the bus. Seeing his unhesitating reaction, she relaxed slightly. The necromancer chose well, she thought. This boy may be young, but he has the heart of a hero. Carla decided to stay back, curious to see how Shazam would handle his first real test. To her surprise, Shazam dragged a discarded mattress from nearby and placed it under the bus. Carla raised an eyebrow. Does he think that will stop a falling bus? She wondered. Even an air mattress couldn't handle that, let alone a worn-out one. Sure enough, the bus tipped off the bridge. As screams filled the air, Carla watched as Shazam threw himself under the vehicle, arms outstretched. His superhuman strength, granted by the stamina of Hercules, allowed him to catch the bus effortlessly, preventing disaster. Carla smiled and nodded in approval. Shazam had passed his trial, and her intervention was unnecessary. Without drawing attention to herself, she departed, leaving the boy to bask in his well-deserved moment of heroism. Returning to National City, her home base, Carla barely had time to settle in before she received an urgent call. 10 cargo ships loaded with crude oil were docked at the harbor, and one of them had caught fire. Carla understood the gravity of the situation. Modern oil tankers carried massive loads, some exceeding 100,000 tons. A fire aboard such a vessel was catastrophic, not just for the port and surrounding infrastructure but also for the environment. A crude oil spill of that magnitude would wreak havoc on marine life and have dire consequences for humans. Without hesitation, Carla soared to the harbor. Upon arrival, she saw firefighters battling the blaze, but their efforts were futile against the raging flames engulfing the tanker. The crowd erupted into cheers as Carla descended. She waved briefly before flying directly into the heart of the fire. Drawing on her powers, she exhaled a blast of supercooled breath, combining it with her control over the 4 elements to manipulate seawater and douse the flames. Within moments, the fire was under control. Carla didn't stop there. She encased the entire ship in ice, ensuring the fire couldn't reignite. Then, with astounding strength, she lifted the enormous tanker, its weight exceeding hundreds of thousands of tons, and carried it to the shore, away from the water. The onlookers were stunned, their awestruck silence quickly replaced by thunderous applause. Carla addressed them calmly, her voice carrying over the crowd. This ship's structure has been compromised. I've frozen it to prevent any oil from leaking, but it won't hold forever. Start transferring the crude oil immediately. Once the ship is emptied, I'll transport it for repairs. Her clear instructions snapped everyone into action. Workers scrambled to secure the cargo, grateful for Carla's quick thinking and decisive leadership. As she watched the operation unfold, Carla reflected on the broader implications. Even a small amount of spilled oil can devastate the environment, she reminded herself. Pollution caused by human carelessness often leads to damage that's almost impossible to reverse. Carla's intervention wasn't just about saving the day, it was a reminder of the delicate balance between human activity and nature. People must do better, she thought. We must all take responsibility for the world we live in. When the tanker was finally secured, Carla took to the skies once more. She had a busy schedule ahead, but her thoughts lingered on the lessons of the day. Heroism wasn't just about grand gestures, it was also about inspiring others to care for their world.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Regarding the oil tanker fire incident, it happened in the female Superman universe of the TV series, but the handling methods and results of the two Karla are different. Karla from the TV drama universe had just debuted at that time, and the result was that although the fire was extinguished, the oil leaked due to various reasons, and a large area of the sea near the port was polluted. This also caused Karla Danvers to suffer a lot of accusations and blows. In fact, it has a fart relationship with Karla Danvers. What if she doesn't help? It is obviously the responsibility of the person in charge of the tanker, but in the end it all becomes Supergirl's responsibility. And Karla handled it properly here, and immediately received countless voices of praise. Not only Kate's company fully praised it, but even the whole TV station reported it, praised Karla's rapid action, and also agreed with her perfect handling, and even more recognized her environmental protection. It's just that in this one-sided praise, it is inevitable that there will be some other voices mixed in. 20 For example, that night, when Karla was bored and turned on the live broadcast to play news, a message caught Karla's attention. Someone in the room asked Karla to turn on the radio and listen to the radio channel of National City. Then Karla heard a voice with some hoarse smoke. Wow, today is obviously another day for our Miss Red and Blue to shine. Karla spread her hands. Are you talking about me? Suddenly, a large laughing symbol of XD floated in the live broadcast room. Because Karla's battlesuit is mainly matched with red and blue styles, she was called Miss Red and Blue by the announcer named Leslie. Then Leslie continued her venomous speech. Actually, I'm curious how this little girl with a body of steel is going to do it with her boyfriend. Or does she really have a boyfriend? Karla sighed. It was too much. She didn't even want to pay attention to it. Even the information in the live broadcast room is full of swear words. All kinds of swear words starting with S or F are connected together. Karla tapped the camera with her hand and reminded, "Don't swear at me. Are you scolding her or me? She can't see the news here." The barrage slowly quieted down. Yeah, Leslie can't see what's going on in the studio, so only Karla can see the swear words. At the same time, Karla fumbled for her cell phone and made an outside call to Leslie's radio station. They belong to the same company, and with Karla's super memory, she still knows the phone number of Leslie's live broadcast room. When Leslie picked up the phone, Karla said, "Miss with bad breath, I am the man of steel you just teased. Well, one thing I want to say in advance, I am not the little girl you said, little girl. Sister, my sister is already 43 years old, please respect your elders a little bit." Woohoo, she's angry, the female Superman is calling me. Leslie was not afraid at all, but shouted excitedly on the radio. Karla didn't care, her voice came out through the broadcasting station. She knew that she was also in the live broadcast state, but she didn't care at all, and continued, "If you just tease me, or even a little less you did it, use me as your live broadcast condiment. In fact, I am quite supportive, because it is my honor to be able to bring happiness to everyone. But don't talk about those obscene and idiotic things. After all, we are not an 18-year-old TV station. You know what I mean. I hope you treat this program as a show that is aimed at all ages and all human beings, not to get attention with something that's unsightly. Or do you feel like you're okay with being labeled like that?" Leslie was silent, no longer the previous arrogance and clamor. Karla continued, "That's all I want to say. If you just want to use me to make up some trivial jokes, I won't say much. After all, I'm not that hungry. But there are some principles that need to be clarified. For example, in today's incident, first of all, we need to figure out the cause and effect. The oil tanker caught fire due to improper supervision, and I rushed to rescue it. Matter of principle. I don't need you to worry about my emotional matters. With my achievements, is there anyone in the world who is worthy of me? Batman? He's out because he has Oracle Man. Superman? That's my brother, so he's out. Green Lantern? We're drinking buddies but just casual friends, and he's got a girlfriend too, so we're out. Wonder Woman? Well, we can talk, but we're just casual friends, too." Karla almost reveals a terrible news. Finally, Karla leaned back on the chair, sighed and said to Leslie, "Obviously you have a lot of things to do besides this. I was listening to it just now. Miss Red and Blue's nickname is not very nice, Red and Blue Girl, if you insist on teasing me. But why are you so obscene? Wouldn't it be better to live in peace with me, and then use my fame for a long time to develop your career?" Karla's slap and beat kept Leslie from uttering a word, because she was speechless. Karla is very smart, not only showing her generosity, but she has no objection to being teased by Leslie, and Mukang said that it would be great if it can bring happiness to people. Even Karla's black fans have to admit that this person is not black. She even blocked people's mouths from the very beginning. Regardless of the follow-up result of today's cruise ship incident, she made it clear that the cause was the oil tanker caught fire, which had nothing to do with her. She came to help because of superheroes' responsibility. No one can blame her if she doesn't come. The last point, people are also thinking, is there really anyone in the world, at least on the Earth, who is worthy of her? Karla hung up the phone after giving Leslie a lesson, and before hanging up, she gave Leslie a piece of advice. "I advise you to take care of yourself, and I hope your work will get better and better. Also, next time you can ask me if I have any black material about Superman. I have a lot." Well, before she died, she planned to blacken her younger brother 10 waves. After that, Kate's phone call came in immediately, and she also praised Karla for her good solution. It turned out that she also paid attention to it, but she couldn't reprimand Leslie to end it immediately, even if everyone knew that Kate would now establish the female Superman as the superhero of National City, similar to the relationship between the Daily Planet and Superman and Metropolis. But she can't be so blatant, even if everyone acquiesces and cooperates silently. She is absolutely unwilling to admit on the surface that she was misled by you. This is very strange. So it can only be solved by Karla herself. First Shazam, then Leslie, the Silver Banshee, and the Electric Girl all appeared one after the other. Because of Shazam's prior mental preparation, Karla was not too surprised when she heard Leslie's voice. Although in fact Leslie should normally be the announcer of the Metropolis, and has always been the main job of the Black Superman, but now it has become aimed at Karla. Is it because everyone is a woman? She really wanted to say why women bother to make things difficult for women. In any case, Karla successfully taught Leslie a lesson. She acted both hard and soft, and presented the facts with reason, which made Leslie unable to speak harshly anymore. That day Leslie could say that he was very embarrassed, but he couldn't say anything more. Even if he wanted to blame the female Superman, Karla had already said that, as long as you don't be too rude, you can continue if you want to make fun of me. Everyone has talked about this. If she doesn't know what to do, the audience won't pay for it. Leslie is actually not stupid. As long as she is not stupid, she will not know what is good or bad. After finishing this matter, Karla started a new game, keep playing the game. Juggernaut mid-laner, give it away if you don't give it away. Suddenly, a XD laughing symbol floated up in the live broadcast room. Speaking of which, the stock of giving away is still brought up by Karla. In fact, this meme has been around for a long time, and I don't even know which game caused the trend. Almost all esports games like this have similar memes, except for gunfights and strategy. But people didn't expect her as a superhero, female Superman, to ask for a position like this. Everyone thought that the female Superman should be more noble and have a more noble character, so at first they were worried about what would happen if she couldn't get her position. As a result, when Karla fluently typed out the mid-laner of such and such, give it away if you don't give it for the first time, countless people sprayed it. What are you doing? Isn't it too funny? Is this their superhero? It's so willful. Love it, love it. So although it wasn't developed by her, it did carry forward due to her contribution, definitely, and caused a lot of trouble for countless summoners. Especially when Yasuo is fully launched in the future, I am afraid that the entire Summoner Canyon will be happy, right? But now, Karla's teammates are helpless. Almost all 4 people in the room were sending out document numbers and what? It's not because the AP Juggernaut hasn't appeared yet. On the contrary, at the time when the S3 season has ended, the AP Juggernaut has actually been revised. In other words, AP Juggernaut is a thing of the past. But since the AP Juggernaut is a thing of the past, why does Karla want to play the mid-lane Juggernaut? Isn't it good to go to the jungle? The answer is definitely not good. Who said Juggernaut must play AP? The newly revised Juggernaut's Q skill AD bonus may actually be higher than AP, but the AD Juggernaut can no longer rely on W skill to recover blood. The scariest thing about AP Juggernaut is that he can refresh his small skills by taking kills or assists when he uses his big move, that is, he can have unlimited Q. The most terrifying thing is the blood recovery of W. Have you ever seen Fang Quan chanting scriptures on the ground, and the bloody sword master became full of blood as a result? It is extremely terrifying. But that has become a thing of the past. The current Juggernaut is no longer a magician Juggernaut, he has returned to the ranks of warriors. But Karla still wants to play him in the mid lane. Because many people haven't realized from the original version, the function and upper limit of the newly revised Juggernaut are actually far higher than that of the AP Juggernaut. The terrible real damage of the E skill and the high additional damage and powerful physical damage bonus, the super high AD bonus of the Q skill and the effect of critical strikes, although the big move R skill becomes the one that gets kills or assists when reducing the cooling time of basic skills, QWE, by 70%, it is no longer refreshing immediately. But the current ordinary level A can reduce the cooling time of Q skills. The AD Juggernaut with Re does not need to cut the back row like the AP Juggernaut, waiting for residual blood. Are you kidding me? The current AD Juggernaut just cuts the meat, right? After finishing the game, the opponent directly collapsed. This fucking Juggernaut opened his ult like a mad dog and chased the opponent's meat and support runs, leaving all the mid laner AP and bot lane ADC aside and stunned. Okay, definitely, although the newly released Juggernaut has indeed been OB for a while, but it is more related to the fact that Karla's rank does not match the current one. She is still a bronze trumpet, and she has just started to play rankings. The name is from scratch on the king. Even if Karla didn't play LOL much in her previous life, actually, she was an internet-addicted girl. Based on what she understands from the games she has watched, it is not comparable to these bronze opponents now, it is simply abuse. Once she even played the mid-laner Draven, and the first piece of equipment was the killing sword, commonly known as the pig-killing knife. The opponent is so angry. First of all, if you choose this hero in the mid lane, you will look down on others. Who do you look down on? Then came the murder knife again? There were killing knives and killing books in the previous games, and it seems that there was a killing armor at the earliest. The killing knife is to increase the attack power every time you kill an enemy or get an assist, and increase the attack speed, or movement speed, after all the layers are stacked. The official name is the mysterious sword. The murder book has been kept until now, although it has been revised. In the past, every time you get a head or an assist, you will increase the power points, and after stacking the number of layers, you will reduce the cooldown time of the skill. The killing armor should increase the life value, and reduce the proportion of damage received after stacking the number of layers. And there was an unwritten rule in the earliest days, that is, once the enemy released one of these three-piece suits, it would definitely attract all opponents to target. The reason is, who do you look down on? That must not let you stack the full number of layers. But when the opponents started to encircle Karla's de-living, Karla killed all quarters alone. The first time I caught her was when Karla's Draven was at level 6. Because it was a bronze game, the jungler had to reach level 6 before catching her. As a result, Karla reached level 6 first and got the killing knife. Zhao Qian's, the opposite jungler, is a Mumu. In fact, this idea is not bad. After the 6th level, there is a big move to better gank. But he couldn't hold back in the end, and popped out at the 5th level. As a result, when Amumu wanted to come over with Q, he was interrupted by Karla's quick wit E skill. When the opposite Clockwork wanted to rush over, he was dodged backward by Karla's W skill, and then it was time for Karla to perform alone. Obviously de-living's axe was difficult to catch, but in Karla's hand, it seemed to be stuck in his hand. As he walked around, some people were even surprised to find that de-living had a total of 3 axes flying. Amumu, who is only level 5, can neither approach Draven nor escape skills, and can't bear the opponent's damage, so he can only fall in his own tears in the end. Then the Clockwork on the opposite side didn't run away either, although he ran away at the last trace of blood, but Karla immediately caught him with a big move. For this reason, a bloody scene was staged in the game. Because of the live broadcast, Karla has found recreational activities when she has nothing to do, and as she shows a variety of wonderful video highlights, as well as her reputation, the audience in Karla's live broadcast room is also increasing. Definitely Karla will not forget her main job as a superhero. Once a situation or event occurs, she will rush to the scene as soon as possible. Even that night, Karla received a call for help from Shazam. She immediately put down the game without saying a word, and rushed over immediately. Unlike the tranquility during the day, something seems to be happening in an amusement park, so a noisy chaos can be heard. Because it is Christmas recently, as mentioned earlier, the S3 World Championship of the League of Legends has been played, and the S-Series is usually held in October and ends in January. Although S3 started in September and ended in October. Therefore, there were some activities in the amusement park, and many people gathered. But now I don't know what unexpected situation happened, people are fleeing outside one after another. Karla came quickly under the night sky. Shazam suddenly asked her for help, she didn't know what happened yet. Until Karla discovered the situation in an open space below, a bald middle-aged man was controlling several scary and ugly beasts and holding several children hostage, and 440 was obviously threatening Shazam, asking him to do something. Karla slowly floated down from midair, and finally landed beside Shazam, looking up. The 7 deadly sins? You guys even ran out. Karla recognized that those ugly monsters were the 7 deadly sins that she had seen in the Rock of Eternity, sealed on the wall of the Rock of Eternity corridor. The necromancer was still alive at that time, but at that time she had already faintly sensed hidden dangers, and the 7 deadly sins were in danger of breaking through at any time. Because the necromancer is already too weak. You're that girl. The 7 deadly sins seemed to recognize Karla. You rejected the necromancer. You never became Shazam. We remember you? The bald head looked at Karla in surprise. Did the female Superman almost become Shazam? This power is really worth looking forward to. Cut the nonsense and transfer this power to me, or I will kill your family members. The bald head shouted angrily, and Karla noticed that there was a scepter in one of the bald head's hands. It was a necromancer's magic scepter. Originally, it didn't have much power, but it could allow the power of Shazam to spread through the scepter. The necromancer uses the scepter to let others, geek, inherit the power of Shazam. And now, the bald man obviously knows that he can use this scepter to let Shazam transfer the power of Shazam to him. He had obviously been selected before, but it is a pity that he still did not become Shazam, because he was not qualified, and you can see that he was the one who released the 7 deadly sins. He has been bewitched by the 7 deadly sins. Karla narrowed her eyes and sneered, who are you going to kill? The bald man subconsciously turned his head to take a look, but was taken aback. The children held hostage by the 7 deadly sins had disappeared. Looking around Karla and Shazam, the children are there, and even they are dazed, not knowing what happened. Only Shazam, he pointed at Karla and let out a surprised cry. Your speed just now must have exceeded the speed of light, right? That's right, it was Karla who saved the kids from the 7 deadly sins at that moment. It's not just beyond the speed of light, it has already surpassed a level and reached a higher dimension. If I have to say it, Karla's speed can circle back in the universe at that moment, which is several trillion, or even more multiples of the speed of light. This is what I reminded you before, Shazam, don't let your enemies know who you are, otherwise the people you value will be threatened and hurt. Karla just warned Shazam during the day today, but unexpectedly at night this happened to me. Did you take her words as wind? This brat. Shazam bowed his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, brothers and sisters, I'm the one who troubled you. The children looked at each other in blank dismay. Instead of complaining about Shazam, they cheered and embraced him. They were children who had been orphaned for various reasons in a foster family, and now they were clearly family members. But this is not the time to celebrate your family reunion, Karla warned. Shazam, now that you have taken over the duties of the necromancer, you are going to reseal them. The 7 deadly sins cannot be killed, although they may not be true. The ones that can't be killed can't be killed. It's better to seal them up, otherwise I'm worried that they will sneak back to life in a corner and cause even bigger troubles. The 7 deadly sins are the most primitive greed of human beings, which are different from the emotional spectrum, but have similar effects. To put it simply, the 7 deadly sins are not easy to be completely killed. As long as life still exists, as long as greed still exists, they will be reborn again. At that point, as Karla fears, God knows where they'll pop up and wreak havoc. So the best way is to seal it. As before, a seal is thousands of years. What should I do? Shazam asked. Karla shrugged. You still ask this at this time? It's definitely a fight. With a slap in his mouth, Karla rushed out first, and went straight to those monster-like 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins are also unambiguous, opening their bloody mouths and waving huge sharp claws one by one, they will besiege Karla. As a result, when Karla rushed to the front, her body turned into a phantom with 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs, and 4 legs, a total of 6 monsters with 7 deadly sins, all of which were kicked away by her flying 6 legs. Karla clapped her hands as if to shake off the dust, and was about to turn her head so that Shazam could go and seal the monsters away. But she suddenly realized, wait, because what? Aren't the 7 deadly sins 7? Oops, Karla came to her senses. The 7th monster seemed to be hidden in the bald man's body, and turned her head to look. But it was too late. Karla saw that the 7th monster had appeared, and took the opportunity to restrain Shazam's brothers and sisters again. Shazam had no choice but to half kneel in front of the bald man. The bald man held the scepter in both hands, squinted his eyes slightly, asked Shazam to also hold the scepter, and threatened, say that name, and pass on the power to me, or I will kill your family. Karla was about to make a move, but when she heard this, her shoulders tilted and she stopped in her tracks. She definitely didn't want to throw a mouse, but looked at the guy with weird eyes. Do you really know the correct sequence of rituals? It's reversed, brother. The sequence of rituals should be that Shazam holds the upper end of the scepter, and then opens his heart. When the bald man holds the scepter and shouts Shazam, he will gain power. Karla was really worried that Baldy would transfer his power to Shazam as well. Noticing that the bald man might not know the correct ritual process, Karla didn't rush over again. At the same time, Shazam has definitely noticed. After all, he is the one who has truly completed the ceremony to become Shazam. So Shazam deliberately pretended to have to obey, holding the wand with both hands, and shouted as the bald man wished, Shazam. Crack. A huge amounts of dazzling lightning suddenly struck down under the night sky. Every transformation of Shazam is completed by the powerful force of lightning, that is to say, whether he wants to transform into Shazam or back to Billy, he will attract lightning definitely that will not hurt himself. However, the bald man is tragic. Normally, it is he who came to call Shazam. How could Shazam shout? Wouldn't this kill the successor who accepted the inheritance? As a result, a bolt of lightning fell, and the bald man was blown away, and he was steaming all over. If this continues, he will surely die no doubt. Call. A puff of black smoke poured into Baldy's body from the front. It was the monster of the 7 deadly sins who once again threatened the Shazam family. They obviously still need Baldy as a carrier to help them stay in this world. So they have to keep the bald ones alive. And this also gave Billy a chance. He quickly shouted again, Shazam. Along with the second thunder, Shazam appeared again. Then he quickly rushed to the family with his wand and explained to them, I have a way. I can pass on the power to you. I will open my heart to you, and you just need to call my name. Fast. Seeing this, Karla had a gratified expression on her face. She will witness the birth of the Shazam family. DC has several of the most famous families, such as the Superman family, the Batman family, the Flash family, and the Shazam family. It should be called the Marvel family before New 52. Now in addition to the Flash family, the third largest family will also be established. Karla floated in the air with her arms folded, not in a hurry to continue to deal with the monsters of the 7 deadly sins, but looked at the children expectantly, wanting to see what they would look like after transformation. Then, under Billy's guidance, the children held their wands one after another, and called out Billy's name in unison. Yes, it was Billy's name, Billy. Karla was overwhelmed and almost fell. Are you kidding me? Even Billy yelled, are you kidding me? It's not my name, it's my transformation, that's the name I just called. Perhaps this is retribution, because you also joked about this name and necromancer at the beginning. Retribution has come. The children looked at each other, immediately understood Billy's meaning, and quickly shouted, Shazam. Crack. This time, a chain of lightning fell from the sky. In Karla's eyes, the Shazam family was established without the previous funny elements. They have something in common, all of them are white cloaks, and there is a golden lightning logo on the chest. But they also have different places. For example, Billy has a red battlesuit, while Freddy is blue, named Dara Dudley. The youngest sister of the Shazam family has a purple battlesuit, Pedro Pina wears a green battlesuit, and Eugene Choi wears a cyan battlesuit. Only Mary, Magic Mary is almost the same red battlesuit as Billy, except that her bottom is a red skirt. Wonder Mary is also called Wonder Mary, and she is different from everyone else because in the earliest comic stories, she was set as Billy's twin sister. This led to a result. After Billy became Shazam, Mary did not become a member of the Shazam family through Billy, but her relationship as a twin originally also possessed the power of Shazam. For example, other family members, Dara Dudley shared the speed of Mercury, and Pedro Pina shared the power of Hercules. Almost everyone has a part of focus, but not as comprehensive as Shazam, because Shazam is the champion. However, Mary is different. Like Shazam in the comics, she has her own head god power. The grace of Selena, the goddess of moonlight, the power of Hippolyta, the goddess of war, yes, Diana's mother, the magic of Ariadne, the speed of Zephyrus, the beauty of Aurora, the goddess of dawn, and the wisdom of Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, corresponding to Athena in Greek mythology. I just don't know if Mary here will show these extraordinary powers in the future. After all, only Mary's battlesuit and Shazam's battlesuit are almost the same style. Maybe Mary's divine power is the same as that of Shazam, and she is favored by the 6 goddesses. 0 looking for flowers. Finally, the Shazam family was established. Karla nodded. Finally she didn't have to worry about them. But they have just gained power, and they don't even know what their respective powers are, which requires them to find time to adapt slowly in the future. However, the enemy will not give you this time. When Baldy was possessed by the monster of the 7 deadly sins, he had a very strong self-healing and recovery ability, and he was able to recover after being hit by such a powerful lightning. Shazam's thunder power can split a certain great god. Karla even thought about using Shazam's spell as an attack method, shouting hundreds of thousands of times in a row and so on. Fortunately she is not Shazam, otherwise Yaoa. Damn it, you stole my stuff, it belongs to me. The bald man flew back from a distance, and when he saw the situation of the Shazam family, he didn't know what happened, and suddenly roared. 0. Wait, hurry up, who said it was yours? Karla sneered, really shameless, it wasn't his at all, and even a bald man wasn't qualified enough to be Shazam with a pure heart. It can be seen from the possession of sin, even if he becomes Shazam, he is still an evil Shazam, equal to Black Adam. Fortunately, Necromancer is finally a little smarter after Black Adam. This unfilial female apprentice. The bald man raised his head and glared at Karla, female Superman, it's because you broke me, I'm going to kill you. Accompanied by the bald man's loud shout, a large group of black mist condensed from a distance. It was the monster of the 7 deadly sins that Karla had knocked into the air before, and now it has recovered. Roar. Except for the bald man possessing 6 monsters of the 7 deadly sins appeared around Karla, roaring at her, and the shortest monsters were 3 to 4 meters high, really scary and ugly monsters. Karla crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes slightly, her body began to grow bigger as soon as she thought about it, and turned into a 10-meter-high titan in a blink of an eye. Then she turned her head and let her neck make terrible crisp sounds. Huh? No matter how ugly a monster is, it will become delicious as long as it is cooked by me. Come on, let me taste what kind of delicacy makes you dare to be so arrogant. The lantern beasts in Karla's ring popped their heads one by one, secretly observing the situation outside. The spirit of existence also sighed innocently. Someone provoked my mother again? It seems that I will be eaten again. I really deserve it. Don't forget about the existence of lanterns, although it is difficult for them to run around freely on Earth, and Karla will broadcast live again after returning home, so I don't have time to play with them. But now because there are monsters like the 7 deadly sins outside, they look a lot cuter. And it seems to be exactly 7 against 7? The blood butcher jumped out all of a sudden, turned into a red light ball and appeared on Karla's feet, and then kicked Karla's instep with his right hind leg, as if he was going to rush out. The python also crawled out, intending to circle around Karla's neck, but after glancing at Karla's current 10-meter body, and at his own small body of only 10 centimeters, he had to give up regretfully. The other lantern beasts also appeared one by one, watching the 7 deadly sins. Under their eyes, the 7 deadly sins suddenly 170 became honest. The two sides are not at the same level at all. No matter how powerful the 7 deadly sins are, they will definitely not be able to compete with the lamp beasts of the power of origin. Karla quickly raised his foot and threw the bloody butchered cow up like a shuttlecock. Among the little guys, he was the hottest and most fighting. Every time Karla feels a little wronged, he can't wait to rush out and turn the whole world upside down. But he doesn't seem to understand that Karla is a superhero, and Karla prevents him from turning the world upside down. What's more, the people who can really make Karla feel wronged are the elders of the family. You guys just be honest, Karla said, picking up the little guys who couldn't wait to cover her whole body as soon as they came out, and putting them back into the corresponding rings one by one, really busy. In the end, it didn't even work for the spirit of existence to hug her and act like a baby, and the little girl was stuffed back into the white lantern ring with her mouth pouting. Karla breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the lantern beast was more tiring than facing any enemies. She could not be beaten or scolded. She was about to become a real mother. But in fact she is still a girl. 43-year-old girl? Cough cough cough. After dealing with the lantern beasts, Karla looked back at the 7 deadly sins. At the moment, she turned into a titan who was taller than those monsters, with her hands on her hips, and asked with a smile, "How do you want to die? Fry, 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 choose the same?" I always feel that her so-called death method is a bit offline in some respects. Senior sister, that female Superman, give them to us. Shazam raised his hand and shouted. He subconsciously called senior sister, and then felt abrupt, because he felt that their relationship should not be that close, so he called Karla instead. Karla felt amused and said, "You don't have to call me out to help, so you don't have to be so stranger. It seems that you are all my younger brothers and sisters." Everyone in the Shazam family looked at each other, feeling pleasantly surprised. Unlike them rookies, the female Superman is a long-established superhero. Having such a superhero as a senior sister is definitely extremely exciting and joyful. What's more, they were originally teenagers, and Mary, the oldest, had just graduated from high school and was still debating whether to go to college. Such a group of brats, don't expect them to be so calm. And there is a reason why Shazam Billy suddenly made this request, as you said, female, senior sister, Karla, female senior sister. Are there male senior sisters? These guys should be ours, deal with and seal them up. And we also need them to practice. Oh, I see. Karla nodded thoughtfully. She already understood that Billy's little brain is very smart, and now that she is here to help take care of them, they can fight boldly without risking their lives. This is Billy's main purpose. They need exercise. Wouldn't it be foolish not to cherish this opportunity? But there are 7 enemies, and you only have 6, Karla said, shrinking back to her original height. There are only 6 people in the Shazam family, Billy, Freddy, Mary, Darla, Pedro, and Kim. And the 7 deadly sins are 7. So please let me do you a favor, just leave this bald man to me. Karla turned to the bald man with a smile. You seemed to threaten me just now. Have you figured out how to die? While Karla was chatting with the Shazam family, it was strange that the monsters of the 7 deadly sins never interrupted them, just stood there stupidly and motionless. The bald man has already urged and yelled for them to attack, but it was useless, including the monster possessed by himself. 0. How is this going? Karla raised her hand at this time, and snapped her thumb and middle finger together. You can move now. In an instant, the 7 deadly sins resumed their actions as if they had come to life immediately, and almost collapsed to the ground one by one. It turned out that in addition to being overwhelmed by the deterrence of the sudden appearance of the lanterns, Karla also used psychokinesis to control their movement until she put away psychokinesis. The 7 deadly sins looked at each other in blank dismay, and subconsciously turned around to run away. Karla raised her hands and patted it lightly. In order not to damage the surrounding buildings, Karla erected a thick wall around it in an instant, enclosing it in an instant, blocking the escape route of the 7 deadly sins. Even the top was sealed by Karla. As for the light problem, Karla created a small fixed star and placed it on top of the head, which is brighter than any light outside. Everyone in the Shazam family looked at each other in dismay, and Karla's move was simply miraculous. This is definitely something they haven't seen yet. Karla created a planet full of life in one day, and that's nothing compared to that. Let's get started, Karla reminded. This is reserved for the Shazam family. At the same time, she also turned her attention to the bald man. In fact, the bald man's name is Sivana, Thaddeus Sivana, and he is also a doctor. Because I almost became Shazam when I was a child and went to the necromancer's Rock of Eternity, so 0.4 is dedicated to proving the existence of magic, and I hope to enter the Rock of Eternity again and get that chance again. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. He single-handedly deciphered the portal leading to the Rock of Eternity where the necromancer was located, and released the 7 deadly sins. I have to say he is indeed a genius. However, this genius made a fatal mistake. He provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked, and he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke him. He threatened Karla. If he threatened someone else, Karla might let him live, or at most put him in jail. But what he threatened was Karla, and he blamed Karla for ruining his plan, but his ingenuity may one day be able to decipher Karla's true identity. So Karla puts on a charming smile. How do you want to die? With Karla watching there, she just flew in midair with her arms folded to look at it, not only guarding the little sun she created to illuminate this space, but also keeping the walls around this space hard to shake, otherwise it would have been broken. As for that Dr. Sivana, the bald man, who knows where he went, Karla didn't know, and she didn't see him suddenly collapse into a blue feather of light, and finally disappeared completely. After all, quantum particles are the smallest and most primitive field known so far, so Karla and Dr. Manhattan are similar to mastering the most primitive structures of atoms, molecules, etc., and then inversely deduce that almost everything can be constructed. Definitely that takes time. So she didn't know what happened. As for the 7 deadly sins that possessed Dr. Sivana before, it was hiding in a corner and shivering in a ball. Look at this space again. Karla specially built this ring space similar to an arena, with a height of 10 meters and a maximum diameter of 50 meters, which is enough for the people inside to have a good fight. Now the Shazam family is fighting with 6 other monsters with 720 deadly sins. In the beginning, only Billy was able to fight with 7 deadly sins because he had tested the ability before and he was also the first to get the ability. There are going. And thanks to being a champion, Shazam is currently the only one who has the power of all 6 gods. Others didn't only get one kind of divine power, but it was slightly weakened compared to Shazam, but a certain divine power was highlighted. But after they dared to confront the monsters of the 7 deadly sins head-on, they realized that their strength didn't need to be afraid of these monsters at all. For example, Pedro, who is more prominent in strength. He was originally a little fat man with bloated fat all over his body, but after the transformation, it seems that he really turned into a Hercules. Not only does he have a body of vigorous and strong muscles, but his strength is so great that he can easily suppress the strongest monster among the 7 deadly sins. And as Pedro gradually got used to his own strength, he began to suppress the opponent with brute force in turn. And Dala's speed, she was shared with Mercury's speed, although she hasn't shown flight's ability, but even those monsters can't keep up with her speed. Especially Freddy, he can fly, has great strength and endurance, and even has the ability to control magic lightning, which is almost the same as Billy. The others were no problem. Eugene was shared with Solomon's wisdom and the same control over the lightning, which allowed him to adapt quickly, and also made a strategy for everyone, and was the first to defeat the opponent. Karla paid more attention to Mary. She was indeed different from other children. She was obviously stronger and faster, and she could fly. Apart from showing control over lightning, she was the closest person to Billy in all aspects. When these children started to break out one by one, the last crimes were defeated steadily. It's not that the strength of the 7 deadly sins is too weak, nor is it that the Shazam family is really so powerful. Rather, the source of the power of the 7 deadly sins is very troublesome. They should first find the person with the most corrupt soul, and strengthen themselves according to the 7 deadly sins they each represent. But they only care about accompanying Dr. Sivana. Their purpose is to help Dr. Sivana obtain the power of Shazam. Once this is the case, they no longer have to worry about being sealed. The reason is that Dr. Sivana is on their side. They are using Dr. Sivana, and they have bewitched Dr. Sivana's mind. But I never expected that not only Shazam became the Shazam family, but also met Karla, a horrific sidekick whose original plans were all disrupted. Had they known this earlier, they would not have been guarding Dr. Sivana all the time. After all, they have been sealed for countless years, and they definitely want to do whatever they want. If I had known this would happen, I should have eaten a few more people's souls, Gluttony roared unwillingly. It was the largest monster among the 7 deadly sins, and now, it was being pinned to the ground by Pedro. No. Greed also roared unwillingly, damn it, I'm not reconciled, it's all mine. A small snake emerged from Karla's right hand and quickly wrapped around her wrist, then turned her head to look at Greed, spit out the letter, wondering what she was thinking. Karla pushed the little snake's head back with her left hand, warning, that thing can't be eaten. Obviously you yourself were very interested just now and wanted to cook. Among the 7 deadly sins, there is rage and greed, and the meanings represented by these two monsters are overlapping with bloody cattle and lust. It's just that the lamp beast represents the emotional spectrum, the power of origin from outside the wall of origin, the kind that can create the world, and existed before the universe. But the 7 deadly sins are different. They are represented by human beings and bred by the negative emotions generated by all living beings. To put it simply, one is an innate spirit, and the other is an acquired spirit, and the style is not in the same realm at all. The lantern beasts just glanced at them casually just now, and the 7 deadly sins were almost scared out of their wits. Especially Yumeng's suppression of greed. Yumeng really wants to eat the other party. Maybe it will be a great supplement. It's just that Karla's words made him unwilling to disobey, so he turned around and slipped back to the orange light ring. As rage and greed were defeated successively, the monsters of the other 7 deadly sins gradually couldn't hold on to 120. After all, they were beaten up by Karla first, and each of them was kicked into the air. Reappeared after a long time. Moreover, the power of Shazam is the power given by the gods, and it is also divine power, and it is not the same as playing with them. The last 7 deadly sins also noticed that the monster who had possessed Dr. Sivana had been hiding in the corner, and was yelling and cursing. Bastard, are you just watching us being defeated? The huddled monster raised its head, which startled the other monsters instead. I saw it trembling all over, hugging its knees tightly with both hands. Not only was its face pale when it raised its head, but it also had an expression of fear all the time. It was originally arrogant, the most self-important of all monsters, and the least respectful of everyone. But now it is really frightened, because it has seen Karla's power more intuitively than all the 7 deadly sins. At that moment, it saw Karla's methods. She can really kill them, but she didn't just do that. The so-called killing in the true sense means that even if the 7 deadly sins may be born again, they are not the original ones, because they are really dead. So even the most arrogant monster among the 7 deadly sins was trembling with fear from Karla, and it was the only one who realized that Karla was a monster they couldn't afford to mess with. She was a monster compared to them. Although the description is very plain, the entire battle process has been summed up in one sentence, and there is no detailed description at all. That's because the real battle process is even more boring than the description. Don't forget that not only are all members of the Shazam family children, the oldest Mary has just graduated from high school. Even before that they were just ordinary people. Can they be expected to fight well? Does not. Even Karla put her hands on her forehead and sighed unbearably. What a mess. After all, the Shazam family just defeated their opponents in a reckless way with the sudden superpower. If Bruce finds a weakness, I'm afraid they will all die, or be instantly killed. Karla even suspected that if they and Bruce were rivals and enemies, they would definitely be instantly killed. And the Shazam family seems to have no weaknesses, neither kryptonite nor red sunlight. But Karla knows the weakness of a Shazam family, and it is a weakness that is more fatal to Kryptonians than kryptonite and red sunlight. That is, as long as they record their voices in advance, and then play the Shazam spell, they can be turned back. Very simple, right? It seems that there are still many things to teach them. Just as this year's studies are over, maybe I can find time to teach them. The premise is that if Karla is free, she has asked for leave many times, and ran out again today. It is still a matter of whether she can go back to work tomorrow. Poor Kate, does this count as being raised by an ant? Okay, Karla clapped her hands. It's finally over. Let's send them to the Rock of Eternity to seal them. As she spoke, Karla took out a jewel-like blue ball that still radiated light from her hand. That was used to seal the 7 deadly sins before, and the way Dr. Sivana used to control or be possessed by the 7 deadly sins was also related to it. I don't know what's wrong with Dr. Sivana. That dead bald man cut out one of his eyes and replaced it with a gemstone. Does Karla say it doesn't hurt? Fortunately, she didn't disintegrate the beads. With Karla using some kind of magic, the monsters of the 7 deadly sins were sealed away one by one, howling. They are first absorbed into this bead, and then they are sent to the Rock of Eternity, and then sealed in the form of murals. Karla put away the little sun and the surrounding walls again. The little sun was created temporarily, and it shattered when Karla held it in the palm of her hand. As for the surrounding walls, she created the earth magic with the control of the 4 elements. As long as it is recovered and turned into pure magic power, it will naturally disappear. It's all very convenient. It's just that this miraculous method stunned the children of the Shazam family. Can we be like her in the future? It doesn't seem possible, does it? Maybe we can learn some magic, too. What are they mumbling about? After Karla put away everything, she slowly floated down to them, and said to Billy, "You are now the champion of the Rock of Eternity. Do you know how to get to the Rock of Eternity?" Billy nodded. He still remembered that he picked up the wand and said Rock of Eternity in his heart several times, and then slammed the wand on the ground. Shazam. 1. Crack. A dazzling lightning strike fell, and after Billy returned to his original appearance, he also teleported them to the Rock of Eternity. The space of the Rock of Eternity does not belong to the Earth, nor does it even belong to any physical location, just like the spiritual world of the spiritual health guarded by the Sorcerer Supreme in the Marvel Universe next door. The DC world also has threats from the magical world, and the Rock of Eternity is between the physical side and the spiritual world. The Rock of Eternity is like a door. Magic creatures on the magic side need to pass through this door if they want to come to the physical side. Therefore, there are also many strange doors or rooms in the Rock of Eternity. If you open the door of a room rashly, you may discover a new magical world, or you may encounter some dangerous magical creatures, or even avoid space and so on. Perhaps this will become the place where the Shazam family will go on adventures in the future. It's not the first time Karla has visited the Rock of Eternity, it was 30 years ago. Coming to this space again that seems to have a different concept of time and space, Karla looked up and saw 7 chairs around the Eternal Conference Table, which was the position of the first Shazam family headed by the necromancer, and also belonged to the necromancer. Brothers and sisters. However, they have all dissipated. Next, those positions are yours. Karla turned around and said to everyone in the Shazam family. The children may have all changed back to their original appearance due to the influence of Billy. Hearing this, they looked at each other and became excited again. This will be our secret stronghold from now on, said Dara, who was the youngest and the most excited. What? Billy was surprised, wondering why she said that so suddenly. Do you think you can hide it from us? If the 2 of you want to play alone, we won't bother you, Mary shrugged and said deliberately. Freddie volunteered. I didn't say it. It turned out that Freddie and Billy had troubled to find a secret base that belonged to them before. According to Freddie, Batman has his Batcave, so they should have one too. Karla later found out that Freddie is still a superhero fan. He not only collects Marvel's comic books, but is especially obsessed with the real superheroes in this world. He is even said to have the bullet that once shot Superman. Shape-shifting, and whether it's true no one knows. In addition, Freddie also has many peripheral products of Batman, such as bat-flying darts and so on. It also includes Karla's surroundings, but because Karla's surroundings are very expensive, only a cover picture cut from a newspaper is kept. Karla felt speechless. When did she have something around? It was released by the Kate International Group, Liano Zhao, when you were filming, including your cape, and the dresses and skirts with your logo printed on them, Freddie casually revealed to Kate. Out. Karla has a headache, so forget it, there is no way to tell. Okay, play slowly by yourselves, but don't forget to go home early, Karla said after helping to seal the 7 deadly sins. Seeing that the little ones were very excited all the time, she didn't bother them, but took the initiative to withdraw and leave retreat. The Shazam family also invited her to reserve a chair for her. However, Karla refused with a smile. She is the Superman family, not the Shazam family. By the way, can you come to our school for lunch tomorrow? Suddenly, Billy made an invitation. Karla thought about it for a while and understood what was going on, so she agreed without looking back. If you treat me. After all, my appearance fee is very high. Then she left with a smile, and took time to go to Clark's house in the metropolis, where she had a little reunion with her brother, and daughter-in-law. It's finally Christmas again, and I can finally have a good rest. In Kate's office, Karla sat relaxed on the sofa chair that Kate used to entertain guests, although she usually didn't have many guests. But because of the relaxed relationship, Karla has already started stretching there in front of the boss. No way, tomorrow is Christmas. For Westerners, Christmas is just like our spring festival, and it is the biggest festival of the year. So this is a day off for almost all work, unless it is essential. Although the Kate Group is a news media, there is no holiday, because they also report news on this day, and are also responsible for road condition information and weather forecasts. But Karla is just an assistant. What does it have to do with her? Kate looked at Karla, who was in a relaxed suit, and was out of breath, with veins twitching on her forehead. Raising her hand and knocking on the table, Kate couldn't help but reminded, you first took a month off to film, and then rested for 2 or 3 days after you came back. Even if you show the photos of the new superhero group and their relationship with their daughter Superman is news from the same school, so it can't be made up for, right? How dare a person who has just rested for such a long time say that he is tired? Karla froze at first, but immediately counterattacked. I have heard about 117, it seems that there have been a lot of belonging to me around, that I don't know about recently. Because Kate already knew that Karla was the female Superman, it was easier for them to chat with each other even though they already had a good relationship. For example, Karla is obviously implying that the Kate group is responsible for her surroundings, but she has no authorization, and she has never even heard of it. But Kate didn't care at all, picked up the coffee and took a sip, said, I made the decision. Weren't you making a Marvel movie at the time? Really, as a superhero, why do you play a superhero? Besides, Black Widow is not as beautiful as you. Thank you, Karla smiled and narrowed her eyes, then came to her senses. Don't try to send me off like this. Kate felt amused. Who is going to send you away? I mean, although I don't have time to inform you, as long as you are willing to sign the receipt for me, I will give you your share of the profits. In fact, Kate only started to think about it after she knew that Karla was a female Superman. Karla didn't know that superheroes merchandise was very easy to sell and made a lot of money. Especially in terms of figures, Kate personally supervised it, because she seems to know Karla's measurement data, so the ratio naturally has to be supervised by herself. The result is that the first batch of figures has been sold out, the second batch is urgently produced, even pre-sold online, and it is planned to start production of the third batch after the next year. This is a valuable profit, provided that Karla is signed as the female Superman. But Karla looked at Kate suspiciously. Did you do it on purpose? Kate shrugged non-committally. This dialogue between the two is a bit inexplicable, but it is actually easy to understand. If Karla wants to sign, he must not sign. Karla can't, right? Isn't that exposed? She can't just sign a female Superman, and Kate can't explain it to her shareholders. There is only one way to make everyone shut up, and that is for Karla to sign with Kate in public as a female Superman, but then, Kate will actually confirm the news that their company has cooperated with a female Superman. But if Karla didn't do that, then Kate would have earned more of the money to be distributed to Karla in vain. Anyway, no matter what Karla does, she is not losing money, and making a lot of money. This bad woman. I don't care, I'm going home for Christmas, you take me to the airport. Karla is not interested in money matters. Is she short of money? Are you short of money for a god who can create a new planet anytime, anywhere? Believe it or not, I will casually build you a pure gold ball of tens of thousands of tons to play with. If Karla is willing, no one in the world can match her wealth, because she can create any known, unknown, and even all substances that are not on the earth, including gold, diamonds, emeralds and agates. In the final analysis, it is just a kind of material. That's why Karla is not, fooled, and she doesn't care about Kate's opinion as the boss, she just wants to go home for Christmas. Kate couldn't do anything about her, so she simply threw over a car key. I drive by myself, I still have a lot of companies, I don't have as much leisure as you, Grandma. Karla is an assistant, and even the boss has to call her aunt, so there is no one else. Even Kate had to prepare a car in advance, and she already understood that this car was never going to come back. Anyway, with the profit of the female Superman, the profit is guaranteed without loss. Karla bid farewell to Kate, picked up the key and left decisively. Outside, the clerks are already familiar with it. Only Shazam, because she has not been here for a long time, couldn't help but grab Wen, who was nearby, and asked curiously, speaking of which, Ms. Karla obviously has the same job as me, but she is very mysterious every day, and she seems to have a good relationship with her boss. Wen was working, and at the moment he was checking a manuscript in his hand. Subconsciously, without raising his head, he said, then definitely, I heard that she and the boss, Ms. Grant, were both published by the Planet Daily, and they were also published at the same time. Yes, haven't you heard of Miss Karla's name? It used to be very popular. Then he raised his head and met Shazam's eyes. At that time, the two had an inexplicable feeling, as if when their eyes met, there was an electric light that shocked the hearts of both of them. Are you free for Christmas? Wen asked. Shazam bit her lip. If you want to ask me out. Well, Karla can be regarded as a month old for them. Looking at Karla, in order to consider the itinerary, she still chose to drive to the airport, and then bought a ticket to fly home. This is because I don't want to make a statement. For example, she appeared in her hometown, but no matter what the itinerary, there is no record of her coming back from National City. Even if you calculate the time when she disappeared in National City and the time when she appeared in her hometown, it can be deduced that she is not an ordinary person. God knows if the official gang will really be that busy. The reason why Karla is like this is because she received information from Danny. As more and more Superman classes appear, in fact, they are mainly aimed at Superman and female Superman, who called them aliens, and the Superman Department, DEOI, has officially entered the preparatory stage. Fortunately, Danny has not revealed her ability and the necklace, so she is still Amanda's confidant, and she knows such secrets. Danny knows better that in Deo's secret documents, there are only two most important things at present. One is to detect the identity of the existing Superman class. Carla and Clark are naturally the most important, followed by Batman, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, and more. And the second one, Deo, not only needs to detect the identities of those superheroes, but also develops weapons that can deal with them. Deo was never a superhero partner, at least not initially. A grand festival like Christmas should naturally be a time for family reunion. Carla went back to her hometown first and helped Jonathan and Martha to start decorating. When it comes to Christmas, in addition to roast turkey is an essential dish, the Christmas tree should definitely be prepared early. To be honest, the roast turkey is really not delicious, but Carla dare not say it. Seeing Martha busy in the kitchen with a look of expectation, she can only secretly ask Jonathan, "Do you have to prepare a roast turkey every year? Can't it be stewed or braised?" Jonathan shrugged, "It's best not to let your mother hear it." "Well, hopefully Clark will eat more this year," Carla muttered. Clark felt a chill down his spine for no reason on the way here. In order to decorate the Christmas tree, Carla flew to her farm and broke a large pine tree. Generally, the trees used to decorate Christmas trees are mainly evergreen trees, and the so-called evergreen trees do not refer to specific trees, but trees that do not shed leaves in winter, called evergreen trees. After all, Christmas is in winter, and it snows in a certain country. For example, Carla's farm is now full of whiteness, and this year is still a white Christmas. The sky is full of snowflakes and the sky is dyed white. It is very beautiful, and Carla rarely has a girlish heart. She opened her hands to catch snowflakes, and she had a great time playing. Speaking of an evergreen tree, it does not mean that it will not lose its leaves. The difference between it and a deciduous tree is that a deciduous tree will lose most or all of its leaves in autumn and winter. New leaves, some pine and cypress leaves will stay on the trunk after they are old and withered and will not fall. In recent years, many countries have advocated that everyone is responsible for caring for trees, and that artificial Christmas trees similar to plastic products should be used instead of real trees. However, for a certain countryman, it is directly ignored. There is only one Christmas a year, but a few trees, who cares? What's more, Carla's home is still in the countryside, where there are many trees and no one cares about it. The main reason is that their old man has a stubborn temper. In fact, he should have seen Jonathan's rigidity long ago. Want him to compromise? It's better not to dream. Carla can't stand these old Chinese people sometimes. Where is Carla? Suddenly, the old mother's call came from the house. Carla quickly reached out to knock off the snowflakes on her body, and rushed into the door. "What's the matter, mother?" Martha muttered amusedly and angrily. "Who is the mother? We don't have a monarchy." "Why? When it comes to the history of a certain country, you can know that it used to be a European colony headed by Yingguo, and Yingguo was a monarchy. Until now, the royal family still retains huge amounts of power and status. And when a certain country overthrew the rule of the colonists, the banners they played included overthrowing the ruler's rule and fighting for freedom. So it is very bad to dare to talk about a dictator in a certain country. The governors of the states, including a certain country, actually adopt the self-government method. Generally speaking, if the governor and the president disagree, then they can only play their own way. Cough, cough, talk too much, just spit out casually, don't talk about it. Carla came to the kitchen and asked Martha what she wanted to do. As a result, Martha picked up something and stuffed it into her mouth, and asked if it was delicious. Carla was not worried at all, and chewed with her eyes closed. It was a piece of cake that had just been baked, and it was also the staple food tonight. In a certain country, rice is not eaten. In addition to bread, cake or pizza, the staple food is sometimes replaced by roasted dried beans. Definitely because pizza is more troublesome to make, most of them are ordered for takeaway. It's a bit sweet, Dad may not be able to eat it, and Clark, Carla said as she made a comment, while tilting her head and searching for something in the kitchen. Martha pushed her away with a funny face. "It's time for Clark and his family to have dinner, don't try to steal it. Go, help your father put up the Christmas tree. He doesn't let me get close. He keeps secrets every year. Really, I'm almost 50 years old. Do you still want to prepare a gift for me?" Although Carla said so, her big eyes were shining, obviously in anticipation of presents. Martha sighed behind her. "Knowing that I am already this old, I brought back a grandson for me. Clark's child is almost 15 years old. If Carla is struck by lightning, as long as this topic is mentioned, she can only retreat and come out honestly." Going outside, Jonathan in the living room was about to hang presents on the Christmas tree, and turned his back quickly when he saw Carla. He knew that Carla could see through these gift boxes and see what was inside. But Carla will not be so disappointed. She also wants to wait until after dinner to enjoy the fun of unpacking the gift boxes. Looking for flowers. So Carla ran to the sofa and lay on her back, took out her mobile phone and called Clark. "Where have you been?" Because Clark was driving, it was Louise who answered the phone and replied, "I've arrived in town. Is there anything else I need to buy, Aunt?" That was the voice of little Jonathan, a child full of energy and sensible. Carla agreed with a smile, and then said to Louise, "There is nothing necessary, just come here quickly, and you can have dinner when you arrive." "It's definitely my sister who's hungry, or what Mama cooked up this year," complained Clark, who knew all too well why Carla was urging them. Carla gritted her teeth and hung up the phone, and started calling others again. First of all, it was Danny and Jennifer. Only then did they learn that the former had returned, because Danny had broken up with her boyfriend for many years, and now she was single, so she could only go back to her hometown to spend Christmas with her parents like Carla. So the two made an appointment to find a place to have a drink in the evening. As for Jennifer, needless to say, she must be hosting the Christmas party at the Wayne Manor. Given Bruce's social status, their house must be lively all night long. Even the reception and the dance party have already begun. Jennifer knew Carla would call herself, otherwise she would not have heard the ringtone. On the phone, Jennifer sighed and expressed her envy for Carla. She also wanted to spend Christmas with her family quietly, instead of arranging social dances for Christmas. Carla quickly reminded her, "Don't let Bruce hear, or he will definitely drive all the guests away. That guy, not only willful, but also loves his wife more and more, especially his daughter Helena. Whoever dares to say no, he will kill the other party with Batman's eyes." Afterwards, Carla called Green Lantern Hal and learned that the latter had a lively family, and that Carol had accepted his marriage proposal. Carla quickly hung up the phone and called Diana again, only to learn that Diana was alone. Because it is difficult to go back after leaving Paradise Island, and to prevent Ares, the god of war, from provoking war in the world again, Diana can only stay here forever. Carla took advantage of the opportunity to invite Diana to their family's Christmas dinner. After all, Diana has lived in the human world for decades. She is forbidden to say hundreds of years, and she still has some friends, and her friends have invited her. But Diana declined the kindness of her friends, because she didn't want to hinder the Christmas dinner at other people's homes, and she was more worried that there would be no topic and it would be embarrassing. But at Carla's kind invitation, Diana readily accepted her kindness, because she didn't have to shy away from being a superhero at Carla's house, and there were many topics to talk about. It's just that it's so late, even if you want to come, it will take time. You wait for me. Carla hung up the phone, teleporting directly to Diana's home with a thought. She's been to Diana's. Diana was not surprised either. She was about to greet Carla with a smile, but was suddenly hugged by Carla. Diana froze, a little embarrassed. I heard Carla say again, "It's really 077 yes, why is it so pitiful? No one will accompany you at Christmas, I should have said it earlier." It turned out that Carla was feeling sorry for her being alone, and it was too pitiful. Diana breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little disappointed for no reason. As for the disappointment, she shook her head and didn't dare to think deeply about it. The Amazons on Paradise Island only have women, and once the newborns are male, they will be sent away, so it is inevitable that many sisters have close relationships. This is normal. In fact, in some comic plots, Wonder Woman and Supergirl have formed a CP, just like Harley Quinn and Wonder Girl also formed CP. Okay, let's go there. The Clark family should be here too, and dinner is about to start. Carla let go of Diana, greeted first, then held Diana's little hand, and the two disappeared into the room in an instant. When it reappears, it has returned to Carla's hometown. When they came back, the Clark family had already arrived. Clark greeted Diana with the family. Carla also introduced this friend to her parents. Jonathan and Martha obviously heard some things about Diana, including the incident caused by Bane before, and they also watched it on TV. So they warmly entertained Diana to sit down. Jonathan was a little worried. He didn't prepare Diana's gift. "It doesn't matter, you can give her my gift. I guess this year must be books too," Carla said generously, "and don't look at Carla like this. In fact, she is a female academic master, and she likes reading and collecting books very much. So almost every Christmas present, Jonathan prepares books for her. It's not impossible to buy other things on weekdays, and Christmas gifts still have some meaning. Looks like next year I'm going to make a change," Jonathan muttered to himself. Maybe it's time for a change. Because Carla always guesses what the gift he is going to give, it seems a little reconciled. Now that Clark and the others had arrived, Carla also brought Diana, and everyone sat down around the dining table after exchanging pleasantries. Martha has set the dining table according to the schedule of the Clark family. There is only one oven of cakes that has not been baked yet, but there is already an oven that has been baked, so it is not too bad. The reason why we have to bake another cake is that the previous one was too sweet, and Jonathan and Clark were a bit uncomfortable with it, but for others, especially Carla and Louise and Diana, it seemed just right. Little Jonathan looked melancholy and wanted to eat sweet cakes, but Louise stared at him frequently, which made Carla feel funny. It turned out that little Jonathan started to have a toothache for some reason recently, perhaps because he was too greedy for desserts, and tooth decay began to appear at such a young age. A certain country is actually very particular about teeth. Seeing a dentist is like going to a big hospital. Some dental health is not good, and even the dentist will stare and criticize. Simply insane. Carla secretly said to little Jonathan, "It's okay, I can take you back to New Krypton for treatment. It's definitely much better than Earth." "Thanks, Auntie." Little Jonathan immediately turned his worries into joys. Louise sighed, "Sister, just spoil him, be careful not to spoil him. The Al family and the Kent family are only one child now. It is impossible to count on me. Who else can love him if he doesn't love him?" Carla is honest, it is impossible for her to get married and have children. It is impossible to fall in love with anyone in this life. One is that no one can fall in her eyes, and the other is that she knows that this is the world of the DC universe. The settings and the stories written by the pen go to be with others. To be honest, this kind of truth is actually very scary, such as next door. In short, when Professor X learned in Deadpool's brain that they were in a comic world, the greatest wise man went crazy. 0. It is well known that Deadpool can break the four-dimensional wall, so Deadpool is one of the few characters who knows that he is a comic book character. I don't know if Deadpool's madness has anything to do with this. Most famously, Deadpool once killed his own editor. In the DC and Marvel universes, there are many masters who can affect reality, even cartoonists and editorial departments, although it is also set by the editor. But there are two big bosses who really kill their own editors. One is Deadpool, and the other is the supreme little Superman of the Superman family. The former stormed into the Marvel editorial office, and the latter stormed into the DC editorial office. Faced with Karla's frankness and self-spoofing, Jonathan and Martha could only sigh helplessly. There was nothing they could do about this older daughter. In fact, since she was a child, Karla has been very concerned about being positive. In short, she has her own ideas. Fortunately, she has never had to worry about Jonathan and Martha for her. I hope she can live her life well. Okay, everyone raise your glass. Merry Christmas. Karla didn't want to talk about her own affairs and such a heavy topic, raised her glass, and called everyone to toast to celebrate Christmas. For a while, the atmosphere in the Kent family was very lively. After a lively dinner, Martha began to clear the table, and Louise hurried over to help. Jonathan pulled Clark aside and sat down facing each other, chatting about Clark's family and work. True 0.2 Yes, every year the turkey is hardly touched. Martha was complaining about the leftovers of this year's roast turkey. Roasted turkey is the most skill-testing main dish for any hostess, but how to say turkey meat? It is really difficult to make delicious. How to say that adjective? Chai. It's not bad, but it's not tasty either. Where are you going? Suddenly Martha noticed that Karla didn't even quarrel with her, and subconsciously looked up to see that Karla and Diana had already changed into their going-out clothes, obviously going out. Karla greeted, "Let's go to Danny for a drink," and introduced Diana to her by the way. She was very unhappy that she was not asked to act together last time, and she is still a fan of Diana. Diana smiled and nodded to everyone in the room. "Thank you for your hospitality, then I will take my leave first." Although Karla's family's farm is outside the city, with her and Diana's strength, they can easily drive to a nearby town without driving. At one of the few pubs that party all night for Christmas, Karla and Diana find Danny dancing on the dance floor. Karla called Danny over with a look of disgust, and skillfully asked the bar owner to bring a bottle of whiskey, the kind of pure whiskey without ice or water. Whiskey is a kind of spirits, and it is a very famous kind, let alone girls, even men usually drink some ice cubes. "Stop getting in the way, Mom," Karla grumbled. Danny shrugged, threw her arms around Karla, and retorted, "We're all big moms here. Right, Robert?" Robert is the owner of the bar, because today is Christmas after all, and all the guys are on holiday, but the tradition of this bar is Christmas carnival night, so he had to come to work. Moreover, Robert is not the first owner of this store. In fact, it is his family's ancestral property, and he only took over it 2 years ago. And Robert carefully glanced at Karla, smiled and didn't dare to speak. "She won't hit you, after all, you are so old." Danny naturally knew what was going on, and joked with a smile. Robert also has an identity. He was the same student as Danny and Karla, and because he was a bad boy when he was in school, he was bullied almost from middle school to high school. The reason is that he used to be a bully before. "It's been so many years, ha ha ha, I've invited you." Robert is very smart. Looking at the back of Robert hiding in the distance, Danny continued to laugh and joked, "I didn't expect that your name of Dolly Girl still has such a great deterrent effect until now." Diana, who was on the side, kept watching until at the moment before she said indifferently, "It's not good to bully others." She also saw it. Didn't Karla do bullying when she was a student? Danny suddenly became excited, and went to pull Diana behind Karla's back, and whispered to her, "You don't know, Karla used to be known as a tyrant in school. Everyone who knew her had been severely taught by her, but it was very powerful." Karla poured herself a glass of wine, and while drinking, smiled helplessly as she watched Danny arrange herself there. While that's not exactly choreography, it's the truth. But there's a reason for that. Danny wasn't considered a bad friend, and she excused Karla afterwards. "At first it was because of me and Jennifer, our other sister, because Karla and her were too pretty, so there were bad boys who harassed them and even bullied them. Karla did that to protect me and Jennifer and help us get rid of those assholes. Isn't it, Robert?" Robert pretended not to hear, silently concocted 3 glasses of cocktails and brought them over. Danny let out a smug laugh. Karla shook her head and gave her own glass of cocktail to Danny. She doesn't like this kind of thing that tastes like a drink. If she wants to drink, she must drink alcoholic wine. At most, she can only accept beer, not cocktails. Danny, her name is Diana. Diana, Danny is Jennifer and I's good sisters. Karla introduced the two of them, and winked at Danny. Wonder Woman. Donnie's eyes lit up, and she held Diana's hand even more excitedly. "It seems that she really is a fan of Diana. I've seen your profile," Danny said suddenly. "You were in World War I. Karla let out a dry cough behind her, finally interrupting Danny's excitement. Danny also turned her head and looked around. With the faces and figures of Karla and Diana, this place has long been the focus of the bar. Even before Karla and Diana came, Dani was so self-conscious that she was actually one of the focal points. Although Dani is in her 40s, but because of her work, in order to better deal with emergencies, she exercises regularly and is in good shape. With the blessing of that magic necklace, Dani has become younger and her figure is better. It is absolutely impossible to tell these secrets in front of so many people. Dani stopped the topic decisively, but still couldn't hide her excitement. She picked up 2 cups and handed them to Diana in front of her, and touched the cups. "I'm your fan." Diana had no choice but to have a drink with her with a wry smile. In fact, Diana seemed a little reserved today, and Karla was also surprised. She thought it was because of the unfamiliar environment, but it didn't seem to be the case. And when the eyes of the two meet, there is always an inexplicable feeling. Probably is. "By the way, Karla, I heard that your movie has been released. Do you want to go and see it?" Dani said suddenly. It turns out that Iron Man's second film is already filming and will be released just in time for Christmas. Karla is one of the leading actors. Others do not know. Friends definitely know that she is the actor who plays Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Even Diana was interested. "Go and see." Karla had nothing to do with them, and the 3 girls walked out of the bar one after another, heading for the cinema not far away. As for the wailing in the bar because of the departure of the 3 beauties, it doesn't matter. The movie theater did not close its doors, but planned to take advantage of Christmas Eve to make more money. It's just that in such a small city, every family chooses to spend Christmas Eve with their families, which makes it even more deserted than usual. The 3 of them bought 3 seats at the corners to enter the venue, and found that this approach was simply unnecessary, because there was no one else in the screening hall near midnight except the 3 of them. So they sat down generously in the middle, with Karla in the middle, Diana and Dani on the left and right. They also bought some drinks and popcorn when they came in. Karla was the best, holding a bag of beer by her feet, ready to order drinks with the popcorn and the movie. "Wonder Woman, I'm your fan." Dani finally let go to express her admiration to Diana. "Especially you led our country to victory in World War I. You are so handsome." Karla looked at the small hands that the 2 held in front of her eyes, and rolled her eyes, warning you not to get involved in politics. "Just a few words on this kind of topic, don't push your nose." Dani stuck out her tongue, walked a bottle of beer from Karla's feet, and asked Diana if she wanted any. The latter shook his head reservedly. "Okay, it's time to talk about business." Karla's expression suddenly became serious. Dani paused in her hand, and pretended to open the bottle cap as usual and took a sip, but her arms trembled slightly. "They really did that? Well, after all, even I know that Wonder Woman appeared in World War I. What do you think? When did they find it?" When the atmosphere became serious, Diana's expression also became serious, and her tone was full of worry. "I remember that I have already deleted all the information. Obviously not." Dani no longer looked like a little fangirl, and even took out a photo from her pocket and handed it over. In the twilight of the film that had already begun, both Karla and Diana could see the above image, Diana standing in the center, surrounded by her teammates, which was filmed after a certain battle. "Steve," Diana whispered her former boyfriend's name. Karla frowned slightly, and muttered, "Do you want Captain America's name?" Since there are Marvel comics in this world, Diana definitely knows what Karla means. Steve Rogers, the superhero in Marvel comics, is called Captain America. Diana rolled her eyes and reminded, "The story of Captain America is World War II, and the Steve one know is World War I. Also, don't be so jealous, we are just friends, he is not my boyfriend." Dani opened her mouth wide and looked at the 2 in disbelief. Karla explained, she was joking, "We were just friends." In fact, in the initial setting of the Golden Age, this Steve was also a character during World War II, and he and Diana became lovers and husbands and wives at the earliest time. However, since the origin story has become during World War I, the setting has naturally been changed. At least in this world, Steve was Diana's friend and originally accompanied Diana as a guide. In fact, in the later setting, Steve's wife became his adjutant, and he and Diana had no fate. As for why Diana said that sentence, it's still the same sentence. The Amazons only have women, so it's normal for them, and it's common for girls to marry girls. After all, Paradise Island has its own peculiarities. The island is full of women, but you find a woman of the opposite sex to marry them? It's just that in Karla's eyes, they haven't developed a relationship of lovers yet. Karla said in her heart that Superman and Diana in another world are about to have children. What is going on in this world when she and Diana form a CP? Both siblings are in the hands of this woman? But I have to say that Diana is very beautiful, even the first character in this book to appear in pictures. Chapter 249. Let's not talk about this. Karla took a sip of wine, and continued to ask Dani, "Other than that? What is Amanda's attitude towards Diana? And what about our information?" Dani sighed. "The Super Investigation Department has formally formed a team, and Amanda has the power to decide the countermeasures against superhero. That is to say, she can choose to accept, choose to be hostile, or choose to continue investigating you, or you can choose to hide it or make it public." Karla frowned, as did Diana. Once the superhero's identity is exposed, it will be difficult to continue living among ordinary people. Not only will the enemy continue to make trouble, but many ordinary people will also make trouble. For example, if Karla did not deal with the oil tanker well last time, but made a mistake or caused a bad result, Countless people would definitely blame Carla instead of the person in charge of the incident. But who remembers that Carla went to the rescue because of the incident? People don't care about that. You're a superhero, you have to carry this, you can only make things perfect, even if there is a little bit of flaws, it's your fault. Is it unreasonable? Wrong, this is exactly the truth. Didn't Carla once said that people always demand others with the standards of saints, and then demand themselves with the standards of sluts? The slut here is not a swear word, it is just an adjective for a saint, and it can be described as a villain. How relaxed is a person who completely ignores morality? What is the difference between Batman and Joker? Isn't it because one demands himself by the standard of a saint, and the other demands himself by the standard of a villain? Regardless of other things, Joker and Batman are twin brothers, they are exactly the same. If Joker wears Batman's helmet and outfit, and acts according to Batman's standards, he is Batman. If Batman no longer restrains himself, but is as crazy and bottomless as Joker, he is Joker. Sometimes Carla asked Bruce to look in the mirror often, because he was worried that he would accidentally lose control, and asked him to always remember that he was Batman, not Joker. Even without taking into account the laughing bat, the god Batman who sits in the Mobius chair, has almost become the Joker countless times. Good thing he's Batman after all. It's a bit of a stretch. Carla, Danny, and Diana, the three women did not get together to watch a movie, but used the excuse of watching a movie to communicate quietly under the cover of the movie. Deo has been established, and it can be said that its purpose is to deal with Superman-like things headed by Superman and female Superman. They may be the enemy of all Superman classes, including superhero. Moreover, the Super Investigation Department has already investigated some information about Diana. If the Super Investigation Department is willing, Diana's identity and information can be released now. It's just that even the Super Investigation Department and Amanda couldn't find out Diana's weakness. The reason is that Diana is a child of God. Unlike Kryptonians whose power comes from the golden sun, Diana's power comes from blood. She is a demigod body with the power of a god king. If Zeus is regarded as Yuga Khan, one of the two sides is the old god Olympus, the king of God, and the other is the king of the new Protoss apocalypse, then Diana's status can almost be compared with Darkseid. It goes without saying how powerful Darkseid is. With Diana's full set of divine attire, even her big brother Ares, who is the god of war, can defeat her. She has few flaws. In fact, even Carla has shortcomings, even though Carla is no longer afraid of kryptonite, but until now, she still cannot bear the weakening of the red sun's rays. Good lord, Carla is offset by the ring's energy star cover. Don't forget this point. It was mentioned that the reason why Carla was able to get close to the red sun was because she protected herself layer by layer with the ring of 10 lights and the ability cover of psychokinesis. She is not stupid. Whose data has been collected so far? Carla asked worriedly. Danny looked deeply at Carla and sighed. That's exactly what I'm worried about, Carla. Your and Clark's identities have been exposed. What? Carla was taken aback. That's what worries her the most. But what's the matter? It was Lake Sluther who discovered Clark's identity, then deduced your identity, and told Amanda the news. In exchange, he got the opportunity to get close to the mother box. The mother box, many people may have forgotten, this is the foreshadowing that has been planted a long time ago. What Carla was most worried about happened, but the question is, how did Clark discover his identity? Carla, do you really think that your super hypnotic ability is invincible? Even if you wear a mask and a battlesuit, you will be recognized by familiar people, let alone you don't wear a mask, Danny complained. Superman and female Superman don't wear masks. We symbolize hope. You don't want Hope to wear a mask, do you? Carla retorted angrily. Superman and female Superman are different from other superheroes. It's not that they don't wear masks, but they can't. If even Superman, the symbol of hope, wears a mask, what else can people believe in? The main thing is, also, as you said, super hypnotic ability is really invincible. What's going on? I don't believe that Lakes can recognize Clark casually. Carla still couldn't believe that Lakes recognized Clark in his own way identity. Danny spread her hands. Well, actually Clark had to continue to listen to Lakes taunting Superman and you, female Superman, once, and accidentally knocked off his glasses, which revealed his identity. We all know that glasses are one of the conditions for casting spells. As long as Carla and Clark wear glasses, they will become ordinary in the eyes of others. No one would believe that such ordinary people can be such superheroes. And once the glasses are knocked off, their wise and martial temperament will be exposed. However, Amanda and I speculated that Lakes still had doubts, so he deliberately knocked off your brother Clark's glasses, and it turned out that just as he speculated, Clark is Superman, Danny said of her and Amanda's conjecture. In fact, Lakes still had some doubts, so he did that. It turned out that Clark was really Superman, just as Lakes guessed. I think Lakes must be pissed. He has always regarded Superman as a thorn in his side, and it turned out that one of his few good friends Clark is Superman. Carla suddenly smirked. Danny was speechless to this heartless woman. Now is not the time to laugh. And on the contrary, Danny showed a worried expression. Lakes didn't say anything, but quietly, for some reason, he found out about the plan of the Super Investigation Department, and even contacted Amanda, in exchange for news about you and Clark, got the opportunity to study the mother box. You mean the mother box? Diana on the other side wanted to speak before, but she never found, Cade, the opportunity. The mother box, this foreshadowing was buried as early as chapter 34, and I didn't expect it to be dug out until today. I really admire myself. The mother box is a technological product of Apocalypse and has many functions. The two most important ones are that the mother box can open the sonic boom channel, which acts as a portal effect, allowing the Apocalypse star to directly invade other planets. There is also a function, with the huge power of the mother box, it can directly transform a planet, which can simulate the ecological environment of Kai star. As mentioned earlier, the new Protoss has two planets. One is the new creation star, which is equivalent to heaven, and the other is the well-known Apocalypse star, which is compared to hell. The ecological environment of the Apocalypse star can be said to be even worse than the legendary hell. Once a certain planet is transformed into that state by the mother box, there is no need for the Apocalypse star to do anything, and the life on the planet will perish. Moreover, with the technology of Apocalypse, the mother box can be used to directly transform the defeated planetary civilization into a demon-like army, which is the most famous biochemical army in the universe, but it can only be ranked second. Sorry, the number one biochemical army and the most powerful army is the Day of Destruction of Krypton, and even the army of Apocalypse 100,000 years ago was defeated. Not to mention that with an ordinary demon-like army, just one Doomsday can destroy most of the Legion, and two Doomsdays can directly destroy the regiment. If you don't consider the speed and time issues, in fact, a Doomsday in a complete state is enough to single-handedly wipe out the entire army of demons. As for why the mother box appeared on the Earth, the reason is also very simple. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, in the ancient times, Atlantis had not yet fallen to the bottom of the sea. In that era, the star Apocalypse bypassed Krypton and directly invaded the Earth through a sonic boom channel. At that time, Apocalypse didn't know that Krypton had already suffered a lot of damage due to Doomsday, and it was no longer able to stop Apocalypse from invading the Milky Way. But even so, Apocalypse had to bypass Krypton. It can be seen how much damage and blows Krypton caused to Apocalypse. I believe it has left a psychological shadow. At that time, the new gods had not completely replaced the old gods. Under the leadership of the old gods, the Earth gathered the Atlanteans, the Amazons, and even the various ethnic groups on the Earth at that time. Even Green Lantern, who guards this sector, got involved. A great war broke out, and the result was that the invasion of Apocalypse was repulsed, and even 3 mother boxes had to be discarded and left on the Earth. The 3 mother boxes were later divided into 3 parts. The Amazons and the Atlantis each guarded 1 mother box, and the third was handed over to humans for protection. For the sake of safety, the ancient gods and the leaders of various ancient human races jointly buried the human mother box. But just a few years ago, the dead humans had dug out the mother box, and it is said that research has already begun, and this is the origin story of Cyborg. Here I want to interject, there was a logic problem in someone's movie, because Cyborg had already appeared in the Easter egg of Superman War, that is to say, before Superman died, the mother box was actually activated, not because of Superman's the mother box is activated only after death. It is better to say that the mother box is originally energy, just like Marvel's Infinite Gems, originally is the energy source, there is no need to activate it at all. Also, the mother box has been on the Earth for so many years, and there was no Superman before. So the mother box is always activated, or in other words, always in the open state. But the death of Superman caused fear. When the hopeful Superman died suddenly, people felt despair. Despair is the food of demons, so they first attracted demons, and then let Steppenwolf find an opportunity to open the sonic boom channel again. Personal opinion. Now, Lakes concealed that he already knew that Clark was Superman, even Clark didn't know, and was deceived by Lakes. In fact, Lakes had already used this news to reach a consensus with Amanda behind the scenes. Lakes temporarily got the mother box, and he can use it for one of his experiments. What does he want to do, was a question on both Carla's and Diana's minds. Donnie's expression suddenly became weird. Tell me, maybe you don't believe it. Carla was a little anxious. What the hell? Donnie's tone became a little strange. He got Clark's gene. Then what? Carla didn't find it strange. Given the relationship between Lakes and Clark, and under the circumstance that Clark didn't know that he had revealed his identity, it was not difficult for Lakes to get genes, such as used cups, stained hair follicles, even a mouthful of saliva, and used napkins are hard to guard against. But what is it? Carla, Danny said finally, taking Carla's hand. Lakes wants to use his genes and Clark's genes to clone a child of theirs. Huh. Carla was dumbfounded. Was it such a breaking news when it first came up? Carla was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Carla asked subconsciously. Although I really want to nod, but unfortunately, it's true. Danny also showed a strange expression because of the exaggeration of the news. Because normally, who would have thought that Lakes would be so crazy that he would combine the genes of 2 big men to clone a child? But speaking of it, the genes of men and women are only the difference between Y and X at the end of the gene sequence group. The number of somatic chromosomes in the human body is 23 pairs, of which 22 pairs are shared by men and women, called autosomes. In other words, except for the 23rd pair, the chromosomes of men and women are the same. In theory, since Kryptonians and Earthlings can have offspring, the chromosomes of Kryptonians and Earthlings should also be the same. Only the 23rd pair of chromosomes, boys are XY, girls are XX. Still, in theory, Lake's madness could have been successful. But that's just scientifically speaking. Damn, this is too crazy. Carla was still shocked, and even felt that the three views were going to be shattered. Why would he do that? Diana put her hand on Carla's shoulder to calm her down, but she was more concerned about what Lake's purpose was. He couldn't have done it because he was infatuated with Superman. Diana didn't believe that was the reason. Dani looked at the two worriedly, but she didn't say anything, and continued. He wants to deal with Superman. He wants to prove that he can copy Superman's power, and he is more obedient than Superman, and it is Earth's Superman, not aliens. Starman's Superman. He wants to replace Clark with this kid. Carla finally figured it out. It seems that Lake still wants to replace Superman, even though he already knows that Superman is Clark. That's right. Then who's next? Me? I won't let anyone get my genes, or I'll kill him. Carla couldn't help but feel his hair stand up at the thought that someone might use his genes indiscriminately. Once she thought that even if she had nothing to do with her, but someone took the genetic tissue from her saliva and used it to cultivate a child with her genes, Carla felt a chill down her spine. Diana also nodded empathetically. I will help you then. Am I a little redundant? Dani has a more and more obvious sense of repulsion. Should she stay under the seat? Just like the song, I should be under the car, not in the car. Carla was a little embarrassed, and coughed dryly. You think too much. Okay, is there anything else you want to tell us? I have heard such a shocking news, and I believe there is nothing that can shock me more. Carla described Lake's plan as thrilling. That was indeed too thrilling. How could Louise think that her rival in love was not Kate's cat that always wanted to steal it, but the bald guy Lake Sluther? He is not actually bald now. Then they exchanged the information that Dani now has. Dani deserves to be Amanda's confidant, and it is a wise choice for her to stay in Amanda's group. At least she brought much needed news. In fact, Amanda even got in touch with Batman, but Amanda didn't know who Batman and Oracle Man really were. She got in touch through Chief Gordon. In fact, this is easy to understand. Harvey already knew that Gordon and Batman were connected, and the evidence was the broken lamp. Let alone Amanda, this woman is more terrifying than Harvey, including in many stories, Amanda and Batman often kill each other to show respect. How can a woman who can compete with Batman be so simple? This is Amanda. She has been secretly in contact with Batman, and she has some deals with each other, especially for those prisoners sent by Batman, formerly of Task Force X. There's a lot of news besides that. Amanda is contacting Green Lantern Hal, that idiot who may have given clues to Carol without knowing it. It's just that Amanda is not in a hurry to do anything right now. She just instructed a certain Air Force unit to recruit Carol as a technical consultant and gave her the rank of captain. Carla doesn't need to say much, because Clark's relationship has obviously been exposed. If you don't ask, you don't know. If you ask, you will be shocked. The superheroes still think that they are hiding very deeply, but they don't know that they already have a crime record in the official. It's just that the officials don't dare to provoke them. In Donnie's words, do you know how Amanda evaluates your siblings? 0 looking for flowers. Dani was obviously referring to Carla and Clark. Carla shook her head. Dani said without any hesitation, she said that once you get angry, you can tear up the earth casually, so even if you know this, even if you already know who you are, I don't want to anger you. So the Super Investigation Department is specially established. The team that fixes the Superman stuff is also there to wipe your ass. If someone else has noticed you, they'll fix it for you instead. Carla is not surprised at all, because she can literally destroy the earth with a wave, although she will not do that. But others don't know if she will do that. In order to prevent such things from happening, definitely have to protect everything. It seems that for the time being, the Chow Chow department should not become enemies. And Miss Diana, in fact, your friend Steve has given some of your information to the higher authorities. We all know that you are demigod body, and we also know that you are from Paradise Island. The same Super Investigation Department dare not disclose your existence. After all, you know, you are a system of Greek mythology, and what is believed here is God. Dani pointed her finger in the direction above her head. In fact, Dani does not belong to God's system. She should be an African myth, and she is a follower of the spider god. And what Dani said is right. Once the world sees the daughter of Zeus, they will know that the gods of Olympus are real. Huge amounts of impact. So Diana doesn't have to worry about her identity being exposed. It's just that Diana complained, Steve. Don't blame Steve, Miss Diana. You know he's in the army, and with your behavior at the time, he's always going to have to give an answer to the people above, Dani said in fairness to Steve. But it is undeniable that Steve still told about Diana. Or maybe it wasn't Steve who said it, maybe someone else who knew you said it. Carla also patted Diana's upturned leg comfortingly. Diana rolled her eyes at Carla. When she comforted Carla just now, she pressed her shoulder, but when Carla comforted her, she patted her leg. At least for now, Dani, maybe I won't be able to introduce you to everyone, Carla regretted. She knew that Dani had liked these since she was a child. After all, they could always chat together, and the three girls were all fans of superhero. It's just that Carla was the only superhero at the beginning, or she can be sure that she will become one in the future. Later, Jennifer succeeded Carla as the second-generation Oracle Man, and Dani finally had the opportunity to join them as Vixen. But judging from the current situation, she should continue to stay with Amanda. There is always a feeling that we are the villains secretly planning something, Dani said dumbfounded, feeling that they were discussing something bad like those villains in the movie. There is no way around this, Carla said helplessly. Obviously their superheroes were on the side of justice, but April 27th always felt that they were a threat. It can only be said that only originally threatening people will feel that others are a threat. Then they got up and walked out, regardless of the fact that the movie had already been staged to the exciting part. Don't you think this movie is a bit boring? Suddenly, Danny couldn't help complaining, and asked Carla, this is what you filmed? Isn't this villain too weak? Carla Tanshaw, actually, this movie pays more attention to other deep-seated things. That's not Marvel style, ha ha ha. Is it DC style? Okay. If I have to say, the villain of Iron Man 2 is really not exciting enough, and different from the previous happy style. The overall style of the Iron Man 2 movie is rather depressing. Tony used the reactor to prevent the fragments left by the bomb fragments in the first movie from entering the heart, and the reactor also became the energy source of the Iron Man battlesuit, which led to him being poisoned. There's no way to cure that, and with his current situation of not being able to leave the reactor, he has no choice at all. So Tony thought he was going to die, so he did a lot of things, such as arranging the funeral and so on. The entire first half of the movie is both depressing and overwhelming, and many places are a bit inexplicable. To put it simply, the villain once studied a mecha battlesuit that Colonel Rhodes took from Tony, but he really didn't study a battlesuit for himself. In fact, Whiplock also built a set of steel battlesuits for himself, but in the end his attack method was a pair of whips powered by nuclear reactors. Isn't it really a joke? Even if you make an Iron Overlord. In short, compared with the success of the first Iron Man movie, it can be said that many people have been disappointed. However, the Easter eggs at the end of Iron Man 2 keep people looking forward to it, because at the end of the second Iron Man movie, a hammer appeared. Anyone familiar with Marvel Comics knows who that represents. Thor by Norse mythology. Humph, Diana snorted disdainfully when she heard the topic of Thor. Carla was amused. The old gods were mentioned earlier. Since there are the gods of Olympus in Greek mythology, there will definitely be other mythological systems. Perhaps Greek mythology and Norse mythology are still a bit at odds? Diana is Greek mythology after all. Okay Danny, it seems that today's party can only end here. After some secret exchange of news, Carla had to say goodbye to Danny here. Danny seemed to already know what they were going to do next, so she didn't bother, just reminded, don't be too late. Pfft, what are you thinking? Carla almost sprayed her face. I'm going to find Lakes. I just learned that he is so bold, I will definitely stop him. I didn't say anything else, Danny smirked, covering her mouth. Carla is embarrassed, a little self-confident. Let's go Diana. Carla had no choice but to quickly turn around so that Danny didn't notice her expression, greeted Diana, held Diana's arm with open hands, and flew up with her. It wasn't like this when he came here. Donnie looked at the figures of the two flying away quickly, and shook her head. I hope you are happy. On the other side, under the night sky, Carla took Diana straight to the direction of the metropolis. They didn't go back to Carla's hometown, but went straight to Lake's Luthor group. The two of them didn't speak a word along the way, each with a pensive expression. If that's true, what are you going to do? Diana raised her head suddenly and asked Carla from an upward angle. Carla lowered her head, and the two eyes intertwined. Carla shook her head slightly, as if she didn't understand the meaning of her words. She gritted her teeth and said, that bastard wants to have a baby with my younger brother, with the genes of two big men? It's really audacious. And the mother box is very dangerous, absolutely must not let he continue to run amok. Carla, and even the strengths and hidden dangers of the mother box, maybe this is a good opportunity to grab, the mother box. Diana lowered her head in disappointment. That's it. If you can trust me, you can let me send the mother box to Paradise Island for safekeeping. Just forget it. Like this? Don't get me wrong, Diana, it's not that I don't believe you, but the mother box may be very dangerous. If you put both mother boxes on Paradise Island, God knows what will happen, Carla quickly explained. She is really worried that once the mother box opens the sonic boom channel and attracts the army of apocalypse stars, it will bring disaster to the Amazons. Besides, this is the mother box of human beings after all. If it is also taken to Paradise Island, I am worried that it will intensify the conflict between humans and Amazons. You have done good things, but you are suspected instead. Isn't it pitiful? Carla is also doing it for Diana. Consider. Carla is not suspicious of human beings, but there are always people who think of good people as bad people. There are always more strange things in the real world than in novels. Some of the strange things that happen in the real world dare not even be written in novels. Diana's expression looks much better at 5.7. Here we are. At this time, Carla and Diana had already flown to the building of the Luthor Group. Even the Luthor Group, a big consortium like the Wayne Group in Gotham City, was very quiet in the at the moment building. After all, it was Christmas, and it was already night. Employees take a break. Carla and Diana looked at each other again, nodded to each other, and tore off their clothes one after another, revealing the battlesuit hidden inside. Perhaps this is already the standing state of superhero. And the two were not afraid of the cold, so they just fell on the roof, found the stairs leading to the roof, opened the locked iron door violently, and went in like this. Carla locked Luthor's whereabouts with supervision. He was in a secret laboratory on multiple floors underground, and was busy creating his and Clark's children. A former businessman and philanthropist, Lakes has been one of the most successful businessmen since he took over the family business. But since Superman debuted and appeared in front of the world with the superheroes in Gotham City, he has changed. Before he knew it, Lakes started secretly becoming a scientist, and it was crazy. His studies are almost all on Superman and female Superman, and there are even some human experiments. If these experimental data of him are published, it will definitely cause an uproar, and even be arrested and jailed for decades. Passing through the ordinary commercial building above, under the perspective effect of Karla's supervision, Karla and Diana came to the underground all the way. The only pity is that although Diana is wearing a battle suit, she is not fully armed. There is really no way to wear her shield and sword on her body, so she only has the lasso of mantra. Be careful, Karla, Diana reminded Karla. Since this Lakes already knows the true identities of you and Clark, he must be on guard and even prepare deadly weapons. And I don't have a shield, so I can't protect you. Karla said it didn't matter. 20 I warned Clark not to expose our weaknesses. And here on Earth we have almost no weaknesses. There is no kryptonite on the Earth, and there is no red sun. Karla sent Roseburg, Zed, and her aunt to the new planet Krypton again. There is indeed no fatal weakness. Even if lead can block the perspective of supervision, it stands to reason that no one should know about it. So Karla was very confident and bold, until she accidentally triggered a mechanism and was trapped by a cage that suddenly fell from the sky. What's going on? Karla raised her head in surprise. She has been turning on supervision all the time. She can see all the surrounding layout. There is no mechanism here. Wait, lead. Karla mentioned the just mentioned, and perhaps only, weakness, which is that lead blocks Superman's supervision's perspective. And the reason why she didn't realize that there was a trap here was precisely because it was blocked by lead. You're right, Sister Karla, that's lead. I've been collecting Superman's information. I found that Superman can't see through lead, so I've been making preparations. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Suddenly, Lake's voice came over, and he had spotted Karla's intrusion. And Lakes directly called Karla by name. Sure enough, he knew everything. Lakes, what the hell are you trying to do? Karla yelled angrily. There is a loudspeaker nearby, and Lake's voice comes out. Since you have come here, don't you already know what I am going to do? After all, your sister, Miss Danny, is Amanda's confidant. That's right. Since Lakes already knew Karla's identity, how could he ignore the friendship between Karla, Danny, and Jennifer since childhood? Damn, that's what Karla is worried about, and that's why she doesn't want to reveal her identity anyway. So, Amanda also knows about the relationship between Danny and me? Karla asked anxiously. Don't worry, Lakes said. He didn't know what he was doing. Anyway, he sounded very leisurely, and he still wanted to comfort Karla. Amanda definitely knew it a long time ago, but she won't touch your nerves. That woman is really smart, it's too much, even I'm a little afraid. Don't worry, Amanda will not touch Danny, but will protect her well. After all, she is also a bargaining chip when necessary, isn't she? Karla was careless, completely careless. She was only worried about Donnie's vixen's identity not being exposed, but she forgot her relationship with Danny for so many years. Wouldn't it be clear after a little investigation? Luckily, Amanda knows what to do and what not to do, so Donnie's safety is nothing to worry about. If she hurt Danny because of herself, Karla will definitely blame herself for the rest of her life. Although she can actually resurrect the dead, even if Danny is killed, she can be resurrected. Okay, this is not the way to treat guests. I would rather talk to you face to face, Karla threatened after she was relieved about Donnie's matter. You want me to break out of the cage and go out to find you, or will you open the cage and let me pass? You choose. Lakes was not threatened at all. I would like to advise you, I am directly connected to the electricity of the entire metropolis on the cage. Even if you are a Superman or you as a female Superman, it is impossible to be unscathed. Diana patted Karla's arm with some dismay, and took a step forward. He may not know whose daughter I am. Diana is the daughter of Zeus, and Zeus mastered the lightning scepter, so even if Diana is not Thor, her lightning resistance should not be underestimated. But Karla grabbed Diana in time and shook her head. Let me do it. This brat thinks he knows a lot, but sister, I'm hiding something. Unlike Diana, Karla really has a super ability related to lightning. Karla's teacher, that is, necromancer Shazam's real body is actually Mamalagan, the Australian god of thunder. However, the magic that Karla has learned does not have thunder and lightning after all. She only masters the 4 elements and psychokinesis. If the power is not too high, she can still resist for a short time, relying on her identity as the disciple of the god of thunder and her own powerful qualities. Resist. However, Karla later awakened about the super ability controlled by thunder and lightning, not magic, but super ability. 420. Karla clenched her hands into fists, making a crisp pop sound from the joints. Boy, my sister has already entered the society when you were in school, and she has eaten more salt than you have eaten. Karla began to show off her seniority. However, Lakes only had one sentence. Sorry, I don't eat, I eat Western food. Pfft. Diana laughed subconsciously, and quickly covered it with her hand, mainly because Karla's words and Lake's rebuttal were too messy. Karla was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage, and went straight to the edge of the cage, raising both hands without hesitation and grabbing the 2 iron railings. In an instant, a dazzling blue lightning shot up from the entire cage, and the entire metropolis was affected. Lakes was right, he actually had a way to connect the history of the entire metropolis. But it really didn't work for Karla. She pulled hard to both sides, breaking the iron bars of the cage, opening a gap that one person could pass through. Lakes in the underground laboratory shook his head and sighed. There are no railings or electricity under the cage. Sister Karla, can't you break the floor and get down? Don't you want to find it layer by layer? Just kidding, I was a trap for Clark, so don't get involved. Karla was dumbfounded. Lakes was right. The cage fell from the top of the aisle, that is to say, there were no iron bars under Karla and Diana's feet, and there was no electricity under their feet either. If Karla wanted to, she could punch through a big hole and rush down, even directly reaching Lake's location. I didn't use lead to block my position, why don't you come down? No problem, I can find someone to repair the broken hole, and I won't ask you for compensation. Lake's tone was still so, worse. Karla gritted her teeth angrily. You brat, just wait. Diana on the side is already a little confused about the situation. Isn't she here to deal with the enemy? But looking at the situation, that Lakes is very intimate with her sister Karla. Speaking of which, Lakes is also a middle-aged man in his 30s. It's disgusting to be cute, right? A 20-year-old uncle? Boom. Karla still did that, but instead of using a fist, she kicked it down, and a crack appeared on the ground under her feet. Karla subconsciously reached out to grab Diana's hand, but the latter dodged it. You go down first, I'll follow, Diana said. Don't think of her as a weak and ordinary girl. She actually made her debut more than 100 years earlier than other superheroes, and she has been on the battlefield and defeated the god of war, goddess of war. Karla shrugged, and jumped into the big hole that opened. Sure enough, Diana came down right after her. The height of the upper and lower floors is several meters, but it is naturally ignored in front of the two female Superman. Karla continued to do the same, piercing layer by layer, and arrived at the 10th floor underground in a blink of an eye, and finally came to the room where Lakes was. It was a laboratory full of mystery. Lakes stood there wearing a white coat. In front of him was a room firmly protected by glass walls. It seemed to be a sterile room. There is a device similar to a culture tank, and there is a boy who looks 16 or 17 years old. The boy had a familiar face to Karla, 90% similar to Clark, and even his hair was black, but she could still see that the shape of the boy's eyes was exactly the same as that of Lakes. This bastard still did it. And what shocked Karla was that he managed to use such a short period of time, from Danny to know the news and notify Karla, a total of 10 days or so, not only successfully raised this child, but also let him be born with the effect of birth. The body has grown to the age of 17 or so. You bastard. Karla immediately stepped forward and grabbed Lakes by the collar, but immediately she noticed something else. Wait, what happened to your hair? Karla noticed that all of Lakes' hair had disappeared. He used to have bright red hair, very flowing. Why are you really a bald man now? Lakes froze and turned to face Karla. Except for the hair, it's still the same Lakes that Karla is familiar with. He and Clark have been friends since they were students. I have thought of countless ways, and my best hope is to create this child with 50% of my genes and 50% of Clark's genes. However, I don't know why my genes have been rejected, and only using the genes on the hair follicles, in the end my genes only stood at 15% of the distance, and my hair is like this. Lakes was honest and said the reason why it became like this. Karla suppressed her smile and scolded angrily, you deserve it. How did you become like this? You are not the Lakes I know. You used to be so warm and kind. What made you so ugly? Ugly. Lakes suddenly became agitated, and pushed Karla's hand away, which definitely was Karla's initiative to let go, otherwise he would not have been able to do this. You say I'm ugly? Do you mean the hair? Lakes asked, pointing to the top of his head. The corner of Karla's mouth twitched, and she looked away. Definitely not. Ha, Lakes sneered, that's what you think. As long as you don't recognize you, don't worship you, don't believe in you, as long as someone doubts you, you are jealous of you? Why should I be jealous of you? Why should I want to be jealous of two aliens? Are you kidding me? I'm ugly. Karla is confused. Why would you do that if you weren't? Lakes points to the kid in the sterile room. That's the hope of the planet. Against our hopes? Karla asked. That's right, Lakes admitted, not giving Karla a chance to speak again. Lakes asked Karla suddenly, do you know what I thought when I found out that your siblings are originally Superman and the female Superman? Karla shook her head. It's excitement, it's joy. I once thought that Superman and female Superman, you aliens will affect the performance of human beings, and you will make human beings give up their potential. Once people start to develop habits, they only need to rely on Superman. It is enough for the female Superman to protect us. Chu will give everything to you and everything will be fine. Where is the future of mankind? How will the future of human beings flourish? But if the Superman and the female Superman are you, I think if it is you, it can really bring hope to mankind, because I am too familiar with you. I know you are superhero, although Karla's sister is a bit unreliable. Karla cites if you want to hit your hand gesture, who is unreliable. But, right away I felt fear, and I suddenly realized that if Superman and the female Superman were you, it would be terrible. Lakes folded his arms and trembled in order to express his fear. Karla couldn't help asking, why? She admitted that she was glad when Lakes complimented her and Clark. The kid had paid off. But he immediately said such words and worries that Karla couldn't understand. Since he admired so much, why did he suddenly feel scared? Because, I know you all too well. Lakes put his hands down, and his expression became cold. He didn't have any emotion at the moment, as if he was just narrating a fact. For example, Clark, if Louise dead, if his children die, if you die, if his adoptive parents die, what will become of him? In the future, you will one day encounter enemies that even you may not be able to fight against, or one day there will be some accidents that you can't take care of. What would you or Clark do when the whole world turned against you, or when the whole world blamed Superman? Let me be more blunt, you are too much of a threat to the Earth, you are the most unstable factor on the Earth, because you can destroy the Earth at any time, even very simple. The Earth needs an insurance, Sister Karla, if you still claim to be a superhero, if you are really a superhero like you despised me just now, if you are still the Sister Karla I know, you should give your genes to me, let me keep a final insurance for the world. I don't know why, but it was Karla who came to ask the teacher, and even prepared for the fight, and even snatched, it was the preparation to take away the mother box. But suddenly it turned out that Karla was overwhelmed by a series of questions from Lakes. Do you know what I'm worried about? Do you know why I'm so afraid? Because what constrains you can only be your humanity and morality, but it's fragile because you have humanity. You have your most vulnerable place. Once it is broken, you will become the most terrifying despair on Earth. Lake's voice slowly sank. The last thing I want to face is that you are them. In fact, when he suddenly found out that Clark was Superman, the blow to him was also huge amounts of. Lakes, like Clark, had almost no friends before, until the two met in college. They were attracted to each other at once, and became best friends who talked about everything. Even Junior Jonathan's godfather would have been Lakes's if Jimmy hadn't taken the lead, but unfortunately he was busy with other things at the time, which is what he kept complaining about. Karla wants to say that she has the power of resurrection. Lake's worries are unnecessary. But is it really like that? Even if the dead can be resurrected, the experience of being hit will not disappear. What Lakes is worried about is that the self-disciplined humanity and morality of the Superman and the female Superman will be hit. It is not a question of who will die. Once the Superman and the female Superman lose control, the world may be destroyed. And your people, General Lakes Astra, what if they want to attack? I'll stop them, and I promise they won't, Karla said without hesitation. Lakes smiled. Definitely, Clark did promise the Earth in this way later, but do you know how those high-level people look at it? Fart. It's not even as good as a fart. Trust is built on the basis of mutual trust between the two parties. It is only a unilateral guarantee from you and Clark to the Earth, but to the Earth, you are a threat above the Earth's technology and power. Your guarantee is not even on paper. There are no guarantees on the surface. How can people believe it? It's better to say that as long as you are willing, you can threaten the safety of the Earth at any time. Rather, there is only one sentence that can be summed up, that is, no matter what Karla and Clark promise, no one will believe it, at least some people will not believe it. To say something very true, including the readers who read this, will also think about it. If your life is held in the hands of others, whether you can survive depends on the mood of others. If they are willing, they will slap you to death now. Who would want and believe? When the two sides are completely in an unequal position, the so-called trust cannot be established. No matter how nice those politicians said on the surface, what Lakes said was the truth. Clark did come forward and promised after that incident, but in the eyes of those high-level officials, there was really no such thing as a fart. So, Sister Karla, give me your genetic sample. I can also follow your request and let you choose the other half of the father of the child you want. Nothing else is needed, as long as you have a genetic sample. I'll take care of the rest. Lakes held out his hand to Karla again. It doesn't have to be a chaotic child, but as long as the gene arrangement is enough. With the technology currently mastered by Lakes, he even only needs a sip of Karla's saliva. As long as the saliva is stained with genes, it is enough for him to analyze and deduce the required genetic information. This point does exist in the plot of All-Star Superman. This guy has already done this in the plot of All-Star Superman. Although he has not cultivated a child, he has deduced all the genetic information of Superman, and can clone a clone of Superman at any time. Lakes' intelligence is no joke. Rather, in order to confirm that the newborn does have the genes of Karla's offspring, what Lakes needs more is Karla's gene sequence information. Karla fell into a daze. Lakes' eloquence was very good. She seemed to be persuaded. Karla. Fortunately, she didn't come alone. After listening for a long time, Diana finally couldn't help calling out, "You won't be convinced by his nonsense, right? Stop joking. I have never heard of the so-called giving weapons to the other party for the sake of peace. Compared with Kryptonians, I don't believe in human beings, because the thousands of years of human history, kata, are all wars. Are you sure you want to hand over such a dangerous thing to him? Then let him create an invincible army to rule the Earth first, and then provoke a war in the whole universe." Karla was startled. Yes, why was she fooled by Lakes' nonsense? This is not her. In fact, Lakes is very smart. He deliberately used Karla's family members to distract Karla's attention, so that she could not help but follow Lakes' guidance to think wildly. The bastard. Karla stared at Lakes. To be honest, she was a little angry. She dared to play with her genes? Do you think she is a sister? So easily handed over her genetic sequence information and was cloned. A bunch of younger sisters died and tens of thousands were taken for ruthless experiments. Diana behind her didn't know Karla's expression. She thought she hadn't calmed down yet. She looked anxious and didn't know what to do. Just when Karla reached out to teach Lakes a lesson, Diana suddenly hugged her behind her, and a golden rope tied them up. Carla turned around in surprise, but what she saw was Diana's anxious and shy face. Carla, even if you want a child, it has to be with me. At the moment, they were tied with a noose of truth and Diana's words were her truth. Carla was shocked. Although I also feel that there are no men in the world who are worthy of my sister, and the woman who is worthy of my sister may be you, but are you serious? She also spoke the truth. It turned out that she had been saying this in the past not because she was arrogant and domineering, but because she really thought so. But I always feel a little too proud. Diana nodded earnestly. At least half of the Amazons in our paradise island are married to other sisters. There are no men in our place, and men who break in by accident are either sent away or executed. It's normal for us. The more you talk, the closer Diana gets. But just when she wanted to kiss Carla, Carla pressed her head and leaned on her shoulder. Carla didn't forget that there was another person beside her. Glancing at Baldy Lass' reflectiveness that was no less than that of a light bulb, Carla reprimanded, "Sister, spare your life today. You wait, I will bring Clark to clean you up next time. Don't run away. Otherwise, if I catch you, I will beat you to death." After speaking, Carla took Diana and flew away. Baldy Lie shouted behind him, "I just want a little saliva, a drop of blood, and even a hair. No, get out." She wants to find out, when did Diana fall in love? She remembers that she didn't have a strategy. Baldy Lass' words must still have an impact, because what he said was what Carla also noticed. The higher UPS are not at ease with superheroes like them, because every superhero, including Batman without super ability, is trying to override the law acts on the fight against criminals. To put it bluntly, they are all outlaws. Because superhero is not a vigilante, has no permission, neither has the power to judge criminals, nor even the power to arrest them. Especially since Carla and Clark are aliens. After all, people who are not of my race must have a different heart. Carla stood in front of the window with her arms folded, looking at the lights of thousands of families outside, feeling chilling. Even if a large part of her soul belongs to the Earthlings, and this side occupies the initiative of the body, the integration of the two souls and memories is mainly based on the previous life. But that ray of soul does not belong to the universe of this world after all, but comes from another universe that can be called the real world. So even if Carla was indeed an Earthling in her previous life, she would not be able to understand those who still doubt herself from the perspective of an Earthling in this world. At this moment, a step came from behind. It was Diana. This is Diana's house. They have left the metropolis and came to Diana's residence. The reason is that Carla has already returned the apartment in the metropolis, and it is not easy to go to Donnie's house or Clark's house, so she came to Diana's house. As for why not go back home? Because there is still a problem to deal with here. Carla turned around and saw that Diana had already changed out of her battle suit. She was wearing a nightgown, which was simply tied around her waist. The nightgown was the kind without pajama pants, and her bare feet were not afraid of the cold. Money coming. Because I haven't been at home all day, and I didn't prepare hot water, otherwise I should have poured you a cup of coffee, Diana said apologetically, and handed over a glass of water. Carla took it, but thought in her heart, if she has time to change into such a beautiful nightgown to seduce her sister, why not boil some hot water, even instant coffee? Excuse. What are you thinking? Seeing Carla turn around and continue to look outside, Diana also came over, and the two women leaned together, one at 1.9 meters and the other at 1.83 meters. I said before that Carla is tall and stands out. It's nothing, I'm just a little surprised by your attitude, Carla said, taking a sip of water as if trying to suppress her shock. To be honest, she was taken aback. The reason why she hurriedly left the Luthor Group building before was not only letting Lakes go, but also forgetting to take the mother box, as well as the child. In fact, it also has something to do with Carla being scared by Diana. The kid, actually older than Carla, was too bold, and it was a confession made under a noose of truth. Not even Diana could tell a lie. The ability of the lasso of mantra is so powerful, unless even you believe it to be true. For example, there is a comic plot in which Diana tied herself, Superman and Batman with a lasso of mantra, in order to be honest with each other. As a result, when both Diana and Superman said their names, only Batman still said that he was Batman. That version of Bruce has been mesmerized. The lasso of mantra is also useful for Diana. It is better to say that the lasso of mantra is still a kind of spur for her to look at the world rationally. In the end, she confessed with a lasso of mantra, which Carla did not expect. Suddenly, a picture of the previous period appeared in front of Carla. An incident happened some time ago, and the bank in this city was attacked. However, the robbers are not simply robbing money, but a group of lunatics who are confused by Ares, the god of war. They don't even have their own purpose, they just want to ignite the flames of war in the world. So they didn't rob the money in the bank, turn around and hang all the dozens of victims in the bank at that time. This group of people obviously came prepared, but they didn't mind asking the bank to call the police. Instead, they activated the silent alarm. After the police cars were parked outside, one of the leaders was still very arrogant and shouted outside that they had bombs. This is simply copying Bane's approach. This made everyone feel cautious, afraid to act at will or anger the robbers. And that group of robbers didn't intend to escape at all, they didn't even think about retreating. Their purpose was very simple, that was to finish what Bane hadn't done at the beginning in front of the whole world. They have made up their minds to detonate the bomb in front of everyone, including themselves. Diana also got the news at that time, but even she was afraid of the bomb in the hands of the robbers. 0 for flowers. 0. When the number of robbers is unknown, it is foreseeable that the robbers will definitely assign people to threaten the hostages while guarding the bomb. And she didn't know where the bomb was placed, including what weapons the robbers had in their hands. Although she was anxious, she was not in a hurry to act, but called Karla directly. After the last meeting in Gotham City, the superheroes had already exchanged contact information, but this was the first time Diana contacted Karla. At that time, she seemed a little unnatural. Karla didn't realize it at the time, but now she has realized it after thinking about it. With Diana's experience, she has lived in the human world for at least 100 years. Who has never seen or dealt with anyone, how could she show such a young girl's attitude? 0. Karla shook her head with her hands on her forehead. Was there an omen already? Needless to say what happened later, Karla came to help as quickly as possible without saying a word. Later, under the joint efforts of the female Superman and Wonder Woman, one person was responsible for protecting the hostages, and the other was responsible for throwing the bomb into the sky. Let's work together to kill those guys and solve it easily. In fact, Wonder Woman can also be translated as Wonder Woman Superman, who can stop the power of the two female Superman. Afterwards, they escorted the people who were still in shock to the outside safely, and also received applause and cheers from the people. Since when did it start? Karla turned around, put down the glass on the balcony behind her, leaned there with her arms folded, and looked at Diana strangely. I don't believe you are a beauty lover, you have to be a little the reason. Diana looked at Karla with her back turned to the lights outside, and the side face reflected was extremely beautiful. She wanted to say that she was actually a beauty lover, but she didn't say it after all. I have been in the human world for decades. She still refused to admit that it was hundreds of years. I have met countless people, all kinds of people. It can be said that I have seen almost all kinds of life. And you are the one I have seen among people, the most righteous person. Watching you send a nuclear bomb away without any hesitation, regardless of your own safety, watching you catch a plane safely. Always feel that there is a mood that is difficult to calm down. Diana became more and more excited as she spoke. Karla understands. Isn't this a nympho? Wonder Woman Diana is a nympho girl? How could it be? How could she have stayed in the human world for hundreds of years, and when she was active, Karla and Clark hadn't been born yet? Even though Karla and Clark arrived on Earth in 1980, when the episode of Wonder Woman 1984 happened, Clark was only 4 years old, and Karla was only 14 years old. Completely 2 generations. It was Karla herself who hadn't noticed how much of a stir she had caused before. That was a nuclear bomb, but Karla completely disregarded her own safety. At the critical moment, she single-handedly saved the lives of hundreds of people in Gotham City. Did she resist the explosion, and what if she didn't? Before that, except for Karla, she knew she could withstand it, because she had even seen the power of a solar flare equal to tens of billions of nuclear bomb explosions. But other than that, no one in 107 knew her power. And that plane, at least in this world, is such a feat that Karla was the first to accomplish it. Poor Clark not only became a foil in the TV series Superman universe, but also completely robbed of all the limelight by his sister in this world. Karla thought it was nothing, but she didn't know how much shock it caused to people. Even Diana was touched and couldn't calm down for a long time. You are the one I am looking for, Karla. You can bring hope to people, and hope is the best belief to stop war. And your justice and humanity make me yearn for it. Diana approached Karla, telling with their own feelings. At least in her view, this is normal, because the Paradise Island where the Amazons are located has only girls, and most of them form families and partners among girls. On the contrary, if a man dared to go to the island, he would be sent out immediately, or even kill the intruder. Looking for a man to date? Think too much. Karla was a little helpless. She only said that no man in the world could fall into her eyes, but she never said anything about girls. She really didn't expect this to happen. One is Karla's female friends, that is, Jennifer and Danny are the best, Kate is later, and Louise is Clark's wife. Karla will never make a move on Jennifer or Danny. As for the cat, forget it. Kate may not refuse. Another reason is that Karla is really not Lily, but she also has to admit that if she is bent by Diana, it doesn't seem to be bad. Wait a minute, Diana. Karla hurriedly pressed Diana's leaning shoulder before the matter got out of control, and said, the matter of the mother box must be resolved, and there is the child. Diana bit her lips dissatisfied, but she took a step back and asked strangely, then why did you leave before? Because of who? Karla rolled her eyes amusedly and angrily. Before Diana tied the two of them with a mantra lasso, she was worried that Lakes would see or hear what she shouldn't see or hear something that she didn't want to have to kill Lakes to silence. Besides, this matter is related to Clark after all, and it's still very important. You must inform Clark. Karla sighed again. Lakes, that bald man, actually brought out a child, and he didn't know how Clark would deal with it. However, she conjured a mobile phone with a green light ring and called Clark. It's very late now. After all, Karla and the others went to the bar to find Danny for a drink, went to the cinema to chat for a while, watched a movie, and it was already late when they came out. Clark was about to fall asleep, but he couldn't help but answer the phone call from his elder sister. Hey, where have you been? I thought you would come back to rest. Karla glanced at Diana in front of her, confused her vaguely, and said straight to the point, Clark, congratulations, you have another child. Sister, did you drink too much? Clark carefully glanced at Louise beside him. Louise glanced at Clark, pretending not to hear, but her eyes had become sharp. Since Clark hadn't fallen asleep yet, and Louise was definitely still awake, today was Christmas, and the family had been watching TV and chatting in the living room. As a result, Carla suddenly brought such shocking news. Clark said in a warning tone, even if my sister said that, I would sue you for slander. It's not like you don't know that I have always kept myself clean and only love Louise, so stop making jokes like this. Carla said in her heart that in another world, I don't know who and Wonder Woman are going to be together. Thinking of this, Carla looked at Diana in front of her with a strange look. When she thought that Diana in another world might have become a younger sibling, she didn't know how to deal with this relationship. No way, the DC universe is too big and too big. Can you believe that in a certain universe, Superman is a bad guy, but Lakes and Joker are good guys? Even Lakes and Louise had a child named Alexander Luthor Jr. Really don't mess too much. Don't think about it. Carla shook her head, and continued, I definitely didn't mean to destroy the relationship between your husband and wife. It's Lakes. Your identity has been exposed a long time ago, bro, and even my identity was also exposed. That damn Proton. Baldy. Don't interrupt me. Carla stared angrily. Unfortunately, Clark must not be able to see it. After making complaints about Lakes becoming bald, Carla continued talking, throwing out all the information she had obtained before. Shared it out to let Clark know the seriousness of the matter. That bastard, after knowing your identity, deliberately pretended not to know, and then got your genetic sequence, maybe invited you to dinner on purpose, and then got it from a napkin or your used tableware, or something else. In short, he used your genes and his genes, combined with the power of the mother box of high-tech civilization, to have bred your son at 5.0. That's right, it's the son of your two good friends. What the fuck? I want to know whose gene is the mother and who is the father. By the way, should the child call me aunt or aunt? What is your concern now? Diana shook her head, walked over to pick up Carla's water glass and took a sip, then leaned on the windowsill with both hands and elbows, and looked outside. That bright family must be very lively and happy, right? Spending countless days and nights alone, even Christmas may have passed dozens of times, and almost all of them came alone. This kind of experience and loneliness is actually unimaginable for many people. Maybe she really needs a family and a partner. And for her and Carla's brilliant, flawless superheroines, there aren't many who deserve them. In the second half of the night, Carla and Diana came to the sky above the metropolis again. It was a futile toss, but after all, there was a reason for the incident, and Carla was actually quite frightened. Was confessed for no reason, or by a girl. Carla couldn't help touching her little face. She was obviously very beautiful, so she looked like a man? No way. Diana on the side looked at her puzzled. What's the matter? Your face is very clean. Carla shook her head. That's not the case. Am I handsome? Diana thought for a while and understood, and explained with some amusement. No, what I like is your beauty. Carla opened her mouth, stunned, and asked, I mean gong. Just when the two of them were discussing what was there and what was not. In the distance, a bright red robe fluttered in the air, and a blue figure flew over quickly. It was Clark who had received the news, and there was a girl tightly in his arms, which was his wife Louise. Why is Louise here? Carla greeted her with Diana. They are at the moment on the roof of the building of the Luthor group. Clark brought Louise down in front of the two women. Before Clark could open his mouth, Louise said angrily, I want to see that shameless thing, and ask him what he thinks, but he actually attacked my man? And my love rival turned out to be a man? I'm going to spray him in the face. It seemed that Louise was devastated by the news. Clark shrugged innocently, it had nothing to do with him. Carla felt amused, fearing that the world would not be chaotic, and said, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Why? It is good. Their elder sisters and younger siblings are in the same camp. In this way, a group of people went back and forth, and this time there was Clark joining. Come in directly from below. We have already broken in once before. Be careful, there are some traps inside, so follow me. Carla warned Clark and Louise, and then stretched out her hand to hold Diana. The two women took the lead in jumping off the edge of the building. Clark followed with Louise. The building of the Luthor group is at least tens of meters high, so jumping down like this is more exciting than jumping off a building. But they are not ordinary people. Not only Diana can land without injury at such a high distance, but even Louise boldly opened her eyes, feeling much happier than riding a roller coaster. When reaching the ground, Carla reached out and gently released Diana. Diana jumped back a little in response, leaving enough room for Carla. Drink. With a soft drink in her mouth, Carla clenched her right fist and slammed it hard in front of the gate of the entrance of the Luthor group building, only to hear a bang, and a deep hole was opened by her in the ground in front of the gate. After Diana landed, she jumped in and followed Carla, sinking all the way deep into the ground. Clark also took Louise and chased the two girls underground. No longer knowing how many meters deep underground, Carla came to the level where the laboratory was located again. It's right in front. Carla waited for the others to get down, then raised her hand and pointed forward. Lakes didn't use lead to cover the entire underground, but some organs were hidden, which allowed them to see the situation of the laboratory and where Lakes was. He was so bold that he didn't run away, or did he think that Carla would not come again today? That really made him think wrong. Carla not only came here again, but also brought the Clark family to settle accounts with him, the little San Juan. It never occurred to Louise that Kate, who had been on guard all along, failed, and instead let this most unlikely guy get involved. Go back and settle the score with you. Louise glared at Clark, shook off his hand, and was about to walk forward. Wait a minute, Carla reached out to stop Louise, and said, let me go first. While talking, Carla suddenly raised her foot and stumped on the ground. Crack clack clack clack. The whole ground at the foot of the passage shook, and Carla quickly checked the ground with the control of the earth element. If there was any mechanism in it, it has been destroyed now. Then the walls and the top of the head also trembled, and Carla's method was too thorough, destroying all the traps that Lakes might have carefully prepared. It seemed like he still wanted to play games with Clark. By the way, shouldn't he be bent? Because of her own relationship, Carla began to wonder if Ledger is also pretty. Let's go. Diana was about to take a step forward. But suddenly, Carla grabbed Diana's hand and turned her against the wall next to her. Was there a sudden wall? Diana looked at Carla in surprise, thinking it was too sudden, and there must be someone beside her. Be careful, Carla's voice then reached Diana's ears. At that moment, Carla's speed exceeded the speed of light, so Diana didn't hear Carla's warning. Diana was thinking too much. She didn't notice that Clark beside him also pushed Louise to the wall to protect with his own body. Just after the two siblings almost finished the same action, in the next second, two scorching red thermal vision rays passed through the position of the four of them just now from the end of the passage. Heat vision rays? Damn bald boy, did he wake up that kid? Carla raised her head in shock and anger, and looked towards the end of the passage. No wonder Lakes didn't run away or change his position. He didn't care about 973, but he was fully prepared. The child in the training tank was overwhelmed and his body age was raised to about 17 years old. Before that, he was in a deep sleep. Now it is awakened. Lakes is ready. Once Carla comes again, he will be attacked. Come on, Superman, and the female Superman, this child will not be weaker than you, and I have been cultivating him in an all-round super concentrated manner with artificial sun rays since he was born, which is equivalent to the amount that has been irradiated by the sun for 100 years. He's stronger than you, Lakes yelled through the hallway speakers. He even shouted, female Superman, don't you want to have a baby with Wonder Woman? After I defeat you, I will help you and realize your wish. Clark and Louise on the side looked shocked at Carla and Diana who were hugging each other. It was normal for Clark and Louise to do this, they were husband and wife. But when did they happen? Don't listen to his nonsense, when did we say we're going to have a baby? Damn it, Carla said angrily and anxiously, this was a fabrication, it was obviously Diana's unilateral confession before. Okay you bald man, no wonder you become bald, you are very bad, you are right if you are bald, you are dead bald, 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 bald. Carla was pissed off, she and Diana were not doing well, and in the end, Baldy Lass Badmouth would tell all about it. If they were really together, it would be fine. It's nothing. I have to tear your mouth out. Carla angrily rushed straight to where Lakes was. As a result, two red lasers appeared again at the end of the tunnel. Be careful, Diana exclaimed and was about to rush over. This time she came fully armed, raised her hand and pulled out a long sword and round shield from behind. I don't know how she did it. She carried the sword and shield on her back together. Obviously Carla noticed that her sword didn't seem to have a scabbard, and the shield didn't have a place to hang. Maybe that's what makes the artifact unique? But Carla isn't weak enough to be defeated by a child's heat vision rays, so she too turns red and unleashes her unique blue heat vision rays. When the four laser beams collided together, the temperature in the underground passage suddenly rose by tens of degrees. Clark, take good care of your wife. Carla didn't forget at this time, with Louise's normal physique, she might be burned in such an environment. Now the temperature here is like the Sahara Desert during the day, with the highest temperature easily exceeding 60 degrees. Clark definitely did that, protecting Louise from his biological standpoint, while reminding, you better protect your wife. Carla froze, and Diana was also a little embarrassed. Damn it, Carla gritted her teeth, and strode forward with no pressure against the heat vision rays. Seeing that when the red laser light touches the blue laser light, it melts as quickly as ice and snow meeting sunlight, Carla quickly repulses it and cannot resist it. Lakes, who noticed this scene, couldn't believe it. Why is this happening? I have obviously cultivated it in that way, and the concentrated sunlight makes him feel like he has stayed on the surface of the sun for 100 years. How could this happen? Although that child is a mixed race, it can be concluded from the young Jonathan that the hydrogen star's mixed race has no major defects. Rather, it is like the first generation of mixed racians. Not only will their combat effectiveness not weaken, but it will be easier to transform into a supercian. So it has nothing to do with lineage. No matter what the origin of that Kryptonian hybrid is, he has the super ability common to all Kryptonians. But even if they are all Kryptonians, there are strong and weak. Clark hugged Louise, as if explaining to Louise, and as if answering Lake's disbelief, and my sister is among all the Kryptonians, the one with the strongest strength, aptitude, and potential. She is still the queen of the Kryptonians, and even I would choose not to be her opponent. Even though Clark has grown up and is already 33 years old, not only has his strength failed to catch up with Carla, but the gap between the two siblings is getting wider and wider. To put it bluntly, Carla is like the female Superman of the Silver Age, and Clark is the Golden Age. We all know that Silver Superman was the strongest period. Carla even awakened many super abilities that belonged to her alone, such as becoming bigger and smaller. Now the largest can reach the Titan with a height of tens of thousands of meters, and the smallest can reach the quantum realm. She is still in the quantum realm queen. And teleportation and so on. Even Diana said, even in Olympus, the gods are strong and weak. Including the new Protoss, isn't there strong and weak? On Apocalypse, Yuga Khan is the strongest god king. Yuga Khan is the origin of the new Protoss on Apocalypse. He is invincible on Apocalypse. Then came Darkseid, and then the other new Protoss. If only one race can be equally powerful, wouldn't it mean that the new Protoss are all Darkseid's strength? How is this possible? Among the third-generation Protoss in Greek mythology, there are also 12 main gods, and the power of the three brothers Zeus can be said to be the most powerful. Let alone speaking. Your sunlight is only artificial sunlight after all, but my sister has really stayed in the core of the sun for several years, Carla shouted, and the heat vision ray suddenly increased its temperature and power by another level, pushing it over in an instant. Carla had been on the sun for 5 years, out of the first 2 years on the outer surface, always in the core. She is the one who has really stayed in the sun. Even when Carla left, she almost turned into a female Jin Chao for a while, but she terminated the transformation process by herself, and in the end it just turned the dollar on her chest into gold. Originally it was red. Jin Chao is the level upgraded by Silver Superman after exposure to the sun's rays to a certain level. Not to mention stronger power, it is just a matter of breaking the sun. He can even resurrect others and reshape the universe. He has reached the 5th dimension, and even the 5th dimension. Degree of 6 dimensions. Some people once suspected that Jin Chao was already the strongest combat power under DC God. Definitely later this rumor was busted. However, this also shows the strength of Jin Chao and Carla. Not to mention other strengths. The strength of the Superman she is playing with is far from being comparable to ordinary Superman. She may cross over to Jin Chao's level at any time, it just depends on her will. So just the artificial sun claims to be comparable to 100 years? Not nearly enough to watch yet. In this way, Carla rushed straight to the end of the passage without any hesitation. Behind him, Diana, Clark and Louise followed closely behind. Boom. A heavy iron gate suddenly appeared ahead, but Carla bumped into it without any hesitation, and smashed through the gate. It was an iron gate several meters thick, and it was smashed through just like that. Coming to the room where the laboratory was located again, Carla saw Lakes, and also saw the awakened half-breed, who was squatting there with his eyes covered. At the end of the confrontation with Carla's heat vision ray just now, Carla's heat vision ray wrapped around his heat ray and rushed over together. It can be seen that the boy's eyes have become scorched black, and I don't know how serious the injury is. After all, Carla's heat ray can reach a maximum temperature of 20 million degrees, 20 million degrees. Even the sun can burn a hole until it reaches the core. That is the highest temperature Carla has ever achieved in the core of the sun. Carla looked at Lakes after rushing in, and was about to rush to the boat. Wait a minute, Carla. Diana seemed to have seen something. With a terrified expression on her face, she pointed to the mother box in front. More precisely, a row of cultivation tanks appeared behind the mother box, each of which contained the boy, and the exact same boy was exactly the same as the boy whose eyes were burnt black. Clone. Carla's eyes widened. Damn Lakes, why is he so confident that he's allowed citizenship while Carla's leaving upset because of Diana? How? My kids are cute, aren't they? Our kids. Clark. No, Superman. Lakes couldn't take his eyes off Clark as soon as he entered. Even Carla's momentum weakened for a while, and she pulled Diana to the side and surrounded Louise and the 3 daughters. I always feel a little disgusted. The relationship between them was normal before, Carla murmured softly. Louise also nodded in agreement. He and I are also college classmates. Louise and Clark have been together since college, and I have never felt that Lakes looked at Clark so eagerly before. It's nothing, Diana said without comment. Clark was by Louise's side, and he could hear all 3 girls clearly even without super hearing. I heard it all. Clark smiled wryly. Lakes. Clark had to confront Lakes and demanded, why are you doing this? You already know the reason. Lakes' IQ was naturally unquestionable. He didn't need to doubt it. He guessed that Carla must have told Clark. So there is no need to talk nonsense again. Lakes opened his hands and shouted, Clark, our children will take the responsibility of protecting the Earth. How about it? My ideal is great, right? They are the guardians of the Earth. Even if they are outside, there is no need to be afraid of star invasion. Always felt a little weird. Even Clark felt this way. Lakes, you weren't like this before. Why? Why? Lakes shouted as if he was touched by something sad. Why are you still talking about it? I regard you as my only best friend, but you have been hiding it from me, and you still laugh at me. Obviously you are Superman, but you didn't tell me. It must be fun to watch my jokes all the time, right? Huh. Lakes went berserk. Indeed, every time Lakes had a story that said bad things about Superman in the past, he had specifically assigned Clark to do the interview. In this way, it is indeed embarrassing to say bad things about people behind their backs and then get caught. Definitely this is not the main one. That is no longer important. In fact, Clark and Sister Carla, I don't seem to have told you that I have begun to have some experience in the research of this mother box. This mother box has a technological civilization that is far beyond the reach and imagination of the Earth. Lake suddenly became, Cassie, serious. He didn't rush to wake up the row of hybrid clones, but explained to Karla and the others, telling what he knew about the Mother Box. It is true that the Mother Box of Apocalypse is a super technological civilization. First of all, the Mother Box is originally the energy source, and this energy is so powerful that it can easily destroy a civilization or even transform a planet. That's why Lakes successfully created his and Clark's children with the power of the Mother Box, because the Mother Box has the function of transforming and rebuilding genes, and even the body, including Cyborg's mechanical body, is built with the power of the Mother Box. And after that, Cyborg's body can also self-evolve and transform according to the situation it faces. And now, Lakes tells his discovery, the Mother Box was activated before it got to me, those damned idiots, damn Dr. Stone, Cyborg's father. Cyborg's name is Victor Stone, his father, his name is Silas Stone. He is also a PhD, and he is in charge of the Mother Box research project. In order to save his son who died in an accident, he activated the Mother Box. And then, what are you trying to say? Karla noticed that Lakes was different from before, as if he still had some important information hidden. Lakes was finally willing to look away from Clark, and said to Karla, before I said that I was worried about aliens attacking and invading the Earth, Sister Karla has been mistakenly thinking that I was talking about you and Clark's people. But I didn't seem to say that I was worried about Krypton. I just said that the devil came from the sky, but I never said that the devil came from Krypton. Is that true? Karla began to recall carefully. She always felt, haven't you been blaming me, Clark, and our clan? Don't be kidding, isn't that what the bastard said before? Lakes was embarrassed. Well, I did that to get Karla's sister's genes. In fact, I found that the Mother Box has another main function, which is a kind of space jump, or space teleportation ability. Karla immediately knew what Lakes was going to say. The sonic boom channel, that's one of the most basic abilities in every box. It is activating, or it is sending a signal. Besides you Kryptonians, there is another alien race that is eyeing the Earth, and it is the race that left this Mother Box at the beginning. The signal has been sent out. I don't know, the opponent is several light years away, and I don't know how long it will take for this signal to arrive, but it is foreseeable that the enemy is coming. Lakes suddenly revealed a very serious problem. After the Mother Box is activated, it begins to transmit signals to the Apocalypse Star, and it may even be earlier. Moreover, the opponent can use the Mother Box as a transmission channel, and can directly break into the Earth regardless of the distance. In fact, the reason why Karla didn't directly attack Lakes before was because he felt that Lakes didn't feel any hostility. Lakes wasn't targeting the Superman or the female Superman. He was aware of a group of more terrifying enemies. You didn't tell me this before, Karla said, a little dissatisfied. Does that mean you will only tell Clark? Lakes spread his hands. I just want to have more opportunities, if it can be supported by your genes. That's why he prodded Karla in that way first, and he almost got it. I don't understand. Only Louise was confused, but she understood one thing. It means that you don't plan to sanction him. So this is what I want to say. Lakes shrugged. Even if I told you that there might be a group of alien enemies who are about to invade the Earth, I believe you would not take it seriously and would destroy my plan. So it is better to think of a way first, let you leave, and then take this opportunity to create more clones. I believe that with the high civilization of Krypton, clones are absolutely forbidden, right? You're right, cloning is absolutely forbidden, so I'm going to stop you. Karla admitted Lakes was right. At least in Kryptonian law, cloning is absolutely forbidden. So before the two Karla were almost attacked by the intelligent robot of the Fortress of Solitude, Karla was expelled in the end. There is no other way. It seems that we can only fight. Don't worry, Sister Karla. Since I know that you and that Wonder Woman are a couple, I will only use your genes to breed your offspring. Louise's worry is completely unnecessary. Even Lakes understands that even if he said that the Mother Box is transmitting information, there may be an army of aliens killing the Earth at any time. But Karla will still stop his plan with disapproval, and destroy his plan. In fact, Karla has already guessed who the Mother Box is conveying information to, nothing less than the new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star, that is, Darkseid. It appears that the threat of a Darkseid war has begun. But so what? Not to mention that Darkseid is coming. Even if Apocalypse does not come, Karla has made a plan to lead the Kryptonians to replace the new Protoss. Sooner or later the battle between Krypton and the unenlightened planet will start soon. So as Lakes said, Karla will not compromise because of this, let alone donate her own blood and genome arrangement for this. So Lakes was ready to face the battle after he deliberately hit Karla away with his previous words, and as he might press some button switch, he saw a row of cultivation tanks one after another. It was opened, and the super teenagers inside opened their eyes one after another. They don't have clear thinking and self-awareness. Don't think of them as independent human beings. Just treat them as biochemical weapons. Have you seen Biochemical Crisis? Diana was worried that Karla and the others would not be able to do so, so she asked with a sound. Don't worry, Karla's expression and voice showed no hesitation at all. Whether it's my clansman or my nephew, I can still tell the difference. In Karla's heart, Nathan is the only descendant of her family and her nephew. As for these super teenagers here, she will not admit it. Because they don't even have self-awareness, they are completely biochemical weapons made by Lakes, and he is too anxious. If Lakes was bred like a real newborn, perhaps Karla would still be unbearable. After all, he has more than half of Clark's genes. But now, Karla just feels sick. What's more, let her see the clone, which is even more unacceptable. Louis, do you want to come here to watch the match? Suddenly, Lakes invited Louise like a gentleman. Lakes, what do you want? Clark tensed up when he heard about Louise. It was Lakes who comforted. Don't worry, I will definitely not hurt Louise. After all, we have known each other since we were students. I asked her to watch the battle with me and wait for the final result of the battle. Don't worry, I will never hurt Louise. Get in your way, if you win. On the contrary, if you lose, I will let her see my great plan with her own eyes. As a result, Louise would not accept his so-called kindness. You don't need to care about it. A man who will take action against other people's husbands. Don't disgust me. Karla thumbs up, good job. This guy makes me very angry, as if he is sure to win. Isn't it just a few more people, who can't do duplication? Karla said, and suddenly began to create one after another of his own behind him. Duplication. That is the same super ability as Dr. Manhattan, which can split itself infinitely, and the strength of duplication is the same as that of the main body, and all super ability duplications of the main body can also be used. Even duplication has a certain degree of independent thinking. Once duplication exists alone for too long, it may be in danger of being independent. So Karla rarely uses this ability, but at the moment she used it. The Superboy on the opposite side, plus the one who was knocked down by Karla first, was a total of 11 people. There are 8 duplications on Karla's side, including Numenon, Diana, and Clark, which happens to be 11. One-on-one is fair, Karla said, aiming at a target each. Want to fight more with less? That doesn't exist. Karla can split infinitely, and it's already a face for her not to surround the opponent in turn. Lake's face changed, and this time he was no longer in the upper hand. Lakes, you'd better surrender. Clark suggested that Lakes could already surrender. Lake's eye turned pale, gritted his teeth, and shouted angrily, stop being arrogant, Superboys, fuck me. Superboy? There have been 4 generations of Superboys, and the first generation of Superboys was the title of a certain version of Clark when he appeared as a youth. And then there's the second generation of Superboys, not Junior Jonathan, but actually these hybrids in the lab. That's right, the child of Lakes and Clark should have been called Connor Kent, who is known as the second generation Super Kid. Then the third generation of Superboys is the son of Zed and his female adjutant, Chris Zed. Actually it should be Lor Zed, who was later renamed Chris Kent and adopted by Clark as his adopted son. Zero looking for flowers. In the end, Jonathan Jr. was the 4th generation of Superboy. I just didn't expect Lakes to name these Connor Kent Superboys at the moment. Could it be that there is a definite number somewhere? Actually not, but when Clark and Lakes talked about the superhero topic in college, Clark said that if he became a superhero at that time, he should want to be called a Superboy. So Lakes remembered. Just like Joker and Batman fell in love with each other, Lakes and Superman's relationship, that's true. For example, in the All-Star Superman, Lakes not only saved Clark several times when he didn't know that Clark was Superman, but also directly killed himself when he learned that Superman was finally killed by his plan and conspiracy. Zero. That's right, Lakes actually chose to die for love, and reversed the genetic sequence of Superman before he died, which means that a Superman can be cloned by cloning technology to protect the Earth, which is equivalent to resurrecting Superman in another form. This is true love, right? Superman and Lois from All-Star Superman didn't meet until Superman was dying, and just started a relationship. Even Karla had a moment of hesitation, otherwise, let the two of you solve it. Are they redundant? Louise didn't think so, glaring at Clark fiercely. Clark didn't dare to neglect. Seeing that Lakes had been stubbornly resisting and unwilling to surrender easily, he finally took the lead. He seldom makes a move to Karla first, but today is different. If he doesn't make a clear statement, will this family still exist? Diana turned to Karla. Karla's body nodded slightly, and the 8 duplications behind her immediately swarmed up, and there was a faint posture of protecting Diana in the middle. But Diana didn't show any weakness, holding the shield in her left hand and the sword in her right hand. She rushed up heroically. Those Superboys really didn't have thinking and will, just like Beast who only acted on instinct, they immediately launched an attack. Even the original Superboy whose eyes were burned black also got up indiscriminately and attacked the surroundings. Karla couldn't see the body, so he went up and kicked him to the ground. You trash that doesn't even have a soul, get out of the way. Karla kicked the first one, and the body of all the Superboys, into the air. But she didn't kill him, because he had Clark's genes. But for those clones, the Karla were not so polite. I saw the ants packed up the nephews and they were merciless, full of vicious attack moves. Clark also showed no mercy. Although he hesitated, he was more at a loss as to how to accept so many things that claimed to be his children all of a sudden. And these are clones. No matter from which aspect, human cloning is difficult to be accepted and accepted by the world and society. On the contrary, Diana was a little timid when fighting, and tried not to hurt her opponent even if she wielded the Excalibur. Until a 930 duplication of Karla passed by Diana's side and said, if you don't destroy everything here, there will be more clones tomorrow. There are only 10 now, maybe 10,000 tomorrow. And you don't want to be offended like that, do you? Diana gritted her teeth, and finally slashed the sword hard. The Superboy on the opposite side subconsciously dared to cross his hands to resist, thinking that he could block it with his body of steel. However, Diana's sword is not ordinary iron, it is a divine weapon. It can even cut at the subatomic level. Even the real steel body can't stop it, let alone those who have been promoted by the seedling's counterfeit. There was only a sound of poof, and in a splash of blood, the hands of the Superboy opposite were cut off neatly. But the other party didn't cry out in pain, because they didn't have self-awareness, they didn't even know what pain was, they just fought by instinct, just like Beast. So after losing his hands, the opponent didn't take a step back, and took advantage of Diana's lack of time to retract the sword. He released a hot gaze from his eyes and went straight to Diana's pretty face. Diana quickly raised the round shield in her hand. In the next second, 2 red heat rays hit Diana's shield, but even the heat rays couldn't penetrate Diana's shield. As the daughter of Zeus, Diana is full of artifacts. Although this shield is not made of vibranium, it is of a higher level than Captain America's shield. This is an artifact, allowing Diana to easily block the opponent's attack. And that's not all, even Shazam can get the power of the Greek gods, let alone this little princess. It is said that the 12 main gods bestowed on Diana different gods when she was born, which gave her the power not to lose to Hercules, Heracles, and she could easily lift 1,000,000 tons of weight, not even losing to Superman, Shazam, and female Superman. She also has a super anti-strike ability, which can resist a variety of physical and magical attacks, and survive in a variety of difficult environments, such as outer space, magma, and even nuclear radiation. Athena bestowed Diana with outstanding wisdom, and also gave her the sight of Athena, which enabled her to gain strengthening insight, quickly perceive other people's emotional changes, and gave her the ability to resist psychic attacks, making most illusions and mind manipulation spells don't work on her, as do ordinary mind-reading spells. Aphrodite bestowed Diana with the beauty that all the gods admired. Hestia bestowed on Diana the honesty of the holy fire, making her stick to the truth. It is said that Artemis also gave Diana the ability to communicate with animals, as well as giving her super perception ability, which greatly enhanced her senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Diana also has super eyesight, can see very far, and helps her better lock the target and improve the accuracy of strikes. Hermes bestowed Diana with super speed and flight ability. The performance of super speed includes 3 aspects: thinking speed, moving speed, and reaction speed. Diana's speed is mainly manifested in her reaction speed to quickly swing the Guardian Silver Bracelet to resist high-speed bullet attacks. In fact, in theory, Diana's top speed is close to the speed of light, and she can fly at supersonic speed. It can be said that she is the most beloved girl of the Greek gods, and it can also be considered that she is a strengthening version of Shazam who does not need to read spells, transform, and cannot lose power. This kind of Diana doesn't need Karla to care about herself. After blocking the opponent's attack, she neatly put the sword in her right hand back, and took off the mantra lasso on her waist, and seized the opportunity to entangle the opposite opponent. Superboy's neck, and another tug with his hand. Even though Superboy has the same super strength as Kryptonians, he couldn't resist Diana's pull and was pulled to him by her zero. Diana held the round shield again and swung it down heavily with the sharp edge. Because the edge of the shield of the Divine Power shield is extremely sharp, it is often used by Diana to cut and chop. This is her fighting style. Pissed. Blood was spilled all over the floor, and even Diana's metal shoe was stained some. And the opponent has been killed by her smartly. Diana raised her head and was about to look for the next target, but saw that the whole room was in chaos. Those Superboys are all Kryptonians after all, with Clark's genes, and if Lakes is not exaggerating, they are equivalent to being exposed to the sun's rays for 100 years, and perhaps they will not lose to Clark in terms of strength. So their threat is still great. There are a dozen or so Superman-level Superman-like rampages. For specifics on how terrifying it is, you can refer to the destruction of the metropolis in the Man of Steel movie. In order to suppress Karla's duplications, several Superboys lined up one after another, attacking several Karla's duplications with heat ray. Stinky boy, you want to defeat us like this? You are still 100 years too early. Karla were angry. Didn't they learn enough from the previous lesson? And they don't only know that trick, and the temperature of the heat ray of the Superboys doesn't matter to them at all. Think about it. Karla has even been to the core of the sun, and the temperature does not reach 20 million degrees, so there is no way to hurt 4.4 to her. So the Karla didn't defend anymore, one by one forcibly endured the heat ray's attack, and then uniformly controlled their respective targets with psychokinesis, and then cast magic to summon wind blades or ice blades and water blades made of water. One of them also condenses a long spear in his hand with fire elements. Then they attack together, piercing several Superboys with their own magic. It always looks kind of weird. I didn't expect that one day even we would be able to say, magic is the natural enemy of the Man of Steel. It always feels weird for Karla to say such words as the new Queen of Krypton. In fact, ordinary magic is useless, and definitely Karla's magic is not ordinary. Don't forget that she created New Krypton, which in the eyes of many people already belongs to the creation of the world, if the planet is regarded as a world. I believe that many people know that joke, stock, called Superman Zero Magic Resistance. That's right, Kryptonians have powerful strength and equally strong defense, but it is more reflected in physical resistance. Once they face magical attacks, they will be very troublesome. Especially the kind of spiritual attack. It is really accurate, why Karla was so excited when he got the magic book, and he always regarded the necromancer Shazam, that is, Mamalagan, as a teacher. It's because the necromancer really gave her the power on the magic side, and psychokinesis became her and Clark's magic resistance, which is very important. Although it is not trivial and small magic can hurt Superman, but thinking about the level of opponents Superman encounters, it is impossible for each opponent to be a small character. It's just that Karla never imagined that one day she would use magic to fight against the Kryptonians, and it can't be said to be a disgrace to Krypton, but it is indeed a bit weird. This is why Diana can easily kill her opponents. Diana's artifacts are all on the magic side, which is the so-called high mystery. She has a natural restraint effect on Krypton. In the same way, although Shazam seems to be waving his fists to fight in close quarters, his power comes from 20 magic, so his fists are more like enchanted power. So Shazam will always give Superman a headache. Karla's duplication, Clark, and the last 3 or 2 Superboys have not been resolved, but the battle is drawing to a close, and everyone knows that the power of Lakes and the defeat of these Superboys are irreversible. Karla's body at the moment came to Lakes. That's it. Karla tilted her head, and her beautiful long golden hair slid down her shoulders like the Milky Way. Is this the strength of your self-confidence? What can you do if you can't even beat us? Karla expressed disdain. But she also doesn't think about how powerful she is. Isn't this bullying? Just kidding. Karla is already a high dimension of the 5th dimension, and may even develop to the 6th dimension. If she wants to, she can end the battle more easily. This is still the result of giving other people face. Lakes shrugged. It seems that I lost. Well, no matter what the result is, I am willing to accept it. Then delete all the data for me, Karla reprimanded. Really, it's just messing around. You and Clark's son, what's going on? You like Clark so much. Hey, that last sentence is redundant. But Lakes didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and explained seriously, this is just a scientific research, it has nothing to do with feelings. So can Miss Louise over there stop staring at me? I didn't say I will fight you for a man. Don't worry, I will have an heir of my own. Maybe scientists are all lunatics. How can such a thing be fooled by just a sentence of research or experiment? Really, that's why Karla hates scientists very much. If she and Clark landed not on the farm of their adoptive parents when they were young, but accidentally fell into the metropolis, it would definitely have a different ending and story. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and destroy all those messy materials and research, and the server, if you let me know that you have a backup server. You know my method, Lakes, we have known each other for so many years, I really don't want to. It's to the point of life and death, but if you insist on provoking me, Karla warned Lakes very seriously. In fact, Lakes in this world is still a good person. He is not a super criminal, and he is even a successful entrepreneur and philanthropist. If it weren't for Superman's stimulation, he would definitely be a good guy. Even when Lakes started attacking and defaming Superman, he was not mobbed by people, but had many supporters. The reason is that Lakes' remarks have always believed that Superman and female Superman are not special, because everyone can be a Superman. What he has always hoped is to activate everyone's hope and potential. He has a naive idea. He wants everyone to be a Superman. Can be used as Superman. To put it bluntly, Lakes has a utopian dream. He hopes that the world will be beautiful, and he hopes that everyone is for me and I am for everyone. Ironically, with Lakes' IQ he knew it was impossible, and such an idea would never come true. Perhaps the blow was too great, so he took the Superman and the female Superman as a breakthrough point to vent. Karla thought to herself, sister is not as knowledgeable as you, so the female Superman moved to National City. This also caused the Daily Planet to call Lakes a lunatic for several consecutive issues, and the article was written by Louise. Then Clark had to interview Lakes about how he continued to taunt Superman. It's just, really messy. So Lakes gave Karla a good sense, and she didn't yell and kill as soon as she came up, and they even seemed to be joking around before. Lakes also prepared a lot of games to play with Clark. Cough cough cough. Karla didn't want the relationship to get to that point if she could. Lakes is also very smart to understand, he must obey or die. Karla will no longer keep him as a constant threat to the genes and blood of the Al family. What if this bastard really dares to set her mind? What if a daughter that even Karla and Diana don't know suddenly appears one day? What if this daughter has tens of thousands of clones and forms an army? Kill? Are you willing? Do not kill? How to deal with it? So Lakes had to give Karla an answer, and now, I know, I'm ready. As long as Sister Karla presses this button, it will be cleared with one click. Lakes handed over the main control computer, which is also the main server computer, to Karla. He also gestured for the enter key, and a screen appeared on the screen, with a prompt box showing whether 187 should be cleared and formatted. Karla said in her heart that I am not a fool. Do you really think she is a computer idiot? But just when Karla reached out to press it, Lakes suddenly asked again, speaking of which, do you really need me to help you have a child? If this program is completely deleted, let me help with programming and arranging your genome is a huge project, even I don't have time, I have to pay for it. This guy. Karla subconsciously turned her head to look at Diana, and Hotu also looked up thoughtfully. Karla shivered, they hadn't confirmed their relationship yet, and they didn't know what would happen in the future, so Lakes' proposal was ignored by her, and she left and pressed the enter key. Okay, Lakes was disappointed, watching his hard work being ruined, but there was nothing he could do. If he dared to play tricks, Karla would really crush him to death. Don't take chances, Karla had to warn Lakes again. Don't worry, sister can reverse the time and come back to find you. If I find out what little tricks you have in the future. That's right, this is Karla's trump card. She can rewrite history and control time, and even exist in every moment. past, present and future, she can exist in every timeline at the same time. Lakes could not deceive her, even if he could deceive her for a while, he could not deceive her forever. If you are in a hurry, you will kill him from the future. After Carla has taught Lakes a lesson and deleted and formatted all the data in his main server, duplications and Superman have also defeated all Superboy clones. However, Clark still didn't make up his mind to kill the Superboy he was fighting against. Carla walked over carrying Lakes. I can go by myself, Lakes said, throwing up his hands in a gesture of surrender. Carla let go of her hand angrily. Don't run. Lakes shrugged his shoulders, and still understood the truth of willing to bet and admit defeat. Putting away all duplications, Carla came in front of Clark, raised her hand without hesitation and made a pistol-like aim at the head of the downed Superboy. Clark was about to speak. Carla made a motion to shoot. With a boom, she used psychokinesis to create a psychokinesis cannon that shattered Superboy's head. What did you say? Carla turned to Clark. Clark spread his hands. He hadn't said anything, and there was nothing left to say. Carla rolled her eyes. You are just too indecisive, although this is the humanity and noble quality I hope you have. But brother, this is a clone, and the existence of clones is not allowed, even if it is not on Krypton. You don't think about how society will accept them if you put them outside? Blame this bastard bald man. Lakes is very helpless, he has completely become bald, which is not a cursed nickname. Although the clones were all killed, don't forget that there is still a Superboy as a prototype. It was kicked away by Carla first, she definitely won't forget it, and she picked it up from a distance and threw it in front of Clark. This is not a clone, I will leave it to you to solve it, Carla said, and looked at Lakes and Louise respectively. What a mess. Clark and Louise are husband and wife, but this child is Clark and Lakes' child. And Lakes and Clark, dudes, what the fuck? Even Carla shook her head, feeling tired and pulled Diana who had just come over to the side. They didn't care about the mess behind them, but came to the front of the mother box. How? Carla asked Diana, can you feel something? Because there is also a mother box in the hands of the Amazons, Carla feels that Diana at least knows this thing better than herself. But Diana shook her head, I have never touched the mother box. The mother box is strictly guarded on Paradise Island. Even I cannot approach it easily. Only my mother, the Queen of Amazon, has the right to approach it. Unlike the human mother box, the Amazons have sealed the mother box tightly and dare not approach it easily. Only humans not only dug out the mother box, but even activated it to death. Can you believe it? In fact, even Atlantis has always kept in mind the need to protect the mother box. Perhaps even Atlantis has forgotten the original war of the ancients. After all, Atlantis once fell from the ground to the deep sea. But they have been guarding the mother box they are in charge of, and dare not touch it at will. It has to be said that the human races buried the mother box under the leadership of the old gods, and gods was correct, but no one would have thought that they would still be dug out. Just when Carla and Diana faced the mother box but could not do anything about it, Clark behind them seemed to have finished their discussion. How did it end up? Carla asked casually. We decided to adopt this child, but Lakes will give up his relationship with him completely. He will not know that he is Lakes' child and I am his mother, Louise said kindly. Even though the child's origin was too unbelievable, she still chose to accept it, treating the child of her husband and another man as her own. It always feels awkward to say that. Carla glared at Lakes. Lakes muttered, science. Fart. Your science is for two men to have children? Crazy? In the final analysis, it is not necessary to change the gene of one of them into a female to successfully integrate. Life requires the combination of father and mother to give birth to a new life. If men and men can have children, and women can have children, wouldn't it be great if there were only men or women from the beginning? The harmony of yin and yang and the harmony of yin and yang are indispensable. To put it bluntly, it is like good and evil. Without evil, the concept of good would not exist. Similarly, without the concept of good, evil would cease to exist. Good proves evil, and evil sets off good. Just like men need women and women need men, there are always fools who think that men and women are opposites. Far away. Carla didn't bother to talk about Lakes anymore. She pointed around and ordered, smash all your things for me. My sister will be annoyed when she sees it. Look at what you are doing. This Christmas is not happy. By the way, did you do it on purpose because no one will spend Christmas with you? Lakes coughed dryly. Definitely no. I have a younger sister who was adopted by my dead ghost father. Lena, haven't you heard of it? Lena Luthor. It's actually his illegitimate daughter outside. Think I don't know. The private life of rich people is not what Carla wants to hear, so she interrupted. Let's talk about this later. Lakes, since you already know that the mother box is activated and the signal has been sent, can you trace the content of the signal or where has it been? Lakes looked at Carla with an alien look. No, she was an alien. Big sister, Lakes said helplessly, even if I can use the mother box to track the previous signal, but you should know that with the same speed of the mother box, even if I finally track it, it will be too late. Tracking at the same speed is called tracking, and interception can only be done at a faster speed. So Lakes reminded Carla, even if he can do it, what's the point? When the signal is tracked, it's already, too late, and the message room that should be sent will be sent. Carla was right when she thought about it, she was confused when she cared. What are you talking about? Louise didn't understand their topic. Why did she suddenly shift from the matter of her adopted son to another matter? And the relationship with Lakes doesn't seem to be hostile anymore? Carla helplessly explained to Louise, this thing is called the Mother Box. Originally it is a kind of energy source, and its power can destroy the Earth and turn it into ruins where human beings cannot live. And it does not belong to the Earth, but it was brought by a new god race tens of thousands of years ago, and the old gods at that time protected the Earth. But now it has been activated, and another war may break out. God. Louise was dumbfounded. Carla reached out and held Diana over. You already know Diana, don't you? Isn't it too much to doubt the existence of God now? It's like questioning the non-existence of Diana's family. Once the Mother Box is fully activated and the Apocalypse Star is notified, the new Protoss can open the sonic boom channel at any time and come directly to the Earth. At that time, even if the Earth is prepared, it will not be enough to resist the Apocalypse Star, because it is not only a super civilization far surpassing the Earth, but also a new Protoss that replaced the old gods. It is beyond the imagination of the people on Earth. What's more, the new Protoss also has a big boss, Darkseid. That is a terrible evil god with the power to single out a civilization. It is said that Thanos of Marvel Next Door was created based on him. Darkseid was once the most powerful and terrifying villain in the DC universe. In the official comics jointly produced by the two companies, even Thanos of Infinity Gauntlet was beaten by Darkseid. If Darkseid led the Apocalypse Star's new army of gods and demons to invade the Earth, it would definitely be an unprecedented battle. Even Carla feels the pressure, although her ambition is to launch a crusade against Apocalypse one day, and eventually replace the new Protoss and make Kryptonians gods. But even she felt that the new Kryptonian was not ready. At least for now, she doesn't want the Darkseid war to break out. I'm going to take the master cassette with 203 to observe at any time, Carla had to say for the first time. Diana, I need your help. She still needs to use Diana's power. After all, she can't keep the Mother Box with her at all times, and once the Mother Box changes, she needs Diana to help her refer to it. Lakes on the side asked weakly, can I tell Amanda that the Mother Box was taken away by you? This Mother Box does not belong to Lakes, he used it for research temporarily in the way of trading. Once the Mother Box is lost, he always has an explanation. Carla glared at Lakes, looking for trouble for her? I'd like to know what the deal between you and Amanda is. In addition to the identity of me and Clark, there are also your research results? She wants Superman's genes? And mine. Carla just didn't react before, but that doesn't mean you won't think about it later. Many things cannot stand pondering and scrutiny, because as long as you think about it, you can guess some. Amanda will not do bad business, but the secret of identity is not enough. So Lakes has to pay more to fill the appetite of that greedy woman. Then contact Lake's experimental plan. Can't you guess what it is right away? It's nothing more than giving Amanda a copy of the genetic information of Superman and female Superman, even including a clone of Superboy, and that's it. Help me inform that woman. I can turn a deaf ear to some things, but don't go too far. When I am not an enemy, she can be arrogant. But once you piss me off and I have to become an enemy, you ask her, is there any way for a certain country to stop me? Or is a certain country planning to throw nuclear bombs everywhere? Or should I help you spread nuclear bombs everywhere? I won't die if you are all dead, Carla said. The tone became more and more bad, and the content became more and more serious. You're welcome. Lakes didn't dare to talk back, and there was no way to refute. Carla made it very clear that she could pretend that this incident didn't happen, but they were indeed provoking her, and there would be no next time. At the same time, this is what Lakes was worried about before. Once Carla becomes an enemy, what will humans use to fight her? A person who is not even afraid of nuclear bombs. The neutron bomb didn't hurt Carla, right? Even if he wants to die with her, he can't do it. Throwing a nuclear bomb will only kill himself. In contrast to Carla, she can even storm the presidential palace. I see, I'll tell her you stole it. Lakes repeated his excuse. Carla rolled her eyes. This guy is sure she won't kill him, so she has nothing to fear. Do whatever you want, and tell her by the way that the Mother Box was activated by them, and once the Earth falls, they will be sinners. By the way, if my understanding of the enemy is correct, once the Earth falls, people will not be able to die even if they want to. Everyone will be turned into a biochemical weapon, and then, Kaka, will be driven for them to attack the next civilization. Have time to ask Mr. President, do you want to become a monster? Lakes couldn't tell the joke anymore. Is it really that serious? Even Diana was taken aback. If she lost, would it be so serious? Okay, you go upstairs first. Carla obviously didn't want to talk, and urged everyone to go upstairs. She doesn't trust Lakes. In addition to the information on the main server, there are many corpses and blood of Superboy clones on the ground, which are the best sources of genes. Lakes can completely reconstruct the previous experiment. There are also the culture tanks for those clones, etc. She must deal with the problems here. Carla also scanned it with supervision, and even some blood stains on Diana's feet were washed away by her summoned water. Diana was embarrassed. Even for girls in the West, it seems that feet are not easy to be touched. But they all seem to be girls. Does that matter? Especially Lakes. Fortunately he has learned his lesson and did not play new tricks. But if Lakes wants to play new tricks, Carla really can't help it, because God knows if he has prepared a backup server for the backup data, and even whether there is a backup of Clark's genes, including Superboy. Now it has been named for Connor Kent. Now that Lakes can prepare so many clones in advance, who knows if he will have more clones? All of this is something Karla can't confirm, unless she is willing to break her own principles and watch future time. It's still the same sentence, the big deal is to kill me from the future. Since the future me has no action, maybe it's okay. Karla muttered, and started to act after the others had left this layer. Karla's method is also very simple, using the control of the fire element to create a sea of flames, and the temperature of the flames can be raised to a maximum of 20 million degrees, which is the same temperature as her heat ray. In addition, this is magical power, even the Kryptonian defense of the Superboy clone can't resist it, and it is quickly reduced to ashes. Under Karla's power, even the ground was roasted and turned into shiny crystals, and those instruments were completely destroyed. Karla nodded in satisfaction, until all the traces were cleaned up and no hidden dangers would be left, then she put away the flames and kindly invited a piece of cold water to cool down and clean the sun. As a result, many electrical leakages directly led to a power outage in the entire Luthor building. Karla did it on purpose. Back upstairs, Karla came out of the place where a big hole was smashed in the ground just now, and she helped to plug it up after she came up. After all, Karla can also control the element of earth. Outside the building, Lakes looked at his property. The building, which was originally brightly lit, was completely dark now, but Karla and the others don't feel any guilt. Who is it that caused this trouble? Let's find someone to deal with it tomorrow, but Lakes himself didn't take it seriously. Karla also asked about Connor Kent's situation. Fortunately, Karla saw the opportunity and stopped her heat ray in time, otherwise Connor's head would be blown up. But even so, Connor's eyes are almost useless. With the recovery speed of Kryptonians, he should be fine when the sun rises tomorrow, and let him get more sunshine. Clark observed Connor's condition, and he should be able to recover by himself. Lakes took the opportunity to say, there used to be artificial sunlight in those cultivation tanks, but it has been destroyed by Sister Karla. Blame me. Karla snorted angrily. To be honest, when it comes to dealing with Lakes, for various reasons, they are already very friendly to Lakes. Had it been any other enemy, Karla would have been slapped to death long ago. One reason is that Lakes has been acquainted for many years after all, is also a friend of his younger brother, and has always respected Karla. Another reason is that Lakes seems to have done something bad, but he can't be cruel. He also discovered the crisis and gave an early warning. The whole process was more like he was confessing to Clark. He didn't feel like an enemy at all, and he didn't do anything bad. So there was no reason to even send him to jail. I had no choice but to warn him not to make trouble again. Louise muttered, I always feel like I'm getting in the way. Don't think so. Clark was taken aback. How could it be possible? Louise was his true love. Karla shook her head dumbfounded, and then asked about Connor's situation. Speaking of which, his thinking is fine, right? Lakes, you didn't leave any tricks or brainwashing traps, did you? Lakes sighed. Sister Karla, do you recall how insidious I was during the process? Karla really recalled it for a while, then she nodded and complained, didn't you arrange a lot of traps? That's for Clark. Cough cough cough. Lakes, who almost slipped the tongue, changed the subject and explained, don't worry, these children are only awakened suddenly, and I forcibly raised them to this age, so they didn't self-awareness is the same. But I have programmed them with a lot of knowledge. As long as you have enough patience to teach him, he will grow up slowly like a child. As he said that, Lakes looked at Connor with a gentle look in his eyes, as if there was a bit of maternal love, and Karla rubbed his arms. Are you cold? Diana immediately noticed her little movements and asked with concern. Karla shook her head, no, it's goosebumps all over the floor. Lakes, don't you really like Clark? Karla was thinking worriedly, but looking at his bald head, she couldn't help but want to laugh. I used to think your hair was pretty, but it really can't be saved. Lakes wiped his bald head with his hands, and spread his hands indifferently. This way, I can have more time to do bad things. Clark, the duel between us is not over yet. Clark frequently gestured with his eyes, and Louise's eyes became sharper and sharper. Okay, that's enough trouble. It's time to break up, Karla greeted. It's not a good idea to stand here and laugh all the time, not to mention that Karla and Diana still have the mother box with them. I want to study this mother box with Diana. How about you? Karla told them where she was going and asked them, would you like to come together? It's a pity that Diana's house doesn't have much wine. Diana is a good girl. She doesn't smoke or drink alcohol at home on weekdays. If so many people go there together, there will definitely not be enough alcohol. Can't you buy it? The rich man Lakes casually took out a black credit card with dark gold inlaid on it. Do rich people have this style? Buy. Fine. As a result, Karla actually accepted it. Want to bring Lakes with you? You were an enemy just a moment ago. Isn't this too capricious? There is no way. After all, superheroes also have the temper of superheroes. Look at Avengers. Hawkeye is an enemy one moment, and is trusted as one of his own the next moment. Although there is a reason for that, Hawkeye is being controlled, but that is too easy to believe, right? Don't worry about him pretending to wake up. 0 for flowers. There is also the twin siblings of Avengers too, that is, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, that is to say, trust is trust. Including in the Injustice game, all kinds of reversals between enemies and teammates are just like a joke. Billy died so badly. In fact, it is not a joke. Far from what can be described as a joke, the situation of the Injustice Alliance can be said to be very serious, and the problems expressed and presented are also very acute. In the end, a consensus was suddenly reached because there was a common enemy, at least in the game, and Brainiac came out as a good guy again, facing his plan to take important cities around the world as his own. With the idea of doing it, the team led by Batman and Superman had to unite. 0. In fact, as now, Lake's behavior is not too harmful. To put it bluntly, it is a private matter of the emotion between him and Clark, and he has not begun to endanger others. Those traps and Connor's clone, it was for Karla and Clark. He didn't even take Louise as a hostage, but let her stand in a safe place to watch the show. What kind of childish joke are you kidding? In addition, now that a bigger storm and war are faintly felt, Karla also wants to hear Lake's opinion. So the group came together and flew to Diana's house. Diana's home is not in the metropolis, but in another city. They didn't forget to buy something at a convenience store halfway, and Karla didn't bother to do anything to cover up at this time. Generally speaking, they shouldn't walk with Lakes and Louise, and their identities can be easily deduced. But the 5 of them went in together, which surprised the people in the convenience store. After buying some beer and a few bottles of spirits, and a lot of snacks, they continued to rush to Diana's house. Karla called others along the way, Green Lantern Hal, Batman Bruce, and Danny. Danny heard that there was an impromptu party tonight, so she was naturally very excited. Considering that Diana's house doesn't have that much space after all, after thinking about it, it's better to go back to Gotham City from Metropolis. It was Wayne's Manor again. At the moment it was already late at night, and the Wayne's Manor, which had been lively all night, also became quiet. As the top consortium in Gotham City, Wayne's family can't stop even at Christmas. It seems that it is not easy to be high. Definitely this kind of difficulty is definitely what many people yearn for. If I knew I was going to come here, I wouldn't have to buy these things on the way, Karla said while throwing away all the drinks and snacks bought at the convenience store. Lakes didn't even bat an eyelid, as if the money wasn't his, but ran aside and met Bruce's eyes. 2 people, representing 2 big families and 2 big consortiums. One is the Luthor group of Metropolis, the other is the Wayne group of Gotham City. Both of them are super smart with high IQ, so there is a bit of a commercial rivalry. Because the 2 cities are too close to each other, it is inevitable that there will be some business confrontation. Lakes smiled. Batman? Heh. Bruce shifted his gaze and asked Karla, who is this bald man? The bald-caped man. Saitama said he was offended. Lakes is also very angry. Besides Karla, someone is talking about his hair today. This guy already knows our identities, and the super investigation department formed by Amanda, Bruce, you already know, Karla said straight to the point. At the moment, in a secret room upstairs, almost everyone came, and Danny also came as fast as she could. She was the most excited when she heard the news, and she was sitting in the corner touching Jennifer's hand. It is difficult to calm down looking at the superheroes. Except for Danny and Lakes, who are accidental, the others are old friends: female Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Batman, and Oracle Man. It was the superheroes who destroyed Bane's plan before. You said our identities have been exposed. Hal repeated Karla's words, feeling incredible. Why? Who exposed? Clark turned to look at Lakes. It was Clark who had exposed it, but it was Lakes who had told Amanda. Don't look at me like that. Amanda is a very powerful woman. I think Mr. Wayne should be more aware of this. Lakes immediately diverted everyone's attention without waiting for everyone to focus on him. This time, Bruce didn't quarrel with Lakes again, but nodded in admission. Although she didn't guess my identity, but I had contact with her as Batman, and the super investigation department has actually noticed me. Because Jennifer had a period of rest during her pregnancy, plus Dick, the original Robin, left, and Damian's actions. I think if you investigate carefully, you should still be able to discover cobweb traces. The original Robin left after all. He wanted to become a unique superhero, so he changed his name to Nightwing and left Gotham City. I heard that he was admitted to another university. He had dropped out of school to help Bruce as Robin before, but he didn't expect to fail his studies and transferred to another city. Damian is only 13 years old this year, but he can already become Bruce's little assistant as the second-generation Robin. The little guy still has a lot of ability. It's just that Damian is still a child after all, and has gone to bed. Crack. Karla opened a bottle of beer with one hand and handed it to Diana beside her, and opened another bottle by herself. Rich people are different. Even beer is divided into different grades. People. It seems to be the same as the beer that Karla threw away before. Afu came in at this time, saw Karla's suspicious eyes, and shrugged. Beer is not the same. As for red wine, there are still a few bottles of the master's collection in the wine cellar downstairs, in order not to let a certain kitten steal it. Let's go. For the sake of the master's health, I highly recommend it. Afu, good job. Karla didn't care how dark Bruce's face was, and urged Afu to get it quickly with a thumbs up. Bruce sighed. Speaking of which, Deo already knows the identities of several people. Mine should not have been exposed, because I negotiated with her with the information of several criminals I captured. Bruce did not deny his negotiation with Amanda. He is different from others. He is not the kind of superhero with super ability. He is just an ordinary person. So Bruce is more worried than others. He is not worried about himself, just as his purpose of wearing a mask has never been to protect himself, but to protect his important people, such as his family and children. 0. Mine? Karla was the first to raise her hand. Then there is Diana. Sorry, it seems that the information that I was active on the battlefield has been discovered. Diana didn't expect that the information from that time was still kept, and she was careless, mainly because she didn't expect Steve to betray herself. Maybe as far as Steve is concerned, he loves the national trial more and he doesn't feel like it's all bothering Diana at the time. Definitely and Clark. Besides, Karla winked at Danny over her shoulder. Danny stood up quickly. She is. Hal looked at Danny with a strange expression. In fact, Hal has met Danny, but because Danny has now put on her own special tight leather jacket, the whole style is different. The other one is you, Hal Jordan, your identity has also been mastered, Danny pointed at Hal. Hal frowned first, then he seemed to remember something. I remember, I met you a few years ago, by the way, you are that Amanda's subordinate. You exposed me? A few years ago in Seaside City, because of the Parallax Demon, Karla rushed to that city, met Hal, and many things happened later. For example, he got the approval of the 10-Lantern Ring. He also went to OA Planet. He mastered the history of 100,000 years ago, and he also learned the news of the survival of Kandor City from the Lantern Beast. That was 11 years ago, right? Ha 4.3 I still remember. Danny panicked a little at first, then calmed down immediately, and explained, it wasn't me, otherwise I would have exposed you 10 years ago. And don't forget, Amanda was also there at the time. Why didn't you? Do you suspect that the big-headed doll exposed your name? The big-headed doll refers to Dr. Hector Hammond. The nickname of the big-headed doll was given by Karla, because Hector was affected by the power of Parallax's fear and became strange, especially when his head got psychokinesis. Such power swelled a lot afterwards, like a big-headed doll. It was from the big-headed baby that Karla saved Danny and Amanda, and it was there that she met Hal for the first time. Hal recalled, was it really that time that exposed him? Perhaps it was really the big-headed doll who broke Hal's name at the beginning, or it was because Amanda guessed it from the fact that Hal knew the big-headed doll and Carol. Or maybe because of other reasons. For example, Hal has been active in Seaside City, and sometimes he always leaves some traces. Anyway, his identity was also exposed. It is equivalent to Amanda except that Batman's identity has not been confirmed, but because of some signs of Oracle Man's activities, almost all superhero identities have been exposed. But because I haven't acted yet, I'm still working for Amanda. Danny didn't hide, she is Amanda's right-hand man. What is your super ability? Hal suddenly became curious again. Since Danny was not the one who revealed his identity, and the two had known each other a long time ago, they naturally had to make contact with each other 10 times. Danny was about to take the magic necklace from her collar. Karla quickly reached out and patted Donnie's little hand, knocking off Donnie's little hand, and glared at her angrily. This silly girl, don't look at everyone as good brothers and sisters now, but some unexpected changes really happened. Then 20 it's faster to turn faces than to turn books. For example, a big belly black. Bruce was offended. Her ability is the ability to communicate with animals, and to obtain a part of the animal's ability. Karla gave a brief introduction. Danny immediately understood Karla's meaning and worry, smiled, and subconsciously stretched out her arms to hug Karla. As a result, Diana's eyes swept over immediately. So, what is the attitude of this Deo? Could it be that our superhero will also be hunted down? Hal didn't notice these small movements of the girls, but asked Bruce worriedly, Batman, you have the most experience. What do you think the Deo will do to us? Will it act directly? Bruce said in his heart that you have more experience, but he has never been arrested. At least since he once protected Gotham City in the first attack of the Shadow Fighters Alliance, he has a certain tacit understanding with Gordon and the police station. Especially when Joker made a big fuss, he also cooperated with the prosecutor team headed by Harvey. Not to mention that the Chief Justice is his wife. Wait, if it's just to discuss this topic, why is he here? Bruce suddenly noticed, if it's just to discuss the superhero's identity being exposed and worrying about the official attitude of the Deo representative, why is Lakes here? Anyway, it has nothing to do with the bald man, right? Karla smiled, not expecting such fun between these two people. But Karla noticed that Jennifer was looking at her, and she couldn't make fun of her husband, coughed lightly and said, actually, don't worry about this little thing at all, Bruce, we came here today to announce something, that is it is very likely that war will break out. Puff. Hal, who was about to take a sip of beer, just sprayed it. Others who heard it for the first time were also dumbfounded. Wait, shouldn't this be discussed first? Even Jennifer couldn't sit still and stood up and glared at Karla angrily. What the hell is going on here? You said war. Karla nodded and became serious, turned around and came to Diana, took the mother box from her and placed it on the table among the crowd. Everyone gathered around, looking at the boxy, mysterious box that Karla put in the middle of a pile of food. What is this? Mother box. What is the effect? What is it for? Everyone opened the chatter box, and began to ask and answer each sentence. After Karla and several other insiders disclosed, the function of the mother box and the threat hidden under the surface of peace were finally known to everyone. Never expected that such a terrible crisis would exist. Apocalypse Star and the new Protoss. Even Bruce began to think, and frowned, looking very worried. There was a solemn atmosphere in the room. My new Krypton has a population of 6 million, of which 300,000 are professional fighters. I can transfer new Krypton here at a critical moment. Except for the 300,000 fighters, almost all of the more than 5 million new Kryptonians are Superman, can help protect the safety of the Earth and those countries and cities. Karla took the initiative to break the silence. Hearing this, Bruce was startled. 6 million Superman. The others also gasped. Karla squinted at Bruce, and then looked at Lakes. I said you don't have to worry. If the Kryptonians want to attack the people on Earth, an army of 6 million Superman can flatten the entire galaxy. It's just that we won't do that. Krypton, although the aliens are not a peace-loving race, we have no intention of provoking war in the universe. If we must take action, it will be those thugs who really threaten other civilized races, such as the new gods of the Apocalypse Star. Karla is actually making a promise to her partners. After all, almost all the people present are from the Earth. She hopes that they will not regard the Starrazers as potential enemies. Our new Krypton will become the most solid ally of the Earth. When the Earth is threatened, we will raise the whole family to help. As for the reason, because this is my second hometown after all, Clark and I grew up on the Earth, we have a pair of Earth parents, as well as you close friends and even lovers. Karla subconsciously glanced at Diana, and found that she was also looking at her. Clark reached out to hold Louise's little hand, conveying warmth and faith to her. So don't feel desperate for 027, what are you afraid of with 6 million Superman? Karla became arrogant again at the end, and picked up a draft beer mug, then winked at Jennifer. Girl, pour wine. Jennifer showed an incredible expression, because although Karla was holding a draft beer mug, she was aiming at the red wine that Afu really took out from the wine cellar, which is a rare red wine even in Wayne's wine cellar. Would this be too greedy? Jennifer glanced at Bruce. It was Diana who took the initiative, picked up the half bottle of beer she hadn't finished and poured it in for Karla. Stingy, Karla rolled her eyes at Jennifer, but the latter was obviously more surprised. Then they went on to discuss the possible war. Karla's words played a big role. The army of 6 million is composed of all Superman. If this terrifying force is the enemy, the Earth will not have to resist. But as an ally now, it will naturally only make people feel at ease. And Karla wasn't lying. Hal could vouch for that. Even Karla had reservations. If the power of the young Superman of the new generation is included, in addition to the 300,000 fighters, the available power can reach 6 million. Even if children cannot participate in the battlefield, with the power of Kryptonian children, they can still stabilize ordinary people. Masters of tactics, let's think about strategy a little bit, Karla said after promising the help of New Krypton unilaterally with a proud face, and then turned her attention to others. It was as if what happened next had nothing to do with her. At least she thought so. But I have to say that with the power of 6 million Supermans, this really eased the atmosphere in the room. Anyone who has watched the Justice League knows that Superman's power is absolutely smashing Steppenwolf. Although some people say that this setting ruined the movie, in fact, there are 2 versions of this movie, just wait for the director to save it, but the setting is like this. Superman's power is indeed stronger than Steppenwolf, otherwise how can we beat the Skycast? It's better to say that only Wonder Woman's strength has been weakened. Wonder Woman's strength can wrestle with Superman's wrists, even Doomsday. Definitely it's not the movie that I want to mention here, after all, the plots are different. What I want to say here is that there are at least 300,000 fighters on New Krypton, and the strength of these professional fighters is not weaker than Clark, especially after the New Krypton has become familiar with the power of Superman in the past few years, they will only become stronger. 300,000 Superman fighters who can beat Steppenwolf, even Darkseid will turn around and run away when he hears the news, right? Logically speaking, since there is such a powerful force, there is no need to do anything. However, we can't let all the new Kryptonians come to fight, can we? After all, it is the Earth that is at war, and the people on Earth must have their own representative power. Even if the technology and physique are not enough to participate in the war, at least the superheroes will not back down. So they started a heated discussion, discussing how to face such a terrible and powerful enemy once it really came to the Earth. Also, how to protect the people and even the environment. Speaking of the environment, the enemy must not let the 3 mother boxes of the Earth come together, otherwise they will have a way to turn the Earth into a suitable environment for them to live in. In that case, even if they win, the Earth will be finished. Karla pointed to the mother box. Is this such an important thing? Everyone looked at Karla, then at the mother box she had placed so casually in the middle of the food. I'll keep it, Bruce said, picking up the mother box. But Karla held his hand down. Karla looked at Bruce, and Bruce looked at Karla. Karla pointed to the bald lie on the opposite side very bluntly. I just snatched it from that bastard. Do you know what he did? He synthesized a child with his own genes and the stolen Clark's genes. Here, that's the one. Because they came directly, Connor Kent also brought them along, and was placed not far away and was still in a coma. Everyone was stunned again. The child of 2 men? How did it happen? Karla smiled and looked at Bruce. I have always been very careful on weekdays. If the one with the most chance of getting my genes is at your house. Bruce, the power of the mother box can recombine genes and even reshape life. What do you want to do? Bruce looked away. You think too much. What? Karla sneered in her heart. If there was no Jennifer, she would not have thought too much. This black-bellied bastard. If you want to ask who is the biggest enemy of the Justice League, there is no doubt, only Batman. Any enemy, Justice League can defeat, only Batman can easily destroy, even kill every superhero. He is so powerful, although Bruce is an ordinary person, but he can formulate tactics that can kill the opponent according to each person's weakness. There was once a cartoon in which he was the person with the largest storage of kryptonite in the world at that time. Karla doesn't worry about anything else. She's afraid that Bruce will use the mother box to do something that shouldn't be done like Lakes did. You smart people, sometimes it's reassuring, because once you don't have enemies, you create enemies, Karla complained. In fact, DC is okay, there are not too many incidents where this happens. Or let the Asgardians of the universe, that is, those little blue men take the blame and take it on their backs. Look at Marvel. Ultron in the movie was created by Iron Man and Bruce Banner. In the comics it was created by Ant-Man and the Illuminati, which claims to be composed of the smartest and richest superhero on Earth. Even other superheroes are not eligible to join. Even the members' closest family and friends, and even their companions do not know that there is such a secret organization. Not to mention how the light will cheat. Although Karla is also a smart person, she will never do such superfluous things, definitely not necessary for her. Bruce, never study something you don't understand and don't know. You must have already started to worry about what to do if the new Krypton comes and refuses to leave. I guess Jennifer has already understood your black belly. Karla was worried about causing misunderstanding with Jennifer, so she had to say this. Jennifer was very embarrassed. She could neither speak up for her husband nor agree to her good sister's complaints. Karla is good at tapping the mother box. It was activated because someone studied it. It has not been fully opened yet, and we still have time. If you continue to study it, you want to use its power to find a way to protect the Earth. I am afraid it will lead to even greater disasters. It wasn't that Karla was targeting Bruce, quite the opposite. She knew all too well that Batman wanted to protect the planet, including Lakes. Why did you bring him to the internal meeting of the superheroes? Was what he did before really doing bad things? This dead bald man clearly knows that lead can hinder Superman's supervision, so he can hide and do research at will, and wait for his Superman army to be realized, and then come out and crush it in one fell swoop. Because Baldy Lie still doesn't know about Karla's new Kryptonian army. Even if only tens of thousands of troops are created, they are almost invincible. But Baldy Lie didn't do that. It was like he was playing with the Karla siblings on purpose. Or maybe Karla is too uninterested, interrupting the fun with Clark. The more Bruce wants to protect the Earth, the more he will do something to the mother box, that's for sure. Otherwise, what happened to Brother Eyes? Marvel has Ultron, and DC also has Brother Eyes. Promise. In fact, the grid is more like Ultron. The grid is the mechanical body part of Cyborg, and later opened its own personality, so it evolved into a grid, which belongs to the intelligent robot like Ultron. And Brother Eye should be more like the state of the smart housekeeper J.A.R.V.I.S before it became Vision. At first it was just a smart housekeeper, and later it became Blacken. As for the purpose of Brother Eye being created by Bruce, it is to monitor other members of the Justice League. This black-bellied pig's trotter, you. Karla can't believe he's just gone to hell. Well, the mother box will be handed over to me and Diana for safekeeping, so that even if a powerful enemy appears, we can defeat it immediately. Then what I'm going to say is, you've been talking about irrelevant topics, and I said, didn't any of you think about finding new partners to join us? Like, The Flash, Aquaman, Cyborg, Martian Manhunter, whatever. Karla's proposal baffled everyone. The Flash, Cyborg, Aquaman, Martian Manhunter, who is it? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, having never heard of these names. Also, this world is an origin story. The Justice League has not yet been established, the Flash has not yet appeared, and Cyborg has not yet acted under this name. Karla thought for a while, and had no choice but to mention from the side, I learned these names from other sources. In Cyborg's case, it is actually Victor, the son of Dr. Stone, who did not hesitate to activate the mother box. The ones who were saved by the box, got the technology endowed by the mother box, and belonged to the civilization of the new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star, would be a good help. Probably. Perhaps. Aquaman, maybe it's too early to call him that. Why don't you call him Aquaman or Aquaman first? That's actually what Aquaman used to call him. I met that kid when I was traveling the world, and beat him, cough cough cough, after getting to know him a bit. His strength is pretty good. It seems to be fooled by something. Martian Manhunter knows that he is an alien from the name 760. If I am not wrong, there are actually some aliens on the Earth, but I have no position as an alien to deal with them, so as long as I do not do bad things, I'm too lazy to care about it. But Martian Manhunter should be righteous, maybe he can win over. This is what Karla thinks unilaterally from experience. Martian Manhunter was once a veteran member of one of the 7 giants of the Justice League, so Karla believes that he is definitely the party of justice and can be brought in. But is that really the case? And the Flash, I get mad when I talk about that guy, Karla said, pissed off at the mention of the Flash. Because she has already encountered the chaos caused by the Flash twice. Once she ran to another universe, not only met Rui-Ou, the god of Krypton, but also the ancestor of the Al family, and also fought with the ancient Kryptonians. There was a crushing war. The second time is to go to the TV drama universe. Although the results are all good, what Karla hates the most is to use her own ability to change the past or face the future, but the Flash or speedsters love to do that. It's annoying. CABG. But the importance of the Flash is unquestionable, so Karla still said, if I'm not mistaken, the Flash should be called Barry. Barry, the last name is fine. No, the last name is the most important thing, right? It's Barry Aaron. Lakes interrupted Karla abruptly, giving Barry's full name. You know, Karla looked at Lakes. Lakes asked the housekeeper for a laptop, then opened a page and entered his password. Karla put her hand on her forehead, and Clark slapped his forehead. All the superpowers present could see the rhythm of Lakes typing the password. His password was none other than Superman. Just love Superman that much? Or do you care about Superman that much? Bruce, shouldn't your management password be Oda? Karla suddenly asked with emotion. Bruce wondered, don't you know? The password is my birthday and Jennifer's. I told you after changing it. The previous password was his parents' birthdays, but after the change, it was his and Jennifer's birthdays, and Karla did know it. I'm just asking this to ease the embarrassment. After Lakes fiddled with the notebook, several videos appeared on the page, and as he opened one of them, a blurry scene appeared, in which a convenience store was robbed. And in the blink of an eye, a young man on the other side of the convenience store suddenly disappeared. With a flash of lightning, the robber disappeared, and the next moment the young man appeared again. After watching the video, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Some of them had seen this video before. The topic of superhero had been hot for a while because of Karla's activity and great contribution in the Bane incident. It was during that period that this video was widely circulated, but later it was refuted and said it was fake, because there was no picture of a teenager in that video, only a picture of lightning. It's a fishing boat that was suppressed by the government, Lakes told the truth. The so-called refutation of rumors was suppressed by a certain country's politicians. And this lightning figure is the proof of the speedster. The so-called extreme speed refers to being favored by the speed force, and even being protected by the speed force. But it doesn't mean that a fast person is an extremely fast person. This point must be clarified. For example, Karla's speed can complete a circle around the universe in less than 3 seconds at the fastest. This speed is terrifying enough, it doesn't even take a second to reach the Earth from the center of the universe. But even so, Karla is by no means a speedster. Including Clark, when Superman was at his strongest, he once reversed the Earth's rotation at his own speed to achieve the effect of going back in time through time. That's right, just running, or flying back to the past. Regardless of whether it would hit me in the last second by doing so, at Superman's speed, let alone surpass it, it is not weaker than the Flash. But Superman is still not a speedster. Also, Green Lantern, who can travel through the universe at an extremely fast speed, cannot be called a speedster. The conditions for becoming a speedster are very harsh, because a speedster only has a speed beyond ordinary people and no other abilities. Definitely, don't underestimate the strength of the speedster, because according to the setting, when the Flash hits a blow at close to the speed of light, its power is equivalent to 10 oncoming white dwarfs. Needless to say, time travel is definitely a great weapon for the restart of the DC universe. The most important thing is that the Flash often accidentally runs to other universes while running. This is what annoys Karla the most. Don't come, the Flash from other universes. Every time you come, you will be fine. The reason why I introduced the Flash so much is because. That's all for now. Karla pointed at Lake's computer screen, and said to everyone, find them and try to convince them. Remember what I said before, we should form an alliance, and when there is an emergency, when there is a difficult situation, or a powerful enemy, we can unite and solve the problem together. Karla's intentions are already obvious. Since the Dark Side War can be prevented in advance, why not establish the Justice League in advance? Speaking of which, Karla, don't you have a few fellow apprentices? Someone suddenly asked. Knowing that it was the Shazam family that Karla was talking about, she immediately shook her head and refused. They are still children, and in this war, we shouldn't bring children to the battlefield. War is so easy and ideal, bring them too. Yes, war is not so easy and ideal. Keeping children and women out of battle? But once the Dark Side War breaks out, the whole Earth will become a battlefield. Are we going to send all the women and children to outer space? Maybe I'm too idealistic. Shazam and the others are not ordinary children. If they are superheroes, they should also take responsibility. So Clark, when the time comes, you can recruit them in my name. Karla admitted I am too idealistic. When facing a global disaster, the most important thing is how to win and how to survive. What is needed at this time is the concerted efforts of the whole world. What's more, the power of the Shazam family is definitely a powerful force that cannot be ignored. And Diana, can I ask the gods of Olympus to protect their believers? The black-bellied Batman used the believers as a breakthrough point. But Diana's expression was a bit embarrassed. In order to deal with the rebellion of Ares, the god of war, Olympus has no extra power. In some settings, Ares, the god of war, destroyed Olympus and almost killed all the Greek gods. There is also a setting that because of frequent conflicts between the old gods, the new gods took the opportunity to replace them due to internal friction. In short, since the new gods have risen, it proves the decline of the old gods. Olympus has long since lost its glory. It's really useless, someone muttered. Karla coughed dryly. Stop talking nonsense. You are not believers in God. Let your God come out to visit. Our family also celebrates Christmas, and Santa Claus has never come to give me a gift. Speaking of which, there is really Santa Claus next door, or is it a mutant? Okay, don't mention things like belief and religion. I'm so impatient that even my gods and ancestors beat me up, Karla said arrogantly. This is the truth. She did kill the god of Krypton, Rui Ou. Definitely this is not something to be proud of. It's up to you to win over these people. I may have to go back to New Krypton next time. After all, I have to inform you about the tactical arrangements, Karla said. Pulled in front of the Earth in another universe, and a full-scale war with ancient Krypton broke out. But she didn't want to be so sudden and willful every time. Even if it is her, she has to make some arrangements in advance. Moreover, Karla's eyes still had a hint of deep meaning. Perhaps, the opportunity has come? Shall I go with you? Diana asked suddenly. Karla agreed. Isn't that definitely about it? But today is Christmas, so let's talk about it when I get up tomorrow. Christmas night is not over yet. Karla plans to act again tomorrow. Then everyone discussed the arrangements for recruiting newcomers separately. In the end they decided to let Lakes recruit the Flash, because he seemed to already know who the Flash was. Baldy lie, don't embarrass your sister. Now is not the time to mess around. If you work hard, you may not be able to leave a place for you in this superhero alliance. Karla was worried that Baldy lie would make trouble, so she had to intimidate and lure her. Lakes shrugged. It seems that you haven't even thought of a name yet. Justice League. Karla opened her mouth. Is the name still doubtful? It's called Justice League. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Nice name. Batman was the first to nod in approval. No one else has an opinion either. Isn't the symbol of superhero just justice? Is there a problem with being called the Justice League? Definitely not. That Aquaman, let me go. Bruce took the initiative to accept the task of recruiting Aquaman. The reason is, Karla should have taught him a lesson. Maybe there will be some conflicts. As a result, the words Karla wanted to fool the past were captured by key words. She did teach Aquaman, who was still young at the time, and even beat him violently. In this way, maybe the two sides have already had a grudge. In this case maybe it is really better to let this black-bellied wooden bat go. And Bruce is calm enough and convincing, and he should be the oldest in terms of age. Diana. Beyond that, there's Cyborg and Martian Manhunter who need someone to reach out to. For Cyborg, leave it to me. Danny took up the task. Cyborg's father is an important scientist with a PhD, didn't even know that lab existed. And Danny, as Amanda's confidant, must know and be able to go in. Zero looking for flowers. So she might have a chance to convince Cyborg. Besides, Danny, maybe you can have a showdown with Amanda. After all, if the worst happens, your identity will always be exposed. Once the war does break out, Danny will join in, and sooner or later it will be exposed. So Karla suggested that Danny might as well confess in advance, and maybe reach some kind of consensus with Amanda. I believe Amanda also hopes to have a superhero subordinate? You mean, I can join too? Donnie's eyes lit up. At least in her opinion, she hadn't done anything, and it would be too shameless to say that she was a superhero. Why not? Everyone smiled and nodded to Danny. She could join. The concept of the Justice League does not determine status based on whose contribution is greater. We are all partners and are equal. No one is above the other. We are not an illegal organization. Never forget the purpose of establishing the Justice League. It is in order to better protect the Earth. Once there is an enemy that we cannot deal with and solve individually, we can work together to fight against the enemy. 0. This is the core value of the formation of the Justice League. So even if Danny hasn't made any feats yet, as long as her mind and beliefs are consistent with everyone's, there will be no problem. After all, even Baldy Lie is here, isn't he? Suddenly, Jennifer raised her hand and tapped on the table. Everyone glanced at Jennifer wonderingly, and then looked at the tabletop, or the round table, on which her palms were pressed. Hey, isn't this a little too big a joke? Karla was the first to guess what Jennifer was thinking. Bruce also quickly understood, and then smiled at Jennifer with approving eyes. Why, what? What do you mean? Definitely some people didn't know what kind of medicine was being sold in the gourd. Round table meeting. It is said that King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table can be equal in the Round Table meeting. Freely express everyone's opinions and opinions. King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table are equal, at least in the Round Table meeting. Everyone can speak. Everyone can put forward their own ideas. Justice League Round Table? Sounds like a good idea. The next morning, at Diana's house, Karla wakes up from a dream. Sitting up, Karla shook her head. Last night, after talking about the business, because Jennifer suddenly mentioned that the round table could be used as the conference table of the Justice League, and when the round table is mentioned, it will inevitably be associated with the Night King, so everyone was a little excited. It seems that even superheroes have idols. So everyone started arguing a bit late. It happened to be the night after Christmas, and Bruce and his wife didn't have a good time because of the entertainment tonight, not to mention that Baldy Lie seemed to lure Karla and Clark over to spend Christmas with him on purpose. The partners toasted and celebrated, and even the housekeeper Afu couldn't help but wiped away tears silently when he saw this scene. It's great that his master has so many friends. 340 as if Bruce didn't even have a friend. Although it does seem to be the case. In the end, even Karla was a little bit drunk, and followed Diana back to her house to rest. And then what about memory? Can't think about it. Karla turned her head and glanced to her side. Diana was still fast asleep with her arm in her arms. Well, girls are intimate. If two big men show this picture. Vomit. Karla made a gesture of retching. It's better not to fantasize. What? Am I ugly? Do you want to retch? Diana suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Karla dissatisfied. Karla quickly explained. Why, I tried to think about what would happen if it were Clark and Lakes. Diana tried to think for a while, then shivered, and said with a black line, "Don't disgust me. So, you'll feel sick too, right? Okay, I'm going to make a cup of coffee, and what would you like to have for breakfast?" Karla stood up while speaking, grabbed Diana's white shirt from the side and put it on. Just turned around and walked outside. Diana looked a little dazed for a while. Karla just got up, and her messy blonde hair fell naturally and smoothly as she raised her hand to scratch the back of her head. "This hair quality is too good, isn't it? It's like a waterfall, and it's like the Milky Way tilting, extremely brilliant. Moreover, Karla is only wearing a shirt top, and a pair of long legs maybe more than 1 meter long. After all, she is 1.9 meters tall, and girls have more legs, maybe the legs are 1.2 meters long?" Karla is not afraid of the cold. She stood on the ground with her bare feet, turned around thoughtfully, leaned against the door with her arms crossed, and looked at Diana. "Hey, are you a nympho early in the morning? Think what to eat? I always use bread and milk in the morning, and I will improve your taste today. I heard that your cooking skills are very good." "That's up to you." Diana had also heard about Karla's cooking skills. When she was at Karla's hometown yesterday, Martha praised her all the time. Although the dishes on the table were prepared by Martha herself, Karla wanted to help, but she was kicked out by Martha because she would steal the food. "Is that so?" Karla thought for a while, as if she had paid attention. She turned around and continued to walk out. Diana lifted the quilt and lay down, looking at the ceiling, feeling a little satisfied in her heart. "Is this what I want?" Diana murmured, closing her eyes again and resting. It was already very late last night, and the two women didn't rest until dawn, and they woke up in less than 2 hours. It can only be said that the Kryptonian's physical strength is too good, right? Even Diana, who was a demigod body, couldn't hold it anymore. Her eyelids were drooping all the time, and she wanted to just sleep for a while even if she didn't sleep. But soon, Diana was called out by Karla. Back in the bedroom, Karla had washed up, put on a battlesuit, and put on a Diana long-sleeved sweater. She came over and pulled off the quilt, and said, "Get up, I'll cook. A pot of porridge with preserved egg and lean meat, and some steamed eggs, come and have a taste." Diana sat up reluctantly, with her messy hair on her head. She fumbled for some clothes to put on her body. Speaking of which, Diana's hair is black, with a slightly natural curly feel. But it doesn't give people a bad feeling, and it's not sloppy at all, but it's handsome and cool. Karla couldn't help but walk over and give her a hug. Diana's home is still very spacious and warm. The kitchen and the dining room are connected. There is a small rectangular white table. Usually she is alone, but now it becomes 2 people to enjoy. 0. There are already 2 bowls and spoons on the table, and the average Western family does not prepare chopsticks, although Karla likes to use chopsticks very much. In addition to the 2 bowls of porridge on the table, there was also a plate of steamed eggs, which looked like egg custard, but it was not. It was the kind where the whole egg was steamed in this way. Northern should be called lying eggs. There's a drizzle of olive oil on top, and some soy sauce for garnish, a sprinkle of green onion, etc. Not too salty, not tasteless, good for a morning meal. Diana fell in love with the taste immediately after tasting it, and drank 3 big bowls of porridge. "Fortunately, I prepared well enough. Speaking of making preserved egg and lean meat porridge, I went to that big country in the east on purpose just to buy preserved eggs." Karla began to claim credit, because she couldn't say too much about the real world. There are many place names, so the country is not clearly stated, but everyone knows that there is only one place where preserved eggs are popular. At Karla's speed, it's a lot of work to go back and forth. But what Diana was worried about was, did you go out in that dress just now? How come? Karla rolled her eyes. She would be arrested if she did that. She was wearing Diana's pants and shoes. Hadn't Karla's clothes been torn up before? When she broke into the Luthor group for the first time, she could only find Diana's clothes. "It's just a little tight." Karla 3.9 stretched the fabric around her shoulders with her hand. Diana glanced at it and said nothing. Their bodies are already very similar, but Karla's body is still a little better. The 2 women chatted and ate while living a warm and comfortable life, not as exciting or passionate as imagined, but they let nature take its course, like an old married couple. Everything came naturally, not as resistant and entangled as Karla expected, and easier to accept than imagined. It may be because both of them are superheroes or partners, they share the same beliefs and ideas, and both are willing to fight for justice. At the same time, compared to Batman or Superman, Diana is a decisive goddess of war in many stories, which fits better with Karla. Speaking of which, there are really countless people killed by Diana. During dinner in the morning, Diana also asked Karla, "Do you need me to go back to Paradise Island to rescue the soldiers?" The Amazon family on Paradise Island is also a powerful force, and one of the few forces on Earth that can participate in this war that may break out at any time. But at last night's round-table discussion, Karla and others seemed to be deliberately ignoring it. Diana was a little worried about the clansmen, to be honest, but in the end she chose to bring it up. Karla reached out and patted the back of Diana's hand. "Don't think too much. We are not ignoring the power of your Amazons, but you have to protect the mother box. That is the most important thing. The 3 mother boxes must not be lost. At least the 3 mother boxes cannot be integrated together. The Amazon family has a more important mission. That's definitely not easy." Including Atlantis, Karla didn't intend to inform those sea people. Rather, Karla actually doesn't have much affection for the sea people, which can be seen from her cruelty to the trench people. The reason is that Atlantis no longer regards itself and the humans on the surface as a race, and even in ancient times, when the Earth people were still in the primitive period. In fact, Atlantis technology is said to be able to explore outer space. It's empty. But Atlantis never wanted to help humanity. Maybe it's better to think of Atlantis as a single race? Perhaps the relationship between humans and Atlantis is not that simple. That will be discussed later. And now, Karla didn't want to have anything to do with Atlantis. She said to Diana, "Okay, I'll pack up the things, you go take a shower, get ready and go home with me to meet your parents." Diana blushed, spat, and went to wash up. I always feel that Karla is a bit of an uncle. After tidying up a bit, the two women put on their battle suits and got ready. Bring the mother box. Karla didn't forget to bring the mother box. After all, she brought the mother box back, just as she was worried. She was afraid that Bruce would develop and research the mother box in order to protect the Earth and find a safer way. She was afraid that Bruce would accidentally activate the mother box in advance. If the sonic boom channel with Apocalypse was connected, it would be very bad to usher in this war before it was ready. Sometimes smart people always make things more complicated. Especially when Bruce and Lakes have passed the initial stage of fighting each other, there is a chemical reaction between the two extremely intelligent geniuses on Earth. They even put forward a super idea, which is to build a Justice League satellite and move the headquarters of the Justice League to a geosynchronous orbit above the equator, about 20,000 kilometers above the ground. In this way, they can monitor the crimes happening in every corner of the Earth at any time, and as long as there is one person who takes turns guarding them, they can notify their teammates at any time if something happens. It's better to just move to the moon, Karla complained at the time. There are outposts on the moon that we left when we explored space on Krypton. I can allow you to obtain those Kryptonian civilization technologies. That would be even better, build an observatory on the moon or something. Bruce and Lakes got even more excited. They finally got rid of everyone. Run together and fight against each other. And these two rich men are enough to cover all the required funds. How capricious. Okay, Diana tucked the mother box under her arm, nodding to Karla. She was ready to go anytime. Karla took Diana's other hand in the past, and squeezed it subconsciously, only feeling that it was soft. Diana glared at Karla. Her own hands were soft and boneless, and she was ashamed to tease others. Whether to teleport directly, or fly slowly, and still see the scenery along the way, Karla asked Diana how she wanted to get there. Just teleport there. There is no time to take your time now. There will be time in the future. Diana looked at Karla gently. They will have a lot of time to enjoy the scenery slowly in the future. But not now. I'm looking forward to it. Karla also smiled, and then with a thought, launched teleportation. In fact, Karla's speed is not slower than teleportation, but in order to consider Diana's feelings, the scenery she saw along the way will still cause her consciousness to become confused due to receiving too much information. It was directly transferred to Zinpenexing. In addition, Karla can also drag the entire universe over to play a transfer effect. On the other side, on New Krypton, in Karla's palace, two women suddenly appeared. There are still people in the palace who are dealing with official duties, none other than Karla's mother Allura and Aunt Astra, but the others are gone. New Krypton is now in the stage of exploring and developing the entire planet, and this stage may last for many years, so the original four elders are also very busy, and the returning General Zod and his party will soon be reaccommodated. Come in and get to work right away. General Zod's love for Krypton is no less than that of the brothers of the Al family, and to Karla's surprise, if according to the setting of the prequel of Krypton General Zod and the brothers of the Al family don't seem to be brothers, definitely, that is the setting of American TV series. Karla. Astra saw Karla 113, exclaimed and rushed over, hugging her beloved niece. On the contrary, Karla's mother, Allura, squinted and snorted coldly, "Are you still willing to come back?" When Karla left this time, she really let herself go, and she didn't come back immediately. It is also the development of New Krypton that has stabilized. Even if she comes back, she will not be able to help much, and the Al brothers will always have quarrels, and Karla is not easy to deal with. Especially after the return of the aunt, the sisters also started, and Allura and Astra also quarreled from time to time. Is this how Kryptonian siblings bond? Shouldn't it be? At this moment, a beautiful figure rushed in from outside like a gust of wind. Karla. With a crisp call, a beautiful girl threw herself into Karla's arms. "You are finally back." "Why, Terry?" Karla called out the other person's name. It was Karla's childhood Kryptonian friend, the Kryptonian girl Taylai, but due to various reasons, Taylai, who should have been the same age as Karla, is now only 10 years old. 6 years old. Yes, Terry has grown up, is a 16-year-old girl, and has become the captain of Karla's Queen's Guard. She seems to be a warrior gene. Although she is not at the level of a general, she is also at the level of an officer. Next, Karla first introduced Diana to her mother and aunt, and at the same time introduced Allura, Astra, and Terry to Diana. Diana nodded reservedly to Allura and Astra, but when she and Taylai got to know each other, there was a sense of hostility for no reason. Karla didn't pay much attention, but couldn't hide the eyes of the two elders. Allura and Astra subconsciously exchanged glances, a little worried. Mom, send a message to father and the others, let father, uncle, and aunt, and General Zod all come back, there is a war going to happen. Karla suddenly brought a shocking news. Hearing this, Allura suppressed the idea of asking about the relationship between Karla and Diana, and immediately used the smart housekeeper to connect the communicators of the highest health of those new fluorine stars. With the physical fitness of the current Kryptonians, under the golden light of the new Kryptonian fixed star, all members have become Superman. So it didn't take long, under the escort of several teams of Kryptonian fighters, everyone rushed over from their respective areas of responsibility. See Your Majesty, General Zod said, immediately kneeling on one knee when he saw Karla, including his original subordinates behind General Zod. What's the matter? General Zod, please get up quickly, and I once said that these rituals will be abolished. Karla quickly helped Zod up. Zod bowed his head in embarrassment. I used to disapprove of Your Majesty, thinking that you were still a child who didn't know much about the world, but I already knew about your great achievements. Please forgive my offense. It turned out that after Zod returned to Krypton, after witnessing the new Krypton and the restored fixed star, he knew what feat Karla had done. She was not resurrecting Krypton, but a new Krypton. At the same time, the current fixed star has brought an infinite future to Krypton. With the power of the current Kryptonians, they can even challenge the apocalypse planet of the new Protoss. And Krypton's technological civilization is also at the forefront of the universe. These are the big changes that Karla has brought about. The more Zod understands everything about New Krypton, the more he admires Karla, even if she is a junior, but this thing is regardless of age. Some people spend their whole lives without any achievements, while some people make great contributions even though they are young. If age can determine everything, then as long as you try your best to live, wouldn't it be fine? Okay, General Zod, we are all working hard for our people and our civilization, and your strength is also indispensable. Karla is already very mature. Immediately offer a hand of praise. And she is not wearing a high hat, in fact, and there will be a big war soon. There is a new Protoss named Apocalypse Planet may invade the Earth. At that time maybe I will bring the whole new Krypton to the Earth. On the other hand, I hope that General Zod and my aunt General Astra will each lead 100,000 Kryptonian fighters into the battlefield and give way at critical moments. Definitely, I will also fight together. Currently there are 300,000 Kryptonians serving as warriors. The last 100,000 warriors will be led by me to fight against the enemy's army head-on. She will be the one who resists positively and bears the greatest pressure. Mom, Karla turned her head and was about to tell her mother to guard New Krypton, or lead those new Kryptonians who are not warriors. At this moment, Zod suddenly asked, Your Majesty, are you sure you really want to devote the entire New Krypton to this war? I'm not questioning your idea of protecting and helping the Earth, but you don't need to invest the entire Krypton star. Zod's admiration and belief in Karla stemmed from his love for Krypton, and because of this, when Karla's decision might threaten the civilization of Krypton, he had to ask questions. Even Zor-El said, Karla, last time we messed around with you because the other party is also from Kryptonian. But even if you are the queen, you can't casually throw the entire Fasun race on the gambling table. This sentence can only be said by him, and it must also be said by Karla's biological parents, otherwise it will cause trouble if it is someone else. In fact, this is already regarded as an accusation, accusing Karla of being irresponsible as a queen, and casually putting the whole Krypton on it. She is indeed the queen, but the queen should take protecting the people as her first duty, but she is lucky. The first thing she does is not to protect the people, but to throw the people to the front line. This is not putting the cart before the horse yet? Even though Karla was chic and cool at the time, is it really good to do so? Zor-El winked at Karla while talking, telling her to give in first, and wanted to take the issue home for discussion. But Karla turned around as if she didn't see it, and walked towards the throne step by step. Finally, she flicked her bright red cloak and turned to sit on the throne. At that moment, even Karla's biological mother, Allura, felt as if she was repressed by genes, or rather, it was repressed by genes. Karla's gene is the king, and the one with the highest gene present is the general, judge or scientist, and no one can compete with her. Only Diana was unaffected, but she knew that now was not the time for her to speak. Karla held her head high and looked down at her elders. If even you are starting to question, or, am I already incompetent as a queen? Although I have always said that I don't want to be a queen, but suddenly it's a bit unsatisfying to be like this. There was a sneer on the corner of Karla's mouth. Is this her clan? It seems, not so good. Well, it was true that she was too willful and reckless before, but if she couldn't even do that little thing, wouldn't this queen be too pitiful? Why don't I abdicate for the better? Karla propped her chin, her eyes drifting a bit, or, shouldn't I be too self-righteous, as if I take myself too seriously? Everyone present was shocked. Karla is serious, she doesn't care about the so-called throne. It's better to say that since becoming a queen, how has she ever acted like a domineering, getting money? Instead, she has been working hard. If it is thankless, why bother? Karla was only sad for her home planet and family at the beginning, and what she did before was also for her own civilization and race. Now that she has done it, as for what will happen in the future, she can actually not care about it. Now that you guys are on the right track, so be it. I won't be coming back, said Karla, about to stand up. Plop. Terry suddenly knelt down. Wait a minute, Carla, what they said is false. Everyone has never questioned any of your decisions, even if you are facing the legendary Krypton god Rio, even if you are facing ancestors 250,000 years ago, as long as you give an order, there will be no hesitation. Even if you let everyone die now, you will never have any complaints. Please believe us, Carla, you are our only belief. If you leave, New Krypton will have no future. What exactly is going on? Carla was a little dizzy, obviously feeling from her parents that she seemed to be questioned, or maybe she was really too self-righteous. Is it because she thinks she is the queen, so the decision she made before caused a lot of complaints? Now she seems to be dragging the entire New Krypton into a war involving the whole clan. Maybe people really want to attack her, the queen? Because of this thinking, it would be better for Carla to take the initiative, and it would be good to abdicate for Xian. But looking at Taylai's intentions now, isn't that the case? What's going on? Father? Mother? Carla could only look at her parents. I didn't say you were being questioned by your people, did I? This child is too impatient, don't be as impatient as your mother. Zo-Al also complained about Alura. Alura rolled her eyes angrily, then looked at Carla, and said, you are already an adult and a queen, so don't be as willful as a child, and don't just say quit kind of irresponsible words. What your father meant before was just our worries. We were worried that you have been dragging New Krypton into the crisis of other races in this way, which is not fair to your people. Although the previous incident was related to Krypton, it was related to Krypton in another universe, not this universe after all. Moreover, after a trip to New Krypton, he worked 280 and worked hard, but it didn't do any good, and instead he was in danger of being counterattacked. People generally have some ideas about this kind of thing, right? But this is just Alura's concern. But in fact, Taylai said that the people of New Krypton don't think so much, and now even if Carla wants them to die, no one will hesitate. Because Carla is their only belief. Even Carla asked them to attack the legendary god Rui-Ou. They have no hesitation, this is the proof. Carla, Taylai said bravely again, please don't doubt everyone's hearts. As long as you are willing, even the adults present cannot make everyone betray you. Rather, if someone dares to betray you, they will become the enemy of all. There is only one queen of New Krypton, and that is you. It was you who saved everyone, and you who created the New Krypton, and it was you who brought the light of hope to everyone, and the new fixed star, which gave everyone the power they have now, etc. You are everyone's god and faith, and only you? Alura and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. Maybe even they didn't expect that Terry would say such a remark in person. To put it simply, if Carla is willing, she can even take back all the power she gave to everyone present at any time. The matter of coercing the emperor to make the princes will never happen, and there will never be anyone who can make great achievements. Because there can be no one more than Carla's kindness to all the New Kryptonians now. She's the one who gave the New Kryptonians everything. We didn't intend to betray our daughter. Zo-El couldn't laugh or cry. How could he want to betray his daughter? It was too late for the pain. Indeed, in Carla's origin comics, Zo-El would rather let Alura misunderstand him than send Carla away forcibly, because in his heart even if only Carla can be saved, he would not hesitate. This is Zo-El's fatherly love. Carla, but Alura had to remind Carla again, although everyone will support you without reservation, you are the queen of the New Krypton after all, and your duty should be to protect your people and lead your people to a brighter future, rather than putting their own people in danger in order to help others. This is what Sid wants to say, Your Majesty, we can lead the army to follow you, but you don't need to bring all the millions of people from New Krypton to the battlefield. Sid wanted to make such a suggestion before. As a general, his job is to fight. What he questioned was not war. He just didn't want to bring the people of New Krypton to the battlefield. Carla, what kind of thinking and purpose do you have? Why not tell everyone? Astra was the only one among the crowd who did not question Carla, but speculated that she might have some purpose. Carla looked, cabbed, at her aunt gratefully, and sometimes she wondered if Astra was her. Definitely she didn't dare to continue thinking about it, for fear of being sanctioned by her own mother. Don't worry, I won't let New Krypton fall into doom. Why don't you remember what I told you before? My ambition and plan. Carla looked at Sid specifically. Everyone pondered for a while, and then suddenly, they seemed to have thought of it. Carla smiled. I'm worried that I will harm the New Krypton? How is it possible? It is better to say that this is an opportunity for the New Krypton. I have said it before, since the new gods can replace the old gods, why can't we replace them? The new Protoss is the star of apocalypse, and the war that has been provoked this time is the star of apocalypse. Why do I insist on bringing the new Krypton to participate in the full-scale war? Do you really think I am short of this strength? I can infinitely duplicate, let alone hundreds of thousands, millions, even billions are fine. Just give me enough time. The duplication of Carla and Dr. Manhattan is a principle, which can divide itself infinitely, and its strength is just as powerful. So Carla seems to be able to do without the power of the new Kryptonian. But this time is a rare opportunity. This is the best opportunity for Krypton. I want to unite all the forces of the Earth, and maybe even use the power of the Green Lantern Corps. As long as the new Krypton is the main force to defeat the planet Apocalypse invasion, and even hit the Apocalypse star in one fell swoop, destroying their new gods, we Kryptonians are the gods of the new world. Carla's words were like deafening thunder, which stunned everyone. Even Diana exclaimed, Carla, you have such a plan. Diana, Karla raised her index finger to signal Diana not to speak. Olympus is already an old god. Even if we don't replace the new gods, they have already become a thing of the past. And, if I don't become a new Kryptonian queen of the goddesses of the Star God clan, how can I marry you? Diana was startled, and noticed that the eyes of her surroundings were all focused on her. She quickly lowered her head, her pretty face flushed red. But Karla's meaning is also very simple. Diana is at least a demigod, and no matter how powerful Kryptonians are, they are only human beings, even though she is actually in the 5th dimension. So she wants to become a god, and even the queen of the new Kryptonian new gods. Definitely, she had this idea a long time ago, and even revealed it to Zed a little bit. It was definitely not a recent thought, let alone for her own selfishness. It's just that when she said that, Diana completely lost her mind. Originally, she was worried that once Karla wanted to lead New Krypton to compete for the Protoss, whether she would go to war with the Greek gods, which she didn't want to see. As for now, let's fight. Definitely what convinced Diana was definitely not Karla's sudden marriage proposal, but what she said was right. The old gods have become a thing of the past, even without Karla's peaking and the new Kryptonian competition. The current apocalypse planet is already a new god race. Therefore, Diana really has no reason to prevent the rise of Karla and the new Krypton. The people in the hall only understood Karla's purpose after hearing Karla's plan. What is it about Karla to drag New Krypton into the abyss? With her strength, if she is really desperate, she can smash Apocalypse by herself. But what she wants is not to defeat the Apocalypse Star. What's the point of that? The real purpose of Karla is to lead the New Krypton to replace the Apocalypse Star to become a new god race. Since Apocalypse can replace it, New Krypton can also replace it. Needless to say the benefits of the Protoss, if we Kryptonians' power now only comes from the Golden Sun's rays, then after becoming a new Protoss, our power will only become stronger. Even Karla looked forward to it. The Kryptonians are already extremely powerful, and once they become the new Protoss, they will become even stronger. And the lifespan of the Protoss is almost unlimited. Karla looked at her parents. I don't want to be separated from you one day. This child, don't rely too much on your parents, Alura said, but she looked at Karla with gentle and kind eyes. Jor-El also worked up his energy. It just so happens that I still have a research that may take hundreds of years to complete. If I have such a long lifespan, it will be enough. Dad, I just told my friends on Earth last night that smart people always make troubles, so don't do bad things, Karla reminded. Hundreds of years of engineering research? What the hell? Don't worry, it's not biological research, but mechanical research. I want to transfer the genes and powerful power of the Kryptonians to machinery and develop a mechanical Superman army, Jor-El said excitedly about his research. Absolutely not, Karla startled. Mechanical Superman? She almost forgot. Although the most well-known mechanical Superman is indeed Hank Henshaw, that is, the Deo minister formed by shapeshifting by Martian Manhunter in the TV series universe. However, in some stories, Karla's father Zo-Al also appeared as a mechanical Superman. Unexpectedly, he would still conduct research in this area here. Karla was taken aback. Dad, do you want to destroy Krypton? Believe me, although your purpose may be to protect Krypton and replace Kryptonians as soldiers, but once something goes out of control, they will be the first to destroy Krypton. The people to be wiped out are definitely us Kryptonians. And robots that use Kryptonian genes as experiments are fatal to us, so don't do that. Aren't many movies like that? Terminator, Ultron, Mechanical Enemy and so on. I just said that your thoughts are dangerous, and you want to definitely too much, Jor-El said taking the opportunity. It seems that the two brothers should have had another dispute, and the reason for the dispute was Jor-El's research project. Karla also responded to Jor-El, at least this time I'm on Uncle's side. Only this time? Jor-El asked. Karla shrugged. Jor-El was her father after all. You should listen to Karla, that research really shouldn't go on. Let's end it as soon as possible. Alula also had the same idea. We will protect our people, believe me, this is what our soldiers do. Zed also expressed his opinion. All of a sudden Jor-El seemed to be the target of public criticism. Nguyen, help to monitor brother-in-law. Astra also let her husband have the effect of monitoring. Norn shrugged at Jor-El. I think it's time to stop, too. Okay, Jor-El saw that his idea could not be supported by even one person, mainly because his daughter's words made him unable to refuse, then go back to the topic just now. Karla, are you sure it's okay to do this? All eyes turned to Karla again. Karla nodded heavily, and said loudly, I will lead you, as long as you still trust me, as long as you still follow me, I will take your family to Ascension. No, it's raising the family to become a god. Karla was a little embarrassed, and almost said the setting of the fairy tale novels. To become a fairy in fairy tale novels is to ascend. But here, they want the whole clan to become gods. It would be a feat, an event that may not happen once in tens of thousands of years. Looking for flowers. And there are too many benefits to becoming a god. After becoming a god, even if you die, you will return to the Wall of Origin. There is a temple of gods there, which is the place where the gods go after death. That is to say, only becoming a god will not die. Also, after becoming a god, our power no longer comes from our own power, and even has inextricable relationship with the Wall of Origin. At that time, I will go to the Wall of Origin to obtain more power for us. At that time, even if we are under the red sun, we will no longer become weak. Even if we are hit by kryptonite, we will not die. At that time, we will no longer be afraid of magic, because God originally is the high mystery of the magic side, and we will master magic. All kinds of things. Karla's words made her even bewitched, and her tone became more and more excited, as if she would soon lead all the people to become a new god race. 0. At the same time, because of Karla's explanation, everyone at the scene believed that she would not let New Krypton fall into a doomed situation, and even Zed no longer had the slightest doubt. We will help you notify everyone. 3 days later, no, at noon tomorrow, just in this square, you come and tell each of your people personally, Alula suggested. Such a big event of the whole family must involve everyone, and it is a great thing. Everyone must know Karla's great ideals and great deeds. At the same time, let Karla mobilize everyone. This will be a big battle, involving the collision of two great civilizations. Even if Krypton has been hit hard once, anyone who dares to underestimate Krypton will be doomed. 100,000 years ago, Apocalypse was thwarted by Krypton once, and now Krypton can thwart him a second time. I see, Karla agreed. Compared with when she first came to the throne a few years ago, she is already a good queen now, and this kind of thing can be done skillfully. Everyone briefly discussed how to notify, and then dispersed and got busy. This matter is too important and must be taken seriously. Karla, Alula's eyes were sharp, noticing that Karla had quietly left the throne, pulling Diana and Terry to leave. She immediately shouted, "Don't run around for me, take your makeup friends home for dinner tonight. Female, girlfriend is you." Karla has convinced all the high-level members of New Krypton to be of one mind with her. Although she already knows that she has not lost the trust of the people of New Krypton, it still requires everyone to work together. In fact, Karla originally thought that Zed would be the most difficult to persuade, but she never expected that her parents would be the first to attack. It's better to say that kind of thing, only her parents are suitable to say it. Even so, Karla almost quit in a fit of anger. If it were someone else, it would only be more confrontational. This is not Karla's capriciousness. Thinking about how much Karla has paid for the New Krypton, she will be questioned by her own people in the end. Such a betrayal is definitely unbearable. Fortunately, nothing like that happened. Alura and Zo-El also wanted to remind her in advance because they were afraid that things would be irreversible. But now, all misunderstandings have been explained by 680, and Karla's ambition cannot be said to be wishful thinking. With the current power of New Krypton, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the first army in the universe. Now just wait for others to make arrangements, and then make an announcement to all New Kryptonians tomorrow. Prior to this, Karla and Terry took Diana to the city of Kandor outside, leading her to see the culture and scenery of New Krypton. Needless to say, the technology of New Krypton, the streets are clean and tidy, and all the suspension vehicles are used. The suspension vehicles shuttle back and forth everywhere in the sky and underground. And seeing more new Supermanized Kryptonians flying around in the sky, even the children are little Supermans, which made Diana surprised and amazed. Speaking of Karla, are you and Miss Diana really that relationship? Terry asked suddenly. Both Karla and Diana froze. But after they exchanged glances, Karla summoned up her courage and said, "The relationship was just confirmed yesterday." It was indeed Diana who confessed to Karla last night. What? I don't remember that New Krypton has a rule that girls are not allowed to be with girls, Karla joked. After all, I made the law. She is the queen, the rule is definitely set by her. So Karla is very sure that she is not a homophobe, and she definitely will not promote this. The normal biological law is still a reconciliation of yin and yang, and boys and girls are together. But Karla and Diana are special, as superheroes, and such outstanding peerless beauties, there is no man in the world who can match them. Even Terry said, if it is this beautiful and charming Miss Diana, maybe she is the only one who is worthy of you. Besides, I will not approve of any man standing beside Karla. And I will cheer you up. Taylai had a serious expression on his face. Karla smiled and reached out to touch Terry's head. Thank you. What? I'm not a kid anymore, Karla fool. Terry turned and ran away abruptly. Karla was dumbfounded. As for such a big reaction, Diana on the side showed a thoughtful expression, and took the initiative to hold Karla's hand. No, you are an idiot. Why even Diana said that? Karla was speechless. Forget about Terry, why did you? And why hold hands? Karla was a little embarrassed. Okay, don't you want to show me around? I always feel that your planet is heavy. Is it my illusion? Diana changed the subject, looked down at her feet, and really felt a stronger force. Gravity. Diana guessed right. Whether it is the original Krypton or the new Krypton, the mass and area are several times that of the Earth, so the gravity is also several times that of the Earth. This is Diana. She is not an ordinary mortal, but a demigod body. If ordinary people suddenly came to such an environment, it would be very difficult to even lift their feet. Shall I hold you? Karla quipped. Unexpectedly, Diana nodded without hesitation. Okay. Oh, it was Karla's turn to be dumbfounded. When did Diana become so bold? Don't they enjoy the atmosphere of going with the flow in the city? But after thinking about it, Karla suddenly reached out to wrap Diana's slender waist. Both women's faces began to turn red. Don't get me wrong, Karla stammered and explained. Actually, Diana, I think, well, you should be able to fly, right? Carla is going to be incoherent, there is no way. As a female high school student in her previous life, she has no experience in dating, and she has been single in this life until now. This is the reader's strong request to form a CP with Diana. How can she calm down? Point 0. Diana was actually equally excited. With her excellence, it was really difficult to find someone who could catch her eyes. As I said before, Steve's wife in this world is Steve's adjutant, so Diana is also the first experience. The two girls with a blank sheet of paper just faced each other on the street stiffly, as if they were competing to see who could blush more. So, let me help you master flight's ability, Diana, Carla said excitedly. Okay, Diana agreed happily, but then said with some dissatisfaction, or you don't need to call me by my name directly. So that's Cortana. Carla tentatively made a short nickname for Diana's name. Diana gave a soft in satisfaction. The two became more and more embarrassed, but this embarrassment had a sweet and sour smell. It was them who were sweet, and others who were sour. But one thing Carla said is right. Diana does have the ability of flight. Originally, her boots had the flight effect, but later it became her own power. As mentioned earlier, Diana received blessings from the 12 main gods at birth, including blessings from Hermes. Hermes, he is the messenger, the wind, because of the alternation of day and night to carry the message. It is also the god of commerce, travelers, and animal husbandry in ancient Greek mythology 3.5, also the messenger of the gods, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, and corresponds to Mercury in Roman mythology. The relationship between Roman mythology and Greek mythology is inextricably linked, and it can even be said to be a system, but the names are different, but there are almost the same characters in the two systems. And Mercury is the power of Shazam, representing speed, and the divine power that gives Shazam the power of flight. Since Shazam can fly, how can Diana, as Hermes' sister, not be able to fly? She can actually fly, but she hasn't mastered it yet, or in this world, she hasn't thought that she can fly. That sentence is right. What affects superhero power is often due to lack of belief. Carla flew up holding Diana. Master this feeling, Diana, you can also fly. At the high altitude of New Krypton, Carla took Diana to fly freely. Later, they left the city of Kandor, which is full of future high-tech, and came to an undeveloped virgin forest. The two enjoyed their two-person world to the fullest. In the process, Diana finally mastered the flight ability and began to fly at supersonic speeds by herself. Carla was also surprised. Have you never tried to fly before this? Diana couldn't hide her joy, and there was an excited smile on her face. Maybe everyone who just mastered flight would have such a bright smile? Carla still remembers Clark's cute smile when he flew for the first time. There is also the history of Tony Stark, Iron Man, in the previous movie, including Carla herself at the beginning. I used to be able to fly with a mantra lasso, Diana said suddenly. Carla was curious. How? Without thinking about it, Diana untied the mantra lasso and gestured to Carla. You throw a lightning bolt. Carla did as he did, gathering a ball of lightning in the palm of her hand with her super ability, and then imitating natural lightning, it slashed towards the distance ahead. Looking at Diana again, she had quick eyesight and quick hands, and with a flick of the lasso of mantra in her hand, she accurately circled the lightning, and flew forward following the lightning. Carla lowered her head with her hands on her forehead. Ziona, do you think you are a Spider-Man? In other words, she really deserves to be the daughter of Zeus, and she still plays with it like this? Besides, this means that there is no hammer in front of the lasso of mantra, otherwise is this Diana or Thor from Northern Europe? No, there are too many slots. Huh. Suddenly, Carla turned her head and looked away thoughtfully. In her eyes, the whole new Krypton suddenly went into a trance. It is the scene of Krypton's demise. Carla had witnessed the destruction of Krypton with her own eyes, so she said. But what's going on? The Flash. Carla clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She was furious, because the situation in front of her was obviously a problem with the timeline. Ziona, Carla quickly summoned lightning to bring back Diana, who had been taken away, and hugged her head on. Diana froze and was about to say something. But suddenly, the two could clearly see that the power of time was coming, and a strange world was opening its mouth wide, and finally engulfed them. That was 33 years ago. At that time, Krypton was very unstable due to the unrestrained development of the Kryptonians, and finally ushered in the end of the end. When Krypton was about to perish, Kryptonian scientist Jor-El sent his child away in a spaceship, crossed the Milky Way, and sent it to the other end of the Earth for refuge. Originally, these were all normal stories, and these were all normal stories. However, Carla hugged Diana's slender waist tightly, lowered her head and watched Krypton's demise. This is the first time she has seen the scene of Krypton's demise. Diana hugged Carla silently, thinking she was sad. But why does this happen? This is not the new Krypton, nor is it now. Carla hugged Diana tightly in one hand. The Krypton below has been completely destroyed, and the entire planet has completely turned into countless meteorite fragments flying around. There is another planet far away from Krypton, that is the Shazam star, where 8 lifetimes of blood mold have been poured out. Originally, the Shazam star has not yet come to an end, but some large meteorite fragments smashed past. As a result, Shazam also exploded. Who did they provoke? Carla patted Diana's back with the other hand, and said, this was 33 years ago, not now. Ziona, we have broken into the turbulence of time. Someone has changed the past and changed history, so they are also affected. Why? Diana was surprised. Has our world been changed? Karla shook her head. I cut off time at a critical moment, and before we got involved here, the time of our world was terminated. I want to see who it is and what it wants to do. Can even do such a thing? Diana was shocked. But Diana didn't know that this is just a trivial matter. What Karla did is not difficult. The real difficulty is that Dr. Manhattan once stole the time of the main universe of the DC world for 10 years. That is the most rare thing, because no one can even notice that the main universe is inexplicably missing 10 years of history. And Karla is equivalent to the high-dimensional life pressing the pause button on the low-dimensional world. Although it does not become two universes, the things that happen in the two timelines will indeed no longer affect each other. Just pretend that this is no longer our universe. When we go back, time will still start at that moment. Having said that, Karl has been gone for so long, but what about my sister's spaceship? Karla suddenly felt strange. It stands to reason no matter which female Superman's origin story, her and Karl's ships should be in tandem. But now, could it be that this world doesn't have me? Karla was stunned. Maybe this would be a world without Karla. Maybe the supergirls in this world didn't exist from the very beginning, and they perished along with the destruction of Krypton. Why is it like this? Karla was stunned. Is this a joke? Asshole, Karla swears through gritted teeth, which is why she hates the Flash. That's right, this time it's the Flash's fault, and only the members of the Flash family always travel through time and worlds. Are they free? Karla thought to herself that she can also travel through time in various ways, but is it interesting to do 360? What should we do now? Diana was at a loss for a while. Even though Karla had reassured her that their original universe would not be affected, when they returned to their original world, it would be as if nothing had happened. But after all, it was the first time for her to experience such a thing, and it was the first time for Diana to travel to other universes. Follow me, Karla said, but in fact she had been hugging his waist. At the moment, following Karla's flight, Diana was naturally taken with her. Focusing on Karla, the two women quickly flew forward, and soon caught up with Karl's spaceship that was sent away before. On the way, they also encountered Green Lantern Tomaray's spaceship by chance. He really didn't lie. In this world, Tomaray was also rushing to Krypton, trying to help Krypton at the last moment. But when passing by a golden fixed star, he was accidentally involved in a solar flare and almost died here. But even if it is not so unlucky, Krypton in this world has been destroyed, and Tomaray is still too late. Karla shot quietly, protected Tomaray with psychokinesis, and then continued to catch up with Karl's spaceship. What are you going to do? Diana asked Karla. Karla said, Look. Look. Well, I'm just looking. Look. Just look. Diana was puzzled by Karla's negative approach. Since you said this is not our universe, or you can think that it will not affect our original world, why don't you do something? Because we are not in Now Cortana, here is not now, Karla wanted to explain, but it was obvious that the more he explained, the more confused Diana was. In short, what is happening now is not now, we are now in the past, although if I want to, I can change something immediately, but I want to find the reasons and culprits of all this. Karla can only do as much as possible let Diana understand the current situation and her purpose in the most understandable way. Okay, it's time for us to catch up, Karla greeted, and then speeded up with Diana in her arms. When they were talking, Karl, the Superman's spaceship, was far away. Diana looked at the profile of Karla beside her, and knew that she was also very concerned and anxious, so she didn't say anything more. At the same time, Diana also noticed that Karla called Karl, not Clark. Karla has always been particular about how to address Clark. She usually calls Karl in front of Kryptonians, and Clark in front of Earthlings. If I remember correctly, I should really pay attention to my personal settings in this regard. It stands to reason that it should be called Clark in front of Diana. But now it's just called Karl. Next, Karla and Diana chased Karl's spaceship and finally came to the Earth. Krypton and Earth are at opposite ends of the Milky Way, but with Krypton's technology, the spaceship crosses the entire Milky Way in less than a day. It is also very powerful, but the distance of countless light years. But just when the spacecraft broke through the Earth's atmosphere and fell into the Earth's surface, an accident happened. I saw that Karl's spaceship did not go straight to the farm of the Kent family, but plunged into the bustling city of the metropolis. This is change, history is rewritten. Diana turned to Karla, what's going to change? Karla took a deep breath, everything. All. Diana gasped. Then at the moment, the timeline suddenly sped up. Because Diana was tightly protected by Karla's side or arms, she was not affected much. They watched Karl's spaceship being taken away by the military, because Karla walked with Karl, and they could see that Karl was taken away by the military. Fang locked it up mysteriously. Throughout the process, no one can spot Karla and Diana, as if they no longer exist. And then time is still speeding up, speeding up, speeding up again. In the blink of an eye, not 33 years had passed, but 35 years. Karl has been on the Earth for 35 years, but he has been locked in a research facility since he was a child. It can be said that he has never stepped outside in his life, and naturally he has never been exposed to the sun's rays on the Earth. This made him extremely weak, and he was so skinny that he had no human form. How could this be? Diana covered her mouth and exclaimed unbearably. Who? Suddenly, someone's voice sounded. Karla and the others were discovered? This is now, Karla said to Diana. It seems that Diana can finally understand what Karla means. After all, Diana is not high-dimensional and does not understand the concept of time, so although Karla keeps saying now, she doesn't understand what it means. What Karla actually wanted to tell Diana was that when they were involved in the turbulence of time, they appeared at the node where someone destroyed the history and timeline, but the real now is here. So the two of them had not been discovered before, until they were discovered as soon as they made a sound. A group of heavily armed soldiers ran over from the end of the aisle, but when they saw Karla, or Diana in her arms, they immediately froze and stood there blankly, not daring to come over. Yes, it's the Queen of Amazons? Run! Those warriors suddenly turned around and ran back. Wait, I'm a princess, when did I become a queen? Diana noticed the words of the soldiers and suddenly had a bad feeling. Since Karla said that everything has changed, does that mean, including her experience? Karla hugged Diana's waist tightly. Karla, Ziona, let's get Karl out first, don't worry, since you are still alive in this world, you can ask what you are worried about. Karla comforted Diana, turned around and looked at the prison cell. Poor-looking Karl. Karla's heart was broken, and when she went up, she kicked a few iron bars of the cage away. Karl inside had seen them a long time ago, but he didn't react at first, and he wasn't asleep, but buried his brain pendant in his knees with both hands, trembling with fright when he heard the voice. Karl, Karla called out to Karl inside, I am your sister, and I am here to rescue you. Only then did Karl slowly raise his head, and what he saw was Karla stretching out her other hand, looking at him tenderly. Come out, sister is here. I'm sorry. In fact, Karla had the strength to be on the way. When chasing Karl's spaceship, she broke the turbulent flow of time and rescued Karl. Or changed the trajectory and let Karl land on the Kent family's farm. But Karla didn't do that because, in fact, this universe is Karla's universe. If Karla did not terminate the time of that world before, then what is happening now is the future of Karla's original universe. Why is Karla gnashing her teeth this time? The reason is, the Flash is the Flash of Karla's world. Damn it, he started messing around too, right? And crucially, the Barry of this world changed history and, by the way, lost Karla. Originally, Karla would follow Karl's spaceship, Lily Zhao, to the Earth, but now, Karla is dead. She almost died of anger. So Karla can't make a move yet. She wants to let the Flash see with her own eyes what he has caused, and what's more, all this has already happened. Even if she wants to reverse all this, she needs to let the Flash make herself stop herself. Otherwise, if this bastard didn't come here, it would be too bad if she really didn't notice and disappeared inexplicably. Just like the third part of the Men in Black, although Kay is fully armed and on guard, how can he resist the obliteration patrol from the power of time? Karla was really pissed off this time because the Flash went too far. Maybe I really dared to break that kid's leg, Karla murmured angrily. The result made Karl tremble with fright. Karla hurried forward and took Karl's hand, trying to be gentle. Okay, be good. It is not easy to rescue Karl with the power of Karla and Diana, but she does not want unnecessary conflicts, although she wants to destroy everything here now. In the end, Karla chose to teleport with super ability, and took Karl away. They came to the outside of the metropolis, which was a farm, where Karl should have landed, the home of the Kent couple. Instead of disturbing the Kents, Karla went to a place where there was no one outside, and used super speed to fetch some food and water from a nearby convenience store and supermarket and handed them to Karl without anyone noticing. Eat, no one here will hurt you. Karl, your name is Kal-El, I am your older sister. My name is Karla Zo-Al, we are siblings, we are the children of the Al family. Karla tried her best to the tone comforted Karl. Karl looked at Karla in disbelief, but was soon attracted by the food in her hand, swallowed, tentatively, and carefully reached out to take the food and water from Karla's hand. Karla frowned and raised her head to look at Diana next to her. Diana also had a worried expression on her face. What happened to this world? What else happened that we don't know? Maybe we should find someone to ask. Karla didn't know what the world was like now. She just followed Karl's timeline 487, and found that Karl had never left the previous laboratory in his life. This is Karl's first time outside. So they are also at a loss now. Are you leaving? Karl heard their conversation and stood up excitedly. Now Karl has felt Karla's kindness and concern, and for Karl, they are the only outsiders he knows so far, and they are the only ones he can rely on. Karla also noticed that Karl's speech was stuttering, and it is likely that no one taught him to speak. But now is not the time to complain and resent, she urgently needs to figure out the state of the world. Karl, can you wait for me here for a while? Karla won't let Karl go, but it may not be convenient to take him with her in the future. I will leave you snacks and water, and I will build you a safe house that is absolutely safe, and I will give you a son. Can you wait for us here for a while? We will be back to pick you up soon. Karla is like throwing up a child. In fact, Karl's age is 35 years old, which is 35 years after Karl came to the Earth. But he has been locked in a cell all his life, and no one has taught him to study, and he can't even speak well. It is conceivable that his mind is at best the state of a child. Karla wanted to explain some of the current situation to him, but knew that Karl might not be able to understand, so it was better to tell the truth than 1,000 words, and let him stay here and wait for them to go out for a while before coming back to pick him up. Karl looked deeply at Karla. Sister. Karla smiled. She knew that Karl had accepted and trusted herself from the bottom of his heart. Trust me, Karl, I'm not going to let you go. Absolutely not, Karla said. raising her hand behind her back to control the 4 elements, and quickly built a house. Karla also left a lot of food and drinks for Karl, and created a small sun on the roof, which is to replenish Karl's strength. She is worried that with Karl's current weak state, maybe a gust of cool wind can kill him half-life. And as Karl began to come into contact with the golden sun's rays, his body began to warm up, and he even exclaimed fluently, "Sister, I seem to have become very strong." Karla smiled and went over to hug Karl. "Silly boy, remember that our strength comes from this color of sunlight, so you should get more exposure to the sun and become powerful quickly." 11. Karl nodded half understanding. "Okay, let's leave for a while and be back soon." Karla let go of the reluctant Karl, and walked out the door with Diana. In order to prevent others from discovering this place during this period and causing harm or influence to Karl, Karla also let the house sink into the ground and leveled the ground. Even if a car passes by here, it will not be noticed. As for the ventilation effect, Karla is also prepared. Connecting the roots of grass and trees nearby can provide Karl with enough oxygen. Karla took almost all factors into consideration and made the most thorough preparations before she gestured to Diana. The 2 women flew into the air, turned around and flew towards the bustling metropolis. "Where are you going now?" Diana asked Karla. She didn't have a clue for a while, and she didn't even dare to propose going to Paradise Island, lest something happen to her that she didn't want to see. For example, Ares, god of war, has destroyed Paradise Island and the Amazons and such. Karla glanced at Diana beside her, with a strange look in her eyes. Diana felt strange, she noticed it immediately, and asked, "What's the matter?" Karla shook her head. In fact, she had turned on super hearing and supervision to scan the entire Earth just now, and then discovered some extraordinary things. But instead of saying it right away, she suggested, "Go find Batman in Gotham." "That's right, there is Batman in this world, definitely there will be Batman, isn't there?" Diana suppressed the doubts in her heart, followed Karla to fly over the metropolis, and flew straight to Gotham City on the other side of the bridge. At the moment it was already nighttime, so Karla had to make a small super mini sun for Karl before, otherwise, after they came out, Karl should start basking in the sun to improve his physique. And in Gotham City at night, there is no need to say the folks are simple and simple. Da-da-da. I only heard a series of gunshots coming from somewhere, it should be a fierce exchange of fire. Diana didn't want to pay attention to it at first, thinking it was a fight between gangsters. But Karla took Diana's hand, turned and went straight to the direction of the voice. Before Diana could ask, she was already on top of an abandoned building, or a building under construction, and saw a man dressed in a black cloak who looked like a bat fighting a woman with 2 ponytails. Batman. That's right, that was Batman, but what surprised Diana was that it wasn't the woman who made the gunshot before, but Batman, who held a gun in each hand, and pointed at the opposite side without interruption. Woman pulls the trigger. It is well known that Batman did not shoot or kill people. In the early days, he still shot people. What's going on? Is he really Batman? At this moment, the battle was coming to an end, and it was Batman who won. He kicked the woman down, and took out a knife neatly to stab her down. Now the 2 women can't stand it anymore, because they think Batman seems to be the villain. For some reason, Batman, who originally believed in not killing, suddenly became so vicious. He not only attacked a girl with 2 guns, but even took out a sharp blade to continue hurting the girl after kicking her down. Both Karla and Diana can't stand it anymore. It has nothing to do with whether they are male or female. The main reason is that Batman makes them strange, and they even think that Batman may be the villain. So they rushed down quickly, falling from the sky onto the bridge. One rushed to take away the fallen woman, and the other stopped Batman with open arms. "Bruce," Karla called subconsciously, "are you crazy?" Batman froze at first, but then, he pulled out his guns again and fired at Karla's company with rapid random fire. Karla was also dumbfounded. He's not Bruce, because he doesn't have a double chin. No, Karla didn't recognize Batman until he saw the front face, and that the other party was not Bruce. Based on Karla's understanding of Bruce, whether it was the vaguely exposed face under the mask or the madness and fierceness in the eyes, it couldn't be Bruce. The main thing is, why do you still take out a gun and hit my mother in the face when you know it's useless to the Man of Steel? Karla narrowed her eyes slightly. Since it wasn't Bruce, she didn't have to be polite. Shua. In Batman's eyes, Karla suddenly lost sight, and when he realized it, he had already placed it outside the building next to him. This is a place tens of meters high. If you fall, you will definitely be smashed to pieces. Although the Batman battlesuit has the function of a hang glider, if Karla really wants to kill him, he can crush him to death first, and then throw him down. Batman also understood, and slowly lowered his guns. A hoarse voice came out from under the mask. Who are you? Karla was in a daze for a moment and came to a realization. This world's Superman is already that way, not to mention this world's Karla was gone from the start. So, no one knows her battlesuit. I should be the one asking you now, right? Karla tilted her head and asked instead, who are you? Or, what version is your Batman? Don't tell me it's Damian? Otherwise I'll beat you up. She was worried, if history changed and Bruce died because of a certain event, if the current Batman is not Bruce but Damian, how did this child become like this? It's just that Karla is also wondering, if it's Damian, it seems a bit too old, because the Batman in front of him has a full beard on his chin. Too old? Batman didn't answer, just looked at Karla coldly. It seems that no matter which Batman it is not easy to deal with. Carla couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It seems that we have to use some means. With that said, Carla is about to activate the super hypnotic ability, and she has countless ways to make Batman speak. But at this moment, whizzing, a sudden situation happened behind him, and 2 RPG rockets shot out of thin air, but they did not attack Carla, but Diana. Cortana! Carla exclaimed. But before she could act, Diana had decisively let go of the woman before, and then pulled out the mantra lasso to accurately circle one bomb, and then slammed it hard at the other, causing the 2 bombs to collide with each other and explode. Carla was dumbfounded. Can she still play like this? Isn't the mantra lasso too convenient? Not only can it be used to set lightning, but it can also be used for bombs? If you have a chance, you can take Diana to set dolls in the park. Thank you, you 2 beauties, sister. Let's take a step first. Suddenly, the woman who was put down by Diana turned her head and jumped out, and was about to take the opportunity to leave. Yo, tell me where Joker is, Batman yelled angrily at the fleeing woman, ignoring Carla's threat. But only a burst of laughter answered him. Want to know? I won't tell you, ha 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 ha. Carla frowned. Joker? If he got involved with Joker, he would be a bad person. Who made you go? Come back to me. Carla and Diana shouted in unison. One activated psychokinesis, the other flicked the mantra lasso, and wanted to escape in front of the 2 Wonder Woman Superman. The woman named Yo-Yo was captured immediately. Although Diana's title is Wonder Woman, it can also be translated as Wonder Woman Superman. It is better to say that she first appeared with this title. And Carla is naturally a female Superman. Carla took the Batman and turned to walk towards the woman, while Diana looked outside. The attack just now was launched from outside, and she was looking for the enemy. 0 for flowers. At this moment, a figure whose body was mostly composed of machines suddenly flew up and appeared in front of several people. Wonder Woman, why did you appear here? Are you already planning to continue to invade Gotham City and Metropolis? This will never be allowed. If you Amazons continue to be obsessed like this, we can only give you a full blow. It's war, the man threatened Diana as soon as he came up. Diana was a little confused about the situation. And Carla recognizes each other. Cyborg. It seems that the Justice League has been established. Justice League? What are you talking about? Who are you? Cyborg turned his gaze to Carla again. And his words also surprised Carla. This guy is indeed Cyborg, since he has already appeared. Why doesn't the Justice League know? 0.0. What exactly is going on? Someone explain to me. Carla and Diana said eagerly to figure out what was going on. But Cyborg and Batman ignored them, and Batman broke free while Carla was a little confused, and came to the woman named Yo-Yo again. Tell me where Joker is. Look into my eyes. Yo-Yo, you know Joker took Harvey. She's getting deeper and deeper. I can't let her kill Harvey. Batman let out a terrifying roar. However, Yo-Yo continued to laugh disapprovingly. It's too late. You know her tricks, don't you? Because she is your wife. Ha 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 ha. Joker is Batman's wife? Carla and Diana just felt that the world was really messed up, and they were at a loss on the spot by Ray's stupefaction. Are the Joker and Batman who fell in love and killed each other still together? Carla rested her forehead on Diana's shoulder. Crazy, crazy, really crazy. Diana didn't realize it for a long time, but she obviously had something more to worry about. Wait, humans are going to war with the Amazons? Why is that? What happened in the end? This world? Batman and Cyborg heard Diana's whispers after all. Cyborg turned around and looked at Diana inexplicably. You are the ones who declared war on us, didn't you? You have even occupied London and killed millions of people. How could this be? Cyborg and Batman met here obviously knew something, so Carla and Diana couldn't care less, and hurriedly asked, what do you know? We came from other worlds, and we need to know what happened here. Other worlds? Cyborg sneered, obviously in disbelief. Batman didn't even bother to pay attention, squatted down, took out the previous dagger and pointed it at Yo-Yo's small cherry mouth, threatening, or, do you want to have the same makeup as her? It seems that Jokers in this world also have such exaggerated smiles. Carla frowned, feeling bad about being ignored, and now she was desperate to know what was going on. You want to take something out of her mouth? Yes, I can help, but we have to have an exchange. Carla walked over. Batman looked up at Carla. Why should I trust you? Carla chose to take the shot directly, and controlled 3 people directly with psychokinesis, Cyborg, Batman, and Yo-Yo. All 3 of them were held in midair by her control, unable to move. Just rely on my mother's strength. Do you agree? Carla no longer has a good face. If you are shameless, then don't talk about it. Let's be more direct. You want to ask this person called Yo-Yo. Speaking of who is Yo-Yo, she's Harley Quinn, Joker's niece. Cyborg distracted Carla's attention while secretly exerting force, but he still couldn't break free from Carla's shackles. Carla was a little surprised. Is this Yo-Yo Harley Quinn? But she is Liu's niece. Okay, so Miss Yo-Yo, answer Batman's question. Where is Joker? Where was Harvey kidnapped? Say. Carla began to control Yo-Yo with her super hypnotic ability, asking her to tell what she knew. Yo-Yo's eyes became dull and empty, and she followed Carla's instructions to answer Batman's question irresistibly, telling the location of an abandoned warehouse. Batman was about to leave as soon as he heard the answer. But, how could Carla let them go without saying anything? It's our turn now, Carla said, as Diana stepped beside her. The two women looked at the two opposite them. You don't want me to dig out all your secrets with the method just now, do you? Then you'd better cooperate, Carla threatened. Diana anxiously asked Cyborg, what did you mean just now? Why did the Amazons attack the human world? Why do you ask? Isn't it you, Wonder Woman, who led your people to do that? Cyborg felt strange instead, and even said, after the negotiations between the Amazons and the Atlanteans broke down, a war broke out. But later the Atlanteans engulfed the continent of Western Europe, killing hundreds of millions, and you Amazons took London. You caused World War III. World War III. And have the Atlanteans started waging war on land? This world is really bad. Such a situation. Next, Carla and Diana started asking questions and learned a lot. The Batman of this world is not Bruce, but Thomas Wayne, Bruce Wayne's father. In Carla's universe, or all normal universes, when Bruce was 8 years old, a family of 3 went to the movies, and later met a robber in the back alley of the movie theater which resulted in the death of Thomas Wayne and his wife at the gunpoint of the robber. This is the origin story of Batman. However, this world is different, or because someone rewrote history, causing the bullet to deviate from the track, and it was no longer the Wayne couple who died in the alley, but 8-year-old Bruce Wayne. Martha Wayne became the Joker, and Thomas Wayne became the Batman, because of great stimulation. So Joker is really Batman's wife. As for the Amazons and Diana, for unknown reasons, Diana did not come to the human world, but lived in Paradise Island all the time, and eventually became the Queen of the Amazons. A few years ago, because Arthur became Aquaman, under his leadership, the Atlanteans and the Amazons led by Diana held the first friendly meeting, intending to sign a peace agreement between the two races. But at the meeting, the two people flirted with each other, as if they had feelings for each other. This made Haumila jealous of Diana, and secretly went to assassinate Diana but failed, but was killed by Diana instead. This caused a war between the two races, and even affected humans zero. So far, that's all Carla and Diana know. After all, Batman, Thomas and Cyborg are not the parties involved, and they don't know the details, let alone what Carla and Diana's world is like. It is impossible to determine where the gap lies. Carla and Diana looked at each other. The impact is so big. The huge amounts of rewriting of the future due to the change of past history is beyond Carla's expectation. Fortunately, Carla discovered it in time and separated the timeline at a critical moment. The original history was preserved by her alone, and what she is experiencing now is the changed future. This is the timeline 35 years after Carla and Karl arrived on Earth, and the world they live in should be 33 years later. In other words, normally speaking, if Carla had done nothing, the current situation would happen 2 years later, and everything that had been done would be overthrown. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a soft restart of the universe. We have to find that person, and then stop this from happening. Damn it, there is no need for Apocalypse to attack, and the Earth itself will be played to death by itself. Carla felt speechless. No wonder people always said that the only way to destroy mankind human beings can be human beings, and human beings' greatest enemy will eventually be human beings. What should I do now? I want to go to Paradise Island. No, it's London. I want to face myself in this world. Diana's 3.2 eyes were a little sharp, and she could even feel her anger rising. Carla understands very well that Diana's original mission is to defeat Ares, the god of war, and to prevent him from constantly stirring up wars in the world. As a result, Diana here became the fuse of the war, and instead took the initiative to cause a world war. This is unforgivable in Diana's view. What else is needed, Ares? Diana here is already destroying the world. I think you should let us go first, Batman reminded them, who until now were controlled by Carla. And in the exchange just now, they also heard some clues from the conversation between Carla and Diana. Could they really come from another world? At least Diana kept talking about her in this world, and there was no hostility from them. Carla finally let go of Batman and Cyborg, that's for sure. As for Yo-Yo, the Harley Quinn of this world, Carla also left them with them. Since it is Harley Quinn, it should be the villain. Yes, no problem. Would you like to pick up Clark first? Diana asked Carla. She's definitely going to meet this version of herself next time, but before that, don't forget that this Karl is still left in the countryside of Metropolis. Carla shook her head. Let's talk about it when we get back. Where are you going? Cyborg behind asked while helping Yo-Yo, but the two women didn't pay any attention to it. They flew up one after the other, and flew into the distance. When Cyborg turned back, he found that Batman had also left. Really, what's going on? Even Cyborg couldn't figure out the situation, and he seemed to come to find Batman, but Batman had already left. However, Carla and Diana who left did not notice that at the moment a person came to Gotham City and went straight to the Batcave. If Carla saw it, he might be able to recognize his identity. His name is Barry 20 Aaron. In the normal world, he is the most famous The Flash, but here, he seems to have become an ordinary person. If Carla sees him, she will definitely not ignore the past, because Carla knows that this sudden incident was caused by The Flash, and Barry Aaron is the biggest suspect. But now, Carla and Diana have flown over London. On the way they flew here quickly, they also noticed that the timeline of this world is obviously later, and it stands to reason that the development of science and technology is higher. But this world is full of desolation, and even London has almost turned into ruins. It looks like it has just experienced the baptism of war. Cyborg is right, this place has been occupied by the Amazons. The evidence is that there are no Earthlings on the streets here, and there are signs of Amazonian activities everywhere. Can Diana recognize her own people? Karla refrained from killing. If you want to ask her position, she must be on the side of the Earth people. Diana grabbed Karla's hand with a feeling. If this is my fault, I will give you an explanation. It has nothing to do with you. Karla turned and held Diana tightly. Don't be stupid, it has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, what I said is that I will wake up the Mihir myself. Diana's eyes became sharp, and maybe the next meeting will not be peaceful. After arriving in London, Karla began to scan the city with supervision, and soon with a strange expression on her face, she took Diana's hand. Follow me. The two women flew down quickly, and finally came to a place similar to a cathedral. Even here has been turned into ruins, and at the moment in the middle of the cathedral, a beautiful woman in battle armor and a crown is wrapping 10 glowing ropes around the necks of 10 Chinese soldiers. That woman is the Diana here, but her armor is more heroic than the Diana next to Karla, not the kind of short skirt and sleeveless battlesuit, but the kind similar to full body armor. There is also a pair of chain armor trousers on the legs. Say, who are you? Diana was questioning the other party with a lasso of mantra. I'm Colonel Steve Trevor. Was he Steve? Diana couldn't make any moves and jumped from Karla's side. Who is it? The other Diana noticed it immediately, and turned her head to look, only to be taken aback for a moment. The two Dianas finally came face to face. Damn it, is it the trick of the Atlanteans? Diana in the armor suddenly got angry, threw away Steve who was almost strangled by her, and swung the lasso of truth to Diana. Not to be outdone, Diana also untied her mantra lasso and went up to meet them. When the mantra lasso of the two was tightly entwined and they worked together, the result was that they were evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. How could it be? Armored Diana felt unbelievable. The opponent's strength was comparable to hers? In the eyes of Armored Diana, only Aquaman can compete with her in the whole world. This is because the Superman of this world did not appear on the scene, plus various reasons. It will be like this. Diana's strength can rival Superman, and Aquaman's strength in the sea may even surpass Superman and Diana who cannot adapt to underwater combat. So in the absence of Superman, and even in the absence of both Green Lantern and the Flash, they are indeed the most powerful force in the world. Maybe only Shazam can stop them? Diana, that's Steve. You wanted to kill him just now? He's our friend, Diana asked loudly to herself here. Armored Diana was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know this man. And who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? And where did your mantra lasso come from? You said you didn't know him. Diana was also stunned. At this time, Karla also floated down, looked at the current situation, and seemed to have guessed something. Diana, maybe the origin story of you here has also changed. Maybe you here and Steve have never been in contact. So Cyborg said before that you here have been staying on Paradise Island, haven't you? It turns out that Diana here didn't know Steve, so she naturally didn't know Steve for. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Diana flicked the mantra lasso angrily. The armored Diana didn't notice for a while, but was sent flying out by Shui, and hit the wall not far away heavily and fell down. Ha, I see, are you also here to assassinate me? Armored Diana got up from the ground, but a distorted scowl appeared on her pretty face. Then I won't be polite, no matter who you are, since if you dare to assassinate me, go to death. It's so ugly, Diana said, too, furiously. The two Dianas put away the lasso of mantra at the same time, then held up their round shields with their left hands, and the Excalibur with their right hands, kicked the ground hard with their feet and rushed towards each other, and then collided with each other in midair. They are one person, and their fighting style and movements are naturally the same. At the moment they collided in midair, and the two sides hit each other's shields with divine swords, making a loud boom. Huge amounts of shockwave even made the cathedral shake. Karla went up to help without even thinking about it. But Diana shouted without looking back, Karla, let me do it. Only this guy I don't want to hand over to others, even if it's you. Please let me handle it alone. As they spoke, the two Dianas quickly wrestled together. And Karla can only watch. The battle between the two Dianas will inevitably be very loud, which quickly gathers many Amazon female warriors around, one by one holding a longbow, or rushing in with a long sword and big axe. Queen Diana, how come there are two? When the female Amazon warriors saw the sudden appearance of two Queen Dianas, they couldn't help being stunned. They are all enemies, kill them, and that woman, Diana the armor, Diana who had become queen, gave the order. The surrounding Amazons looked at Karla. Karla was also unambiguous, Ziona, they are the ones who are going to attack me, can I kill them? Cortana? Queen Diana was a little surprised again, that was only her mother's nickname in private when she was a child. Wait a minute Karla, leave it to me, Diana was about to say and leave it to her. But the enemy she faces at the moment is herself, and even she cannot easily solve it. Karla sighed, I see, you just don't want me to kill them, do you? For your sake, this is the only time. As Karla spoke, without even looking at it, all the Amazon female warriors around her suddenly knelt down. What's going on? Queen Diana was shocked. Why would her most loyal subordinate kneel down to that woman? It's nothing, just increased their gravity with psychokinesis. Even with the physique of an Amazon, it's unbearable to suddenly increase the gravity by 10 times, Karla said casually. There are actually many abilities of psychokinesis. In addition to the most basic psychokinesis cover as a defense, as well as fetching objects from space, etc., it can also increase gravity and reduce gravity. Carla was just too lazy to use these fancy tricks before, but it doesn't mean she won't use them. Carla stood there with her arms folded, silently watching the battle between the two Dianas. If Diana on her side is in danger, she will take action immediately, so she won't really refrain from taking action as Diana said. But both are Diana, they have the same strength, the weapons they use and the artifacts they use are exactly the same, and even the training they experienced when they were young is the same. So it's hard to tell the winner. Steve in the corner, after the initial shock, looked around, saw that no one was paying attention to him, and quietly started to move towards the door. I advise you not to do that, Carla warned without looking back. My family Ziona and I are not your enemies, at least you will be safer with us protecting you. If you go out by yourself, I don't care if you meet Amazons again. Unless you are confident that you can escape alone. Steve is alone now, with his weapons disarmed, and if he's confident he can get out, then Carla won't care. Hearing this, Steve stayed obediently, and moved closer to this side, looked up at the two Dianas who were fighting fiercely in midair, and couldn't help asking, "Who are you? I heard before that you know me." It seemed that he still remembered Diana's words at the beginning. Carla turned her head and glanced at Steve. This guy was a character from World War I or World War II. Now he is over middle-aged, but he is still a handsome old man. Carla muttered in her heart, let him be strangled to death by Diana here. Shaking her head to shake off the jealousy in her heart, Carla said, "Do you believe that there are other worlds besides this world? My family's Ziona and I came here from another world, or timeline. People here, our history has been changed. Originally Diana was the superhero protecting mankind, but for some reason, everything has been rewritten." What Carla didn't say was that the reason why Diana walked out of Paradise Island to the human world, and finally fought to protect human beings, was because she met Steve. Moreover, Steve and Diana have become best friends. Carla only reminded me just now for the sake of this friendship. Otherwise, letting him fend for himself is the best choice, right? Another world. Steve murmured. Carla didn't care whether he believed it or not, and changed the subject, asking, "Speaking of which, why did you come here alone? Are you courting death?" With the power of the Amazons and Diana's power, he alone dared to break into this place? Sure enough, he came here to seek death, right? Or die. I always feel that your eyes seem to be full of hostility. Steve finally felt it. Maybe Carla's eyes were too straightforward. I always feel that it might not be right for Guo to be around her. No way. Carla regarded him as a potential love rival, who is called Diana's husband at one point in some stories. Carla scratched her hair in annoyance. There are too many DC universes. Although it is not as messy as the Marvel universe, some emotional discrepancies are still inevitable. Still the same sentence, even Superman's relationship can change, even Louise and Lakes have a child, even Joker can become Batman's wife, so what else? All Carla can guarantee is her own world. I'm here to find Louise. Lois, have you heard of her name? She is a very famous reporter and has won a Pulitzer Prize, Steve said of his sneaking here this time. Purpose and task. The Pulitzer Prize, also known as the Pulitzer Prize for Journalism, is regarded as the Nobel Prize of Journalism, which shows its importance. Lois? Carla frowned slightly. She couldn't turn a blind eye when she heard the name. Okay, I get it. If I drop by, I'll help you complete the task. As for now, you just stay calm, Carla said, ignoring Steve and continuing to look up at the two Dianas' battle materials. For a while, because of the battle between the two Dianas, the cathedral was destroyed even more fragmented. With the power of the divine weapon of the two of them, a sword can easily open a big hole in the wall, and with their strength, kicking each other can also knock the opponent out of the wall. Good money, big hole. The fighting style of the two people tends to be the gladiatorial style of ancient Rome or ancient Greece. One holds a shield and the other holds a sword. You come and go. After all, they are from ancient Greek mythology. Who the hell are you? Queen Diana was even more shocked by the identity of the other party when she saw that the other party was able to fight with her all the time without losing the wind. Especially the artifact on the opponent's body is exactly the same as his own. Fakes can't do this at all. Could it be that the other party is really another self? Queen Diana was a little upset. But Carla's Cortana didn't have so many worries and thoughts, but just shouted, "Diana, have you forgotten your mission? Shouldn't we stop Ares, the god of war, from instigating the flames of war in the world? Is it? You are even more evil than Ares. Today I will defeat you here and completely disintegrate your evil. Diana, you have fallen. Let me remind you of our mission now," Diana shouted, raised the long sword in her hand and slashed down heavily. Queen Diana's reaction was not slow. She quickly raised the round shield in her hand to block the blow. But Diana's enormous strength still made Queen Diana groan. Damn it, the Queen has just finished fighting the Atlanteans, and the exhaustion from the battle with that fellow Aquaman has not recovered, so the Queen can't continue to fight alone. The surrounding Amazon warriors gritted their teeth, want to struggle to stand up. Carla glanced around and got a piece of news. It seems that the war between the Atlanteans and the Amazons has reached the point of fire and water. However, Carla just doubled the gravity with a thought, and made the Amazons fall to the ground. Now they couldn't struggle anymore. The Amazons are all female warriors. As I said before, there are no men on Paradise Island, and they are all women. But these women are stronger than human men. However, at this moment, the commotion in the cathedral attracted more Amazon warriors, only to hear a soft shout from outside, "Let go." Whoosh whoosh. A cloud of arrow feathers flew in. At the moment Queen Diana is below, Diana is above, and those arrow feathers are aiming at Diana's whole body. It is actually very simple to ask how the Amazon female warriors can tell the difference between the two Dianas. It is because although the two Dianas look exactly the same, their equipment is still somewhat different after all. Cortana of the Karla family is dressed as the well-known Wonder Woman, and Queen Diana not only has an extra crown, or directly put Mela's crown on after beheading the Queen of the Sea, the armor on his body is also more comprehensive, and there is an extra cloak behind him. Maybe it's the difference in clothing. The arrow feathers of the Amazons are no less powerful than human guns, and even claim to be able to pierce tanks. And the Amazons are of the same race as Diana, and even Diana might get hurt. At this time, Karla finally made a move. She suddenly appeared behind Diana, hugged Diana with open arms, and unfolded the cloak to wrap them tightly. But when pieces of arrow feathers flew in and hit the two of them, they were easily blocked by Karla's defense of the steel body spreading from a biological standpoint. "Karla, let me go, the battle is not over," Diana's voice and struggle came from Karla's cloak. But Karla sighed, "If you continue, it will only hurt both sides. Ziona, do you want to kill her?" It turned out that Karla could see that Diana was fighting with killing intent, and she might kill Queen Diana. At this time, more Amazon warriors rushed in, filling the cathedral in a blink of an eye. Steve, who was left on the ground by Karla, was captured by a female warrior again, and she raised her head and shouted, "Are you going to capture Her Majesty the Queen?" When Diana poked her head out of Karla's cloak with difficulty, the female warriors who rushed in were dumbfounded. It turned out that the reason why these female warriors attacked without hesitation before was because they didn't recognize that the one fighting their queen was another queen. "Don't get me wrong, I'm your queen, that's a counterfeit," Diana Wangli shouted immediately, "Kill them for me." Diana was ready to move, "She has completely fallen, let me solve her." But Karla hugged her tightly and joked that if they continued to fight, they would only hurt both sides. Because the two of them are the same person, with the same strength and ability, and even equipped with the same artifacts, she doesn't want Diana to make any mistakes. "Let's go here first today. If you continue, you won't make any progress other than fighting, and there will be another person to be rescued later. Also, I want to meet those Atlanteans when I have time." Karla, as he said that, he was about to take Diana away from the hole in her head. Steve on the ground shouted quickly, "Hey, are you really going to let me, cat, die on my own? Is that woman serious? Does she really want to get herself killed by the Amazons? Kill with a knife?" Steve finally confirmed that Karla's eyes were indeed filled with malice. Karla curled her lips, shout, "It's fine if you don't talk." Diana glanced at Karla, "Let's save it. After all, I have a little friendship with him. Let me hold back the me in this world, and you go save people. You just want to continue to fight, and you have to compete with yourself in this world, right?" Karla shook her head, and brought Diana to Steve on the ground in an instant. The surrounding Amazons were startled, but before they could react, Karla reached out and grabbed Steve by the collar. "Don't try to escape." Queen Diana jumped into the air and blocked the way, thinking that this would stop Karla and the others from leaving. But Karla would move instantly, glanced at Queen Diana, and left a sentence, "Don't worry, we will meet again." And then whoosh, Karla and the three of them disappeared. The Amazon warriors in the cathedral looked at each other in blank dismay. They hadn't figured out the situation yet. Why did two Queen Diana suddenly appear? The real Queen Diana gritted her teeth hard, and the blue veins on the back of her right hand that was touching the hilt of the sword bulged, and finally she smashed the roof above her head with a fierce sword. "I'm so mad, next time I won't let you go." The other side. When Karla and the others showed up, they were somewhere in London. The originally bustling city has long been turned into ruins, and even the streets have been destroyed so badly that we cannot bear to look directly at them. Under one of the high-speed bridges, a group of people were running fast. Behind them, a team of Amazon female warriors was chasing, and a huge amount of three-headed dog went around to the front of the bridge to block the team who wanted to escape from under the bridge hole. Suddenly, Karla and the others appeared in the bridge hole, and just blocked the way of the team. Those people were startled at first, and then immediately raised their guns and fired at them the moment they saw Diana. Karla was also unambiguous, using psychokinesis to form a transparent defensive wall in front of him, making all the bullets stop in front of the three of them. Now Karla and the others already know that the reason why Diana was not welcomed, and even scared those people away in the facility at the beginning, is because Queen Diana here is a tyrant and an invader. "Don't shoot, you guys." At this moment, Steve finally played a role, quickly appeared in front of the two women, and opened his hands to show his identity. "I am Colonel Steve, and I am here to meet you. Louis, Miss S.I., they are also here to help protect you." Louise is still the same Louise. It is better to say that this world is Karla's world, and this is the future of Karla's world. Normally, this is the event that will happen 2 years later in the future of the Karla world. Someone changed the past, thus triggering the Flashpoint Paradox event. Everything has been rewritten. So the people here are the same people Karla is familiar with. Only relatively speaking, the Kal-El here no longer exists. So Louise is definitely still that Louise. Because of Steve's coming forward and proving, the team put down their weapons and came over. It's just that they still inevitably treat Diana with vigilance. Carla glanced at the Amazon warriors who were chasing after him, and winked at Diana, "Leave that dog to me." Okay, Diana knew that Carla was looking at her own face, otherwise with her strength and means, she would be able to wipe out those Amazon warriors in an instant. But this is what Diana doesn't want to see. So the two have a clear division of labor. One is facing the Amazon warrior who is chasing from the opposite side, and the other is facing the hell three-headed figure who is going around to the front. Be careful, Louise was about to remind them to be careful. But Carla has already rushed out. The hell three-headed dog may be a fake, or it may be the guy in the legend who guards the gate for Hades, the king of the underworld. After all, Diana was demigod body, daughter of Zeus, and niece of Hades. If it is Diana, maybe it can really make the hell three-headed dog. Although in Diana's story, she and Hades are also enemies and have defeated the three-headed dog. When Carla came to the other side of the bridge hole, she happened to face the three-headed dog. It's more like a dog than a monster. This guy stands more than 10 meters upright, and each of the three big heads has a bloody mouth that wants to eat someone. If ordinary people must have been so frightened that their legs and feet are weak, even ordinary superheroes will be difficult to deal with. But Carla is neither an ordinary person nor an ordinary superhero. Puppy, what are you doing? Carla faced the three-headed dog with a cold expression, not paying attention to it at all. As if feeling Carla's disdain, the three-headed hellhound opened its three-headed jaws and let out a terrifying howl, roar. It's not scary at all, Carla laughed, and looked even more disdainful, because, speaking of which, I also have a few babies at home, so come out and let the wind go. As Carla finished speaking, 7 colors lit up on the 10 fingers of her hands. But the black and white quickly dimmed again, and the Black Death Emperor and the Spirit of Existence were stopped by her. The two little guys were the image of a golden boy and a jade girl, so she didn't let them out. In the end, only 5 little guys broke out. A blood-red calf, 2 golden and pink insects, a heterosexual indigo monster, and a small orange snake. It's bloody bulls, parallax monsters, ravagers, religion octopuses, and desires. The 5 little guys locked on to the three-headed dog immediately after they appeared, and suddenly grew in the wind, as if blowing a balloon, and it soared to the level of tens of meters in a blink of an eye. At the moment's blood slaughter bull is taller and more terrifying than the three-headed hellhound, and he is also the most violent and aggressive among the lantern beasts. He was the first to charge up, because he hated attacking with horns and bowed his head, so he simply followed the hoof trampled the hell three-headed dog under his feet. The parallax monster and the looting beast did not give up much, and walked around behind the three-headed dog, because they were both insect-like images, and quickly disassembled the three-headed dog by waving many sharp branches. The converted octopus didn't go up to make trouble with him, but turned around and looked at Carla. It turned out that Yumeng had been swaying for a while before, but in a blink of an eye, it shrank to a small one and crawled around Carla's neck, spitting out snake letters with a smile. My mother belongs to me alone. Carla is very helpless. This little guy is so greedy. After all, it is the embodiment of the emotional spectrum representing greed. Speaking of it, although the three-headed dog is a mythical beast in Greek mythology, it is completely vulnerable to fried potatoes. Because the level of the lamp beasts is higher, it is a kind of power of origin. What's more, this hell three-headed dog doesn't look very strong, it seems to be exaggerated. That's when Carla unleashes the lantern to quickly finish off the three-headed dog, and then has to appease the jealous 4 little guys. On the other side, Diana walked towards the Amazons head-on. After all, she is the real Diana, not pretending, so when the female Amazon warriors saw their queen, they immediately knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty, you are just arresting these human beings. You don't need to go out personally, just leave it to us. Ask for flowers. Diana glanced at those people and shouted, since when did the Amazons become the initiators of war? You have lost all the glory of the Amazons. The credo we believe in has never been to bully the weak and the strong to bully the weak. If you challenge the god of war Ares, I can only admire the courage of my sisters, but you are no longer my compatriots. The Amazon warriors looked at each other in amazement. What happened to the queen? This is the war she started. I'm not your queen. Diana didn't want to use her identity to fool the past, raised the sword in her hand, and shouted, I'm Diana from another world, so you don't need to salute me. Stand up, warriors of the Amazons. I am your enemy. Raise your weapons and challenge me, if you want to continue to hurt these people behind me. Your Majesty. The Amazons were even more at a loss. Even Louise's group behind her also looked at Steve. In fact, even Steve hasn't figured out the situation yet, so he can only say what he heard before. The two of them seem to come from another world. Like, is it really good to use this word? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, we can't fight with you. Those Amazon soldiers retreated one after another. Although they couldn't figure out why the queen suddenly changed their attitude, they wanted to retreat first. Maybe others knew how to respond. Diana didn't pursue or stop her any further. She sighed secretly as she watched the figures of the clansmen leave. She has an intuition that maybe she will end up fighting with her own people. Unless we can find the culprit of all these reasons, and then solve this incident fundamentally. When the Amazon's pursuers are dealt with, the two groups reunite. Thank you. Louise took a step forward to express her gratitude, but when she looked at Diana, she was still guarded. Seeing this situation, Carla knew that it was better for the two parties not to continue to act together, so she took the initiative to say, now that you are safe, we can leave the pill with peace of mind. Because Queen Diana of this world has done many things, and they have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, no matter how Diana explains it, it is impossible to win trust immediately. There is no way, after all, the two Dianas are one person, and no one would easily believe it. You know, Queen Diana has led the Amazons to capture London and cause millions of deaths. So Carla bid farewell to Louise and her party directly, chose to leave with Diana, and flew elsewhere. And Carla and Diana have already made a decision before. They are going to contact the Atlanteans and Aquaman. The location that originally belonged to the Western European continent, at the moment has been swallowed by Wang Yanghai. The Atlanteans and Aquaman did more than the Amazons and Queen Diana. They did not hesitate to engulf a large piece of land, thus causing the deaths of hundreds of millions of 6250 people. In fact, there have always been conflicts between the people of Atlantis and the humans on the ground. One is because of the marine garbage discarded by the people on Earth. No one wants their backyard to be used as a garbage dump, right? Think about when you go out to work in the morning. When you open the door, you find that a pile of garbage bags have been piled up in front of your house, which still emits a stench, and attracts countless cockroaches, flies, mice and so on. Afraid of being driven insane? In addition, there are human beings' oil development in the ocean, because there will inevitably be pollution from oil spills and conflicts. There is also the hunting of marine life. But for the last point, Carla doesn't take it seriously, as if sea creatures don't need to eat. For example, the most classic Aquaman has to execute those people because the human fishing boat killed a whale. Yes, it is the plot of injustice. It's as if whales eat very little fish in their lives. Some people like to praise whale fall. It is said that forgiveness is praised as one whale falls and all things are born. This is because the whale carcass can support a circulatory system dominated by decomposers for hundreds of years, which can provide food for many marine organisms. In addition to invertebrates and fish, these marine organisms also have many microorganisms. Compared with these microorganisms, the individual file size of whales varies greatly. Therefore, the number of marine organisms that can be supported by the death of a whale is considerable. But how many people care about how many creatures a whale eats in its lifetime? When a whale falls, everything grows. Does that mean that when a whale is born, everything dies? It was originally a set of rules and reincarnation of natural life. Even the Atlanteans also ate fish. Is there any difference between their eating fish and humans eating fish? So what exactly is Aquaman doing double standard? But there are still people who say that the Wonder Woman who went to save people at that time is a watch. It really is. It can be said that when Carla and Diana came over the ocean that should have been the Western European continent, they came with subjective consciousness of anger and resentment. Even with some hostility, even jealousy. If you want to talk about why, I didn't mention it earlier, there is a little story between Aquaman and Queen Diana in this world. Poor Mela. Do you know where they are? You can't go to the sea to find them. Diana didn't notice the change in Carla's expression beside her. She lowered her head and looked for the whereabouts of the Atlanteans on the sea. However, when Diana noticed the falling Western European continent in the depths of the ocean with her powerful observation skills, she still inevitably showed a touch of sadness and anger. They have done too much. Damn it, it's not the foreign enemies, but our own people on the earth who are almost bringing the world to the abyss of destruction. Carla burst out with unconcealable anger. I can't wait to kill them, Carla said with the most blunt killing intent. Diana, although I won't get involved in the civil war between the people on earth, but if this becomes a war between two races, I think you should see where I stand. Diana was shocked, and Carla's tone was serious. After all, Carla was an Earthling in her previous life, and she also had a pair of Earthling adoptive parents in this life. But now, both the Atlanteans and the Amazons seem to look down on human beings, and even harm them. This made Carla even more angry. This is what Diana was most worried about before. If she were to solve the Amazons, she might just kill herself in this world who was the culprit. But if Carla is allowed to solve it, perhaps the Amazon family will become a thing of the past. Carla, I know you are very angry, but the first thing we have to solve now is the person who caused all this. As long as he is stopped, all this will not happen, Diana reminded Carla. In the final analysis, it was the fault of the culprit who caused all this. It was the person who changed history that caused this flashpoint paradox. As long as that person is prevented from changing history, history will return to the right track. Perhaps. Carla took a deep breath to calm down her emotions, and nodded to Diana. Okay, don't worry about me going berserk. I'm not that irrational yet. Diana smiled wryly. Carla called her name just now, which has already explained the seriousness of the problem. How could Diana feel relieved? But Diana was also burning with anger in her heart, because the situation they saw along the way was too bad. London was almost destroyed, and the entire Western European continent sank into the sea. The Third World War triggered by the Atlanteans and the Amazons caused at least 100 million deaths. This is more than the total death toll of the previous two world wars. It's not over yet. I don't know what will happen next. Such a terrible situation was caused. Diana even wanted to kill herself in this world before. She was only a lot more angry than Carla, because she thought it was her own responsibility, and she thought it was caused by herself. There's a situation over there. Carla suddenly turned her head to look in another direction. The two exchanged glances, and immediately flew quickly in the direction identified by Carla. When they came to another sea area, they happened to see a big battle 0.4 going on. A warship from a certain country was intercepted by an Atlantean warship and was defeated. Almost all the people on the boat were wiped out, except for a bald man in a suit and leather shoes who was held tightly by several Atlantean warriors and knelt on the ground. Carla and Diana recognized him as the Baldy here. Your Majesty, what should we do? A strong man wearing golden scale armor came out holding a trident exuding sacred brilliance. He looked down at Baldy Light, and without any hesitation, he raised the trident and was about to pierce through it. Swish! A red and blue figure rushed in front of him in an instant, and before the man could react, he was kicked in the chest. Fly for sister. Carla makes a shot, and this is her first real shot in the world of Flashpoint Paradox. At that moment, her speed absolutely exceeded the absolute meaning of the moment, and even Diana didn't react, let alone Aquaman. That's right, the strong man wearing golden scale armor and holding a trident is exactly Aquaman Arthur here. Carla kicked over, fly for sister. Aquaman Arthur's eyes widened. He couldn't resist the incomparable power. He was kicked into the air just like what Carla said, and when he landed on the sea, he felt like he was kicking water, flying with a series of sea ripples. Go far and sink into the sea. Carla glanced at the place where Aquaman Arthur disappeared, and there was a bright red blood flower, perhaps the blood spit out by Aquaman Arthur. She didn't bother to pay attention to it, and didn't pursue it, but turned her head to look around. Before the Atlantean warriors could react at first, at the moment subconsciously raised their weapons. And Carla just waved her hand around. Everyone, making a sound of bust, turned into pieces of the most primitive particles of blue and disappeared. These people didn't even leave a drop of blood, and were broken into 29 air by Carla with quantum force. In a blink of an eye, besides Carla, only Baldy Lie was left alive. Even among those people, there are some characters with super strength, such as Black Manta Ray, and even Ocean Lord, Aquaman's half-brother. That guy might have been stronger than Aquaman at one point, and at one point almost made him king of the 7 kingdoms in Atlantis. But under Carla's explosive power, it could only be turned into fly ash without a sound. Be careful suddenly, because Diana's warning came from the upload. Carla also turned her head to look with emotion. It turned out that Aquaman refloated strong from the sea, and also controlled some powerful swordfish to come straight towards Carla with terrifying momentum. Including Aquaman himself riding a swordfish, raised the trident in his hand, shouted in anger, and aimed at Carla's throat. Aquaman doesn't care whether Carla is good-looking or a woman, he only knows that Carla killed his subordinates and clansmen, and even his younger brother. It's even more unlikely that Aquaman knew Carla. At least there's no Carla's story here. So he came with the most direct killing intent. Carla looked at the other party and sneered, since you want to die, then die. While talking, Carla's eyes slowly turned red, and finally she fired 2 bright blue heat rays. And because the heat ray's temperature is too high, just passing across the sea will cause a white mist. Carla also launched real fire and murderous intent. These 2 heat rays reached 20 million degrees, which is already the highest temperature in the core of the sun. The heat ray was even faster than the speed of light, and it took less than a second from Carla's release to contact with the first swordfish. In an instant, all swordfish caught by the heat ray were vaporized. At the critical moment, Aquaman Arthur fell to the side subconsciously, but half of his body was still burned by the edge of heat ray. However, just before he sank into the sea, Carla's sight had already followed closely, and heat ray followed Carla's gaze directly to Aquaman Arthur's body, and this time he did not let him run away. Such a terrifying heat ray is like throwing Aquaman Arthur into the core of the sun. Even his physical fitness can't resist it, and he was vaporized without a hum. Aquaman Arthur, the king of Atlantis, one of the 2 largest forces on the earth today, has thus become the dust of history. Carla then slowly put away the heat ray. Looking at the already empty sea, even the sea level has decreased a lot at this moment. Carla was a little silent. In her memory, she knew Aquaman, that brat Arthur, who was taught by Carla when she was young, and Carla also fooled Arthur. Arthur has shown extraordinary abilities since he was a child. This kid can control marine life since he was a child. And when Carla heard about it, she once asked Arthur to call the marine life and she gained a lot, and she could even order food later. Arthur regards marine life as his friend, otherwise he would not be so angry that he almost went to war because of human hunting and killing whales. But only Carla was the catastrophe he couldn't escape, and only Carla made Arthur cry while eating the delicious food she made, and then continued to drag Arthur to the sea the next day. Even she is not as calm as she appears on the surface, is she? However, Carla did not regret it. People of Atlantis, this is just the beginning, the hatred of 100 million people's lives, and now I will start to collect debts from you. Carla yelled loudly, as if announcing that the war was about to start. The Atlanteans and Aquaman Arthur in this world have done too much. They killed hundreds of millions of people. This is absolutely unforgivable. As for why Aquaman Arthur is so cruel here, it is actually because Arthur's father was killed in chaos when Arthur was young because the Atlanteans came to bring back their queen. Aquaman Arthur's kindness and even humanity are the result of his father's teaching. Without his father by his side, Aquaman Arthur became a cruel executioner. For killing such an Aquaman Arthur, Carla has no guilt or intolerance. Anyway, there is an Aquaman Arthur in the original universe, and that is the Arthur she is familiar with and knows. The same Arthur she bullied. Are you going to fight? Until then, Lakes next to Carla didn't speak at 430. He stood up and patted the non-existent dust on his clothes with a nonchalant expression. At this time, at sea, there was still a fight with the Atlanteans, and the deck was full of sea water. Where did the ashes come from? Lakes looked at Karla seriously. By the way, who are you? If I'm not mistaken, the one flying in the sky is Queen Diana. Karla took a deep look at Baldy Lie, and was too lazy to explain the origin of her identity. She turned around and flew up, about to leave with Diana. Even if she wants to stand up for mankind and avenge the 100 million lives, she is not in a hurry now. She still has to join Karl. Wait a minute, take me with you. Don't leave me behind, Lakes yelled hastily in plea. Karla said without looking back, didn't you always claim to be the smartest person in the world? Then sail back by yourself. Unexpectedly, Lakes said, no, I just sent the coordinates here, and the Air Force will throw a destructive weapon here. I don't have time to jump out. Huh. Karla turned her head and glared at Baldy Lie angrily. You bald man, I knew you smart people were unreliable, extremely unreliable. If the sea was infected, wouldn't it harm mankind? Own. After listening to Lake's words and plea, Karla couldn't bear to leave him here to fend for himself. No way. In Karla's memory, Lake had to call her sister Karla. And on the way to fly away, Lakes also explained to Karla why he did such a dangerous thing. It turns out that it is not humans who have mastered terrible and destructive weapons. In fact, on the contrary, it is the people of Atlantis who have mastered a deadly weapon that can sink a continent. The reason why Western Europe was submerged before was also because of that weapon. The ship that Lakes was in charge of was originally intended to detect the whereabouts of the weapon, and his purpose was to mark the coordinates even if he died. So it's not what humans want, they just want to destroy the weapons of the Atlanteans, even at the cost of sacrificing their lives. Otherwise, as long as the Atlanteans are willing, they can completely submerge all the land of the entire Earth. By that time, human beings will not even have a place to stand, Lakes said with a smile. Karla frowned, annoyed at his attitude of laughing in the face of the crisis of human extinction, so she unceremoniously reached out and tapped Lakes on the bald head. Lakes scratched his head. To his surprise, he didn't seem to hate it. Is he in love with this beautiful peerless beauty? Or a superhero? Karla didn't notice Lakes' cranky thoughts, and led him to catch up with Diana. By the way, did Queen Diana discover her conscience? She turned her back to help humans. When Lakes approached Diana, he was full of hostility as expected. Diana glanced at Lakes, and said lightly, I am not the same Diana as you know, I am another Diana. She didn't bother to explain that she came from another world. As a result, Lakes showed a thoughtful expression, and suddenly said, could it be that you are from another world? What? Both women were a bit surprised, and they met many people, but only Lakes could easily accept this setting. Lakes shrugged, after all, I'm the smartest person, like the theory of parallel universes, although it's a bit sci-fi, it's still more or less acceptable. And if it wasn't like this, there wouldn't be two Queen Dianas, right? At least this Queen Diana doesn't have as much hostility and killing intent as that one. Lakes could feel that Diana in front of him had no hostility towards him. Let's not talk about that. Is that the plane you sent? Karla looked forward, and in the distance, there was an alien plane that did not belong to the Earth's technology, or a flight vehicle that should be called an alien spaceship, and it was flying here quickly. Come. Lakes nodded. That's right, the military stumbled upon this thing, an alien spaceship, it's pretty cool. Do you have it there too? Karla tilted her head and glanced at Lakes. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. My sister is from an alien. Alien spaceship? She's an alien? Okay. Lakes was a little surprised, but since he has seen the alien spaceship, plus what Karla saw in that facility before, and Karl has been locked up by the military, he probably knows a lot of secrets, so he calmed down quickly. At this moment, the spaceship had come to the three of them, and quickly flew past them. Its target is obviously the place where Karla fought before, which means that the dangerous weapons possessed by the Atlanteans are under the sea in that area, or in that Atlantean battleship. Wait, suddenly, Karla turned her head thoughtfully. How? With Karla's reaction speed, the plank time can be reached at the fastest. Compared with the 1 second in the eyes of ordinary people, she can think about the process from the birth of the universe to the present. So Karla discovered one thing at a glance, that the person driving that spaceship was none other than Hal Jordan here. To Karla's surprise, why isn't he Green Man? Do not care. Karla reached out and threw Lakes to Diana, let her hold Lakes by the neck in one hand, and said, I'll go. Before the words were finished, Karla had disappeared. Quickly catching up to the spaceship, Karla tore off the hatch of the spaceship as soon as she stretched out her hand. Because she didn't have permission to open the door, she pulled down the entire car door. Who? Hal was taken aback. Karla glanced that the spaceship had come over the sea area, and decisively grabbed Hal by the collar and dragged him out forcefully. The spacecraft that has already arrived here, even without the pilot's control, still plunged down according to the last instruction. And the target of the spaceship was indeed the Atlantean warship. Boom. The huge amounts of explosion raised an incomparably huge amounts of mushroom cloud on the sea surface, dozens of times more powerful than the neutron bomb that Karla dealt with at the beginning, and it was far from being comparable to the nuclear bomb. No wonder it is a deadly weapon that claims to be able to sink the continent of Western Europe. This is only the power of passive detonation. It is conceivable that if it is fully activated, the power will only be stronger. Among them, Karla, wearing a transparent psychokinesis shield, slowly flew out with a terrified Hal in her hand. Even if it is such a power, it is nothing to her, because it must not have the power of solar flares. As for Hal's fear, it is human nature, at least he has the courage to rush forward, and he will inevitably be shocked after seeing its great power. Not long after, Carla brought Hal back to Diana and Lakes. Why isn't he Green Lantern? Even Diana was surprised when she saw Hal. If Hal was Green Lantern, he wouldn't have to make such a sacrifice at all, and he doesn't have a Green Lantern ring on his hand. Never mind, it's the Flashpoint paradox again, Carla sighed. Originally, good job, even Hal Jordan's origin story has been shifted. It seems that after Abinsu fell to the earth, because he didn't finish his last words, so the ring is not the nearest most effective. The courageous people chose to return to Oua seeing instead. The cheating Abinsu, the cheating green light ring. Afterwards, Abinsu's spaceship and remains were controlled by the military, while Hal has been living as a flight member. Now he has become a lieutenant and was assigned to take charge of this mission. After all, Hal is brave enough to serve as the Green Lantern. Knowing that this is a mission that will never return, he still has the responsibility to take it on. That's it, Carla talking about the change in Hal. What are you talking about? Hal, who was the person involved, couldn't understand the situation, and pointed at Diana and shouted, "It's you, a tyrant." Diana is about to throw Lakes in her turn. In the end, Carla not only did not leave Lakes to fend for himself, but also returned to the country road in the metropolis with Hal Jordan, who was picked up halfway. When Carla raised the hut hidden in the ground to reveal Carl inside, Lakes also complained, "Your collection is really funny." Carla choked angrily, "Even if I collect it, I won't collect you, a bald man." Lakes was good at touching the top of his bald head, but he didn't want to be bald. "Sister." Carl came out of the cabin in surprise. Carla went up to hug Carl. This Carl is her younger brother. This is not another universe, this is her own younger brother. It's just that the history of Carla here has been rewritten, she has been changed, shit. Okay, I won't leave you behind. Carla patted Carl on the back. This child is very poor. Although he should be 35 years old, his mind is still a child. Because the place where he landed was not this farm, but in the city center of the metropolis, he was finally controlled by the military since he was a child, and he never walked out of the experimental facility half a step in his life. Not to mention basking in the sun, even the language is learned secretly. Even with the little sun Carla created to keep him in the sun for so long, his body was still skinny. Carla took a long breath, and sometimes complained, even resented the love of 220 people. But at least in this war, she has chosen a side. I know who he is. Suddenly, Lake seemed to recognize Carl. He is the alien child who landed on the Earth with the meteor shower more than 30 years ago, and also created a sinkhole in the center of the metropolis. Hundreds of thousands of people died. Oh, and this? Carla pretended not to know. Lake squinted at Carla. Didn't you see that sinkhole still remains when you flew all the way here just now? That's right, there is a sinkhole in the middle of Metropolis, because it is too huge, even Metropolis cannot repair it easily. This is definitely not Carl's fault, but Carl also has an unshirkable responsibility. It is also because of this that Carla did not lose her temper because of what happened to Carl. At least the child was not sliced, which is a blessing in misfortune. Carla picked up Carl, reached out to put away the little son in the room, and removed the room. Okay, it's time for us to move on. Carla took Carl, winked at Diana again, and the three floated into the air. Kfti, where are you going? Hal subconsciously asked. In Atlantis, the 100 million lives in Western Europe and the hundreds of millions of creatures on land have not yet been avenged. The people of Atlantis regard life under the sea as more noble than life on land, so, correspondingly, can you also treat the lives of people under the sea like ants? This is what they provoked first. Carla smiled, very happy and sweet. But Hal shivered coldly, as if behind Carla he also saw a phantom of evil spirits grinning at him. Lakes was calmer than Hal, and he was more concerned. Is it just the three of you? Enough, Carla said, turning to leave. It is indeed enough. This world has not seen the power of Superman, and does not know that there is one person. No, now there are two people, who can easily tear the earth apart, and can easily destroy any force. Now let you see how terrifying a Superman is once he loses his self-restraint, once he loses his humanity. Carla glanced sideways at Carl. Carl, my sister taught you something good. Nice one. Diana on Carla's other side looked skeptical. On the ground, Lakes and Hal stood together, looking up at the backs of the three flying quickly. Do you trust them? Hal asked Lakes. The two are collaborators on this mission. Even if they didn't know each other before, they should have had contact during this mission. Or have heard of each other. The main reason is that there is no one else here except them, so they can only talk to each other. The question is not whether I believe it or not, but whether the people above believe it or not. Lakes suddenly showed a sly smile. Hal looked at Lakes, his eyes gradually changed from confusion to clarity. You mean? Lakes nodded, not concealing his ambition and conspiracy at all. Maybe we can start a war. If they are really on our side, we can launch a counterattack against the Amazons. Are you sure they will really come? Hal was a little worried. But Lakes dismissed Hal's worries. You are the most courageous flight man that General Lois said. It doesn't look too good. What did you say? Didn't you already hear their conversation just now? What are they going to do now? Find the Atlanteans to avenge the Western Europeans. Yeah, with the strength we've seen, they can definitely mess up Atlantis. If they stop the Atlanteans, we can't defeat the Amazons, and we humans deserve to be defeated alright. So don't be stupid, I'm not saying you have to use them to help, it's better to say that they're already helping a lot. Okay, come with me, I need you to help me convince those old men and those superheroes, hee. When mentioning superhero, Lakes showed disdain and sneered. It seems that no matter which world he is in, Lakes has roughly the same views on superheroes. He believes that everyone can become a superhero, but it is definitely not such a showy thing. If you have to talk about superheroes, maybe they are really the beliefs that human beings need, maybe. The other side. Karla, Diana, and Karl went back and forth together, and came to the previous sea area again. This is not where the kingdom of Atlantis is located. In fact, after Atlantis fell to the bottom of the sea, it was split into 7 cities. After years of evolution, the people of Atlantis carried out an alternative evolution to get used to living under the sea, and at the same time developed the 7 countries under the sea. Later, with the rise of Arthur, Aquaman reunified Atlantis into a kingdom. But this Aquaman brought the Atlanteans into the battlefield. He should have become a bridge of peace between the people under the sea and the people on the ground, because he is a mixed race between the people on the ground and the people under the sea. It's a pity that he chose the wrong path, which is definitely related to the fact that he lost his father since he was a child. Now that Aquaman has been wiped out by Karla, there's not much to say. Karla said to Karl, try unleashing your heat vision rays. It turns out that Karla is not in a hurry to launch an attack on the underwater kingdom of Atlantis, and has the purpose of training Karl. Karl has been imprisoned in that research facility all his life, and even the power of the Kryptonian was only activated tonight, and Karla really needs to teach him from scratch. This is already familiar to Karla. She has been training Clark since she was a child, so she quickly found the feeling of being a child. And the power of the Kryptonians is actually very strange. For example, in Man of Steel, Clark, who grew up on the Earth and basked in the sun for more than 30 years, was immediately beaten by the Kryptonians who just came to the Earth and were just basking in the sun for strengthening. After a meal, especially General Zod, he immediately awakened the super strength and super ability of almost all Kryptonians as soon as he was exposed to the sun. Maybe it's not about the length of time in the sun, but about the age of the Kryptonians? That's not the case, at least the longer Karla spends in the sun, the stronger she becomes. In fact, she has already reached the level of Jin Chao, but she doesn't want to let herself become golden, which is too vulgar, ugly. But for Karl, after being illuminated by the rays of the sun in the middle of the night, his strength is almost equal to that of the Clark Karla knew, that is, the top level of the Golden Superman. Gold Superman and Jin Chao are two concepts. Jin Chao refers to the state of Silver Superman who has become golden because of being exposed to the sun for too long, and Gold Superman generally refers to the Superman in the Golden Age. Superman's power and story are divided into several periods. The most powerful period is undoubtedly the Baiyinchi period. Not only is his power almost infinite, but there are no single enemies. There are also countless super abilities. And Karla just happens to be the Silver Superman. In short, after Karla's patient teaching, Karl is mastering his power. At this time, Diana suddenly warned the siblings, someone is coming up. At this moment, the sea below surged, and a fleet composed of more than a dozen huge amounts of warships floated up. Those fleets are composed of Atlanteans of various images, including human-like appearances, murlocs, and even crabs. Karla was not surprised at all, not to mention the battle that took place here before, and Hal's spaceship also detonated Aquaman's deadly weapon, so the momentum of Diana will definitely attract attention. And she seemed to be waiting here on purpose. Karla pointed down. Karl showed no hesitation, his eyes started to turn red, and then suddenly released 2 red-hot gazes. Moreover, Karl's heat vision can become very wide under Karla's guidance. A normal heat ray has only 2 points, similar to the infrared ray I played with when I was a child, but now Karl's heat ray is like a searchlight, and the farther the projection is, the larger the irradiation range will be. In this way, it is no longer like a laser cutter, but more like a laser scan, except that everything that is scanned will be easily turned into fly ash by the terrible heat sight. Even if it's Karl's heat ray, it's not something anyone can easily block. Karl flew in midair like this, staring at the fleet below with his eyes wide open and quickly scanning around. The fleet that had just appeared was immediately destroyed. Good job, Karla gave Karl a thumbs up, smiling sweetly. Karla, is this really okay? Diana was extremely worried. Are you going to teach him to be a tyrant? Diana worries that Karla will turn Superman into a tyrant who has no regard for life. Xana, I just hope he can protect himself. Karla naturally has her own intentions. They will not stay here forever. If this world continues to exist, Karl needs to have the ability to protect himself. Even if he really becomes a tyrant, Karla doesn't care. With Karl's inexperienced innocence, there's nothing wrong with letting him kill decisively. And Ziona, are you feeling sorry for these Atlanteans? Karla smiled, and stretched out her hand to pull Diana to the front, or are you worried about me? Diana stared deeply into Karla's eyes, and saw that there was no smile or even warmth in her eyes, and she even thought that she was staring into the abyss at the moment. Karla, don't be disappointed with us, okay? Diana admitted that she was worried about Karla, and she took the initiative to hug Karla, trying to soften Karla's heart that had been hardened by this world with her tenderness. I have to say that Diana is a qualified girlfriend, and she noticed right away that the problem is not with Karl, but that Karla may be abandoning her humanity. Don't forget that this is not normal history. Everything was rewritten by someone. We can change it back to the original, that is the world we are familiar with. Don't you want to recruit Aquaman to join the Justice League? You are not. Are you still leading us to prepare to fight Darkseid? Aren't you still going to defeat Apocalypse and lead the new Kryptonian family to become gods? Aren't you still going to marry me? Don't go bad somewhere. Diana offered into Karla's arms. Ask for flowers. Karla took a deep breath, and she admitted that something about her had almost turned bad, such as being hostile to the people of Atlantis. She didn't like the people in the bottom of Atlantis in the first place, because she never killed the trench people. You can see the kindness and softness of hands. There are also Amazons, and even Earthlings. The Amazons have also taken action on the cities of the human world, not to mention what happened to Karl. Diana's intuition was too keen. She realized that Karla might have given up on the Earth because of the experience in this world, which she never wanted to see. It can be seen from what Karla taught Karl just now. When did you become my old husband and wife? Karla could detect it, and patted Diana on the back dumbfoundingly. Okay, Ziona, acting like a baby is not now. Don't worry, I won't put what happened here was relegated to the original world. That's why I split the timeline. What Karla did before can bring about a result, even if the world cannot return to the original history in the end, because the timeline was cut by Karla. The original world and this timeline will be separated into two worlds. One is the original world, and the other has become a changed world, which is equivalent to creating a parallel universe. This is not difficult at all. Dr. Manhattan can easily create a variety of futures because of different choices, and if he wants, he can even create a more complex infinite parallel universe from the Watcher universe. It is equivalent to creating parallel universes all the time, and destroying countless parallel universes because of his constant changing choices. Karla just might create a parallel universe. Okay, Karla's here to see. It's really time to let go, Karla reminded Diana. Diana raised her head and looked at Karla with a strange face. So why don't you let go, Fan? If Louise is the connection between Superman and the Earth, it is the softest tenderness in Superman's heart, and it is also the reservation of humanity. So Diana is now Karla's anchor. Because of Diana's comfort, the big ship Karla did not decide to leave, and promised that she would not lose her humanity, nor would she lose confidence in the three major ethnic groups on Earth. Ziona, you are my conscience. Karla raised Diana's head, looking at her girlfriend's flawless and peerless face. Her head moved closer and closer. Sister, what are you doing? Beside the two women, Karl suddenly raised his head and asked, staring at them curiously. The two girls blushed and hurriedly separated. Cough, cough, Diana got dust in her eyes. I'll blow it out for her. Karla's lies came out of nowhere, but she didn't notice that her name was Diana, and she began to change her nickname to Ziona early tomorrow. 697. If Alura were here, she would definitely say with disdain, you little girl wants to lie to my mother 100 years too early. Diana was still old after all. She calmed down quickly, looked down at the sea, and found that Karl had completely destroyed the Atlantean fleet in just a short while. Diana's expression is a bit complicated, even though some people have always said that her strength can compete with Superman. Even in many stories, she can even smash a female Superman. The performance of female Superman may be stronger than Superman in all aspects, but female Superman is often not as strong as Superman in controlling power, so the real strength is still Superman. Even more powerful. But in terms of performance, Diana shook her head. She really couldn't compare with this pair of siblings. Diana's power is powerful, especially the divine costume and the power of blessings from all 12 main gods. But Superman's power is even stronger, and super ability is no less powerful. If Diana were to deal with those fleets, it would definitely not be so easy, and even dangerous. These fleets were specially built to deal with the Amazons, and they also had weapons that could threaten Diana. In the end, he was instantly killed by such a weakened Karl. Karla also acknowledged Karl. Karl, this is the battlesuit of our Al family. Karla even created out of thin air, changing Karl into a dark blue bodysuit, and even a bright red cape, which is consistent with Karla's style, and there is a big bright red shirt on the chest. Colored S. When Karl put on this battlesuit, he finally became the familiar Superman. Ziona, the war is not over yet. Do you still want to come together? Karla looked at Diana again, knowing that the revenge against the Atlanteans was not over yet. Or maybe it's just the beginning. At least those rotten fish and rotten shrimps I will never let go. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly. They started this war against humans. Since they don't see themselves as humans, then I can be unrestrained. Diana knew that Karla had made up her mind, so she agreed decisively. They will definitely pay the price for their actions. Diana had experienced the First World War, and maybe even the Second, so she was no little White Lotus. Blood debts are paid in blood, and someone will always be responsible for the countless lives in Western Europe. Since this is a war, someone has to win and someone loses. Don't say innocent, who is not innocent. Diana knew even better that if Karla was not allowed to vent out here, it would become a hidden danger sooner or later when they went back. Then definitely let the Atlanteans in this world bear their own faults. Do you want the truly innocent Atlanteans to bear the hostility from Karla? Once she is hated by her Lady Queen, no matter how powerful the Atlanteans are, they will not be able to withstand her hostility. So Diana decisively set up her round shield and drew out her long sword. Then let me go out with you, my lord queen. Karla showed a satisfied smile, then looked at Karl beside her. Karl, you can stay here. Why? Karl was confused. Hadn't he already mastered his power? I can help you, sister, Karl said excitedly, so don't leave me. Karla shook her head lightly. Sure enough, I still can't bear to let you become a thug, so leave it to me. After all, she was still unwilling to train Karl to be a tyrant. When I come back, I will find you a home. After speaking, Karla took Diana's hand, and the two girls plunged into the sea below. Plop. When the two women plunged into the water, they also caused huge amounts of spray. Karla turned to look at Diana. Don't worry, I can breathe underwater. Diana shows off another super ability of herself. It's really a beloved little princess, Karla joked with a smile. I have to say that Diana is really exaggerated. She can even make her body bigger and smaller. Karla is the super ability of awakening when she wakes up one morning, and Diana is born with it. It's just that for Diana, that ability is almost useless. Diana rolled her eyes at Karla, then felt Karla pulling her, and plunged into a dry air bubble. In addition to fire, water, and earth, the four elements of Karla also have air, which is generally called earth, water, fire, and wind is formed by the flow of air, so there is nothing wrong with saying that it is air. Karla originally didn't have the ability to breathe underwater, but it doesn't matter. She originally didn't have the ability to breathe, and can survive even in outer space. In addition, this method can also be used to create a bubble underwater, which has sufficient oxygen, and can also automatically convert the oxygen in the water. The sea water on Diana's body was also automatically isolated by the air bubbles, which was more convenient than any drying method. Next, the two women used supervision to search for the whereabouts of the kingdom of Atlantis on the seabed. Although Diana's eyesight is not as good as Karla's, she can see very far. Over there, Karla seemed to have discovered something, and immediately controlled the bubbles to fly far away. Although flight in the sea is no better than the sky, there are problems of water pressure and obstacles of water flow. But Karla can control the seawater to push forward at 0.0, and get rid of the obstruction of the water flow in front, so it is faster. After moving forward fast and sneaking downward, Karla and Diana finally came to an underwater ruin. Different from the bright underwater world in the movie, what Karla and Diana saw first was a ruin. After passing through the ruins, they saw 10 majestic cities built in the underwater canyon at the stream. It seems that the ruins outside should be the ruins of the fallen city of Atlantis, while the city in the canyon was built later. Because it is in a canyon, there is a natural barrier wall outside, and there are strict defense forces on it, such as cannons that use seawater as energy, which can fire horribly powerful concentrated water cannonballs, which are no less powerful than a laser cannon. The technological strength of the Atlanteans has always surpassed that of humans. When Atlantis was still on the ground, its technological power far exceeded that of other forces on the Earth. When human beings were still in primitive society, they could even explore outer space. Then I don't know what happened, Atlantis suddenly fell into the bottom of the sea. However, the people of Atlantis miraculously survived and evolved into sea people who adapted to living under the sea. Even the high technology of Atlantis has changed. They can even convert the endless sea water into energy. As long as there is water, there is energy. It's just that the people of Atlantis never thought of sharing this high technology with humans, but they always blamed humans for polluting the environment because of energy development. To be honest, I kind of want to be like that but not stand up for that. Because you see, isn't seawater also shared by everyone on the Earth? Aren't you also using and developing seawater without restraint? After all, what you do is obviously one thing, and then you take a step first and then return to it. Trying too hard to hold someone back? This is a bit like the attitude of a certain country to prevent us from developing a nuclear bomb. The nuclear-armed country finished the research by itself, and then stopped others, saying 25 what would pollute the environment. Then why don't you play? We all know that the new era will inevitably develop into a situation of nuclear weapon deterrence, and the status of countries with nuclear weapons and those without nuclear weapons is different. Fortunately, we withstood the pressure and thanked the martyrs for their contributions. It's too far away, don't mention politics, don't mention it, don't mention it. Back to the present. Karla glanced at the natural city wall guarding Atlantis. There was a row of powerful weapons on it, including cannons that could transform sea water and launch concentrated water cannonballs, machine guns, and many heavily armed soldiers. There is only one way to pass through this city wall, and that is the entrance under the city wall. There is a colorful bridge similar to Marvel Bifrost built in the sea water, which is also built using the high technology of Atlantis. What should I do? Hit it hard? Diana asked Karla, without the slightest fear on her face. She was here to fight with Karla. Karla smiled, that definitely. As she spoke, Karla's body began to grow gradually, and finally appeared in front of the city wall with a height of 100 meters. Seeing this situation, Diana also began to show a similar ability, and finally turned into a nearly 100-meter high titan standing beside Karla. The sudden appearance of two huge goddesses immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. That colorful bridge is equivalent to a highway, and there are many submarines that look like spaceships flying back and forth on it. At the moment they all stopped, looking at the two titans in shock. The soldiers and defense forces on the city wall were even more vigilant immediately. Especially after recognizing Diana's appearance, the weapons on the wall began to glow, and they had already launched an attack first. Overreaching, Karla snorted coldly. She had mastery over the water element, and the weapons of the Atlanteans used water as their energy source. In this way, Karla is simply a natural nemesis for the Atlanteans. Drink, Karla sipped lightly, opened her hands to control the surrounding sea water, and pointed forward. The immeasurable sea water immediately boiled, rolling up stormy waves under the sea, rushing all the way like 10,000 horses galloping, and went straight to the opposite city wall. And even the countless Atlanteans on the colorful bridge were involved with their submarines, and were finally smashed to pieces on the city wall. With just one blow, countless Atlanteans were killed and injured immediately. Even the thick natural city wall collapsed in a burst of spring after a click sound. Karla at the moment is a 100-meter-high titan, and the sea water it caused was like a starfish, and it was so wide that it directly shattered the entire city wall. After losing this natural barrier, the kingdom of Atlantis finally appeared in front of Karla defenselessly. Karla knew that she had killed countless people, but she walked forward without changing her expression, like a sea goddess walking on water. The surrounding sea water surrounded her, boiling, cheering and encouraging, as if welcoming like their queen. When Diana behind her crossed the collapsed city wall, she looked down at the ruins where there were almost no bones left. Although she couldn't bear it, she still took a deep breath and followed Karla closely. When Karla and Diana broke in this way, before officially entering the kingdom of Atlantis, they encountered obstacles in front of them. On the dense sea fish, there are at least 100,000 Atlantean warriors in full armor, lined up silently. Behind them is their country and people. They will be the last line of defense. Kill. A general shouted and pointed his trident at Karla and Diana. Defend our homeland and our people. In an instant, the sea boiled again, and the people of Atlantis and all kinds of giant sea creatures around them, including swordfish, whales, sharks, and even giant sea orzes that are more than hundreds of years old, and terrifying crocodiles and octopuses, all rushed to the sea. Their enemies, namely Karla and Diana, rush forward. Karla sneered, "You guard your own homeland and people, but mercilessly invade and even harm other people's homes and people. Today I am here to let you taste the feeling of your homeland being destroyed and your people being mutilated." Saying that, Karla once again controlled the sea water, as if she had become a goddess of the ocean. She raised her hand and pointed it forward, and then made a fist. Die. With Karla yelling loudly, the water pressure in the sea suddenly soared. What? There were screams one after another, and each Atlantean was crushed because they couldn't bear the water pressure. Even the giant sea creatures that lived on the bottom of the sea all the year round stopped swimming, and began to collapse after a while. How could this happen? How could it be possible? The general of Atlantis wailed, "This is impossible. Atlantis is deeply protected by Poseidon, but why is there an enemy who can control the ocean? Has Poseidon abandoned us?" When the Atlanteans in the DC world were still on the ground, they had already mastered an artifact known as the Trident of the Sea God, and it might even be left behind by Poseidon after leaving the Earth. Therefore, the Atlanteans also believed in the Greek gods, especially Poseidon. Only those with high status could hold the trident as a symbol of weapons and power. Today, however, they met Karla, who could control the element of water. She purposely controlled the sea water that the Atlanteans were most familiar with and relied on as a weapon, and wiped out this army of more than 100,000 people in an instant. I declare that the kingdom of Atlantis will perish. When Karla announced the demise of Atlantis, it was destined to be a disaster for the Atlantis people today. Maybe even the author couldn't bear it, so I won't describe the process in detail. When Karla and Diana turned and left, the city of Atlantis had been completely destroyed, and the whole city was in a sea of flames. Don't be surprised how there can be fire in seawater. In fact, there are active volcanoes on the bottom of the sea. Karla didn't do anything, but created a volcano in that city with a heat ray of over 20 million degrees. When the magma spread to the entire city, countless Atlanteans wanted to escape, but their heads were hit by terrible water pressure. It was sealed like a sky curtain. It was an extremely desperate moment. In the end, even Karla didn't want to look at it anymore. She held Diana's hand tightly and turned to leave. Although Karla is not that kind of inhumane person, but how can the anger and resentment of the undead in Western Europe be appeased? Some people always say that in war, no snowflake is innocent. But in my opinion, only the perpetrator is innocent without snowflakes, and the innocent victim is sad. Never sympathize with the person who started the war. If you have that kind of sympathy, why don't you sympathize with the innocent people who have been hurt? Karla seems to be persuading herself, and also seems to be telling Diana. In fact, her heart is not at peace. Where to go next? Diana asked Karla's next plan. Karla turned her head and looked at Diana with a strange expression on her face. Startled, Diana grabbed Karla's hand with both hands in turn. Karla. Karla shook her head. Ziona, there are 7 cities in Atlantis. Karla, Diana continued calling. That guy Aquaman unified the 7 kingdoms under the sea, so there are no innocent people in Atlantis. That's right, although the city just now did inherit the name of the Kingdom of Atlantis. When Atlantis fell, when Atlantis Grand Luchan entered the sea, it split into 7 cities. For example, the Trench country of the Trench race, the Saltwater country, and so on. Trench people are the guys that Karla has encountered who have turned into monsters, while the Atlanteans of the Saltwater country have evolved, or degenerated into crab-like creatures. In addition, there are Atlanteans who evolved into Murlocs, and another city similar to the city of Atlantis. There are 7 cities and 7 ethnic groups in the kingdom of Atlantis. Don't even try to run away. Karla's eyes became sharp. Diana's worried tears were about to fall. You won't be able to turn back. After killing so many people, even if they are not innocent, what kind of psychological torture will Karla suffer afterwards? Diana was worried that Karla would not be able to bear it. In fact, she couldn't help much. She wanted to follow because she was worried. Don't worry, Karla also knew Diana's heart, and comforted. I don't need to do it myself, at least I don't need to go to the scene in person. I have already found the whereabouts of all the cities. Karla has used supervision to lock the whereabouts of the other 6 cities, and even the location of all Atlanteans. It's really time to end, Karla said, no longer in Diana's presence, but activated the power of the quantum realm. The power of the quantum realm is so powerful that it has no boundaries. Because even the Mobius chair, which can arrange the order of the universe's planets at will, was instantly killed by Dr. Manhattan even if Xiao sat on it. There is also Pandora. She is said to be immortal. Even if the universe perishes, she can survive. Even the 7 deadly sins were released by her. However, it was still killed by Dr. Manhattan. Even Dr. Manhattan doesn't need to show up at all. They don't even know who killed them. Karla is now the queen of the quantum realm, and has become even stronger than Dr. Manhattan, because Dr. Manhattan just calls himself an observer of the quantum realm. So when Karla locked the other 6 Atlantean cities and the whereabouts of all Atlanteans, she was accompanied by a thought. The underwater world suddenly fell silent, because the 6 underwater cities and countless lives were turning into blue, the most primitive molecules, atoms, and even Prince particles. This power can even disassemble and obliterate the most powerful gods who claim to be immortal. At least the Atlanteans here have completely become the dust of history. It's time to go out, Karla sighed softly after finishing all this, and was about to take Diana back to the surface of the sea. But suddenly, Diana grabbed Karla and met Karla with her eyes closed. I'll always be by your side, Diana confessed to Karla after kissing her. Karla's heart warmed. She knew that Diana had noticed something. She was comforting herself, and she also stated that she would not leave her because of this. Karla nodded, but immediately shouted again, wait a minute, Ziona, shouldn't I be the leader? Dominance must be distinguished. Diana covered her mouth and let out a chuckle. Do you still care about this at this time? In other words, it's all girls who are leading the fart. Because of Diana's relief, Karla felt a lot more relaxed, and there was no pressure in her heart, and she and Diana quickly went up to the sea. On the way, the huge bodies of the 2 women gradually shrunk down and returned to their normal state. Speaking of which, how tall can you reach, Cortana? Karla asked curiously. Diana can also reach 100 meters, which Karla did not expect. Unexpectedly, Diana shook her head and said, I don't know, because this power is not very helpful, so I never thought about trying the limit. Doesn't help much, but when you get smaller, you can eat more ice cream. Karla puts forward her own suggestion, Wang Zhao's. The serving size of an ice cream remains the same, but Karla can be changed into an ant file size, so that you can enjoy more delicious food. Diana has a black thread. Is it used in this place? It's more suitable if you want to perform infiltration missions. Diana's thinking is much more normal. For example, the mission of rescuing hostages and the like. Karla smiled. At her speed, it shouldn't be that troublesome, so she stopped time and recovered. Wow. While the 2 were chatting, they unknowingly returned to the surface of the sea, and with a splash of water, they reappeared in front of Karl. It turned out that Karl had been obediently waiting for them, but instead of looking at the 2 women who had returned, he turned his head and looked into the distance, still listening to something. What's wrong? Karla asked. Karl looked troubled and didn't know how to explain. It seems that there is a war. The war broke out, and when Karla went to the bottom of the sea to deal with Atlantis, it also started on the ground. But this time it was no longer the Atlanteans and the Amazons, but the human army began to invade London on a large scale. No, it cannot be said to be an invasion. It was the Amazons who invaded London, and it was Queen Diana. And the human army is recapturing lost ground and avenging the dead. So the whole of London was besieged, and then the land forces began to invade on a large scale. But what makes Karla feel strange is that, given the pissing nature of a certain country, shouldn't a nuclear bomb be used to enforce peace? That's what they always like to do. Maybe it's because of worry. Once humans take the lead in using weapons of that level, the Atlanteans will have no scruples. After all, no one knows that the Atlanteans have become dust of history. In fact, the Amazons should also have some things at the bottom of the box, right? For example, the hell 3-headed dog and the like. It seems that all parties still do not want to trigger a world-destroying war, and want to keep the scale of the battle to a minimum. At the moment London has become a battlefield, and people from all walks of life have appeared on the stage. Even the super criminals in the past have now become the most powerful weapons for mankind. This is because the physique of the Amazons is far superior to that of humans. Except for Queen Diana, even many female warriors can block human guns and bullets. And the bows and arrows in their hands can even pierce the armor of the tank, which is amazing. However, because of the addition of those superheroes, human beings are not one-sided. Karla, Diana took down the round shield and long sword on her back, and said with a firm expression, leave it to me this time. It appears she still wants to resolve her duel with herself in this world herself. To be honest, Karla was a little worried. The strength of the two Dianas was exactly the same, and no one could be sure of the final result. But she knew better that Diana had made up her mind, and even she couldn't change Diana's thoughts and decisions. Then, Karla reached out to hold Diana's hand, and covered Diana's hands with both hands, and before Diana was shy, Karla had already let her go. Diana looked down and found that the 10 fingers of her hands were on the knuckles at the end, and there were 10 colored strings. That's the lamp ring. I copied my lamp ring for you. Although the power can only last for one day, it's enough for you to do what you want. Karla made a copy of my 10 explosive ring for you, Diana. Because she copied it, the power of the lantern ring can only last for one day at most, but because it is a copied ring, there is no need to worry about Diana being affected by the emotional spectrum, and she does not need to be recognized by the lantern beast. She didn't join the corresponding legion, she was just an outsider who could temporarily use the power of the lantern ring. This is Karla's help. She is still worried that Diana will not be able to solve her other self, and she is also worried that she will be in danger. The power of the ring can make Diana stronger and safer. Thank you, Diana thanked Karla for her respect. Karla did not hinder her decision because of the relationship between the two, but respected her, which is very important. Then, let's get involved too. Karla flicked his cloak, waved his hand and pointed to the distance, and the 3 of them immediately disappeared in place as 3 lights and shadows. Diana's original speed was only supersonic, but now, because of the blessing of the 10 light ring, she can also fly at super light speed. Originally, a green light ring could give Hel the power to exceed the speed of light, let alone the power of the 10 light ring. So in an instant, Karla and the others came to the sky above London again. Diana locked herself in this world for the first time, shouted, holding a shield in her left hand and a long sword in her right hand, and rushed down in the air. It's you? Queen Diana noticed her other self, with no fear on her delicate face, and took the initiative to push the ground hard to meet her. Boom. In midair, when the two Dianas collided fiercely with their bucklers, a shockwave that was no less than a bomb was triggered. Moreover, the situation here made the entire battlefield silent for a moment, because they discovered that there were actually 2 Dianas. CFDD. Suddenly, someone noticed Karla and Karl flying together in the sky, and pointed to the sky. It's an experimental subject who escaped from the laboratory, and the laboratory team ordered him to be captured. Suddenly the human troops on the ground shifted their guns, and in Karla's stunned state, the human guns were no longer aimed at the Amazons, but at her and Karl. And the humans pulled the trigger without hesitation. Are you a fool? Karla was dumbfounded. They obviously came to help humans, didn't they? But now humans have launched an attack on them? What kind of mess is this? Some people even shouted, "Damn idiots, they are not the enemy, now the focus is on defeating the Amazons, stop the fire." Cyborg flew up anxiously and wanted to block Karla and Karl with his body, in this way to stop the actions of the human army. However, the human attack not only did not stop, even a bullet hit Cyborg's forehead directly, knocking him down. Karla smiled, I believe you, I am really NT. Wait a minute, female Superman, don't kill them. Suddenly, a voice stopped Karla, and then, a red figure followed by lightning bolts swept across quickly. Few of the people present could notice this figure, because his speed was so fast that he walked around the battlefield almost instantly, and all the weapons of the human troops were dismantled by him. The red figure came under Karla and Karl, raised his head, and shouted, Superman, female Superman, it's great that you are here. By the way, maybe you don't know me anymore, I am the Flash, me. Turns out he was the Flash. How could you not recognize me? Karla quickly flew down, and the terrible speed frightened the Flash's words to stop. Karla grabbed the Flash by the collar, gritted his teeth and glared at the bastard. Why, you bunch of speedsters? No, it's you bastard, why do you always do this to me? The Flash was dumbfounded. Wait a minute, it's not me, it's Swan, it's Reverse Flash. Reverse Lightning, Albert Swan, who also has the title of Professor Speed, comes from the future world of the 25th century. The power of reverse lightning is obtained by studying the Flash, that is to say, it has almost the same ability as the Flash, and it also belongs to the super speed. However, the reason why he is called reverse lightning is because although he was also connected to the speed force at first, he finally mastered the negative speed force. In other words, it can be considered as the opposite force to the Flash. No wonder the Flash here thinks it's all reverse Flash. But Karla still held on to the Flash tightly, and shouted, stop joking, what I saw before was a figure of red lightning, and it was you. Me. The Flash was dumbfounded. In the Flash's heart, it has always been believed that reverse lightning made a ghost, and all this was caused by reverse lightning. But is that really the case? I ask you, how did the power of reverse lightning come from? Karla asked the Flash. The Flash was in a trance for a moment and replied, he said that he came from the 25th century, and he obtained the negative god speed force through studying my speed force. That's right, it was the Flashberry who first proposed the concept of speed force, so it is not an exaggeration to say that it is his speed force. Other speedsters may not be faster than the Flashberry, because each generation of speedsters will return to the speed force after death. The reason is that the new generation is destined to be faster than the old generation. The speed force is like the graves of speedsters, not only their source of strength, but also their final destination. But Barry's status is still unshakable. The reason is that he came up with the concept of the speed force. If he changed your origin story so that the concept of the Speed Force no longer existed, how would he get it? He's not so much your enemy as you are the proof of his existence. If you die, it doesn't exist anymore, Carla said suddenly. Shua. Suddenly, a yellow figure appeared beside the two of them. Although I don't want to admit it, it's true. So, the Flash, only this time I won't blame you. Reverse Lightning, he also came here. Carla turned her head and shot suddenly. Before Reverse Lightning had time to react, Carla grabbed both legs, and she snapped them off neatly. Click. What? Reverse Lightning raised his head and screamed. Carla broke his legs. What? The Flash, who was right in front of him, took a big step back in shock, not expecting Carla to shoot as soon as he said so, and so abruptly. Not to mention Reverse Lightning, even he didn't react at all. If Carla's target is him, the Flash will be terrified. Can he avoid it? I'm tired of you speedsters. You always make trouble for me by running faster. Run again if you have the ability, Carla shouted, still holding Reverse Lightning's broken legs. What are you doing? The Flash was stunned. Carla glanced sideways at the Flash, and that look made the Flash lose his footing and fell to the ground. Carla is really full of resentment and anger, because the Flash changed the past history, so they made their world like this. The Flash Carla met before were from other worlds, and what happened was also from other worlds, but this guy alone changed their world. This is Carla's world, and she ended up dying on Krypton here. But Carla didn't go any further with the Flash, throwing the Reverse Lightning away like he was a piece of trash. Didn't you notice it? This guy has a strong speed force. He must have obtained the speed force earlier than you. As long as he exists, you will not be recognized by the speed force, Carla explained. She didn't go crazy suddenly, but she noticed that Barry of the Flash here had only recently regained his power, but before him, Reverse Lightning had already been recognized by the Speed Force. In this way, the Flash is absolutely faster than Reverse Lightning, let alone break time. I broke his legs, now the Speed Force is back on you, Carla asked. Barry's body began to shake rapidly. In fact, he was jumping side to side, but because the speed was so fast, ordinary people couldn't even see what he was doing. It's just that in Carla's eyes, Barry is like standing still, if she wants to. Plank time is not a joke. Within a second of ordinary people's body perception, Carla can even walk around the Earth slowly, read books for decades, and even travel around the universe and come back. The Speed Force has returned. Barry looked down at his hands after feeling it for a while, and the familiar force returned. Carla snorted softly, did not let him go, and continued to question, tell me, what have you changed? Don't tell me you don't know. Barry fell silent. After being reminded by Carla, he really knew something, and he did indeed do something. Carla is also right. In fact, he changed the past history. But that incident should have nothing to do with this place, Barry suddenly shouted. Yes, I changed the past history. I went back to the past, and I saved my mother. But that happened in Bruce after the parents were killed. It was also after Clark came to the Earth. Why did this happen? Ask for flowers. Barry's origin story is much later than Batman's and Superman's, so his altered history should have happened after that, too. In other words, in Barry's view, what he changed should be the history after that, and the established facts that have already happened will not change. For example, typing the numbers 1 through 9 on the keyboard, Barry acts as if he inserted the letter A between 4 and 5, but he doesn't change the number before 4. Carla sighed with her hands on her forehead. Logically speaking, it is indeed true. It is logically true that this is true. For example, she and Dr. Manhattan can rewrite time at will, such as making a change in a small thing in the past, and then observe the impact on the future. 00. Even making a change to someone, a word, a decision, may change the future. But it won't affect before that. It really won't affect it. Someone wants to reset the universe through your hand. Carla told a terrible truth. Someone took advantage of Barry. Someone used his rewriting of history to do a soft reboot of the entire universe. Who is it? Barry asked quickly. Carla looks away. Should I say DC editorial department? Or who should I say? In short, although the history you changed was after that, it still caused a series of effects. Carla still did not express her inner thoughts. Barry said that this is unreasonable. Even if it is a butterfly effect, it should affect the future, but why does it affect the past? That's right, Carla and Carl's origin story should have been left untouched. It was the damn editorial board who used this to do a soft reboot of the universe, so Barry is to blame. I'm sorry Barry, you've got to fix it back, and while it's cruel to say that, I hope you can stop yourself. At least the history of your mother's death is a must. It was cruel indeed, to say to a child that his mother's death was necessary or something. But if Barry didn't do that, the world would already be like this. When Carla and Barry were negotiating, the whole of London had become a battlefield. When the human camp started to turn their weapons on Karl, after the Flash had previously dismantled the weapons of all the humans in the vicinity, the Amazons jumped out and killed many people in one fell swoop. But they absolutely shouldn't aim their weapons at Karl in the sky. When the first arrow Fletcher hit Karl ducked his head, his eyes began to redden, and fired his heat vision. In an instant, as two heat ray lasers that were magnified like searchlights scanned the surroundings, everyone was emptied. Not only the dead human bodies, but also the Amazon warriors were all gone. The humans who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Shouldn't they continue to deal with that monster-like enemy? But Queen Diana was crazy like August 17th and shouted, "Damn it, I will kill you. Your enemy is me, Diana." Diana stuck to Queen Diana. At the moment, the two were fighting each other with the same sword, and they refused to give in to each other. Evenly matched, neither of them could overwhelm the other. "Damn it, if you were really me, would you just have the heart to watch your people get killed?" Queen Diana shouted, questioning herself loudly. Diana was not affected at all, and shouted with firm eyes, "You have given up your glory. You are not worthy to fight for honor. You are not even worthy to be called Amazons. If the Queen Mother is still alive, she will definitely stand firmly on my side. Here. How do you understand? You don't understand. Hateful. Admit defeat." The two Dianas have already fired real fire, and they know better than others that the other party really wants to kill themselves. Queen Diana regarded Diana as a stumbling block and a traitor, but Diana couldn't recognize herself here, and wanted to destroy herself who went in the wrong direction with her own hands. "This world is wrong, and you are wrong too. I want to correct all of this myself," Diana shouted unwillingly. She didn't think this Queen Diana here was her future self. No way. So she wants to end all of this with her own power, so Diana has not actually used the power of the 10-lamp ring copied to her by Carla. However, Queen Diana is one person with her after all, and their strength and knowledge are all the same, except for the difference in experience. Others are fighting too. In the corner of the battlefield, a superhero wearing a white cloak, a red tights and a lightning logo on the chest is also fighting. He is Shazam, but his face is no longer the stupid face that Carla knew, but with several terrible scars, and the seriousness and fierceness in his eyes. This Shazam is not the same person as the Shazam that Carla is familiar with. Even this Shazam is not transformed by a single Billy, but transformed by the Shazam family together. That is to say, the Shazam family in this world has a common power, and they can call Shazam together to become a superhero. However, this is also very dangerous. Once a person is in danger, or if something is absent, he will not be able to transform. And Batman, Thomas, Bruce's father, is also fighting, killing one Amazon after another with 2 guns. The scale of this battle is very large. Not only has the entire Amazon family been involved, humans have also dispatched a large number of troops, and even tanks and light armored vehicles have entered the battlefield. This is literally War of the Worlds. It's a pity that because the two sides have already exchanged fire, it is impossible to let the plane come to support. It's better to say that the bows and arrows of the Amazons can even shoot down planes, which are lighter and more accurate than any surface-to-air defense missiles, so they didn't plan to launch an airstrike from the beginning. The human side also suffered a lot of losses. In addition to the initial death squad, some superheroes who were not too powerful also fell, as well as Colonel Steve. He ended up dying at the hands of the Amazons. Look around, Barry, although you saved your mother, how many people died because of it? The 100 million people in Western Europe, London has become like this, I'm not afraid to tell you. I wiped out all the people of Atlantis before coming here, and the Amazons will be next, and you have seen the attitude of humans towards Carl and me. Maybe I will destroy the world with my own hands. You really want to watch? Look. The mother you finally rescued will still die. Are you really going to let this happen? Carla tugged at the Flash Barry's collar and roared in his ear. The reason why she made such a loud noise may be because she also has a guilty conscience. She knew what she was doing. She was forcing a son who had lost his mother since childhood to give up the hope of saving his mother. From heart to heart, Carla may choose to sacrifice the world to save her mother. Barry, actually I could have stopped you from the beginning. Yes, I could have stopped you. Carla said the truth suddenly. She noticed what Barry was doing from the very beginning, and made the best response from the beginning. But Carla did not stop Barry, but came to this world to find Barry. Because I can't be so selfish, because I can't do it myself, so I can't stop you. But I hope you have to think about how to choose. Is this what you want? Carla chose to give the choice to Barry. She could obviously stop it, but she didn't want to impose her will on Barry. She wanted Barry to make the choice himself. Barry looked around in a daze. The fiercer the battlefield, the more tragic the battle, and countless people died on both sides. He began to think whether he was really too selfish, or if the world was destroyed, wouldn't it be pointless for him to save his mother? So, you really know each other. Suddenly, Thomas came to Carla and Barry from the battlefield somehow. It seems that Barry has been in contact with Thomas, and also mentioned Carla, which made Thomas believe him. Because Barry is the one who caused all this, he still remembers the previous memories, and went to the Batcave to find someone to discuss. As a result, the Batman here is not Bruce, but Thomas. At that time, Barry was severely beaten before Thomas believed him when he mentioned the female Superman. That's right, this Barry knows Carla. From their conversation just now, it can be heard that at least Barry knows Carla. This Barry is in the future time and space. From the timeline here, we can know that he is in the timeline 2 years later, so he and Carla have known each other for 2 years, although Carla has not touched Barry in the timeline. And thus the timeline of this world is 35 years after Carla arrived on Earth, not 33 years after now. Uncle, why are you here? Carla looked at Thomas, really worried that he would die on the battlefield. Uncle? Thomas shook his head, and suddenly took out an envelope from his waist and sent it over. I heard that you and my son Bruce are good friends. I would like to ask you to deliver a letter for me, if possible. Karla paused, not expecting Thomas to make such a request, but she didn't refuse. He, referring to Barry, is right, I am indeed one of Bruce's best friends, and Bruce's wife is my good sister who I played with since I was a child, and his eldest son is also my godson, Karla said intentionally, something that Thomas should really want to know. Sure enough, Thomas's originally crazy eyes softened because of this. He already has a child. There are still two. The eldest son Damien, if he has lived to be 15 years old, he was born when they were 30, and it is also the best gift for me to be 30. There is also a youngest daughter who is 4, born at the age of 11, it would be 4 years old this year. It's called Helena. Karla said the names of the 2 children. Thomas turned and wiped his face with his hand. Barry on the side was also touched. Yeah, because of him, it was no longer the Wayne couple who died in the alley, but Bruce. It also caused everything about Bruce to cease to exist. Karla didn't even dare to look for Jennifer and Danny in this world, and didn't know if they were still there. Damn it, Thomas cursed suddenly, turned around, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Barry. Didn't you say you want to change everything? What are you waiting for? Thomas didn't know what Barry would sacrifice. He just wanted to save his child, even if the price was that the historical revision made him die in that alley. But Thomas didn't care, since the real history is that I die, let me die again, my son, and bring him back. Don't you always think I'm incompetent as a Batman? And unlike my son, I run a casino, yes. Damn it, fix it all. That's right, unlike Bruce, who does charity, Thomas earns all his money from opening casinos. Originally, Thomas was also a great philanthropist, but after his son died and his wife became a joker, he also became crazy. Even as Batman, Thomas is armed with 2 guns and can really kill. Facing Thomas's questioning of Barry, Karla did not explain, but silently put away the letter. What she didn't say is that it doesn't matter even if Barry doesn't revise the history, because Karla has preserved her history. Although this world belongs to the future of her world, it will no longer become the future of that world. This is already a parallel world. Because Barry messed up the timeline, simply put, this place should have been connected to Karla's original world, but because of Karla, it has become a parallel universe that has happened but will not happen. Already happened means that all this is happening here. Won't happen means that from Karla's truncated timeline, the future of the world is destined to enter another future timeline. But Karla wants Barry to make the right choice, otherwise she really doesn't mind ruining the world like this. I know, Barry finally made a decision. I will do everything in my power to break time and prevent me from changing the past. I am sorry for what I have caused. Karla looked approvingly. Thomas also lowered the muzzle of the gun in his hand, and then pulled the trigger against the reverse lightning on the ground. The gunshot, reverse lightning, died unexpectedly. This guy is your enemy? Why keep him? Thomas also asked Barry. Barry wanted to say that their superheroes don't kill people, but he glanced at Karla for some reason. Karla stared over. What do you mean? Barry shook his head with a smirk, stared deeply at the 2 of them again, and then turned into a red figure and disappeared with golden lightning. Unexpectedly, he is still a real combat faction, he will do what he says and act immediately. Barry has just regained the power of the Speed Force, and he will need to adapt for a while in order to break the time barrier. Look at the other side. The battle between the 2 Dianas is still going on, but the state of the 2 has begun to differ. Queen Diana began to fall slowly, because when the physical strength of the 2 began to be exhausted, the 10-light ring on Diana's hands began to reveal its original appearance, and the colors of the emotional spectrum radiated to wrap Diana's whole body. Finally, a cloak appeared behind Diana. Although her battle suit remained the same, a colorful cloak appeared. She still used the power of the lantern ring after all. People should be more familiar with the power of the green light ring, but the power of other light rings is not much less. The red light ring made Diana's power soar, and finally far surpassed Queen Diana. And the blue light of hope can greatly strengthen the realization of the green light of willpower, so that Diana can turn her thoughts into reality, and the attacks she makes are more difficult to guard against. There's also the yellow light of fear that can hinder Queen Diana with psychokinesis, and the other light rings have their own strengths. Especially Black Lantern and White Lantern, the latter greatly enhanced Diana's resilience and durability, while the former increased Diana's attack power, making her attacks fatal. But Queen Diana didn't have these powers. Not only was she surpassed by Diana all of a sudden, but the longer the battle, the greater the consumption, and she gradually began to feel powerless. Finally, as Diana voluntarily gave up the defense of the round shield, she raised the divine sword with both hands and slammed it down. When Queen Diana raised her shield to meet her, she only heard a click, and the round shield was split in 2. How is it possible? Queen Diana felt unbelievable. That is an aegis that even the sword cannot hurt. How could it be like this? You lost, Diana. You brought the Amazons to war. You brought wars to the world. You created wars. What you did to the world and the Amazons, and now I'm going to end it you, Diana said as she raised the Excalibur in her hand again, aimed at Queen Diana's neck and was about to swing it down. Enough. Karla suddenly appeared in front of Diana, reaching out to block Diana's attack, and blocked it with an empty palm. Karla, get out of the way, Diana yelled. Karla held Diana in her arms. Ziona, enough is enough. The world will be corrected. Everything that happened here will disappear. We should go back. You are still you. The murderous look on Diana's body gradually calmed down. But at this moment, Queen Diana behind Karla picked up the Excalibur and stabbed Karla in the back. Karla's eyes widened. Court death. The Queen Diana of this world is a bit too aggressive and decisive, and in every way, she can't match the superhero. Obviously Karla protected her, and didn't let Diana kill herself in this world. In the end, she took the opportunity to stab Karla in the back from behind. Karla's eyes widened. Is she a fool? She saw me blocking your sword with my hand, and you still do this. Karla was speechless. She should have seen that she blocked Diana's sword and just grabbed the blade with her hands. Why did Queen Diana do this? Isn't her brain working? Since she can block their same divine sword with her hand, it means that the defense behind her is also the same. Or do you think she did something on her hands? Think you can kill yourself like this? Karla, Diana was startled, and after noticing what the other self had done, she pushed Karla away, swung her sword, and chopped off her own head in this world without any hesitation. Queen Diana died instantly. That's why Karla said courting death. This time even she couldn't save Queen Diana anymore. The same person, why is there such a big difference? Karla was puzzled. Did the change in the origin story really have such a big impact? As she thought about it, she naturally held Diana's shoulders, raised her head and looked around. Diana seemed to have sensed something, raised her head, and noticed that the sky was changing. For some unknown reason, the sky is distorting. It's Barry the Flash, and he's correcting history, Karla proactively explained to Diana. The so-called revision of history is naturally to repair the place he changed, that is to say, Barry wants to prevent himself from saving his mother. On the other side, the barrier of time was broken, and along with a classic red and gold speed force passing quickly, Barry's figure appeared in the space-time tunnel. He quickly forward ran, faster, and finally he began to reverse time and go to the past. And just after he advanced to a certain level of timeline, he finally saw another red figure in front of him, which was another the Flash Barry or the former Lightning. Bali. The Barry in front is the timeline of the previous 2 days. It was indeed him that Karla noticed at the beginning. He was going to the past at the moment to save his mother's life. Because of the time tunnel, 2 Barrys suddenly appeared at this moment. This already belongs to the category of paradox. The future self and the past self suddenly appeared at the same time. The speed force is just so magical. Stop it, Barry, you're going to kill everyone if you do this, Barry behind him shouted, speeding up to the extreme, even faintly driven to surpass himself and gradually shorten the distance. The front of Barry glanced sideways, shocked that he definitely recognized himself. But why? You don't want to stop me, Barry shouted in front. Only Mom, I just want to save Mom. I won't do anything, so don't stop me. He really only wanted to save his mother, and his original intention was not to affect other events. According to his thinking, his mother was just an ordinary person, and it was impossible to cause too much butterfly effect. But is that really the case? Barry at the back knew that he couldn't convince himself. He knew too well how stubborn his thoughts were in at the moment, and there might not be enough time. When the 2 Barry appeared in the time tunnel, the influence on that world increased many times at once, and he knew even more that if he couldn't stop himself, maybe Karla would really destroy that world. As I said before, this Barry knows Karla. He is the Barry in Karla's world in the next 2 years. He might even be recruited by Karla. Barry seemed to know something about that female Superman. Aren't you afraid that the head of the female Superman big sister will destroy the world you changed? Even if you save your mother, what's the point of destroying the world? You mean Karla big sister head? Barry in front paused slightly. Barry at the back took the opportunity to shout, the world is about to be destroyed because of our changes. Even the origin story of Karla's big sister head has been rewritten. She disappeared directly and died in the destruction of Krypton. So the Karla we know well in the changed world, she will destroy everything. No, Barry in front covered his head. He didn't believe it would become like that. I just want to save our mother. It stands to reason that the death of Barry's mother happened after Karla and Karl arrived on Earth, and it is also the timeline after the death of Bruce's parents. But for some reason, all universes and origin stories will be soft rebooted, and the infinite multi-universe will become the new 52. Do you still remember the infinite multi-universe scene that Karla saw on the wall of origin before? That's right, this universe is not a story after 52, and even Karla is still in the calendar area of the Silver Super Era. It is precisely because of the Flashpoint incident that the transformation of the new 52 was completed, that is, the DC restart. Even on the Earth affected by the Flashpoint incident, there has not been a shadow of the Darkseid war, but Karla and the others are already preparing for the arrival of Darkseid. From the timeline cut off by Karla, the world has been divided, the former being the old universe and the latter being the new 52. The Darkseid war is about to break out in the old universe, but there is no sign of the new 52 yet. This is all because of the impact of the Flashpoint event. Very suddenly, at the front of the time tunnel, Karla appeared there at some unknown time, standing sideways with her hands on her hips, not obstructing the 2 chasing Barry, just passing by in front of them one after another at that time. He said, the influence and changes you have caused cannot be corrected. This world will not disappear, Li Zhao, and recover. Similarly, you will no longer be able to go back. Speaking of this, Karla sighed, I still can't get rid of this wrong future, so this parallel universe will always exist, or our history will become a past that shouldn't exist. Annoying dead. In short, you can take care of yourself, the new 52 is coming. The 2 Barrys turned their heads together and looked at Karla behind, not knowing what she was talking about. Karla shrugged. To put it simply, the two timelines have completely become two worlds. It seems that the Flashpoint event can be resolved, but in reality, some changes are already irreversible. This is not something that can be solved by writing a few words with a pencil and erasing the mistakes with an eraser. Even if Barry stops himself, some changes have become established facts and cannot be rewritten. From now on, is it going to enter the new 52 era? Time, space, and history are corrected, and the world caused by the Flashpoint event is being distorted. Carla embraced Diana, protecting her, and the two were protected by an energy shield. At this time, Thomas Batman came to them. "Don't forget to deliver the letter to Bruce," Thomas said, taking off his hood, revealing an extremely decadent, haggard, and old face. He had only one request, that Carla take his letter back to Bruce, whom Carla knew. Carla agreed. "Don't worry. My world has not been affected. The timeline she cut off was 2 years ago, and she has nothing to do with Barry 2 years later, provided that Barry no longer causes the Flashpoint incident. It seems that I have to warn that kid when I go back." Later, Carla warned Barry that if he dared to travel through time casually, he would break his leg. Because Carla's performance at the time was too domineering and bad, Barry called her the big sister head. Finally, the world began to reshape. Carl's spaceship crashed into the Kent couple's farm again. Superman's origin story came back, including Carla's spaceship also escaped the ruined Krypton with Kal-El. It's just that Carla's spaceship was unlucky. It was hit by a meteorite on the way, so it deviated from the course 520, and stayed in the Phantom Zone without the concept of time and space for decades. When Carla's spacecraft arrived on Earth, Superman was already a middle-aged man, but Carla was still a teenage girl. When Carla beat Carl up, that was the story of the new 52 Supergirls. Others have returned, but this is no longer the history Carla is familiar with, but has been rebooted. This is the story of the new 52. While this was once the universe in which Carla's stories take place, this has become another universe. Carla said to herself with feeling, although New 52 is no longer formed because of Dr. Manhattan, because Dr. Manhattan stole 10 years from the main universe and the multi-universe. Add random changes to the origin of Superman, thus forming the New 52, but it has a lot to do with me. Carla is not an ordinary person now, although she was not an ordinary person in the first place. Many people don't know that Carla's current dimension has already reached the 5th dimension, or even the 6th dimension. So Carla, CFDB, can see things more clearly that he didn't notice. She did receive someone's blessing, and she said it was because she formed the New 52, because all universes would have restarted. But because of Carla, her original world has been preserved, that is to say, there is a universe that records all the original history. Because of Carla, that universe was kept alone, like being locked in a room alone, disconnected from the other universes. Without the existence of Carla, the concept of New 52 would cease to exist, because no one knew what happened, including Barry, who would gradually forget what he had done, and then completely integrate into the new life. That's why Carla said that Barry can't go back, he will gradually forget even the original memory. But that's the end of this matter, we should go back, Ziona, even if only we remember what happened, Carla said, turning her head to look at Diana, but saw a lot of things in her hands. A crown. It was Queen Diana's tiara, not Mayla's or Diana's coronation crown after she became queen. Queen Diana originally had her own crown, and later put Mayla's crown on her head as a trophy after killing Mayla. And now, Diana is holding Queen Diana's crown in her hand, with something thoughtful on her face. Without even thinking about it, Carla snatched the crown and threw it back. Diana was startled. Carla grabbed Diana's hand. "Don't even think about going back to Amazon, and be my queen with peace of mind in the future." Carla guessed what Diana was thinking, and Diana was still worried about whether Carla would be hit and affected. In fact, she herself was the most hit. Seeing such an Amazon family, she will definitely feel worried. But Carla has made up her mind and will never let her go back. It would be another story if Diana went back to lead the Amazons, and Diana would go back to her personal magazine story fighting Ares or something. That's not okay. I don't know how the formation of the Justice League is going. After we go back, hurry up and convene the swearing-in meeting to prepare for the expedition, and then let's go back to Earth, Carla said, waiting for the two to return to the original timeline. After Carla restored the flow of time in this world, they went back to Kandor. But what Carla didn't know was that an unexpected visitor suddenly came to the Earth of at the moment. A person from another universe broke in, and ran straight to the headquarters where the Justice League had not yet been established, and found Bruce and Lakes who were in charge of the construction at that time. Today's Justice League has not yet been formed, and even the headquarters have not yet been determined. Song can temporarily choose a deserted place between Gotham City and Metropolis to create a temporary headquarters. But I don't know why, this person seems to know this well, and found this place. Because I built this place by myself, didn't I? The person who came was a man who was fully armed, wearing a thick armor and a helmet. Suddenly he took off the helmet, revealing a face that shocked Lakes. He is just another Lakes. My name is Alexander Luthor, and it is Lakes Luthor of your world. I come from the third universe, which can also be called Earth 3, where I am the leader of the Justice League and a good person. So, I come to you call for help, the Justice League of this world, Alexander Luthor reported himself. Lakes of this world asked angrily, you mean I'm the bad guy? Didn't the bastard see that I was helping the Justice League build a base? Say who is the bad guy? Alexander looked at Lakes in some surprise. Two people look exactly alike because they are exactly one person, but from two different universes. No matter what, my world is facing a huge crisis, and even the entire universe may be destroyed. I need your help, Alexander made a request. What the hell is going on? Bruce was about to be stunned. Earth 3. Are there more Earths? Unexpectedly, Alexander nodded. That's right. According to our speculation, there are 52 Earths in total. 52. Krypton. At noon on the second day, Carla changed into a luxurious dress with the Al family crest, and gave a speech to all Kryptonians in the square in front of the palace as a queen. The palace was originally built on a square with huge amounts of it, so it was just right here. It has to be said that Krypton's actions are fast, and its efficiency cannot be underestimated. Carla quickly completed the mobilization of the whole family. Now all Kryptonians know Carla's next move, and the upcoming battle. But no one questioned Carla's decision, and no one backed down. Even the Kryptonians who were not warriors cheered and responded to their king. And Carla's purpose is not selfish, she wants to lead the whole family of Kryptonians to become gods. Who doesn't want to be a god? So the mobilization of the new Krypton was extremely smooth, and the whole family began to get busy preparing for the battle. The Kryptonians have a population of more than 6 million. Although more than 1 million of them are newborns in the next few years, almost all of the previous 5 million people have grown up, and they are the most reliable force. In addition to assisting the Earth to prevent invasion this time, there is still a lot of work to be arranged. There is still a lot of work to prepare, and it will not be easy. But Carla chose to take Diana back to Earth that night. She handed over all the work to the elders, convinced that they could do better, and she also believed that the strength of the 5 million Superman army was absolutely unstoppable. And on the night Carla and Diana returned to Earth, they were informed that they would go to Wayne Manor for a meeting at night, and they were also told the news from Alexander from Earth 3. Carla is speechless. Only speed? Just after solving the Flashpoint incident caused by the Flashberry, I never expected that there will be another Baldy from the third Earth. Well, his legal name is indeed Alexander. To come up with such a name, isn't it too ambitious? Since something happened on the side of the Justice League, Carla and Diana rushed over immediately without taking a break. In the evening, the Justice League, which had already been established, was finally officially assembled for the first time. Female Superman Carla, Superman Clark, Wonder Woman Diana, Batman Bruce, Green Lantern Hal, Oracle Man Jennifer, Vixen Danny were all present. In addition, there are a few new faces. The Shazam family headed by Shazam Billy, that is, the 6 children were recruited in the end. It is said that they are still fans of Superman, so Superman got it right as soon as he came out. There is also the Flashberry who is not very old. This kid is still very immature. When Carla saw him, she became so angry that she went over to stick to Barry's side and warned, "Boy, if you dare to break the time barrier and travel through time, believe it or not, I will break your leg." Oh, why? Is this a threat? Barry was taken aback. He didn't know that the female Superman turned out to be a big sister of the underworld. In addition, Cyborg was also recruited. Boring party. Cyborg looked young, grim, and haughty. Diana looked at the cyborg with a strange face, and found that this cyborg was a little different from the cyborg she met before. The cyborg she met before was the fully armed type, and to put it bluntly, it was like a reloaded robot. But this cyborg is similar to a light robot, because this cyborg is immature, and the mechanical body reshaped by the mother box still has many abilities to be developed. Hey, Arthur, long time no see. Carla also accidentally saw an old acquaintance in the corner of the room. It was Arthur, who would later be known as Aquaman, and greeted him enthusiastically. Diana looked at Carla in surprise. The previous incident had not passed a day, that is to say, it had been less than a day since Carla killed that Aquaman Arthur, but now she can greet Arthur of this world with a smile so enthusiastically. Too powerful? And when Arthur saw Carla, he seemed to recall the memory of being dominated, and couldn't help shivering. But he reacted immediately, pointed at Carla and shouted, "Wait a minute, didn't you drop a bomb into the sea a few years ago? Damn it, there is still pollution in that sea area. How are you responsible?" What Arthur is blaming is the incident at the end of the previous Bane incident, when Carla threw the neutron bomb into the sea. That's not your home, why do you care so much? Carla rolled his eyes. Aren't you Aquaman? Or are you already Aquaman? I always feel that your words are rude, and even if it's not my house, your actions are too much, and many sea creatures have died because of it. Arthur continued to accuse. I came here just for this matter. Ask for flowers. Carla sighed. Arthur, you Atlanteans also eat sea creatures. Why don't you say that your food is your friend? Why don't you blame the Atlanteans? And just like many self-proclaimed extraordinary people say that human beings are the bacteria and persecutors of the earth, and you Atlanteans are the biggest polluters of the sea, right? Why don't you be brave and sacrifice your entire family? How about it? Arthur blushed from Carla's choking, but couldn't argue back. The people of Atlantis under the sea are still a secret, and they have been reluctant to contact the humans on the ground. So what do the people of Atlantis eat? The answer is not what to eat in the sea. When his mother landed for the first time, she swallowed the goldfish raised by others. Why didn't she say it? As for pollution, what's more, the remote control was detonated by Bane. Well, it blew up my mother's face at that time. Why don't you go to Bane? If there is enough time, I definitely want to throw it into the sun, but will they give me time? It's not mine. Wrong, Karla reminded Arthur to figure out who the real culprit was. She herself was blown up badly at that time. Although she was not in danger, she ate a mouthful of ashes and nuclear radiation particles. Okay, stop arguing, Batman said to stop them, looking at the room full of superheroes, and in less than 3 days, the Justice League was formed with a lot of talents. Now there is only one Martian Manhunter away from the candidate Karla mentioned before. It's a pity that guy can be shapeshifted to become someone else's appearance, so it's hard to tell, so I still haven't found it. Since he doesn't want to help, forget it. At present, the strength of so many people is about the same. If you add Krypton's 5 million Superman army, Bruce is already very satisfied with the current situation. What else can I do? Wait, you have an army of 5 million Superman? Please help us, our Earth 3 world is about to be destroyed by those bastards, said Alexander. To distinguish the two bald guys, the Earth 3 is called Alexander, this is the legal name, said hurriedly. Earth 3 million. According to Alexander's explanation, he told something about 52 Earths. 52 Earths? Karla sighed with her hands on her forehead. It still happened. She seemed to know what was going on. The restart of the universe, the new 52 universes, and even the fluctuations through time and space have just happened here, so Alexander felt this wave of fluctuations from Earth 3, opened the quantum channel by relying on the quantum mechanics that he did not know where to find, and then came to this place Earth. Karla really wants to say, actually Alexander came to the wrong place, this is not one of the 52 Earths, the world changed by the Flashpoint event is one of the 52 Earths. He came to the wrong place, he came to one of the 52 Earths 2 years ago, here is the old universe. In my world, I am also a member of the Justice League 903, so I believe that you will help me, just like I believe in my partners, Alexander said, full of trust in the Justice League. Well, I'm curious to ask, who is the Justice League in your universe? Barry, who is still a little Flash, asked curiously, because it was the first time he heard about multi-universe or parallel universes. Excited. But Alexander suddenly became vague. Bruce inevitably revealed a suspicious look. Alexander glanced at everyone present and sighed, if you want to talk about our Justice League, I am the initiator, and the previous members are Joker, Bane, Harley Quinn, Deadshot, and the like. Hiss. There was a gasp in the room, are you kidding me? The results are no joke or anything. Alexander watched everyone deeply, and finally decided to tell the truth. Actually, the enemy we are facing is a criminal gang composed of Supermans, so we can only form a human rebel. To put it bluntly, in my world, everyone here is the enemy of our Justice League. You say we are the criminals. Everyone was stunned. If you say we are criminals, aren't you throwing yourself into a trap? Lakes couldn't help expressing his doubts. Or, are you actually planning some kind of conspiracy? On the contrary, it is the criminal Sinjati who is plotting huge amounts of ambition. Even the quantum power that I came to this world was stolen from them. For this I sacrificed my best friend Joker. According to the information obtained, the criminal Sinjati intends to use quantum channels to travel to various worlds and Earth, and then rule all worlds with terrible quantum bombs. Alexander told everyone a terrible fact. The criminal Sinjati, corresponding to the League of Evil, is led by Earth 3's evil version of Superman. In that world, the superheroes in the main world have all turned into villains, and they are planning a terrible ambition and plan. Once they succeed, the entire universe is threatened. Now it's not our world's problem, but it involves the safety of 52 Earths, so I hope you can help me. Alexander made the request again. What do you think? Bruce asked the crowd. I think we need to take a trip. If we are bad people in that world, obviously we need to take responsibility. Superman Clark immediately expressed his opinion. Sure enough, he is worthy of being Superman. Now that Alexander has said that, he feels that he is duty-bound. Superman, let's help too. Freddy came to Superman on crutches. This kid's leg may be born with a disability, or it may be injured for some reason, but it has not been healed by the power of transformation, and it will only recover after transformation. Billy and the others responded, and the Shazam family also responded. They have just become superheroes not long ago, and they haven't finished their addiction yet. In terms of time, it is not long before Christmas, and their battle with the 7 deadly sins is just before Christmas. So it really hasn't been that long. Maybe because they looked too young. Alexander was worried. Do you even recruit young soldiers? Bruce put his hand on his forehead. He also doubted it at the time, but once he saw the strength of the Shazam family after transformation, he would not think so. What about other people's opinions? At this time, Jennifer stepped forward. As Oracle Man, she returned after recovering her strength after giving birth. In her words, she is not old yet. I also think we should take a trip. If the other party has a weapon that can travel through the universe at will and is enough to threaten other universes, even Diana said so. She, who just experienced the Flashpoint incident, seems to have left some psychological shadows, so she is even more worried. Karla also nodded. She obviously knew more, and even felt that the birth of the new 52 was inextricably related to her, and also felt that she was duty-bound. In this way, the number of people who agree to help Alexander has an advantage, mainly because the Shazam family has 6 children, plus a few random people will have an advantage in the number of votes. But don't forget that our side is also in danger, Bruce reminded everyone, and they were also facing a war that could break out at any time. Then make a quick decision. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly, but she still inevitably showed a fierce look. Since all the supermen in that world are super criminals, since we have made a move, don't leave any more behind. Hidden danger, kill all those guys. You said kill them. That's right, Karla had just experienced that killing, and now she seemed to be able to exude a murderous aura visible to the naked eye, and even her tone was icy cold. Either leave it alone, or take care of it to the end. What the world needs is not a few people come to arrest the super criminals. How about they have the ability to lock up the Superman class? I doubt it. And once we leave 5.4, what will they do? Karla's words silenced everyone. There is only one exception. Bruce seemed unaffected by what Karla described, and said without hesitation, even in that case, we can't arbitrarily decide their life and death. If we do that, how are we different from them? At that time, maybe only you will think I have done good deeds, and I feel that I am a superhero. But in the eyes of others, we are no different from those super criminals, but we have changed some people. Karla glanced at Bruce, dare to say, obviously your father is a decisive uncle. With that said, Karla took out the letter that Thomas Batman had asked for herself and handed it over. Bruce, here's a gift for you. Karla didn't take Bruce's tit-for-tat to heart, because they were already old tit-for-tat, and the two people's ideas had collided from the very beginning. So Karla later gave up the identity of Oracle Man. If it weren't for Joker threatening Jennifer's safety, Karla wouldn't have gotten involved. So she still chose to hand Thomas the letter to him. Isn't this definitely a matter of course? Even if there is a quarrel, friends are still friends. Bruce recognized Thomas's handwriting immediately, and hurriedly hid outside the room and opened the envelope. Karla doesn't know the contents of the letter, and she certainly won't open it privately to peek. But when Bruce came back, everyone felt that he should have cried. Thank you, Bruce expressed his gratitude to Karla. I won't participate this time, and I won't ask what you want to do. This is his return gift. Karla thought that she was really going to be regarded as a villain, but if Bruce doesn't come, it really can save a lot of trouble, right? 25 lakes and I intend to complete the Watchtower plan. If it can be completed before the war, it may be of some help. Bruce did not give up on the Watchtower plan he had proposed before. Then I'll leave it to you, Karla agreed, and then greeted everyone to decide who would go to Earth 3. First of all, Clark and Diana must go. They are also responsible for the combat power of the Justice League. At present, besides Karla, they are the only ones, and Green Lantern is also there. In addition, the Shazam family also came together. In order to let Alexander recognize their strength, they did not hesitate to collectively call Shazam's name in the room to complete the transformation. It's all right now, right? Look at the muscles, Billy said after transforming into Captain Funny, raising his hands to show off his muscles. After being surprised, Alexander asked the others, is the only thing that this child has grown bigger is his body and muscles. It means that Billy's IQ is still no different from that of a child. As a senior sister, Karla also felt ashamed, and couldn't help complaining. He claims to have the wisdom of Solomon, but as we all know, Solomon returned everything to God later. So, you guys know that. 0. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Karla's complaint is simply that Solomon's wisdom is given by God, but in the end he returned all the gifts to God. This also led to Billy inheriting an heir of wisdom. In fact, what Karla said was a bit too much. After all, Billy is a child under the age of 15, and it is a bit too much to ask too much of him. Definitely he does have the wisdom to claim to lock the door. Sister Karla is too much, Billy argued unwillingly. Karla shivered and scolded, stinky boy, don't act cute and coquettish to me after transforming. After the transformation, this kid looks like a 30-year-old adult. Such an image is cute but not cute. Okay, is anyone else going? The Flash? Aquaman? Cyborg? Clark shook his head over Karla's nonsense and asked the others. If you believe in my strength, Xiao Shanbali is still a little less confident now. Compared with him who caused a big incident 2 years later, he lacks some confidence. Cyborg snorted uninterestedly, not interested. But Alexander suddenly said, there is also an enemy similar to yours on our side. He calls himself Grid. I'll go. Cyborg changed his mind instantly. Arthur, come too. Karla personally sent an invitation to Arthur. I haven't seen you for several years, just let me see your current strength. Arthur warned Karla, don't go, let's fight the super criminals in that world. If you want to fight, you should target me in that world, not the real me. Arthur was worried that Karla would slap and punch himself, and that would be too bad. Since Alexander said that the super criminals on Earth 3 are the superheroes present, Arthur guessed that the other world should also have its own counterpoint and position. In fact, it seems to be the case, but in that world, he is called the King of the Sea. The name sounds very domineering. Then it's not too late, let's go. After confirming that almost everyone is going to expedition to Earth 3, everyone planned to set off immediately. But Alexander lost the chain at a critical moment. Sorry, I need to replenish the energy for opening the quantum channel, and it may have to wait until. No problem, leave it to me, just give me a coordinate. Karla took the initiative to stand up. Quantum channel? It's right to leave things related to the quantum realm to her. Because Karla is equivalent to the queen in the quantum realm, even more noble than her queen status in New Krypton, because she is the master of everything in the quantum realm. So after Karla grasped the coordinates of Alexander's arrival, she opened a channel in the quantum realm with a wave of her hand, and the other side was connected to the world of Earth 3. In order to show that he had no malice, Alexander went in first, followed by others. It's just that when Karla went in, she subconsciously looked up in the direction of the Wall of Origin. The existence of the Wall of Origin is not something that everyone can discover. If the strength does not reach a certain level, you can't even see the Wall of Origin, and you can't touch it even if you stand in front of it. It seems that wanting to be glued to it is not so easy to do. Only Karla was different. She would not stick to it, but easily came to the top of the Wall of Origin 323, looked up again and looked outside. Suddenly, two completely different and complex concepts appeared in front of Karla's eyes. On the left, the Karla world is dominated by a vast multi-universe, which is the old version of the infinite multiverse DC universe. On the other side, the concept of the new 52 has appeared, including the one they are heading to now, which is also one of the 52 Earths, arranged as the third Earth. Even, the world Karla lives in is sandwiched between two concepts. The left side is the center of the old universe, and the right side is the origin of the new 52. This is also easy to understand. The Flashpoint incident happened on the Earth where Karla is, but it happened 2 years later. Then, because the Flashpoint event triggered the concept of the New 52, it is equivalent to deriving the entire New 52 universe 2 years later from the Karla world. If according to what the Asgardians of the universe, that is, the group of little blue people, Karla's universe is the center of the DC universe, if the Earth is the center of the universe in concept, maybe Karla is the center of everything? And this all comes from the blessing of that pure white. Karla knows that her current achievements and strength have a lot to do with that pure white. Especially the 10-lamp ring back then. But that person did not appear in front of Karla this time. It seems that only when she meets the other party's standard can she truly communicate with him face to face. Because Karla uses the coordinates of the quantum channel that Alexander opened before as the connection to open the quantum realm channel here, so a rather embarrassing situation inevitably arises. Hey, I didn't hear you say that your previous coordinates were in the enemy's base camp. Isn't this completely surrounded? That's right, because Alexander's previous location to another world was in the base camp of the criminal Sinjadi, so the passage Karla opened is exactly here. And after Karla and the others came here, they immediately attracted enemies to surround them. I saw a group of people appeared in front of me, and the head of a strong man was dressed very similar to Clark. It seemed that he was Clark from Earth 3, except that he was not a superhero Superman. It's called Super Cream. All the people who appeared in front of them were superheroes who should have been praised and loved by people, but now they appeared as super criminals. In addition to the Superman corresponding to Superman, Karla is most concerned about a woman with beautiful black hair and wheat-colored skin. Karla glanced at the S on her collar, and couldn't help asking, "So you are my counterpart, female Superman?" The woman snorted coldly, and suddenly took out a rope that shone with golden light. "I don't know who you are, my name is Lois, you can also call me Super Queen." Did Louise Lois of Earth 3 become the Super Queen? And looking at her weapon, it's obviously a counterpoint to Wonder Woman. In the end, Diana was not happy at all, but took off the round shield and long sword on her back, and shouted, "Then you are my counterpoint? I just hacked myself to death, and now I will send you on your way." Wait a minute, is she Louise? Clark looked at Super Queen in disbelief, and only then did he realize that she was Louise. Because Lois on Earth 3 has changed so much, Clark can't even recognize it. Clark, cheating is not okay, even cheating on Louise. Karla will not let this happen. Who are you guys? At this moment, the guy named Keoba finally spoke. Even he couldn't figure out the situation for a while, with his arms folded and his feet floating off the ground. He looked down at the group of people who suddenly appeared in front of him. Speedmaster is a bit stronger than Clark, but they look almost exactly the same, even their battle suits are the same, only one thing is that Speedmaster's chest logo is not an S, but a U-like appearance. In addition, there are some people behind Speedmaster, for example, the magic ring corresponding to Green Lantern. The identity of the power ring is still Hal Jordan, including the ability and color of the power ring are similar to the green ring. It's just that this ring named Ring of Power is not a good thing. It will not only influence and even control the host, but will even trigger negative emotions such as timidity, weakness, and greed. There are also Johnny Quick for the Flash, Sea King for Aquaman, Grid for Cyborg, Deathstorm for Firestorm. Firestorm's origin story hasn't started yet, and Night Owl for Batman. This Night Owl has nothing to do with the Night Owl in the Watcher universe. He is Thomas Wayne Jr., who is Bruce's big brother in terms of setting. It seems that Keoba's subordinates are also full of talents. It seems that you don't want to talk about it. Keoba didn't even give the Justice League time to speak, and waved his hand confidently, then take them all down. That's what we want to say. Karla sneered, "I don't want such a stupid brother. Give it to me." It was just a face-to-face meeting, and the two sides immediately fought together. The people on both sides are all Superman types, and many of them are even in pairs. These people on Earth 3 are all in the same position as those in the main world. Even if some people are not their original identities, their strength is generally the same. For example, Louise and Diana, when the two women fought, Diana found that the strength of the other party was not weaker than her own. It's just that the Super Queen doesn't have Diana's divine attire. After all, she is not Diana should be unable to get God. Even the rope in Super Queen's hand is not a mantra lasso, in fact it is an obedience lasso with thorns like thorns on it, and the bound people will obey the Super Queen's orders. It's evil, Diana rages, and it's happening all the time lately, that another her, and people like her, are always trying to mess up her world. The Super Queen also discovered Diana's strength, so she couldn't help but fight and retreat, and the two quickly ran to a corner to occupy an open space. Clark also naturally matched up with the Speedmaster, and the two flew higher and higher, occupying the sky above everyone's heads. Do you think you will be my opponent? Kyoba shouted. Eyes began to redden. I've heard about you. Do you think that as long as you have power, you can rule over others, and even act recklessly? Clark didn't give up, and the two released the terrifying heat ray at the same time, competing in this way. Below, two figures are running quickly. They are Barry and Johnny Quick. Both of them are speedsters, but I don't know if Johnny Quick's power also belongs to the Speed Force. Arthur confronted the King of the Sea, and both of them held a trident as a weapon. The difference is that Arthur's trident looks a little ordinary, while the Sea King's trident is golden, which looks more sacred. But Sea King has one less left hand than Arthur, and his left hand was replaced by a harpoon-like prosthetic. There are two howls. The Green Lantern ring matches the power ring, and the Green Lantern matches the power ring. Carla suddenly glanced at the power ring in Hal's hand with a sense of emotion. That ring should undoubtedly belong to a kind of light ring. Even the ability is the same as the green light ring, but there are some differences. Carla suddenly realized, is the emotional spectrum, and the connection between the ring and the emotional spectrum, Mama Zhao, is too weak. They are not at the same level at all. Quan Ji should belong to the member of Dengji, but it is far inferior to the connection between Dengji and the emotional spectrum. This is negative for a reason. It wasn't made by a Asgardian in the universe, nor was it made by OA, but someone's creation. Carla even had a feeling that the owner who made the ring would meet her only 10 times. Woe to wrong. Carla read out a name, and subconsciously touched the first light ring on her left thumb. At this moment, in the corner of this chaotic battlefield, a black figure suddenly entered a corner and disappeared. Carla raised her eyebrows. It was Ye Xiao. Since he was facing Batman, he must be a cunning and black-bellied tactician. He couldn't be allowed to escape. It's just time to take the anger from Bruce for many years on you. Carla sneered slightly, and quickly chased after him. With Carla's speed and strength, no one can stop her on the chaotic battlefield. So Carla quickly crossed the battlefield and caught up with the Night Owl, who sneaked away. He is not the Night Owl from the Overwatch universe, but the master tactician against Batman in this world. Carla is worried that he will have some tricks and schemes. As a result, Carla followed Ye Xiao to a laboratory where an advanced device was placed, and Ye Xiao went straight there. Quantum bomb. Carla, as the queen of the quantum field, felt the strong quantum power all at once, and she was about to make a move without hesitation. But Ye Xiao suddenly turned around and threw out a seemingly inconspicuous small device, but when it fell in front of Carla, it burst into quantum fluctuations of arrogance. Unexpectedly, Ye Xiao has such a thorough research on quantum mechanics, even his weapons are quantum weapons, and he even discovered Carla a long time ago. Even if it's a female Superman, she shouldn't be able to resist this move, right? Ye Xiao said suddenly. Carla was stunned for a moment, but it turned out that he didn't have time to escape Ye Xiao's attack, and a large amount of quantum power released was involved. If it is an ordinary person, it is likely to be decomposed until there is no residue left. But the moment Ye Xiao turned his head, Carla reached out to pat him on the shoulder, and had already caught up with him. I said, you seem to know me. Carla felt strange. The Speedmaster group didn't know her at all before, and Carla also didn't realize the existence of her own contraposition. The Super Queen is facing Diana, that is, Wonder Woman, but not the female Superman. So how did Night Owl know himself? How is it possible? Ye Xiao turned his head, looked at Carla in disbelief, and noticed that the quantum power that erupted before had not disappeared, but was pinched by her. You said this. Carla knew what Ye Xiao was surprised at. He was shocked why Carla could support the outbreak of the prince's power, right? Because I also have quantum power. Carla casually crushed the quantum cluster in his hand, but did not detonate it, but inhaled it into his body in the palm of his hand. The corners of Ye Xiao's eyes twitched, but he was smart enough not to resist. Instead, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay, I surrender, Ye Xiao said bluntly, even if he corresponds to Batman, but Batman is not mainly based on super abilities, so he doesn't have any super abilities. Carla withdrew her hand in satisfaction, and if Ye Xiao still wanted to do something small, she could slap him into a pulp anytime. After letting go of her hand, Carla came to the quantum bomb, and after looking at it for a while, she showed a moved expression. Damn, are you planning to destroy the Earth? The power of this quantum bomb surpassed even the bomb that the Pharaoh detonated with the power of Dr. Manhattan. If it is an exaggeration to say that Pharaoh caused the death of millions of people, then once this bomb explodes, even the Earth will be disintegrated. But this guy will die too? It's beautiful, isn't it? Ye Xiao didn't make any small moves, but also came to the quantum bomb, and raised his hand to press the shell of the bomb. The scale of this bomb is terrifying, as high as more than 10 meters, and its diameter is more than 5. This is already larger than the size of a nuclear warhead. Simply put, bombs carrying nuclear warheads can be dropped by aircraft. And this bomb is about to catch up with the file size of the rocket head. No wonder Carla thought the bomb could destroy the planet. What on earth do you want to do? Aren't you afraid of death? Karla became interested in Ye Xiao's purpose, definitely because of her absolute confidence. Even if Ye Xiao detonated the bomb now, she would still be able to explode everything the quantum power is stored. Maybe even taste good. Great tonic. Because of her self-confidence, Karla was not in a hurry to make a move, but looked at Ye Xiao strangely. Once this bomb strikes, everyone will die, even melted away. Unexpectedly, Ye Xiao shrugged and said, if you die, you will die, so what? Compared with this dirty world, I am already tired of living. Oh. Karla tilted her head and looked at Ye Xiao. I want to hear what he wants to say. As expected, Ye Xiao did not disappoint Karla, and took the initiative to talk about it. Now that we know that this world is different from the main world, and those superhero counterparts have all become super criminals, then one thing should be acceptable. It is the fact that the Wayne couple in this world are not good, people. In other words, the biggest villain in Gotham City on Earth 3 is none other than Thomas Wayne and his wife, who single-handedly led the corruption and depravity of the whole city. In the end, Ye Xiao couldn't stand it anymore, and finally, with the help of the housekeeper, Fu, he succeeded in killing his relatives for righteousness. But on that night, he accidentally killed his most beloved brother Bruce, so he began to embark on a radical path. Night Owl is different from other criminals in Sinjadi, at least he is not heinous, but it is a bit of an anti-hero. If that's the case, you shouldn't turn to the criminal Sinjadi, Karla objected. If Night Owl is not a pure villain, he should resist. As you can see, I can't resist the power of these Supermans. I'm not as stupid as Alexander. And in my opinion, it doesn't matter, it's meaningless. As long as this kid shows his power, everything will happen. It's over, and this dirty world will be cleaned up. Ye Xiao said more and more. His eyes became crazier, and sure enough he embarked on a radical path. His idea was very simple, to solve all crimes fundamentally. But this is too radical, right? Because there are too many bad guys, and they are unable to fight against the criminal Sinjadi's Superman class, so they destroy the Earth and physically harmonize everyone here. But just when I was about to act, I suddenly saw you. Ye Xiao suddenly looked at Karla with a persistent look. I saw your strength when I was studying quantum power, and I also noticed something. The thing is, that is the original Earth. There are 52 Earths, that is to say, there are 52 universes. Our universe is just one of them. Even if it is destroyed, it will not be a big deal. But your universe is different. Your universe is the source of 52 universes. It can be considered that all 52 Earths have developed from your original Earth. It can also be considered that as long as the original Earth is destroyed, all 52 Earths and the universe will disappear automatically. So I want to send the bomb there, and everything can be solved with a bang, Ye Xiao said of his ambition. Confidentially, even Karla was taken aback, this lunatic. Because what Ye Xiao said was right, his calculation was completely correct. If he is really allowed to succeed, he can indeed destroy the universe where the 52 Earths are located. Because of Karla's relationship, her world is exactly the one of the 52 universes. Sai 1. But is it really okay for you to tell me all this? Karla clenched her fists. It seemed that she really couldn't let him live. But Ye Xiao laughed. Speaking of which, the delay is enough. At this moment, Ye Xiao suddenly took out a large handful of kryptonite from one side and threw it at Karla. It turned out that this was his backhand. Since Karla knows that Ye Xiao is in the same position as Batman, and since he knows that he should also be a master tactician, then he should also take precautions. Ye Xiao so well behaved and honestly revealed his plan, and even told Karla everything she wanted to hear. It turned out that he was always delaying time. Night Owl can stay among these Supermans of the criminal Sinjadi as an ordinary person, and even his status is not low, so is he not capable? How is this possible? Ye Xiao has indeed confirmed that he is not Karla's opponent. Even his most powerful quantum weapon is helpless against Karla. But since I know you are a female Superman, how can I not know what you are afraid of? Unlike our Superman here, his power comes from kryptonite, and kryptonite will only make him stronger. And you, from the main world, laughs, Superman and female Superman, kryptonite is your deadliest nemesis. Ye Xiao became more and more complacent as he talked, and finally even took out a green dagger, which was also a weapon made of fluorine stone. I said that I know you, right? I also know that there are as many as 52 universes, so why not prepare in advance? I knew that as long as I revealed a little news, Alexander would be eager to go to your world, then I brought you here. That's right, it's the news I revealed on purpose. It turns out that even the whole process of Alexander discovering quantum power and traveling to Karla's world was his conspiracy. It's just that my purpose is not to kill you here. I just hope that you won't hinder me. After all, I still have to go to your world to attract children. Ye Xiao proudly talked about his plan. But he can indeed be called a master tactician. Even what Alexander did was his plan, and the people who committed crimes against Sinjadi became his pawns. Didn't Night Owl say that his purpose is not to kill anyone in the Justice League, but to use Alexander to lure and trap the superhero of the main world here, and then he can easily fulfill his ambitions? Karla stared at Ye Xiao, and pretended to fall to the ground, as if she had no strength. But in fact, she still had to prevent the lantern beasts from coming out of the lantern ring to help her. This group of children, my wife is not that weak. Karla raised her head, pretending to be weak, and asked, but I don't understand why you know so many secrets. Neither me nor Clark have ever revealed that our weakness is kryptonite. This is what surprised Karla the most. There is no kryptonite on Earth at present, and it is even more impossible for Karla to speak out. In fact, if Xiao really understood, he should know. Carla is no longer afraid of kryptonite. It's okay to chew and play with jelly beans. Xiao pointed at the bomb with his hand. I have already installed the quantum channel. If you are smart enough, you should be able to know what's going on. Carla frowned and pondered for a moment. Under Xiao's pointing, she seemed to have guessed something. Have you traveled to other worlds? Carla understood. Since Alexander was able to successfully traverse, and it was revealed by Xiao, and even specially arranged for Alexander, it shows that he has already successfully experimented. Therefore, the people Night Owl really understands are not Carla and Clark, but Superman or Supergirl from other worlds. There is another point that many people may not have noticed, that is, although the concept of New 52 emerged because of the Flashpoint incident, that is, the day before yesterday was just formed. However, the 52 universes did not start from scratch. This point must be clarified, and it is more like it existed in the first place. In other words, the New 52 universe did not experience the birth of a universe from scratch, it was more like moving the existing world and universe elsewhere. This also leads to the fact that the universe of New 52 is not silent. In fact, the development and timeline of some universes may have long surpassed the world where Carla is. For example, some worlds may have already experienced the Dark Side War, and even entered the future of the 25th or 30th century. The reason why it is called multi-universe is not because of diversity. So although this Earth 3 is a universe belonging to the New 52 category, in fact, in the concept of this universe, it was not born the day before yesterday, but has always existed. The explanation was so confusing that even Carla was confused. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, it seems as if nothing happened. Ask for flowers. The same is true for Xiao. In his concept, this universe has existed from beginning to end, and he has experienced a lifetime. Similarly, other hand universes also exist in this way. So Xiao didn't know which experiment entered which universe, and then something happened, or a lot of information was detected, maybe the Superman in that universe was hurt by kryptonite. In this way, he mastered the information, made preparations in advance, and arranged the overall plan for the future. It has to be said that Xiao is very strong, and he will never lose to Bruce in terms of IQ. It even takes Bruce and Lakes combined to match him. Because Xiao is still a powerful scientist now, he has even started to get in touch with quantum mechanics. He is really an amazing guy. Carla was convinced, raised her hand to cover her forehead, and laughed. It's worthy of being Bruce's big brother, and it's also worthy of being Batman's same position. I really admire it. Such a battle of wits or something. Exciting levels can be more fun than fighting. I don't even want to kill you. Xiao frowned. It's better to be optimistic about the current situation first, but I have the advantage now. Night Owl warns Carla. Is that really the case? Carla put down her hands, stopped laughing, and slowly stood up from the ground. Xiao was startled, and subconsciously threw the boulder dagger in his hand. As a result, Carla easily reached out and pinched Xiao's wrist, and with just a light pinch, Xiao couldn't help but let go of the kryptonite dagger. And Carla caught the kryptonite dagger with the other hand, sterilized the dagger with the temperature of heat vision, and then put it in her mouth under Xiao's dumbfounded gaze, and opened her teeth lightly. Crack, click, click. In front of Xiao, Carla chewed and ate the kryptonite dagger like ice. So, what are you capable of now? Carla licked the corner of her mouth. For the sake of your stories are still interesting, I will give you another chance. Kill me or be killed by me, choose one. How could Xiao have a choice? If he would be killed even if he didn't make a move, he would be dead anyway. He turned his head and looked at the bomb. Without hesitation, he took out a detonator and pressed it down the mountain. For a while, Xiao was cornered by Carla. He has prepared meticulously, and his preparation is absolutely foolproof. But helplessly, Carla is too powerful, so powerful that it completely exceeds common sense. Is there any Kryptonian who is not afraid of kryptonite? But Carla is really not afraid. She used to be afraid, but for various reasons, she has been basking in the sun's core and surface for 5 years. Now she can eat kryptonite as a snack. This is also the strength of Silver Superman, and she is exactly Silver Superman. In desperation, Xiao had no choice but to focus on his last hope. It was supposed to clean up all the dirty world, but now, as you wish, let me send you on your way. Xiao shouted, took out the detonator and pressed the button. This is a quantum bomb. The explosion method of the quantum bomb is different from that of ordinary 297 bombs. Instead of exploding with gunpowder and other elements, it directly explodes huge amounts of quantum fields, forming a large area in a short period of time. Quantum realm. And as soon as these quantum forces erupt, they easily disintegrate everything around them. Quantum power is not killed by explosions, and it can even be said that the whole process is silent, and the decomposed things will not make a sound, and they will be reduced to nothing in an instant, decomposed into the most primitive molecules and atoms. Carla's face was expressionless. The bastard still did it. It's crazy. Even in the face of such a situation, Carla's expression remains unchanged. Even if the power of this quantum bomb is enough to threaten the entire Earth, let alone the troops on both sides in the chaotic battlefield outside. Even the Superman class, even with the Superman's steel body, unless it reaches a higher dimensional level, it cannot sustain quantum power. But when Carla squinted at the central point of the quantum field explosion, the explosion of quantum power was suddenly stopped. What? Ye Xiao once again showed a shocked expression. He was originally one of the representatives with the highest IQ, but in front of Carla, he has made such a stupid expression more than once. This is because Carla has always been able to do feats that make him feel incredible. Ye Xiao had indeed seen Carla crush a mass of quantum power with his own eyes, but the scale of this quantum bomb is not at the same level as that small group of quantum forces. A simple example is, even if a big eater can eat 10 people's meals, he can't eat without restraint and limit, can't he? If 11 people's meals are the limit, then it is absolutely impossible to eat 100 people's meals rice. If the mass of quantum power before was enough for 10 people, then this bomb is enough for 100 million people. There is always a limit to human power. How on earth did you do it? Night Owl even started to ask Carla. Carla shrugged. How did you do it? My sister is the queen of the quantum realm, with such little power. 17. The world of the entire quantum field is extremely huge. If you have to ask how far it has reached, that is, as big as the world is, the nose field is as big as it is. If all matter in the world is regarded as composed of molecules, atoms, and even quanta, then every corner of the material world is actually connected to the quantum realm. And the quantum realm is the same, which is why the passages in the quantum realm can be traversed, and Dr. Manhattan can also use quantum power to control time. For the quantum realm, all matter can be decomposed and created at will. Different from Ye Xiao's research, Carla is the queen who really controls the entire quantum realm world. So he asked how? That's it. Carla waved her hand forward, opening a door to the quantum realm and swallowing the quantum force inside. Ye Xiao finally saw it. He watched Carla do all this with his own eyes, and glanced at the world of the quantum realm. For a moment, Ye Xiao rolled his eyes and opened his mouth, and the boundless flow of information rushed into his mind, causing him to faint. It can be regarded as a kind of happiness, Carla muttered, and when she took back the quantum realm, she took advantage of the opportunity to involve Ye Xiao in it. And the moment he entered the quantum realm, he had already been broken down into a part of it. And now there is a queen in the quantum field, and Dr. Manhattan's situation will never happen again. In fact, Carla has complained countless times. Dr. Manhattan was just killed by the power of the quantum field, and then he went in and turned around and came out to master the power. But if this is the case, doesn't it mean that all people killed by Dr. Manhattan have the opportunity to get the same power? It's weird. However, because Dr. Manhattan finally chose to entrust his power to Carla, the Watcher universe will no longer be disturbed by him and return to normal world development. And Dr. Manhattan has already lived an ideal happy life, so Carla will stop complaining. Turning her head and looking around, Carla didn't stop Ye Xiao from detonating the quantum bomb for the first time before, causing the vented quantum power to swallow everything around, including the research and machines of Night Owl. It appears Carla did it on purpose. No problem, nodded Carla, turned and walked out with a relaxed body. The lantern beasts in the ring also calmed down again. Sure enough, their mother is very powerful. In fact, Carla has never admitted to being their mother until now. On the other side, when Carla came outside, she found that the chaotic battlefield had quieted down, the result of the battle came out, and the Justice League won. Wow, I didn't even need my help, Carla said, walking over. Because Carla wants to hear the story of the Night Owl, so some time is delayed, and this is enough for the Justice League to completely defeat the crime rate Gaddy. The reason is also very simple. Even if everyone is facing opponents who are in the same position as themselves, the Justice League has more power from the Shazam family headed by Shazam. Yes, there is no Shazam in this world. In this way, the combat power is that the Justice League is more dominant. 5.3 In addition, these super criminals are just bullying ordinary people with great strength. How strong do you think they are? Once the strength does not match the will, and there is no strong enough belief to exert one's own strength, it is just another kind of weakness. Because when power no longer allows them to control the situation, when they encounter an evenly matched opponent, the weakness of their hearts and minds will be revealed. The superheroes became more and more courageous as they fought, while those who committed crimes against Sinjati retreated steadily, and finally became the current situation. Diana tied up the Super Queen with a mantra lasso, Clark held the Super Queen by the collar, and the others also defeated their respective positions. Even the bald man Alexander knocked down many small characters. Yes, come, let me kill them one by one. After destroying Night Owl and his super bomb, Carla came to the battlefield where everyone first landed outside. When she saw that all the criminals of Sinjati had been captured, she stepped forward to destroy all the super criminals. Wait a minute, Clark quickly stopped in front of Carla. I think we should send them to prison first, and let the people here judge their crimes. Carla scrutinized Clark. What? Batman won't talk back to me, now it's you. Clark was still very stressed when facing his elder sister's eyes. But as Carla says, since Bruce wasn't there, it's up to him to stop his sister's rampage. We can't do that, and we don't even know what crime they committed. Clark was right, Carla, and even Diana was on Clark's side. Others also looked at each other in dismay. We also support Superman's opinion, said the Shazam family as if they were really Superman fans. Carla turned her head and glared at them angrily, a bunch of heartless people. She was the one who helped them defeat the 7 deadly sins. Okay, Billy shrugged, we're still kids after all, 25. At this time, you are willing to admit that you are a child? You really only say that when it is beneficial to you. What about the others? Do you think so? Carla still looked at others unwilling to give up. As a result, almost everyone supported Clark, even Alexander said, "Female Superman, you are too murderous. I really don't know what's going on with your Justice League." Damn was actually complained by Baldy Lie, and whose weapon is more lethal? Although Alexander is the boss of the Justice League in this world, he still doesn't have a super ability, and his daily combat power comes from a set of battles. And his weapons are some modern firearms. So who the hell is firing the guns in the middle of the fight? Huh? Okay, if you think it's okay. Carla finally stopped insisting, but her eyes had some deep meaning, and it was obvious that she had other plans. The super criminals who committed Sinjadi did not lose consciousness. After hearing the Justice League's decision, one after another showed the same deep expressions. You wait, I will come back with revenge. Kaoba is even more unwilling to speak cruelly. Carla looked at him with her arms folded. You'd better stop pissing my sister off, or we won't be able to hold her back together. Clark quickly picked up Speedmaster's cloak, and just dragged him out the door. How dare you continue to provoke Carla? I just don't want to live. Even if Carla wanted to let them go, if they committed suicide, there was nothing they could do. Carla hated leaving hidden dangers the most. In this way, all the main personnel of the crime Sinjadi were defeated, and under the control of the superheroes of the Justice League, they followed Alexander to send the prisoners to prison. It was only after everyone got the information about the headquarters of the crime Sinjadi that they learned that it was a sky fortress. This is a castle fortress floating in the sky flight. Isn't this a watchtower built one step ahead of the Justice League? The headquarters of the crime Sinjadi flew over the presidential palace. As long as the superheroes grabbed them and landed, they would come directly to the presidential palace. Carla did not go down together, but stayed in Sky Fortress. According to her own statement, it was to prevent other super criminals from coming back, so she stayed for prevention. Diana originally wanted to be together, but Carla said she was a traitor and left. Diana didn't take it too seriously, she just thought she was having a little temper. Just as the superheroes were escorting the super criminals to the ground below, Carla came to the edge of the fortress and looked down condescendingly. Because the castle is at a high altitude, the surrounding wind is still strong, blowing Carla's blonde hair and long cape high. Carla just folded her arms and looked down condescendingly, with a hint of deep meaning in her eyes. It's time to frustrate you, let you understand the reality before the Justice League officially takes action, Carla murmured, as if she had expected something, but chose not to say anything. Speaking of which, this fortress seems pretty good. Turning around, Carla looked at the criminal Sinjadi's base camp again with bright eyes, and said to herself thoughtfully, maybe we can take it back and directly use it as the headquarters of the Justice League. It's way cooler than the headquarters that Bruce and Lakes are working on right now. Moreover, the scale of this fortress is huge. Not only are there enough rooms, but also the technology will not lag behind. Many facilities are ready-made, so you can just use them directly. It turned out that the reason why she wanted to stay alone was here. She was eyeing someone else's hometown, so she wanted to snatch it away. Not to mention Carla started to inspect the entire castle here. On the other hand, everything went well at first, and when the Justice League superheroes escorted the Sinjadi super criminals to prison, they were cheered by almost everyone. Even the president was alarmed, received them personally, and expressed his praise in person. Everything seems to be going well. Is Carla thinking too much? This Mr. President is really a good man, said Xiao Shanbali, because he was still too young, and when others praised him, he felt that others were a good man. But the president is indeed a good man, probably. The president and Alexander are still old acquaintances. When 303 learned that he had invited these Justice League superheroes from another world to defeat the criminal Sinjadi, he expressed both surprise and emotion. It would be nice if our world also had superheroes like you. Mr. President praised you. It's not that there is nothing, but they in your world chose not to help people as superheroes, but to hurt everyone as super criminals. This is absolutely intolerable to us. Clark has matured. Without Carla, he would definitely be the leader of the Justice League. Unfortunately, the world revolves around Carla. The superheroes talked a lot with the president, and then bid farewell to the president's reluctance. It's just that when they walked out of the presidential palace, they met an unexpected person outside. I saw dozens of people standing in a row on the street outside the gate of the presidential palace. Who else could it be if it wasn't all the members of the criminal Sinjadi who had just been arrested by them? That's right, Superman and others, who were supposed to be locked up, suddenly appeared in front of Superman and others. Why are you so surprised? Do you think we will be locked up? Or even sentenced? What a joke, how can we be controlled there, and no one dares to prosecute and try us? I said that I will come back with revenge. That's what worries Carla. Just when the Justice League had just sent all members of the criminal Sinjadi to prison, the next moment, the president even secretly ordered them to be released again. Why? The superheroes feel lost. President Guy, Alexander clenched his fists, feeling betrayed. Don't blame the president, it's not your fault, it's you. Kaoba looked very proud, and pointed his accusing eyes at Superman. I already know that you are from another world, which means you will definitely go back in the end, right? What to do by then? The president dare not offend us. Kaoba's words are both annoying and the most realistic problem. Once the Justice League returns to its own world, how can this world hold these Superman classes of the criminal syndicate? To put it bluntly, they cannot be provoked, so the president chose to let them go. Even no prosecutor dared to prosecute, and the judge did not dare to try at all. Why is this? Didn't we do nothing at all? Barry was hit and couldn't believe the result. Boy, this is the reality. You guys can't do anything, so get the hell out of here. This is my world, and Super Master is extremely arrogant. Since we can beat you once, we can beat you a second time, Clark warned Kyoba. Don't be arrogant. That's exactly what I want to say, Superman said, but he didn't pay attention to Clark's warning, because at the moment more Supermans were flying or coming at a very fast speed. You don't think we're the only ones like this, do you? The Super Queen looked at Diana with her hands on her hips, her face also full of arrogance. It turns out that there are class distinctions in the criminals in Gadi. Before that, those who were in the base camp were all at the top, and each of them had several subordinates under them. Together, there were at least 50 people. In a blink of an eye, the superheroes were surrounded, and the streets were empty. There are crime rate cheering people in the middle of the law, and the superheroes are surrounded in the street. I said I would come back with revenge. Fuck me and kill them, Kyoba yelled, and didn't talk nonsense with the superheroes at all, causing a big brawl again. It's just that this time it's no longer the superhero who has the advantage. Originally, they had the extra powerful power of the Shazam family, but now they have become the criminal Sinjadi who has the advantage in numbers. Call the big sister down to help, Barry yelled, and he was about to call Karla to help. Even with the power of one more Superman, it could change the situation of the battle. But before he finished speaking, he was taken away by Johnny Quick. Boy, our game is not over yet. Let's see who is faster. Johnny Quick smiled strangely, and suddenly showed a faster speed, which made Barry a little overwhelmed. Your strength fits me very well, allowing me to run faster, so come and chase me. Johnny Quick quickly overtook Barry, running ahead alone, and quickly circled the battlefield a few times. Barry had no choice but to let Johnny Quicker go, otherwise the opponent would pose a threat to himself, so he had to try his best to catch up behind him. Super Queen also made a move, facing Diana again, but this time there were 3 more people behind her, 3 warriors with the S logo on the collar of their clothes like Diana. Maybe their counterpoint is General Zod? Because they can also fly, and they have great strength similar to Man of Steel. The only thing that is certain is that they are not from Fasan. This time Diana fell into a disadvantage, even if she couldn't fight against 4 opponents who were as strong as herself without losing the disadvantage. Bring back my rope, the Super Queen yelled, reached out and grabbed Diana's arm, turned around sharply and threw Diana to the ground. Immediately afterwards, she reached out and pulled the rope from Diana's waist. That was her noose of obedience. Unlike the noose of mantra, the noose of obedience was covered with thorns. Will surrender to her. The Super Queen is not satisfied after getting her obedience lasso, and she is about to tie Diana with the obedience lasso. Is this to tame Diana? Diana wanted to resist, but the 3 subordinates of Super Queen immediately stepped forward and fired 6 red lasers together, so Diana had to raise Yu and Yang to resist with all her strength. But in this way, she will not be able to avoid the next attack of the Super Queen. Just when Diana fell into a near-desperate situation, 2 blue laser heat rays suddenly fell from the sky, and quickly slashed across the 3 Supermans. The 3 Supermans with steel bodies not weaker than Superman didn't even make a snort, and were instantly vaporized. What? Super Queen raised her head in shock. She knew the strength of her 3 subordinates. If she didn't obey the lasso, she would not be able to control them. Those 3 people definitely have the same strength as the Super Queen and the others, but they have to succumb to the lasso. But now, her most powerful subordinate has somehow died like this? Who is it? The Super Queen shouted, raised her eyes to the sky, and finally saw a girl with her legs crossed, sitting leisurely on the edge of the sky fortress. It was Carla. The battlefield on the ground also noticed the situation here. Diana got up quickly, and was about to thank Carla for her timely support, but saw a figure flying up quickly and heading straight for Carla. Kyoba, he has not forgotten Carla's threat to him before, he is very vengeful, and belongs to the point where he will kill if he is stared at. So he ran to Carla. But Kyoba didn't notice that Clark, who was in the middle of a battle with him, didn't intend to stop him at all, but watched him look for death with pity. Kyoba didn't know, he thought that between Superman and the female Superman, Superman must be stronger, because Superman looks older, taller, and burly. But the fact is that even when Carla bullies Clark, she must try her best to suppress her power to the minimum, for Zhao's good. So everyone didn't want to stop them, they just watched Kyoba go straight to Carla, wanting to see how he made a fool of himself. The people who committed crimes against Sinjadi also stopped for no reason, probably because they wanted to appreciate how their boss defeated the opponent's female Superman, right? In a blink of an eye, Speedmaster came to Carla. I said I'd be back. The Speedmaster floated in front of Carla. Carla nodded. I remember, so I'll wait for you here. Carla's carelessness made Kyoba's angry eyes burst into flames, and even sent out 2 red heat rays. Get me off my castle. 2 terrifying lasers fell on Carla in an instant. However, without waiting for the criminal syndicate below to cheer, Carla opened her mouth and yawned while being attacked by Speedmaster. That's it? You'd better play while playing. Even among Superman's methods, heat ray is one of the most powerful attack methods. Even among the various types of laser eye, heat ray can also occupy a place. A powerful heat ray can decompose any substance, and the stronger the Superman is, the more powerful the heat ray will be. For example, Carla's heat ray can reach a maximum of 20 million degrees, which is the core temperature of the sun, theoretically enough to decompose and melt all substances. But when Speedmaster's heat ray hit Karla's chest, Karla didn't notice it, raised her head and yawned. Are you going to play games with me? Little Bibby, my sister doesn't have time to accompany you while playing. With that said, Karla slapped her hand. The palm of the hand suddenly grew larger in midair, only the palm part became dozens of times larger, more than 10 meters wide, and it was slapped on Kyoba's body. Kyoba didn't expect Karla to have such a move, and he was shot straight before he realized it, and what shocked him so much that his eyes widened was that the power from Karla's hand was unrivaled. Even he felt fear, and even had the feeling that he would die, and he was about to fly away immediately. However, how could Karla let him escape, and shot out at a faster speed? Originally, Karla's slap was very fast, and in the end it even surpassed the concept of the speed of light. After all, the Speedmaster still couldn't exceed this speed. Puff. A bright red blood flower suddenly bloomed in the sky, and the powerful Superman who would not lose to Superman was completely wiped out like this. A slap killed the Superman equivalent to Superman. Karla waved his hand and burned a cluster of flames to incinerate the blood on his hand, then changed his palm back to the original file size, and continued to look down with his hands resting on his chin. You guys go on, I'll just watch you play. There's no way, my sister's hands are too heavy, and if I'm not careful, I might even kill my own children, so you play. Everyone fought a cold war, including Clark smiled wryly. The own child in Karla's mouth definitely refers to him, and only he is Karla's younger brother and his own child. This is expressing dissatisfaction with him. Even Karla was blatantly sarcastic, mocking them for playing a game. The game of superhero, it looks very interesting. Capture the prisoners and send them to prison, and then watch them be released or escape easily. Continue to hurt the lives of innocent people, then arrest them, escape again, repeat and repeat. Anyway, CFCG, the dead are killed by bad guys, you are superheroes, what a radiant and heroic figure. Hey, if there are no super criminals, superheroes will also be laid off, right? So you must not kill them. Speaking of which, superheroes are actually the umbrella of super criminals, right? There are only superheroes in the world, so I definitely don't want to see them. To the situation where the super criminals are gone. Let me say, if super criminals are murderers, aren't you the umbrella of these demons? Or in your opinion, this is just an irrelevant game? You should be grateful to super criminals? After all, they are the most powerful in your superhero games. An indispensable and important role. At this moment, Karla suddenly remembered Joker's original words, evil and justice have never been in opposition. Seeing you playing games together, I finally realized, superhero? Whose superhero are you? Ordinary people? No, ordinary people are being hurt by the super criminals you protect. Aren't you the superheroes of the super criminals? Karla did it on purpose, absolutely on purpose. In fact, before she came to this world, after learning about the situation in this world and knowing that the Superman class is a super criminal, she had already expected this result. Although Karla seldom shows it, she is actually very smart. It's not a question of why it doesn't show up, but because of the fact that the power is too strong. In many cases, it seems that the problem can be solved with the enemy without too much brains. So Superman obviously also has a super IQ, but it is not as prominent as Batman in terms of IQ. Likewise, just because Karla doesn't show it doesn't mean she's an idiot. Karla had already predicted that as long as the president was smarter, he would not dare to arrest and imprison the criminal Sinjadi. The reason are also very simple. After all, the Justice League is just a passerby, and it is impossible to stay in this world forever. So what about after that? Wait until the Justice League superhero returns? Who will be able to hold the criminal Sinjadi at that time? Not to mention that not all the people who committed Sinjadi crimes were caught. This is a lesson. Let me ask, superheroes, have you really not considered it? If you leave, what will happen to this world? Even if these people are temporarily arrested by you, they will not get worse after that. Do you want to hurt others and take all this anger on others? Karla's expression gradually became serious. This guy, this woman, what are you talking about all the time? Some people on the ground couldn't hear it anymore, because Karla's voice could be transmitted to the ground, so even the criminal Sinjadi people around could hear it clearly arrive. Because Karla keeps calling them criminals and they'll be annoyed too. But suddenly, the body of the shouting person began to disintegrate, and finally turned into a cloud of blue particles and disappeared out of thin air. Did I let you talk? Karla smiled, and suddenly came to the ground from a high altitude. The strange thing was that she still kept the posture just now, and continued to sit there out of thin air. Although she was smiling, everyone shivered. How did she just do that? A human being, a Superman class, just disappears, as if it never existed. Be good, Karla said to those who committed Sinjadi crimes in a gentle tone, but for some reason, everyone seemed to see the ghost mask of Death God on her body. But sister, if a superhero has the power to judge others at will, do you know what will happen? Clark stepped forward and slowly floated up to Karla, but he purposely didn't level with Karla, but was short. He half looked at Karla. Karla looked deeply at Clark. Not to be outdone, Clark met his sister's piercing eyes. After a while, Karla sighed suddenly, her eyes softened. I know, it will definitely get out of control. That's right, Karla knows that once what Karla said is true, the superhero has the power to judge criminals at will, and it will definitely lose control in the end. Maybe it will evolve into the Injustice League, or it may develop into the Kingdom of Heaven. In short, if the superhero occupies his status is too high, it seems that it will not work. In fact, as long as we talk about the topic of superhero, there will always be a realistic and controversial topic. That is, what power does superhero have to arrest others? Because superhero is not a police officer, at most it can be called a righteous act when encountering a crime scene. But if there is another fight after that, it will be counted as picking quarrels and provoking trouble or even fighting each other, right? Not to mention that superhero doesn't have the power to judge. In particular, most of the superheroes are Superman types, with power beyond human imagination. Originally they are transcendent existence. If they are given a higher status and even power, there is a high probability that it will get out of control, right? For example, the plot of Kingdom Come and the World of Injustice are like this. When the Kingdom of Heaven comes, when Superman and Batman's non-killing concept is criticized by ordinary people, like Carla, they think that superhero has become the umbrella of supercriminals. So a new generation of Superman classes came into play, and then it got completely out of control. The so-called Kingdom of Heaven has come, which means that the new generation of Supermans regard themselves as gods, and even start to despise human beings, using the higher power given by human beings to oppress human beings in turn. The same is true of the Injustice League. In the beginning, the idea of Injustice Superman was to force world peace with his own power. Although he became a dictator-like existence, he did solve the problem of world wars and forced all countries to coexist peacefully. But gradually the taste changed, and the youngsters under him started to make troubles. Otherwise, if the Injustice Alliance develops well, maybe it won't make Injustice Chow a villain. Back to the present. What Karla said just now was a bit serious. She compared superhero, who worked hard to fight the villain, to a game, like playing house. Even the superhero who risked his life to fight the supercriminals was said to be able to do without supercriminals, as if he was protecting the supercriminals. This is a very sad metaphor and description, although she did have a reason to say that. But Clark disagreed with the old sister's idea. Sister, if we are the embodiment of ideals, if we are too idealized, then you are too extreme. You think everything is too simple and direct, and you think that as long as you kill all the bad guys, the world will be peaceful. But if do that, and we'll be the next bad guy. Bruce's belief and persistence have always been our benchmark. Don't you also say that he is the justice of the Justice League? Killing is such a simple matter. Once it is pioneered, once it tastes the sweetness, once it only needs to kill the bad guys, everything can be solved. There is no possibility of redemption. We can't have this full power. Even if people want to give us, we have to refuse. Even if no one understands, we can't do that. You told me that the road of superhero is not easy. Only when we can bear all this, can we be hero. Clark also said a lot, and he also knew how ideal their superhero concept was. He thought it would be good to lock up the bad guys, but in fact, the bad guys would come out later and continue to hurt others. But they have to carry all this and move on. Only in this way is the superhero. And he rarely accuses Karla of being too paranoid. Then it is definitely simple and easy to do, and the bad guys are solved once they are killed, and compared to arresting, killing a person is far easier than capturing a person alive. But once you taste the sweetness, you can no longer stop. Just like unyielding super. Karla looked at Clark. She did say that Bruce is the justice benchmark of the Justice League, but she didn't say that Clark is the soul of the Justice League. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. Karla finally stopped. Originally, she wanted to take this opportunity to teach these boys a lesson before the big battle came. But now she has changed her mind, turned around and flew to the sky, and no longer shot those who committed crimes on the ground. But even if she left, those criminals who committed crimes against Shinji did not dare to resist anymore. They took a long breath one by one, and some even collapsed and sat on the ground as if they had collapsed. It is exaggerated and directly shows how terrifying the terrifying aura that Karla exudes just now is. Even Super Queen breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that her back was covered in cold sweat. The next step is very simple, taking advantage of the super speed to gather everyone together. It can be said that the criminal Sinjadi was completely wiped out. Moreover, the leader Speedmaster is dead, and the criminal Sinjadi is like a headless fly, which is no longer a climate. Diana chased Karla and flew to the Sky Fortress. Karla, good job. Diana caught up to Karla, approving her choice. Ask for flowers. She was worried that Karla would run away before, but fortunately she was stopped by Clark, who also did a good job. Karla glared at Diana, who killed another self before. Obviously Diana also made a move when it was time to make a move, so I am ashamed to say her. Diana shook her head. That's different. I had no choice, but I still have choices now. The main thing is that they are different from us. Karla and Diana looked at each other and smiled tacitly. The two sister-level characters did not actually add themselves to the children of the Justice League. Because they're not like them, Karla and Diana are decisive people who make a shot when it's time to make a shot. So what Clark said earlier was we, not we. Zero. But I'm not as extreme as you are, Diana joked. Karla snorted softly. Oh, I've never been on a battlefield. Diana's origin story here begins with World War I, and it's obvious what happens on the battlefield, and when engaging an enemy, it's inevitable that there will be casualties. She must still have a position and camp. In order to protect herself and her comrades in arms, it is sometimes unavoidable. Are you going to hurt each other with me? Diana rolled her eyes. No way, you started it first, and you left me alone before. Didn't you drive me away? You can stay. Behave in a spoiled manner. Since there is no one else around, there is no problem with the two acting closer. Clark and the others didn't come back until the evening. It is said that they have inspired the courage of the world and helped the president think of a way to imprison the criminal Sinjadi. That is to say, a restraint device similar to that can suppress Superman-like abilities has been developed. Those devices may also have an effect on Superman, but they are not bad people and will not do bad things, so it's okay. Turns out maybe Clark was right? He inspired the courage and hope in this world, as the Al family stands for. But that's just the beginning, and Karla just doesn't want the world to start targeting and persecuting innocent newborn Supermans. Instead, the expedition to Earth 3 went very smoothly, because the power of the Justice League had begun to take shape, and the two worlds had the same positions corresponding to each other. To put it bluntly, it was like fighting with your own mirror image. Moreover, the people who committed crimes against Sinjadi just bullied ordinary people with great power, and did not have the will to match and control that power, so they were not opponents in the first place. Later, when they wanted to make a comeback with the superiority in numbers, their confidence was easily destroyed by Karla, and even the Speedmaster of Earth 3 was instantly killed. It's all because Karla is too strong, so strong that Superman will be crushed in seconds in front of her. Then it's time to go home. Karla and the others will continue to prepare for the battle. The mother box has been activated, and a big battle will break out at any time, and it is inevitable. When Karla and Diana were on Krypton, they also used Krypton's high-tech to investigate. There is a connection between the Mother 930 boxes, which led to the activation of one Mother box, and the activation of the other two Mother boxes will be activated. After all three Mother boxes are activated, the sonic boom channel can be opened from the other side. It's just that now I'm worried about whether you can prepare yourself mentally. Karla suddenly became worried. She wanted to teach these newcomers a lesson just to prepare for the battle. In the end, he was taught a lesson by Clark in turn. That brat, let him save face first. But having said that, if they still hold such beliefs and participate in the next war with an overly idealistic mentality, they will definitely not be able to survive, right? You guys, don't think too much about the enemy. This is a war involving two racial civilizations, or even three racial civilizations. There are more and deeper things. The enemy is an invader. You must remember one point, we are the one being invaded. Karla had to warn the crowd. Is it really that serious? Cyborg doubted this. He was reborn from the power of the Mother box. Although he knew some of the power of the Mother box, he didn't know much about it. Karla spread her hands. You will know when the time comes. She didn't want to say too much, and she didn't want to expose that Krypton had done similar things to colonize the entire universe. The new Krypton will replace the new Protoss, but it will never become an evil god like Apocalypse. So there is no need to tell what happened 100,000 years ago. Okay, let's go back, and take this fortress back as a new headquarters, Karla said, opening the channel of the quantum realm, and pushing the entire huge amounts of, like a fortress-like air fortress into it. On the other side of the passage, Karla and the others returned. When Bruce and Lakes saw the Sky Fortress, they immediately dropped the work at hand. Sure enough, it's a good fit for Justice League's new headquarters. And when Bruce listened to the collision of beliefs between Clark and Karla at the end, he gave Clark a thumbs up and praised him, and expressed fear that he shouldn't be careless, almost letting Karla brainwash everyone. Karla left angrily on the spot. Later Bruce worried that Clark would be privately taught by Karla. Clark also got scared, didn't he? But he knew his sister's character too well, and it seemed that he would indeed act to settle accounts after the fall. Diana comforted Clark in a funny way. Don't worry, I will help you watch her, and I won't let her settle accounts with you. You already live together. Jennifer and Danny seem to care more about it. Diana blushed beautifully, because I have to look at the Mother box. Anyway, I will go back first, and contact us if there is anything to do. It turned out that she didn't deny this, which led to Jennifer and Danny calling right away, asking Karla and Diana what was going on. These two eighth wives. In this regard, after several major events happened one after another, the world seemed to usher in peace for a while, and no more events happened. But everyone understands in their hearts that this is just the tranquility before the war, and the rain is about to come is already undercurrent. That night, Green Lantern Hal suddenly came to Karla and Diana's small home. In fact, it is Diana's home, and she has saved a lot of money over the years. Karla has moved here, the reason is to take care of the Mother box together. However, considering that the two of them still have work to do, Karla flies away to National City before dawn every day, and then flies back at night. It's not too tiring either. The Asgardians invite you to come, Hal said with a message. Even those little blue people have noticed it? Karla originally didn't want to alarm the Green Lantern Corps, because of that stock. The regiment will be wiped out after 5 days, how dare you count on them? But now it's the Green Lantern Corps and the Cosmic Asgardians who are aware. If that's the case, then let's take a trip. Karla agreed to come down, and set foot on outer space with Hal to OA Star. Diana didn't go with her, she wasn't interested in it, and she had to guard the Mother box. Because the green light ring can open the wormhole for space jumping, the two soon came to OA Star. They noticed some differences when they first arrived. The most conspicuous one is Green Lantern Mago. As a planet with self-awareness, she is not much smaller than OA Star. She floats next to OA Star. It's hard to get there. Karla also went over to say hello to Mago. They are already good friends, but it's a pity that Mago has his own guard area, so they can't see each other often. If only Mago and Tomare had swapped. Tomare was hit, since he and the Karla family were family friends. Not the Al family, just the Karla family. Karla, the Asgardians are waiting for you. A bee flew over, and she was BZZD, writing that Mago was guarding the same sector as a partner. It's just that they are partners, one is a planet and the other is a bee, and the difference in body size is too big. Karla also greeted BZZD, and then went to meet the Asgardians with Hal. It's still the holy place, where the Asgardians of the universe stay here all year round, sitting on some high chairs and not getting off, because they don't need to eat, so there is no problem. Cal 5.0, it has spread throughout the universe, and the apocalypse star is suddenly ready to move. I don't know which planet civilization will invade next. We need your power, Asgardian said straight to the point when they came up. They have received the news. In order to protect the universe for peace and stability, they did not hesitate to turn to Karla for help. The most important thing is that you have an army of Superman in your hands. We know the power of Kryptonians better than anyone else. Only you can stop the ambition of Apocalypse, said Asgardians in the universe who once fought against Krypton, including the ancient Seven Lantern Corps. All were destroyed by Krypton. They definitely know how powerful chlorine is. Especially in New Krypton, because of Karla's change, the whole family has become Superman. Karla agreed without thinking. Don't worry, we are ready to fight. Apocalypse is doomed to perish. From this point of view, the apocalypse star is really about to start, and even spread into the universe. But this didn't go beyond Karla's calculations. So we hope that New Krypton can take action and help us join forces with the Green Lantern Corps to stop the ambition of Apocalypse. The Asgardians asked Hal to bring Karla, and that's the purpose. The strength of the Green Lantern Corps alone will certainly not be able to compete with the Apocalypse Star, and the combat effectiveness of the two sides will not be on the same level. So they hope that the new Kryptonian can help. That is an army of several million Superman. To be honest, one person may be enough to wipe out the entire Green Lantern Corps. This is not an exaggeration at all. The Injustice Superman once destroyed half of the Green Lantern Corps, including Mago and an Asgardian little blue man. In terms of setting, the power of these little blue men is still very strong. A little blue man is an Asgardian of a legion, which can almost equal the status of the Lamp Beast. At least it has the power to judge the members of the legion. But even so, it was singled out by the unrighteous Superman after wearing the yellow light ring. The strength of the Injustice Superman is still far from that of Clark in the main world. Clark can beat him to the point of doubting his life. Are we really alone? Anyway, facing the request of the Asgardians 25, what is Karla's answer? I think you have made a mistake, Karla said directly. We will definitely prevent the Apocalypse Star from invading other planets, because we have information that their next target is the Earth. Anyway, they will also stop them. But my so-called stop is not the ultimate goal. The existence of the Apocalypse Star has seriously threatened the peace of the entire universe, and they should pay the price. What are you going to do? Is the new Krypton going to start the expansion of the whole universe again? If that's the case, we can't sit idly by. In that case, how is your new Kryptonian different from Apocalypse? The Asgardians were all shocked. Did what they were most worried about happen? Asgardians have a long lifespan that is nearly infinite, so they are too aware of how terrible Krypton was 100,000 years ago. That is, even the Apocalypse Star that became the new Protoss was beaten back, and it was still in the state after the battle with the Seven Lanterns. Later, the Apocalypse Star had to choose the sonic boom channel opened by the Mother Box to directly reach the Earth, and even dared not directly enter the Milky Way. There are many races and civilizations in the Milky Way, and the planets with life are not limited to the Earth in the solar system. For example, Tomare and Abinsu are the heads of two sectors of the Milky Way, and they are selected from the civilizations of the Milky Way. Including the Dekozam star, there are 5 known civilizations in the Milky Way. However, the Apocalypse Star did not dare to enter from the edge of the Milky Way where Krypton is located, but deliberately circled to the other side and invaded the Earth. It can be seen that Krypton must have left a psychological shadow on Apocalypse. If Apocalypse is a tiger, then Krypton is a lion. If the new Krypton is also planning to restart the era of cosmic expansion, the universe will really end. You guys think too much. Karla waved her hand. Conquering the universe is too tiring, so don't. Just because I'm too tired, so don't. The Asgardians looked at each other. Karla continued to speak slowly. I once had the opportunity to travel almost the entire universe, and at least I have seen more than 1,000 races and civilizations. This is about her experience of destroying those temples in the universe. She has indeed done that, and to be honest, if Karla is willing, she can completely replace Rio to conquer those racial civilizations. But Karla didn't do that. I don't even bother to be the queen of a planet. Let me manage the whole universe? Don't, I'm going to go crazy. Karla thought about managing the whole universe when she thought that even managing a new Kryptonian would be so tiring. She shivered. Don't do it. Conquering a world is not difficult. Even conquering a universe is not difficult. At least for Karla, who has a Superman army of her own, it is not difficult. Even she can bypass the Asgardians to form her own Legion of the Lanterns, and almost all the Lantern Beasts have become her pets, children, and the Lantern Beasts will not affect the feelings of Karla's Legion of the 9 Lanterns, except for the first lamp. The 9A Lantern Ring can create an Legion. With such power, is it difficult to conquer the universe? In fact, even if Superman's power does not get the god position, it can still smash the new gods and old gods. Even in the face of the Protoss, they are not afraid. So Karla isn't bragging. The warriors of New Krypton would definitely fight the universe for their queen if she wanted to. It's too tiring, so I don't want it. So I won't start the so-called expansion. My purpose is also very simple. Since the new Protoss of Apocalypse are not worthy of being called gods, let's replace them. Our new Krypton is willing to become a new Protoss and take on the responsibility of safeguarding the peace of the universe. Or if it is not necessary, we are happy to do nothing. Things like God, to be honest, it's better not to get too involved with mortal things. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed that she really didn't have the slightest affection for the new Protoss, and even said something. And in Karla's view, gods shouldn't be involved in mortal affairs. A god who is superior will only make everyone unhappy. Because people are selfish, no one wants others to dictate their own lives. Sometimes there will be conflicts between parents and children, let alone a stranger they don't know. Or is the advice of a stranger more helpful? So it's not to stop. Our ultimate strategic goal is to replace. The Apocalypse Star should be banned. Karla said of her ambition, just to stop the Apocalypse Star 833? That's not enough. She likes to do it once and for all and never to worry about it again. The Asgardians looked at each other again. Do you want to believe her? Some people were questioning, but they were also a little shaken. We all know the power of the new Protoss and Darkseid on Apocalypse. Once we wanted to crusade against those thugs, but we lost 2/3 of them. We only saw Darkseid after the Green Lantern Corps fighters. However, Darkseid's strength makes us feel even more desperate. He alone can match the power of the entire Apocalypse Star, and can even easily destroy our most powerful legion. The most powerful legion? Oh, by the way, Asgardians have always been proud of the Green Lantern Corps, and they think that the Green Lantern Corps is the most powerful legion in the universe. Karla shrugged. Let's not hit them. But who can guarantee that New Krypton will really become the responsible new god? If New Krypton is worse than Apocalypse, with the power of Superman and the blessing of the new Protoss, then no one can stop them. Some Asgardians expressed concern. Superman's strength is already strong. If it is combined with the blessing of the new Protoss, how hopeless it will be. Karla spread her hands. I can't convince you, and I can't guarantee anything. The only thing I can say is, hey, if we are so untrustworthy, even if we want to threaten the entire universe now, what can you do? Prevent. These Asgardians seem to be getting something wrong. Although Superman's power combined with the protection of the new Protoss will make him invincible, but Superman's power is not reflected by the new Protoss, but is extremely powerful now. So Karla found it interesting. Don't think that we started the war to get the protection of the new Protoss, and don't misunderstand anything. Our strength is strong enough now. So, if New Krypton is going to expand now, can the Asgardians really stop it? Karla raised her hands as if showing off, and on the knuckles at the end of a light white finger, 10 light rings appeared one after another, exuding a variety of colors. Even the 7 lantern beasts showed their small heads one after another, watching the Asgardians coldly. In the end, even the Ion Shark was startled, cruising with its huge green body shaking. Because the current OUA star mainly relies on the Green Lantern Corps built by the Green Lantern Ring to protect the universe, so the Lantern Beast Yaeshiwang of the Blue Lantern Corps is not here, and only the Ion Shark is responsible for providing power for the total battery. What's the matter? Karla, are you arguing with these little blue people again? But don't ruin OUA star. Ion Shark approached Karla. She was very close to Karla from the beginning, and it is the same now, more willing to show kindness to Karla than Asgardians. Karla reached out and patted Ion Shark's head. Don't worry, I guess I'm too lazy to quarrel with them. I'll beat them up if I'm impatient. The Asgardians have black lines, and there are almost no people in the universe who dare to underestimate them, and Karla must be one of them. What's more embarrassing for them is that since those who can underestimate them have the power to easily destroy the entire Green Lantern Corps, they can't afford to provoke them. Such as Darkseid, such as Karla. Okay, Karla, stop threatening us. You should know that we have no personal feelings. No matter how much you threaten, we will not feel scared, said a female Asgardian. She is fairly familiar with Karla. She was responsible for contacting Karla the previous few times, and she even participated in Karla's coronation ceremony. Karla also had to give her a face-curling lips. It's boring. No, we're not kidding you either, the Asgardians said in their hearts. Was it a joke? Okay, give me an answer. I didn't intend to invite you Green Lantern Corps to join the battle, but now that this is the point, tell me about your decision. Karla also became serious. It's time to make the final decision. The Asgardians also wanted to exchange glances and opinions. Karla interrupted. I said, aren't you Asgardians of the universe? At least that's what you call yourself. Karla caressed the big head of the Ion Shark while talking, which caused dissatisfaction among the little lantern beasts, and jumped out one by one to grab Karla's hand. The Ion Shark made a triumphant cry. Karla put away her hands, and continued with a casual expression. Since it is known as Asgardian, Apocalypse has been so brazenly destroying the balance and peace of the universe, is it really okay? It should be your responsibility, right? Karla suddenly thought, shouldn't they be responsible for this? Why do you magically disappear every time you encounter a major event in the universe? Karla felt strange. It was the same when Rui-Ou was in, and it was also this time, and when the Earth encountered a major crisis, nor did he show up. Is this really good? At least Rui-Ou has also conquered thousands of racial civilizations, and the Flashpoint incident even affected a restart of the DC universe. The concept of the New 52 appeared, and it was split out with this universe as the original. Don't just keep making trouble for me, but solve a few major problems. Even the parallax demon was solved by me, didn't I? Karla was about to roll her eyes. Seriously, don't these guys keep giving people trouble? No wonder there are always people who say that almost all major events involving the universe cannot escape their relationship. Not necessarily so. The Asgardians were left speechless by Karla's sharp remark. So why don't you guys have the nerve to believe me? I haven't doubted you yet. Karla even thought it was funny that they had the nerve to doubt others. Krypton didn't create parallax magic or anything. Enough, Karla, we're not going to run away from our responsibilities. We just don't want to start wars to prevent wars, an Asgardian interrupted as Karla continued to accuse. But only war can end war. Karla has the opposite idea. The war has already started, and they did not start it. So how to end the war? Definitely defeat the war with the war. Only when one of the parties loses completely can it end. We'll go to war, one of the Asgardians offered, suddenly, and even help you, assist your new Kryptonian drive into apocalypse. #Ganser. The Asgardians looked at that Asgardian in surprise. It turns out that Asgardians also have names. Karla was a little surprised. So you also have your own names? I'm sorry, we definitely have our own names. Let me add that my name is Side. The female Asgardian who was closer to Karla reported her name for the first time. It's just because it's been too long, so even we have almost forgotten our own names, which should be a relatively sad content, but it is very flat from Asgardian's mouth. Perhaps this is the long-lived species' vague concept of time. The Asgardian named Gunther ignored the other Asgardians and continued, as you said, we should be responsible, since we are called the Asgardians of the universe. It is of course duty-bound to protect the peace of the universe. But you also want to assure us that New Krypton won't be the next apocalypse, and you won't be the next tyrant. Summer. Karla, Numas, standing in front of her is the Queen of New Krypton. Once New Krypton replaces Apocalypse and becomes the new Protoss, she will inevitably become the nephew of the new Protoss. She is the only king of the new Kryptonians. You can rest assured that it will never be like that. I promise you in the name of the new Kryptonian Queen, Karla said, and also lit up the light of the green light ring, which was actively recorded in OA Star's OA book. The Book of OA was created a long time ago. It contains the history of the Asgardian universe and the Green Lantern Corps, and the planet OA, and will exist for a long, long time. If one day Karla's promise fails, the Asgardians can dig out her promise today. Unless Karla can ignore her own promise, she will feel embarrassed too. Then it's settled, Karla said finally, when the war breaks out. The Green Lantern Corps will definitely join the battlefield as soon as possible. The strength of the Green Lantern Corps can still be a powerful boost, so even Karla is relieved. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and it is definitely a good thing to win more reinforcements. After relaxing, Karla bid farewell to the Asgardians and came to Mago instead of rushing back. Hal is also here waiting for the result. Compared to Karla, Hal's qualifications are much lower. No way, the parallax demon should be his merit, and Hal will get enough attention, even once enough to lead the entire legion. However, Karla took the credit from Hal, although he has become more and more mature later, and has been faithfully fulfilling his duties. But that's what all Green Lanterns do, so it doesn't stand out. Tomare and BZZD are there, too, and Kilowog. Kilowog is a Green Lantern in Sector 674, and also a recruit trainer. Because of his good relationship with Tomare, he has also met Karla several times. Kilowog is tall and burly, and because he is an alien, he has a very different appearance from humans. However, Kilowog is very simple and honest, except when he is trained by him, he will be very strict. 290 How? Hal knew that the Earth was facing a huge crisis, and also guessed the purpose of the Asgardians calling Karla, and wanted to ask whether Karla had persuaded the Asgardians. Karla nodded and said, no problem, successfully dragged the Green Lantern Corps into the water. That's ugly. BZZD flew to Karla's shoulder, amused. Karla wanted to shrug her shoulders, but she held back because of BZZD's relationship. She squatted down and patted Mago's ground, making a huge amounts of bang-bang sound, making Mago feel her strength. Mago, I'll take care of you when the time comes. Karla said hello first. Mago made a gentle voice, don't worry Karla, I will definitely help you win this war. Although Mago is the will of a planet, it is very gentle, just like the Earth Mother Gaia in Greek mythology, giving people a sense of maternal love. Generally speaking, Mago will not be aggressive, including in the previous story, a space warrior was quite aggressive, and he heard about Mago from nowhere, so he always wanted to challenge Mago. As a result, MOG has been avoiding the battle, unwilling to show himself because of boring things. But in the end, the Cosmic Warrior found Mago. At that time, he didn't know that the planet in front of him was Mago. He only thought that it was Mago's hometown, and that Mago was an ordinary humanoid creature. It wasn't until the Cosmic Warrior wreaked havoc on Mago in order to force him out that Mago had no choice but to use his mind to instantly kill him. You must know that the Space Warrior has defeated many veteran Green Lanterns, and that is why he wants to challenge Mago. Mago's will as a planet, plus the power of the Green Lantern ring is related to the will. Her power can be said to be the trump card of the Green Lantern Corps. And after Karla asked, Mago immediately agreed happily. If it is for Karla, she is willing to fight, even if it is the fight she least wants. At this time, the Ion Shark also cruised over from not far away. There are also little guys of 7 colors who quickly jumped on Karla. It seems that the relationship between the Lantern Beasts is still good. It's been a while since they've been with Ion Sharks, and Karla lets them have a good time. But only when it comes to getting close to Karla, the little ones have a lot of trouble. Even the Spirit of Existence showed a scary expression in order to keep the position of one of his shoulders, staring at the other little guys. She looks like a little girl, and she deliberately looks similar to Karla, not to mention, she has the feeling and momentum of Karla's glaring. Karla is also used to it, and sat there helplessly, letting the little guys of file size slap and play on her body one by one, and didn't stop her. In the end, the Spirit of Existence and the Black Death Emperor had the upper hand. They sat on Karla's shoulders while holding Karla's ears, and showed a look of contempt, CF, on the world, very proud. Yumeng is very smart, he didn't fight from the beginning, but silently wrapped around Karla's wrist, rubbing her palm and letting Karla caress his little head. The most noisy ones are the converted octopuses and the plundering beasts, but the parallax monsters are the quietest. The Blood Butcher has been using the horns to push the solace of Karla's feet, wrestling silently. It seems that he is still very competitive. As a result, Karla just moved her foot lightly, and pushed the bloody bull aside. He didn't give up either, and went around and continued to attack from the other side. This family still looks very cozy. Even Karla fell back lazily in the end, lying on Mago's grass, closing her eyes and showing a happy expression. She hasn't been this relaxed for a long time. It's been one thing after another recently, and it hasn't stopped since I came back to life on Earth. No wonder it is said that the Earth is the center of the universe, because almost all stories take place on the Earth. Looking at Karla, the others involuntarily quieted down. Tomare and Kilowog left quietly without disturbing Karla. BZZD flew not far away and ate the nectar in the flower specially created for her by Mago. As for Hal, he was talking to his Earth partner to inform everyone of the good news. At this moment, Diana's voice suddenly came from the communicator formed by Hal's green light ring. Hal, are you with Karla? Hal quickly explained, Diana, don't get excited, and don't get me wrong, Karla and I are innocent. Bullshit. Karla rolled over and glared at Hal. The bastard said crap, there must be nothing between them. Diana was also silent for a while. I still know this, Karla doesn't like you stinky men. Well, now is not the time to talk about this, hurry up and get Karla back, the war has begun. What? Karla sat up suddenly, what's going on? I heard Diana explain in the shortest way, just now, I received a warning beacon from Paradise Island. Amazon's mother box is lost, the Sonic Boom channel has been opened, and the attack on Apocalypse Star has begun. The Steppenwolf guys are leading an army of demons over here. Never expected that the war would come so suddenly and so fast. It was obvious not long ago that when the war would start, it turned out that the war had already come. If our guess is correct, Steppenwolf's next target will be the mother box of the Atlanteans, and then the mother box of humans. Damn, they must have noticed that you left the Earth, so they attacked. Diana voiced her concerns. Once the 3 mother boxes are merged together, the powerful power of the mother box is enough to change the environment of the Earth. If Steppenwolf turns the Earth into the environment of the Apocalypse Star, human beings cannot survive. Because it is said that the environment of Apocalypse Star is worse than the legendary Hell. The Dark Side War has begun, and everyone is surprised that the war came so quickly. However, there is an inevitability in this accident. With the mother box activated, the mother box has already sent a signal to the Apocalypse Star, and everyone knows that war will break out at any time. Under such circumstances, it is inevitable that war will break out at any time. After all, the Earth is not the instigator of the war. As long as Apocalypse is willing and conditions permit, it can unilaterally provoke the war at any time. I see, I'm going to New Krypton right now, and try to get back as fast as possible. Karla promised Diana that she would take her Superman army to Earth as quickly as possible. Hal also hurriedly said, I'm going to find the Asgardians right now. Both of them took action. Hal flew up from Mago, and quickly rushed towards the holy place of Oa Star. Karla waved her hand to put away the 7 little lantern beasts, and said hello to Mago. Mago, BZZD, see you on Earth later. Leave it to us. Karla nodded, and immediately disappeared into a light and shadow. With her speed, she had already returned to the new planet in the next second. Attention everyone, Karla came to the atmosphere of New Krypton and shouted with a voice that spread throughout the planet, Apocalypse has started a war. It's time to eliminate those thugs, and it's time for us to replace them. New Krypton destined to be immortal. New Kryptonian hail, Queen Karla hail. The whole New Kryptonian boiled, shouting the Queen's call in unison. And Karla had been mobilized before. At the moment, everyone was ready and flew into the sky together. All of a sudden, the sky of New Krypton was densely packed with Kryptonians, and all of them were wearing a uniform outfit, which was the most classic red and blue Superman battlesuit. It's just that because of the difference in the family, the logo on each person's chest is also different, and there are also Legion flags as the logo. It is undeniable that among the millions of Kryptonians, only a few 100,000 are professional fighters. But because all members of the new Kryptonian have become Superman, no one is afraid. What greets their queen is a pair of eyes full of trust and firmness. Are the people left behind ready? Karla asked. Several of them flew in front of Karla. It was Zo-El, Al-Ura, Chiao-El, and others, as well as the two leading generals Sid and Astra. It's ready, Al-Ura reported as a courtier instead of posing as a mother. During this period, New Krypton has already completed the preparations for the whole people, and the children who are too young have been gathered and taken care of by some designated personnel. In addition, including children of a few years old, all the staff are here. That's right, the children have also been mobilized. Even if they can't participate in the battlefield, they can help the people on Earth when the time comes. Let's go, Karla shouted, turned around and rushed out of the new Fosun's atmosphere first. Behind Karla, an army of millions of Superman followed immediately. A red and blue torrent rushed into the universe, across countless light years and quickly rushed to the other side of the galaxy. This picture is both shocking and terrifying, and countless civilizations that have developed level universe technology have been frightened. At the same time, on the other side, OUA Star also got the news. After Hal reported the situation to the Asgardians, all the Green Lantern Corps were summoned. The universe is divided into 3,600 sectors in total, so there are at least 3,600 Green Lanterns in the Green Lantern Corps. And because some sectors are in charge of 2 Green Lanterns, for example, Mago and BZZD are partners to guard a sector together. So the number of real Green Lanterns of the Green Lantern Corps is definitely more than 3,600. At the moment, the army condensed together, and under the explanation of the Asgardians, they understood the current situation. The task we are responsible for is to protect the peace and tranquility of the universe. Now it's time to show the strength of your universe's strongest legion, set off and protect the Earth. Asgardian Ganser came to mobilize in person, and left the Asgardians' rare holy place. Side was also beside him, shouting loudly, defeat the Apocalypse Star and bring true peace to the universe. Drink. The Green Lanterns responded in unison, and raised their fists one after another, using the green light ring to emit green light waves to illuminate OA Star. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Hal, the Green Lantern Corps flew up together, turning into a green torrent and rushing towards the direction of the Earth. The most obvious of these is the Green Lantern Mago. One is red and blue and the other is pure green. 2 powerful armies rush to the Earth together from 2 directions. Asterisk. And on Earth at the moment, war has broken out. The army led by Steppenwolf was caught off guard. When he led an army of countless demons to Paradise Island, although the Amazons felt the fluctuation of the Mother Box, they couldn't stop Steppenwolf from taking the Mother Box with great power. Even immediately after this, Steppenwolf went to the underwater world of the Atlanteans. The Justice League has already noticed, and Diana immediately notified everyone of the news. But it was still too late, when Arthur rushed to the bottom of the sea, just in time for Steppenwolf to take away the Mother Box and leave through the sonic boom channel. Steppenwolf didn't run away. Before he left a cruel sentence: the Earth once resisted my invasion, but your old gods are dead, and the new gods are destined to rule this planet. Even if you have Kryptonian guardians, I can't resist Darkseid's army again. For Darkseid, Arthur could only watch the Steppenwolf disappear. Although he had swung the Golden Trident to attack, he lost the Steppenwolf's shadow. The Golden Trident was captured from the Sea Overlord. So far, the Mother Boxes of the Amazons and the Atlanteans on Paradise Island have been lost one after another, and were taken back by the Steppenwolves at the fastest speed. Of the 3 major Mother Boxes, only the Mother Box guarded by humans remained. Diana took the Mother Box to the headquarters of the Justice League, that is, the Sky Fortress, for safety considerations. All members of the Justice League have also gathered, especially with the power of Superman Clark. It is safest to protect the Mother Box. Karla has already led the army to the Earth, and Hal is also on the way with the Green Lantern Corps. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. Now we have only one task, which is to protect the last Mother Box. The crowd surrounded a round table. In the middle of the round table is the Mother Box of the last human being. But at this moment, the castle suddenly shook. We're under attack, Lakes warned loudly, sitting in front of a huge amounts of screen, and we're surrounded. Damn it, I never heard of the enemy doing that. Everyone turned their heads and saw the outside picture through the screen. I saw that around the fortress in the sky were densely packed countless demon-like armies, surrounding the castle layer by layer. It has to be said that Steppenwolf's speed was too fast. First, he captured the Mother Boxes of the Amazons and the Atlanteans at a speed that caught people off guard. Then he led an army to surround the last Mother Box. The arrival of this war suddenly made the whole Earth panic. Unlike before when General Zod and Astra came to Earth and gave advance notice, the Steppenwolves invaded immediately and showed hostility. As the Justice League established its headquarters in the Sky Fortress, this place has long been a place of much attention, and it has also attracted more attention to the war that took place here. Various countries have also responded one after another, busy discussing countermeasures while busy placating the emotions of the panicked people. Some of them are optimistic that it may not be the enemy. Because after all, I haven't been in contact with the other party yet, and I don't know the other party's 597 attitude, right? Immediately, however, Steppenwolf appeared before the headquarters of the Justice League. Steppenwolf, one of the supreme commanders of the Apocalypse Star, is also one of the highest ranking and powerful executives. I saw that he was tall and burly, nearly 3 meters tall. He is fully armed, with a set of black shining armor, and his armor is the kind of thing that resembles a living body with pieces like scales. Steppenwolf also wears a helmet with a pair of horns, which is similar to Yugakon, except that Yugakon's horns are rushed up, while Steppenwolf's horns are leaning forward. In fact, Steppenwolf is still the younger brother of Yugakon, so he is also the oldest member of the new Protoss. In fact, Steppenwolf's real name is not this, just like Yugakon's real name is Zona's. It's just that Steppenwolf has forgotten his real name, and because he has personally conquered countless universes, the name Steppenwolf has resounded throughout the universe, and many civilizations are already trembling just hearing this name. In addition, Steppenwolf is also carrying a terrible big axe, which is his weapon, and it is also a magical weapon made with the technology of Apocalypse Star even if it collides with Diana's Excalibur hinder. After all, the new gods are the new gods who replaced the old gods such as Greek mythology, and their weapons are also artifacts. In this way, Steppenwolf finally appeared in front of the Justice League and led his demon-like army. Demons are the second largest biochemical army in the universe, and the first is naturally Krypton's Doomsday. As far as individual strength is concerned, a Doomsday that evolves to a full body is enough to destroy an entire demon-like army. But the army of demons also has their advantages, that is, absolute obedience. Unlike Doomsday, which went berserk and even killed its own people, the demon-like army was absolutely loyal to Darkseid. And the demon-like army is easier to create. Unlike Doomsday, which needs to be created with a Superman body, every time Steppenwolf conquers a civilization, it will turn everyone into demon-like. Therefore, he must not be allowed to get all 3 mother boxes, otherwise not only the Earth will be destroyed, but all human beings will also become his demon-like army. The demon has a humanoid body, but with a pair of demon wings on the back, it looks almost exactly the same as the legendary demon. If Apocalypse Star is compared to Hell, and the new Protoss of Apocalypse Star are regarded as evil gods, then the army of demons is undoubtedly their army of demons. The demon-like appearance was ugly, with distorted and crazy facial features, and it opened its bloody mouth and let out piercing screams, but because they didn't get the order of Steppenwolf, no one dared to act rashly. The monsters are created in batches, so each monster is almost the same, and they are also wearing battle armor and holding high-tech weapons. Definitely with the power of the Apocalypse Star, it is an eliminated product, and it is even more ineffective for the new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star. The biggest difference and gap between the demon-like army and Doomsday is that the individual strength is actually not strong, that is, the physical strength equivalent to the limit of human beings, and the only thing to rely on is quantity. Asgardians on Earth, your old gods have abandoned you, and have even been replaced by us. We are the new Protoss from the planet Apocalypse, and we are also your new gods. The only thing you need to do is to meet your master Darkseid. Steppenwolf made his opening remarks. In terms of relationship, Steppenwolf is Darkseid's uncle, but out of Apocalypse's admiration for the strong, he chose to surrender to his nephew after Yugakon stuck to the Wall of Origin. So Steppenwolf is also Darkseid's most trusted subordinate. In Sky Castle, everyone in the Justice League looked at each other in blank dismay. Clark, we must assign someone to guard the mother box. Only you are the most trustworthy. Before Karla and Hal come back, we must not let that monster, Steppenwolf, succeed, Bruce said calmly and rationally. Although Superman is now the strongest power, but compared with his personal power, the most important thing is the mother box. Clark asked worriedly, but what about that guy? That guy doesn't seem like an easy opponent to deal with. I'll do it. Diana stood up, looked at the Steppenwolf on the screen with cold eyes, and snorted coldly. How dare you underestimate Olympus? I'll make him pay the price. Diana is the daughter of Zeus. It can be said that almost all the gods of Olympus are her family members, especially the 12 main gods. This is intolerable. Wow, it looks like it's going to be a war, Dany said, stretching her arms outstretched. The strength of a bear, the speed of a leopard, the flight of an eagle, the courage of a tiger, the conviction of a lion, and the defense of an elephant. In an instant, Dany almost set all the buffs for herself. Hey, I said, are you really planning to fight them in the sky? I think those guys can fly. Xiao Shanbali seemed at a loss. He just ran fast. As a speedster, let him run on the ground or on the water is no problem. However, he can't run in the sky. Children, you have to take care of yourselves. Jennifer looked worriedly at the 6 siblings of the Shazam family. The oldest among them is 4.7, Mary, but she is only about 18 years old and just about to go to college. After the Shazam family looked at each other, they called out in unison, Shazam. Crack. After 6 bolts of lightning hit the castle and fell on them, the Shazam family officially appeared. Go outside and transform next time, Lakes yelled over his shoulder. These 6 kids were such a mess, the ceiling was smashed. But there are too many enemies. Clark was still a little worried, because the army of demons outside surrounded the castle in the sky. If the castle in the sky is comparable to the file size of a city, if you want to surround the castle with water, at least hundreds of thousands, or even more than 1 million demons are needed. Can such a huge army really win with just a few members of the Justice League? In the cosmic space, at the moment, there are 2 torrents causing a huge commotion. A torrent exuded pure green. It was thousands of Green Lanterns. The Green Lantern Corps had already dispatched the entire army, and the most conspicuous of them was Mago. As a planet flying at the speed of light, the scene was simply not too shocking. The torrent on the other side is red and blue, and Karla flies at the forefront, leading an army of millions of Superman to the Earth battlefield. There are hundreds of thousands of young children in the army. The youngest of them is only 4 years old, and the oldest is only 6 years old. They are newborns born after the establishment of New Krypton. Originally, Karla didn't want her children to go to the battlefield, including the Shazam family. However, the scale of this war is no longer a concern. Even if these children cannot fight the enemy, they can still help protect the Earth. Superman's children are also Superman, and they can definitely help. So they were also mobilized, and instead of following their parents, they formed a team of their own and were protected by their parents and elders. These two armies will definitely become a force that can turn the battlefield, even the absolute main force. However, when the two major legions cross the universe and head to the Earth, they will inevitably be discovered by some civilizations that have developed the technology of the level universe. And among them, there is no guy who didn't message Apocalypse. So in the middle of Apocalypse, a living hell planet that is more terrifying than the legendary hell, Darkseid stands in a glorious palace with his body behind his back and his hands behind his back. Someone kneeled behind him and reported the news he had received. Your Majesty, all members of the Green Lantern Corps have been dispatched, and all members of New Krypton are rushing to Earth. If we continue to let Steppenwolf fight alone, it may not be good for our army, said the man, Darkseid. A member of his Dark Elite, named Mantis, is said to be the most powerful fighter under Darkseid, second only to Darkseid in strength. Perhaps he was stronger than Steppenwolf. All members of the Dark Elite come from the new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star, and are composed of the most powerful fighters personally selected by Darkseid. Let's put it this way, all members can challenge Superman, and some of them can even surpass Superman. Each of them can stand alone, and each of them has the power to destroy the planet. They are the elites among the elites, and their members often act alone. They are sent by Darkseid to various parts of the universe, leading the demon-like army just like Steppenwolf. Help Darkseid conquer countless planets, and even fight in parallel universes. The most important thing is that they are absolutely loyal to Darkseid and will not have any half-heartedness. However, although the mantis is called Mantis, it is not a real mantis, and its image has nothing to do with Mantis. It has a human-like face and image, but he is wearing a green armor. At the moment, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head. After the report, he didn't speak anymore, but quietly and honestly waited for Darkseid's order. Darkseid still stood there like that, with his hands behind his back, raised his head, and looked ahead. On the front wall, at the moment is playing 3 images in the form of projections, namely the image of the fast flight of the Superman army led by Karla, the image of the Green Lantern Corps headed by Hal, and the image of Earth at the moment. It turns out that with the technology of Apocalypse, people can easily grasp the dynamics of the universe without anyone collecting information. Darkseid already knew the information reported by the Mantis, but he was not in a hurry to make decisions and orders, and just looked at Karla silently. She's dangerous, Darkseid said suddenly. Mantis raised his head in surprise, a little unbelievable, because in the hearts of members of their Dark Elite, their king, Darkseid, who is also their absolutely loyal master, exists absolutely, and there is no possibility of enemies. Please let me destroy her, Mantis asked. But Darkseid shook his head, I'll come in person. He actually wanted to do it himself? Just when the Mantis was about to be shocked by this again, Darkseid's eyes suddenly lit up with a pair of red lights, and a door of space was opened in front of him, or he tore the space apart. That is the power that Darkseid has mastered, called Omega Rays, which is far more powerful than Superman's thermal vision rays, and even reaches the level of multi-manual universe. Darkseid can not only use Omega Rays to easily cross multi-universes, go to any parallel universe at any time, and even completely obliterate the existence of opponents, and can also resurrect them. Ordinary characters will be instantly killed, such as only the existence of a multi-universe like the Monitor can withstand this kind of attack, but it will still be severely damaged. At the same time, Darkseid can also control the direction of Omega Rays at will, and can use this thing to allow himself to travel through time and space, and can also use Omega Rays to destroy the world. So when Darkseid said that he wanted to do it himself, he didn't actually need to do it at all, but tore apart the space with Omega Rays and came directly in front of Karla. On the other side of the distant universe, even Karla was shocked, but with her reaction that could reach the Planck time level, she responded immediately, and her eyes also lit up with 2 blue lights. Originally, Omega Rays are far more powerful than heat rays. However, Karla's heat ray is different. Her heat ray has reached a maximum temperature of 20 million degrees Celsius. In addition, because of Karla's strength, Karla's heat ray is also multi-universe level. Although there is not as much energy as the convenient Omega Rays, but one thing, Karla may have reached the 6th dimension, so the 2 laser rays actually cancel each other out. What? Mantis exclaimed after seeing this scene. But Darkseid was not surprised at all, and did not continue to attack. But at the moment when the space was slowly closing, Karla suddenly reached out and grabbed the crack in the space, and broke into the past abruptly. Karla showed her unparalleled beauty in front of Darkseid, but there was a cold expression on her face. Boy, wait for me, I'll go find you in a while. Karla also didn't attack Darkseid immediately, but after letting go of her harsh words, she slowly let go of her hands, letting the space close in front of her again. Darkseid and Karla met for the first time in this way, and they also played a tentative round. The result was that the rays of the two were evenly matched, and neither of them took advantage. Female Superman? If I win, I will get you. Darkseid suddenly became interested, but he no longer paid attention to the movement over there, turned around and sat down, and there was a picture behind him. Throne automatically flew over and caught Darkseid. Gather the whole army and prepare for the battle. Inform the Steppenwolf that if the battle is unfavorable, you can retreat. By the way, send all the demon-like legions there. If you can't even fight the demon-like army, there will be no more. In the cosmic space, because of the sudden encounter, Karla stopped for a while. This also caused the entire army to stop immediately. People nearby noticed the sudden scene just now, and Allura and Astra came to Karla's side worriedly. Are you alright? Who was that just now? Karla shook her head. I'm fine. That's Darkseid, the monarch of Apocalypse, and the god king of the new Protoss of Apocalypse, our next enemy. Is that our ultimate enemy? So powerful. Enough to tear through space, spanning distances that may have exceeded the entire universe, and strike directly at Karla. Allura showed a worried expression. It's just that the strength of this one person may be enough to fight against all of us. Can we really defeat him? Allura is not arrogant. Although the power of New Krypton is already so powerful, Kryptonians are not special existences after all, only Superman is special. Even if it is called Superman, how many people can reach the level of Superman? If it is conservatively estimated, Darkseid's power will be the most difficult gap for them to overcome. Once this war breaks out, how many people will die? Don't worry, I didn't use all my power, Karla said, but she wasn't worried at all. Was it an attack across the universe? If she wanted, she could also launch an attack on Darkseid directly, or use the quantum realm the power to destroy the Apocalypse Star. But she and Darkseid had a tacit understanding. Neither of them made any further moves, but seemed to be expecting something. Okay, keep going to Earth, Karla shouted, and the Superman army moved forward again. If only with Karla's power, she can reach the Earth in an instant. But she can't let this army go. What if what happened just now happens again? If Darkseid is willing, he can completely intercept the Superman army halfway, and even send out Li Huang, who is enough to encircle and suppress this army. And it is always inevitable to encounter red suns on the way to the universe, and Karla must protect them. So Karla chose to act collectively this time. Including the Green Lantern Corps, they could have used the Green Lantern ring to open the space to jump. But they didn't do that. One was because they were worried that too much space fluctuation would cause harm to the Earth, and the other was that the war had begun. If the power of the green light ring was too much consumed, they were worried that there would be hidden dangers in the battle. Is it okay if the phone runs out of battery? So the two main armies are still halfway, and it will take some time to reach the Earth, even if they have already flown at a speed faster than the speed of light. However, the distance in the universe is often measured in light years, which means that it takes several years for the speed of light to reach the place. Even if it is faster than the speed of light, it cannot be reached immediately. And on the other side, Earth. Steppenwolf has declared war, but the Justice League has no answer. The content of Steppenwolf's declaration of war is more like persuasion to surrender. He wants the Guardians of the Earth, the Justice League, to surrender and pledge allegiance to Darkseid. Naturally, the Justice League would not agree, so they were preparing for battle, and when everyone was ready to go to war, Clark reached out and clamped the mother box under his arm. Be careful, you don't have to fight them to death, as long as you can drag them back until my sister returns. Clark warned his companions. Because the mother box is too important, Steppenwolf got the two mother boxes guarded by the Amazons and the Atlanteans. Next, as long as he gets the third one, he can gather the power of the three mother boxes to change the Earth, environment, and even turn the lives of billions of people into his demon-like army, that is, those ugly monsters. So everyone chose Clark, who is the most powerful, to be the Asgardian of the final mother box. His only mission is to protect the mother box from Steppenwolves. In this way, Clark can't join the battle. The one who needs to be careful is actually you, Clark. The other party will definitely chase the mother box, so you are the most dangerous, Bruce reminded Clark in turn. Once Steppenwolf finds out that Clark is carrying the mother box, he will definitely pursue Clark with all his strength, but the others should be safer. As a result, Clark breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, even if I die, I will not hand over the mother box. This battle will be extremely tragic, and such things as death will be inevitable. Everyone looked at each other. We must win, let's beat those monsters back to their hometown, everyone shouted in unison. If you don't mind, please let me help. Suddenly, a vague figure passed through the building of the Sky Fortress and came to everyone. He has green skin and black armor. Martian Manhunter Ron and Jones. He actually came on stage at such a crucial moment. And it's not just me, Ranjan Rangza seemed to bring good news. There are some people who want to help. Please look at the screen. Reminded by Ranjan Rangza, Lakes adjusted the screen and found that an army had gathered on the ground at an unknown time. Under such circumstances, the response of various countries was extremely rapid. Even a certain country rarely failed to lose the chain, but instead dispatched an army nearby and put on a posture. There was even a crazy voice reaching everyone's ears. Where did this group of goddamn guys come from? How dare they come to my place to make trouble? I said, Batman, you're scared the shit out of me, right? That would be too boring. I haven't made you like me, I won't agree. Joker burst into the screen, and there was an army of gangsters behind him. Before, Joker successfully escaped from prison again because of Bane's relationship, but he suddenly disappeared. Turns out he went off to form his own Jokers. And it's not just Joker. While Steppenwolf confidently waits for answers from the Justice League, more is on the ground. On an off-road vehicle, Harley Quinn was also yelling frantically, "Putin, Harney, I'm here to find you." "Shut up, Harley, haven't you already broken up? Damn it, if you dare to fall in love with that guy who will only abuse you again, I will break up with you," Poison Ivy yelled angrily, pulling Harley who was about to jump out of the car. "It's crazy, why should I be with you?" Black Canary shook his head while covering his forehead. "You guys just sit on it, the car is going to flip over, you bastard," the Huntress yelled, as she was almost out of control because of Harley and Poison Ivy's fuss. There are many more slaves. Deadshot, Captain Boomerang, and even Cyaban and Leslie. It turns out that Cyaban has already mastered her own ability, but she didn't become a bad person out of control, and somehow appeared as a good person. And Leslie also got the extra power super ability, and the two still showed up together. There are too many, because of the emergence of a common powerful enemy. Almost everyone with a certain ability has stood up. Some people's origin stories never even started, but now they appear here. For example, Green Arrow. Maybe it was this encounter that made Green Arrow and Black Canary have an encounter? Especially when Arthur returned from Atlantis, he also brought an army composed of Atlanteans, which did not recognize Arthur, but was led by Mela. Let's go to war. Due to the sudden outbreak of the Docksate War, the power of the Earth was rarely unified. In fact, the countries have not yet determined whether it is an enemy, because Steppenwolf only attacked Paradise Island and Atlantis successively, and has not yet caused any harm to the countries on the ground. So the army below is more for defense. But for superheroes and supercriminals, it is very clear that the comers are not good. Superhero and supercriminals have reached a consensus on at the moment, since there is a common enemy, then it is definitely a truce. Even though the war has not yet begun, the threat posed by the Steppenwolves is unparalleled. The number of demon-like legions alone exceeds hundreds of thousands, and there may be more than Miao Fang. Moreover, that is an army of aliens. For the Earth and the current human beings, it is not clear what the final outcome will be. Maybe the enemy has the power to crush the Earth, probably. But so what? What are you waiting for? Let's go to war, are you here for a party? Joker shouted. He was the first to shoot, and he is such a crazy character. Joker suddenly picked up a pure gold AK, pointed it at the sky and pulled the trigger. Let's go to war. Bruce at the moment unexpectedly agrees with Joker, because he knows that this battle is inevitable, and the enemy has only one purpose, which is to destroy the Earth and turn all human beings into monsters like demons. This is without any compromises. "Bruce, don't be merciful." Jennifer put on a silver-white Batman hat for herself, and stretched out 2 silver pistols from under the cloak. What's even more rare is that Bruce also took out a pair of black pistols. Batman going to shoot? Even for fan fiction, that's an exaggeration. Or it was influenced by that letter, the letter Thomas wrote to Bruce. Others were also encouraged. They didn't expect that they were not fighting alone, and people from all walks of life came to help, and even the former enemies had now become the same camp. Even accompanied by a yellow light, Reverse Lightning appeared. I said, "Barry, don't you only have this level?" Reverse Lightning didn't seem to have any great hostility towards Barry. The original Reverse Lightning was still a fan of the Flash. In the end, even people from the future world came to help. The Dark Side War has such a scale. Looking at Steppenwolf again, Joker's attack couldn't touch him at all, CFCC, and he was stopped by the demons ahead of time. And something worrying happened. The Joker's gun was completely useless against the demon's armor. On the contrary, the demon-like legion possessed a more advanced gun weapon, and as the Steppenwolf raised the big axe in his hand, 1010 excitedly let out a higher howl. "Kill, ravage this planet for me." Steppenwolf gave a cruel order expressionlessly. The Great War has begun. The sky was suddenly filled with howls from the demon-like army. On the edge of the castle in the sky, members of the Justice League also appeared one by one, standing there side by side, facing the Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf swung his axe and aimed at everyone in the Justice League. Immediately, hundreds or even thousands of demons rushed over. Boom. But suddenly, the air fortress roared, and powerful weapons began to appear on those buildings that were not conspicuous. It turned out that this air fortress originally had a weapon system designed by Night Owl, and now it has been mastered by Lakes. He has no super ability, but he joined the battle in this way. "Come on," Diana yelled, holding the round shield in her left hand and the Excalibur in her right hand, and rushed out 10 feet on the ground. Don't worry about Diana, she has already mastered Flight's ability. At the moment, she went straight to the Steppenwolf, swung the Excalibur and slashed it hard. Naturally, the demon-like army around would not let her go, but 6 figures flew up behind Diana one after another. It turns out that all members of the Shazam family have mastered Flight's ability, and at the moment followed Diana closely to escort her. 2 more bat fighters, one black and one white, flew up and launched a fierce attack on the countless demon-like army around them. The Batfighter originally did not have heavy weapons, but now it is equipped with 2 Gatling machine guns. Such powerful weapons can still cause damage to Karma. All the flying superheroes rose into the air, except for Clark, who couldn't let go of his hands and feet because he wanted to protect the mother box, and they all launched a fierce attack. Even the non-flying superhero has joined the battlefield in his own way. Shazam also made himself fly with a scream wave, and took Leslie to the Sky Fortress. Ha 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 ha, what a joy, Leslie laughed, and raised her hands to release a powerful lightning chain. Her attack can easily destroy the body of the monster. After all, the monster is still a living creature and will still be electrocuted to death. Wow, that's cool, Barry praised Leslie as he passed by, not sure if he was envious. Obviously Barry was also struck by lightning and got his ability, but it turned out that his ability was just to run fast. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky, and Diana let out a muffled groan, and quickly flew backwards. It turned out that Diana and Steppenwolf had already fought each other. When they met, Diana attacked Steppenwolf with a shield in her left hand and a sword in her right. But Steppenwolf immediately retaliated. Diana only has the defensive power of a round shield, and the current battlesuit on her body doesn't have a strong defensive effect. But the Steppenwolf was wearing heavy armor, so he deliberately caught Diana's attack with the armor on his left hand, and then swung his big axe to chop it down. Diana had already blocked it with the shield, but the huge power of the Steppenwolf made her unable to bear it, and she was sent flying by an axe. But Diana was Diana after all, and the Steppenwolf's attack only caused her to be knocked into the air, without any injuries. It's just that before she could regroup and attack the Steppenwolf, there were already groups of monsters surrounding her. Get out of here, Diana yelled loudly, swiping the Excalibur and swiping around quickly, killing many demons at once. But there are so many demon-like monsters that they seem to be innumerable. Moreover, the weapons of the demons are not just melee, it is better to say that the weapons of the demons are more long-range. So many demons began to take out more high-tech laser guns similar to guns, and attacked Diana. Diana had to resist with a shield on her left hand and a silver guardian bracelet on her right wrist. Her guardian silver bracelet is also a divine weapon, and when Diana saw the timing and collided the guardian silver bracelets of her left and right hands forcefully, she also released the patron saint power to cause huge amounts of shockwave, easily sweeping away the demon-like army around. However, Diana found that the Steppenwolf had disappeared, and hurriedly turned to look for it, and saw the Steppenwolf chasing Clark. It turned out that he had discovered the mother box in Clark's hand. Kryptonian, don't you just run away. In the sky, in the chaotic battlefield, two figures are rapidly rampaging over the entire battlefield. In the front is Superman Clark. He really kept his promise. Until he died, Steppenwolf could not get the mother box. But precisely because the mother box is guarded by him, Steppenwolf has already locked his target on him, and can no longer care about other people, only focusing on chasing Clark. Steppenwolf is one of the oldest new Protoss on Apocalypse. It can be said that before Apocalypse became a new Protoss, he followed his elder brother Yukikon in the universe. Just hearing his name is enough to shock the entire civilized race. So Steppenwolf may have seen the power of Krypton, but at the moment is used to ridicule. Is this how your parents taught you to fight? Clark in front stopped involuntarily. It seems that Steppenwolf has touched his bottom line. Clark, don't be fooled. In the distance, Diana was rampaging on the battlefield like a god descending from the earth. No demon could stop her progress, whether it was melee combat or using high-tech weapons from a distance. It is good. At the beginning, Diana would use her shield and guardian silver bracelet to resist the attacks of the demons. As a result, she later discovered that the enemy's attack was actually helpless to her, so Diana simply put away the shield, holding the Excalibur in one hand, and the lasso of Mantra in the other, wielding the long sword with her right hand to kill the demons around her, and wielding the lasso of Mantra with her left hand to twist Hacked. She is really like a god possessed by herself. Or is Zeus blessing his daughter with divine power? Shazam! Terrible huge thunderstorms suddenly fell on the battlefield. It is obviously sunny now, but it is strange that a thunderbolt suddenly appeared under the cloudless blue sky. Shazam! Immediately afterwards, another thunderstorm fell. Countless demon-like armies were chopped into ashes one after another. That is the magic of the Shazam family holding hands in a circle, turning the spell of transformation into an attack. The magic of transformation is very powerful, even Superman's iron body can hardly resist. Even when Shazam is fighting Superman, which is his best stunt, Superman has to gag his mouth first. Definitely, the Shazam family is not limited to this means. Except for Billy, who has all the powers of Shazam as a champion, the others actually have all the powers of Shazam, but they each have their own specialties. For example, Dala is best at speed, but it doesn't mean she can't use lightning magic. Also, Freddy is good at flight and magic lightning, which doesn't mean his strength is not strong enough. The most obvious of these is Wonder Mary. She does have more power, maybe her shared power is more comprehensive? Others are fighting too. Two fast thunder shadows, one yellow and one red, suddenly appeared in the sky. The Flashberry and Reverse Lightning have not become enemies yet. As a person in the 25th century in the future, Reverse Lightning is a fan of the Flash. Although I don't know what will happen in the future, at least for now, Reverse Lightning is here to help. He came here on purpose, and even helped Barry, who was still a little Flash, to master more comprehensive power. Can't fly. Reverse Lightning felt amused. That's impossible. Don't underestimate the speed force. As long as the arm vibrates at high speed, it can generate the impact that makes us fly. Under the guidance of Reverse Lightning, Barry opened a new door, and saw that he shook his hands under his body at high speed, and a hurricane was immediately generated to send him high into the sky. Then the Flash began to run in midair, using demons one by one as the landing point of the footsteps. Although the Flash has no other super ability as a speedster, it just runs fast. However, the impact force and inertia generated at a speed exceeding the speed of light can be compared with the impact of a white dwarf at the highest point. This also made Barry just run over the monster, and the powerful force was enough to trample the monster to death. On the ground, two off-road vehicles were chasing each other. Jack, Joker, Black Canary, the off-road vehicle in front, turned his head and shouted to the back, "Get out of here. Don't run." Joker grinned wildly, raised his gun and fired at the off-road vehicle in front of him, but none of the bullets hit. "Putin," said Harley Quinn, lying on the back seat, with her hands facing the rear. "If it wasn't for Poison Ivy's tight grip, I'm really worried that she might jump out at any time. This idiot, now is not the time to mess around." A man in a hooded robe on the roof of a building not far away muttered to himself, while drawing a bow to build, took a deep breath, and pointed at the raise the bow and shoot from a distance. Whoosh! A long arrow went straight to the sky, and when it reached a field of demons, it suddenly burst out with huge amounts of roar, producing a powerful shockwave. Asking for flowers. He calls himself Green Arrow, maybe because his clothes are mostly green? Shouldn't it be because he was green? After all, he and Black Canary haven't met yet. The origin story of Green Arrow obviously hasn't started yet, including the origin stories of many people present, but because of the sudden outbreak of this sudden war, many people rushed over spontaneously. Because this battlefield is not taking place in an uninhabited place. Below the Sky Fortress is the metropolis, and it is close to Gotham City. It is said that the prototype of these two cities is New York City. One can imagine how important it is here. God knows how many people will die once the army of obviously aliens from the sky rushes down. Da-da-da. 0. Suddenly, two planes sprang out of the sky, temporarily refitting the two bat fighters with Gatling guns, and now possessing strategic force. The monsters that cannot be killed by ordinary guns are now in pieces like dumplings fall. It's not how good Bruce and Jennifer's marksmanship is, but Lucius Fox, Batman's technical consultant, added a self-aiming system. Self-aiming, headlock, no backseat, stable and untitled. This makes the Batmans almost like cheating. But this also attracted attention to them, and the army of demons began to surround them. Seeing that the two are about to become the target of public criticism, a large number of demons have already locked and aimed at them, and the moment they are about to be focused. Another bat fighter suddenly rushed over from a distance, and it flew from Gotham City. Da-da-da. It was another hail of bullets that lifted Jennifer's crisis. "Damien? Who asked you to come?" But Jennifer didn't appreciate it at all, and immediately guessed who was driving the plane, which was her good son Damien. "I didn't come by myself," Damien explained over the intercom. Jennifer said, "I'm not asking this." "Wait, who did you come with?" The next moment, the answer was revealed, and Jonathan, wearing his own unique battle suit, rushed towards Bruce's encirclement. With red eyes, he released the heat ray and turned around quickly, solving Bruce's crisis. Young Justice officially debuts 1. The two shouted in unison. Young Justice? Who gave them the idea, Young Justice? Originally, Damien and Jonathan Jr. wanted to form their team, but they should have been called the Extraordinary Twins, right? But how did Young Justice come about? Could it be that the grown UPS are forming a team recently, so they feel that they are doing the same? Maybe so, but when one shows up, one can guess they're premeditated. Dick, the first Robin, and now Nightwing. "Master, you didn't miss me, did you?" Ye called Batman his master. During the years when the two cooperated in action, Batman gave him a lot of guidance and help. This also made it easier for Dick to deal with many things after acting alone. Dick doesn't have any super abilities like Bruce, but as Nightwing he has his own fighting style. Because of his relationship with Bruce, 053 is proficient in various fighting techniques and is an expert fighter. He is also proficient in using various weapons and languages of various countries. He is also a computer expert, a master of camouflage, an escape expert, and is proficient in driving various vehicles with super willpower. You can even go 4 days without sleep and hold your breath for 7 minutes. It can be said that physical fitness, endurance, speed, intelligence, reaction ability, and agility are all at the peak of human beings. There are also many superheroes that are not Superman, including Green Arrow. I said, "Can you chat later?" Danny flew past Jennifer's plane. She originally wanted to come to the rescue, but those children came one step ahead. Although it is no longer needed, Danny still landed near Jennifer's plane door and yelled at Jennifer, "Is it okay? Let those two children participate in the war or something. By the way, Carla will see it when she comes back." Jennifer could only sigh, "Take care of him when I get home." It's just nonsense. The grown UPS definitely don't want the children to go to war, but now that they're here, they can't be turned back. And considering that the Shazam family is almost all children, she has nothing to say. "Damien, follow me closely." Jennifer could only let her son follow her. "Also, don't bother your father, he has something to do." I'll watch him. Bruce's voice sounded on the channel, and he knew that Jennifer was reminding himself deliberately, because there was no way to directly say let him watch some children. This is on the battlefield. Do you think you are playing house? What will others think when they hear it? Batman, please get out of the way. Let me show them some color. Lakes was not to be outdone. He hid in the control hub of the castle at the moment, and could control all configuration weapons. The buildings of the air fortress revealed their true colors one after another powerful and terrifying weapons emerged out of thin air, and suddenly became a qualified fortress. With 3 bat fighters, and Danny and Jonathan Jr. out of the way, Lakes began his show. Boom boom boom. Da-da-da. The sky fortress let out a roar, like an ancient ferocious beast, and brilliant flowers began to bloom in the sky, but it was a deadly firework for the demons. Meanwhile, on the ground. Let's start too, Mayla greeted, and the Atlantis soldiers behind her were not from the kingdom of Atlantis, but her own guards. Mayla's identity is not simple. She is the princess of one of the 7 kingdoms under the sea, so she naturally has her own personal guard. At the same time, she is now the fiancée of Orm, the king of the kingdom of Atlantis, the half-brother of Arthur, who was also the later Ocean Lord. However, Mayla's status as a sea queen is not because she married Aum, but actually married Arthur. This family drama will be discussed later. Arthur rushed back to Atlantis to stop the Steppenwolf and report the news. It's a pity that he went back one step late, and could only watch helplessly as the Steppenwolf snatched the mother box. The mother box lost in Atlantis can only be regained by us. Mayla's declaration was very strong, which is why she led the soldiers here, otherwise she didn't want to land on land. Arthur glanced sideways at Mayla, and had a deeper impression of this beautiful girl, but he didn't say much, and raised the golden trident in his hand, which was a spoil from the Sea King. Let's go, shouted. Arthur rushed up first. He couldn't fly, but jumped up with terrifying strength and went straight to the battlefield in the sky, and broke into it forcefully. Not to be outdone, Mayla raised her hands to draw water from the city pipes under her feet. Mayla's ability allows her to manipulate water flow like magic, and her fighting style is also based on water magic. So before the Flashpoint incident, she dared to run over to face Queen Diana, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The soldiers of Atlantis also raised their weapons and pointed them at the sky. They were high-tech guns of Atlantis. The energy source was water, but what was fired was a laser-like high-pressure water cannon. The monsters that could ignore the weapons of ordinary humans fell in front of the weapons of Atlantis, which made the nearby land troops look sideways, thinking to themselves, where did these people come from? The sudden battle brought out all the hidden existences that were usually hidden, including Martian Manhunter. Ronjin Rongze has telepathy, which can see through other people's inner thoughts, commonly known as mind reading. He has known for a long time that the Justice League is looking for him, but he has been avoiding it, using his unique ability to become someone else. He didn't show up until the war really broke out. If it weren't for this great war, perhaps he would have been hiding forever. In the high altitude of at the moment, amidst the chaotic battlefield, an empty field suddenly appeared. The surrounding demon-like army flapped their demon wings eagerly, wanting to charge up, but they didn't dare to act rashly, because the 2 people in the field were too powerful. One of them was Clark with the mother box under his arm, and the opposite was Steppenwolf. 4.8. Steppenwolf saw that Clark stopped in front, and raised the giant axe in his hand in satisfaction. Give him to me. I will take the head of this Kryptonian back and give it to Darkseid as a gift. You want to kill me? Are you sure you have the strength? I think you should go together, Clark said, not to be outdone. In order to protect the mother box, he was still conserving his strength. While taking the mother box to dodge around the battlefield, he casually killed the enemies he encountered. But Steppenwolf touched his bottom line, which made Clark unwilling to run away again. Finish you here. Clark rarely showed hostility. How dare you insult my parents? I'll kill you. The reason why Clark still retains his humanity after having such a powerful Superman is that, as the most noble superhero, maybe one, or maybe not one, referring to the main universe Superman, ignoring the unjust or negative universe some type of, it is the parents who rely on. The reason why Karla can safely hand over the responsibility of raising Clark's outlook on life and values to her adoptive parents is also because she believes that adoptive parents can make Clark a Superman. Even Karla has to be educated and disciplined by her adoptive parents. It's just that because she is a daughter, she will always be favored, so she develops a more unscrupulous character. But Clark is different, as you can see from the few conversations he had with Karla. Clark is introverted, not arrogant, and his values are so upright that even Karla can't bend him. On the contrary, Karla's extremeness was corrected by him. But because of this, Clark's bottom line is his family, and Steppenwolf touched his bottom line. Do you want to die that much? Clark yelled, and took the lead in shooting. This is very rare. When he almost didn't take the initiative to make a move, even if he encountered a robber who was robbing, the robber would shoot first. Then he catches people again. Only now, Clark was the first to fire the heat ray, releasing 2 laser beams that were more powerful than Jonathan before, hitting Steppenwolf in an instant. However, Steppenwolf is not simple. Most people would have died long ago, but he held a huge axe in his right hand, and blocked Clark's attack with his left hand with his own strength and armor defense. It wasn't over yet. Steppenwolf not only blocked Clark's heat ray, but also rushed forward with his shoulders on his shoulders, and when he came to Clark, he raised his right axe and slashed. As one of the oldest new Protoss, Steppenwolf is also the top general who personally leads the demon-like army, and has the merits of conquering countless civilizations alone and the confidence to fight alone. The strength is naturally beyond doubt. However, he was facing Superman after all. From Clark's perspective, Steppenwolf's speed was already fast, but it was still in slow motion. Even if Clark can't reach Karla's plank time, he can even see the Flash's superlight speed, and even catch up, or face the Flash's Barry. His speed is even faster. Although Barry has become the Flash, his origin story has not yet begun, so his strength is not the strongest. If Superman and the Flash are compared in speed now, Clark is definitely faster. So Clark revealed a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, and turned slightly to avoid the Steppenwolf's attack. And in this way, Clark's heat ray also bypassed Steppenwolf's left hand, aiming directly at his face. Steppenwolf subconsciously turned his head to dodge, but was still hit on the back of the head by heat ray, and had to stagger for a while. Heat ray's attack power is still very strong, even Steppenwolf can't stand it, not to mention he still uses his head to catch it. Damn it, the Steppenwolf was angry at being attacked, swung the big axe in his hand and slashed across the area. Even if Clark had a body of steel, he wouldn't be able to hardwire it. This kind of artifact originally came with magic damage, but the Kryptonian's steel body couldn't resist magic. So he had to retreat a lot to avoid the attack of the Steppenwolf. But the Steppenwolf chased after him relentlessly, swinging the big axe in his hand, sprinting at Clark's vital point. For a moment it seemed like Clark was in danger. In the distance, Diana was always watching the battle between Clark and the Steppenwolf, and she rushed to see this situation. But there were too many monsters around. Even if Diana had fired all her firepower, she still couldn't break through the encirclement successfully. At this moment, a real steel body came to Clark's side. "Superman, do you want to help?" Cyborg asked while raising his right hand. The original arm was suddenly automatically shape-shifting, and finally formed an exaggerated hand cannon, and after condensing for a while, he fired the Sunstar cannon. "Actually, it's okay." Clark nodded to Cyborg, and casually handed over the mother box under his arm. "Help me get it." Cyborg paused, and then saw a big axe cut out from the explosion center of the energy cannon just now, and the target was Cyborg. Cyborg was startled, and it was too late to escape. It turned out that his attack was ineffective against the Steppenwolf, but Cyborg was too confident, and he had no chance to react. Boom. It was Clark, and he raised his hand and grabbed the axe. Although Steppenwolf's artifact has magical effects, as long as it doesn't get hacked, wouldn't it be fine? Clark tightly grasped the edge of the axe blade with his fingers, so that the sharp edge of the axe blade stopped in front of his palm and could not penetrate another inch. Clark still has the strength to hold the mother box with the other hand. Please Cyborg to help him take care of it first. You don't need to use all your strength to deal with this guy. It seemed that Clark was already planning to use all his strength to deal with Steppenwolf. Cyborg didn't dare to push it any further, and quickly took over the mother box and retreated to a distance. "Be careful," Cyborg said, before turning away and flying away. Steppenwolf looked up at Cyborg's back and shouted, "Take back the mother box." The large group of demons around immediately swarmed and chased after it. Finally only Clark was left face to face with Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf tried to draw the weapon hard, and Clark let go in order not to be injured, allowing him to snatch the weapon back as he wished. What Steppenwolf didn't expect was that Clark didn't just let go, but took the opportunity to rush towards 627 together. "My sister said that although an inch is long and an inch is strong, but a weapon that is too long has big loopholes. Let me show you what is a real fight." Clark told him the lesson Karla once taught him, and raised his fists. "Go up, come to the front of Steppenwolf and fight." Clark was trained by Karla, and he has mastered almost all martial arts schools in the world. Karla once warned him that although Superman is powerful, what should he do if he encounters an enemy with the same strength? It is indeed convenient to drop 10 with one force, but if the strength is equal, the skill is very important. Karla started laying the groundwork 20 years ago, and now it's finally time to play it out. Taking advantage of the fact that Steppenwolf had just retracted the axe and was unable to swing it out, Clark rushed to the front of the open door and punched Steppenwolf hard in the chest. The power of this punch is not a simple punch. In that case, with Clark's powerful strength, he will only knock Steppenwolf into the air. And with the strong physical fitness of Steppenwolf, he will not be fatally injured. In fact, Clark used the force technique of martial arts, and the explosion of this punch was inside the body of Steppenwolf. It wasn't even over yet. Clark punched one punch after another, first hitting Steppenwolf with boxing skills. Bang bang bang. There was a terrible noise in midair, and even bursts of shockwave, which were caused by powerful forces. When Clark was free to face Steppenwolf one-on-one with both hands, the opportunity to take advantage of a gap suddenly gained the upper hand. Although Steppenwolf also has rich combat experience, he is more about conquering the weak, and all his abilities come from the axe in his hand. Although it is said that Steppenwolf is actually a master of swordsmanship. However, because the axe at the moment is too big, although it is 1 inch long and 1 inch stronger, sometimes it will become Lulu instead. Clark attacked in close quarters in front of him, and the Steppenwolf couldn't swing the big axe at all, and couldn't use it. This is also the disadvantage of large weapons, especially in street fighting, where the advantages of long weapons cannot be used at all, and once they are close, they will be very passive. Clark's attacks were continuous. He didn't use brute force to knock the Steppenwolf into the air, but stuck to the Steppenwolf and attacked continuously, and his power erupted from within the Steppenwolf's body. This is the power of martial arts. Kun Jin can burst out powerful power instantly, and Dark Jin can directly damage the body of Steppenwolf. Moreover, Clark's fighting skills are also very powerful. After all, they were trained by Karla himself, making it impossible for Steppenwolf to escape. At the moment, Steppenwolf was like a child fighting, swinging an axe indiscriminately with one hand, and trying to block Clark's attack in front of him with the other. But Clark easily pushed away Steppenwolf's hands. His strength was stronger, and he knew where the Steppenwolf couldn't exert its strength. The strongest force of an axe is definitely the point of the axe, but if it is attacking near the handle of the axe, it is the most difficult place to exert its power, and it can be easily pushed away. Then Clark continued to attack the Steppenwolf, and when he wanted to back off, he raised his hands to wrap his arms around the Steppenwolf's head, and then slammed a knee into it. Puff. Steppenwolf raised his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. He didn't know whether his jaw was smashed or simply bleeding from his gums. In short, Steppenwolf's current state is very miserable. He doesn't understand that when Superman mastered the terrible fighting skills, he turned out to be so powerful. He had previously boasted that he could kill Clark by himself, but it turned out that he couldn't. Steppenwolf originally had the power to fight Superman, but because Clark has mastered powerful fighting techniques, he was immediately helpless to fight back. Until the end, Clark raised his right fist high, aiming condescendingly at Steppenwolf's face, and then the wolf lowered his fist. The force no less than that of a nuclear bomb explosion fell on Steppenwolf's head. Even the helmet of Steppenwolf was blown off, and he also sprinkled pieces of blood all the way down. Boom. When the Steppenwolf landed on the ground was shaking, and looking at the Steppenwolf lying there on his back, his eyes were closed tightly in a mess, and he didn't know if he was beaten to death by Clark. At least he was blown away by Clark. Looking at the battlefield in the sky, the seemingly endless army of demons has almost been wiped out. With almost all the superheroes and supercriminals on the Earth joining hands, even the biochemical army known as the second in the universe is not enough. In the end, the individual strength of the demons is too weak, and it is completely incomparable with Doomsday. A complete Doomsday can even wipe out the army of demons, not to mention that there is not only Superman Clark on the battlefield at the moment, but also many powerful superheroes whose strength is not inferior to Superman. For example, Rong and Rongzin not only has strength almost comparable to Superman, but also has many super abilities. Not to mention Diana, and Aquaman Arthur who came back, and Mela and her guards. The army on the ground also participated in the battle later. Although rifles and the like could not do anything to the monsters, the armored vehicles and tanks on the ground could, and the Air Force also sent fighter jets. More powerful heavy weapons could kill the monsters. With the combination of the Earth's forces, even the demon-like army is not enough. The power of the Earth is so terrifying. Maybe this is something Steppenwolf couldn't have expected. After all, even he himself was defeated, beaten to death by Clark alone. Hey, is there anyone here to help me? Suddenly, Cyborg shouted very spinelessly. Because the mother box is in his hands now, there is a huge team of demons chasing and besieging him. At present, it may be that he has the largest army of demons. The original tens of millions of demons have almost been wiped out. Steppenwolf sat up from the ground with difficulty, looked up at the miserable situation of his army, and didn't know what to think. Clark glanced at Steppenwolf and felt that his current situation was nothing to be afraid of, so he turned his head and flew in the direction of Cyborg. The mother box must not be lost, let alone watch Cyborg being caught up. On the way, Clark met up with little Jonathan. Only then did he know that his son was coming. Father, how many people have you killed? Little Jonathan shouted excitedly, trying to show off his achievements. Clark frowned tightly, and rarely scolded. Can't pay attention to your mentality. He was worried that little Jonathan would affect his future thoughts and ideas because of this war, and he even called him by his last name directly, which was very serious. I think it's okay. Suddenly, Shazam Billy flew to the father and son, winked at little Jonathan secretly and said to Clark pretending to be an adult, special situations require special treatment. Clark felt amused. They already knew that the Shazam family was all children, especially Billy, who was not yet 15, but still wanted to preach to himself. But it is true that today's war is indeed a special situation. Clark finally stopped preaching to little Jonathan, and the three turned into three phantoms and quickly chased after him. Their speed at the moment exceeded the speed of light, and they caught up with the demon-like army chasing Cyborg in an instant. Then they let go of their hands and feet one after another, Superman and his son side by side with Heat Ray Blockbuster, Li Zhao, to clean up the demons, and Shazam is also releasing his own lightning magic. In fact, Shazam came from a magician. Although Billy always beats people with his fists, he is indeed a magician. Because Shazam's power is originally magic, Shazam's fist is not pure power, but a magical attack. Similar to enchanting? Later, even other people also focused their attention. Ronzi, Diana, the three members of the Batman family, Danny, etc., all rushed from all directions to help Cyborg solve all the surrounding enemies. Cyborg breathed a sigh of relief, handed the mother box to Clark, and said with a long breath, "Finally, I have lived up to your trust." Wait a minute, what is that guy doing? Suddenly, someone noticed that the Steppenwolf on the ground made another move. At some point, Steppenwolf asked his demons to bring the other 2 mother boxes to him, and at the moment he activated 2 sonic boom channels. A few people suddenly came from the other side. Although this war was very weak at the beginning, the sudden appearance of such a powerful enemy made the whole world panic. But as the war progressed, it unexpectedly went smoothly. Definitely there is also a reason for this, and it is normal to win, because not only does the Earth have Superman Clark who can beat the Steppenwolf, but there are also several superheroes whose strength is comparable to Clark. Diana, Shazam, Aquaman, Arthur, and later Ron Jones and so on. In addition, many supercriminals also came, such as Joker, who once caused Bruce a headache, Killer Crocodile, who made Bruce feel troublesome, and even Bane and so on. Not to mention the crazy women of Harley Quinn, including Black Canary. Unlike Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy who are more villains, Black Canary is a superhero. Not to mention the heavy weapons that were put into the war, even the Air Force sent fighter jets. Looking at the Steppenwolf side, he is the only one with the strongest combat power. Apart from the number, the demon-like army is really nothing but trash. It would be a surprise if this still can't be won. However, just when people thought that the victory of War 337 was so smooth and easy, Steppenwolf suddenly took out the mother boxes that had been seized before and stored in Paradise Island and Atlantis respectively, and opened 2 sonic boom channel. Is he going to run away? Some people think so, including some superheroes. But the next moment they realized that they had guessed wrong. 2 rows of people suddenly walked out from the 2 sonic boom passages. The number of those people is not many, only a dozen people. But from the moment they appeared, even the superheroes felt huge amounts of pressure. They are exactly the same status as Steppenwolves, and all members are called Dark Elites. They are the most powerful fighters under Darkseid, and they are also the strongest fighters selected from the new Protoss of the entire Apocalypse Star. Fantastic Grace, Apocalypse Bane, Brora, D. Warrens, D. Saad, Dr. Chaos, Glorious Godfrey, Kalibak, Mantis, Cantor, Mortara, Titan, and Wyman Vanderba. Together with Steppenwolf and a kind grandmother, nearly 20 people formed the most powerful army in Darkseid. They are Darkseid's strongest force. If you have to ask about their size and level, except for Wyman Vanderba and Granny Sixiong who are special, all of them have the strength of Superman, even surpassing Superman, and stronger than Superman. With this power, just one person can easily destroy a planet. The reason why Wyman Vanderba and Grandma Sixiong are special is that the former Wyman Vanderba is Darkseid's military advisor, and can analyze and make the best strategic arrangements based on the intelligence of various planets. Granny Sixiong is responsible for cultivating Dark Elites who are not weak in strength for Darkseid, forming the Nemesis team. Carla in a story was once brainwashed by her to work for Darkseid, which is evident. That is to say, in addition to the members of the Dark Elite present, Darkseid also has a Nemesis team. There may be some differences in strength, but it is almost comparable to the Dark Elite. This force is extremely terrifying, even the superheroes showed cautious expressions. Damn it, if there was a conflict on Earth, they'd destroy it. Besides, we just ended the battle just now. Not only did we have no time to rest, but we also couldn't replenish our weapons. The current situation is very bad, and the situation has suddenly reversed. Just when people thought that the war had been won, the situation took a turn for the worse, and a more terrifying enemy came. No wonder Steppenwolf would do this. What should we do now? All members of the Justice League gathered together and stood on the edge of the castle in the sky, watching the enemies who had just appeared below with vigilance. The people on the ground began to retreat even more vigilantly, not daring to approach easily. Even crazies like Joker simply, CFCE, turned around and ran away. On the ground, the wilderness stood up from the ground in a panic. Master Steppenwolf, it's rare to see you in such a mess. Could it be that the earth is so strong? The magical Grace looked around with appraising eyes. She is the younger sister of Glorious Godfrey. The siblings are known as masters of manipulation and have the power to distort the will of others. Maybe that is psychokinesis? They even almost brainwashed Superman into Darkseid's men in some works. It's that Kryptonian. He is very powerful. He is very similar to the power of Krypton, Doomsday, that I know. You have to be careful, failure, and warn others to be careful. If it is Cantor who is known as the #1 killer in the universe, no one can escape his pursuit, Glory Godfrey said indifferently. Cantor is a heavily armed man, wearing a suit similar to armor, but there are reservations at the joints, which makes it easy to move. In fact, his original title should be the strongest fighting master in the universe, and he claims to be proficient in fighting techniques of hundreds of millions of planets, which is much better than Carla who only masters all fighting techniques and martial arts genres on Earth. But under Darkseid's command, apart from the Dark Lord Darkseid, Mantis is the strongest. He can only be ranked second at most, not even second. In terms of physics, the second-ranked person besides Darkseid is Darkseid's eldest son, Kalibak, who has a strong and powerful physical strength. But Darkseid didn't like this son. Even though he was the eldest son, Kalibak was not even allowed to call himself father. So Kalibak joined the Dark Elite's team instead of being the Prince of Apocalypse. The reason why Godfrey of Glory calls Cantor the #1 killer is because Cantor is also the most powerful assassin and tracker in the universe. No matter where the people he targets escape to in the universe, they will be killed by him. Find and kill. Okay, let's ravage this planet. Karla clenched his fists together, and he was also the most combative among them, only his eyes were full of fighting spirit. As a result, Karla was pinned by the Mantis on the shoulder. Mantis is known as Darkseid's most powerful fighter, and even Karla can't resist his power. Enough, that's not what we came here for, said the cockroach. Steppenwolf was puzzled, then what are you here for? We have assembled all the demon-like armies and are on standby. Lord Darkseid means that all the demon-like armies are allowed to invade this planet, and only the demon-like armies are dispatched, Mantis said of the order she received. This is a test, Lord Steppenwolf. Come back with us, the real battlefield will open on Apocalypse Star. We have to go back and form a real team, an invincible team formed by the new Protoss. All the demon-like army? It turned out that the tens of millions of demon-like troops led by Steppenwolf were not all of them. Demon-like is known as the second biochemical weapon in the universe, but originally it does not have too strong individual strength. At most it is the limit of human beings. That's because the demon-like legion relies on numbers to win, and it's very simple and cheap, and doesn't need to do anything extra, as long as the Dark Elite conquers a planetary civilization. While transforming the planet's environment, the power of the box can transform the life on the planet. In other words, the demon-like army is far from so point. And the order Mantis got was to bring the demon-like army led by all of them to Earth. Let's get started, the Mantis explained to everyone immediately after finishing his order. Open the passages of the planets you each rule, and throw all the demons into the earth. This is the order of Lord Darkseid, and it is also a test. Everyone in the Dark Elite looked at each other in blank dismay. Mantis nodded. My lord has already met the Queen of New Krypton. The real threat is that New Krypton. If they are really qualified to challenge us, the final battlefield may be on Apocalypse. Are the Kryptonians really so strong? Some people still feel incredible. Karla showed a stronger fighting spirit. That's really great. Leave the queen to me. That can't be done. Mantis glanced at Karla, because my lord has already taken a fancy to her, and my lord has fought her once. Even my lord's strength is helpless against her. Maybe even I won't be her opponent. What? Everyone in the Dark Elite was shocked. Mantis is the strongest among them. Even he said that? How powerful is the other party? You will find out later, Mantis said, raising her head, but instead of looking at the Sky Fortress, she looked at the outer space through the atmosphere. Here we come, he said suddenly, waving his hand. Let's begin. Suddenly, everyone at the Dark Elite pulled out a mother box. Everyone in the Justice League was shocked when they saw this scene. Wait a minute, there are so many mother boxes? Don't let them succeed, otherwise the Earth will be transformed into hell by them. I don't need it anymore. Clark raised his head, and looked into outer space like the praying mantis just now. When he saw a red and blue torrent, he smiled reassuringly. My sister has returned. You mean the female Superman? By the way, what did she do? Some people didn't know Karla's whereabouts, so they asked. Clark said Karla's purpose, she brought our army to help us protect the Earth together. Your army? Clark nodded. That's right, the Superman army. Superman? Army? At this moment, all members of the Dark Elite have opened the Sonic Boom channel. In the next moment, a new army of demons began to appear in the mass channel connected to an unknown place in the universe. God knows how many planets and civilizations the Dark Elites have conquered. If the population of each planet is compared with that of the Earth, then, even if each person conquers a planet, the sum of nearly 20 demon-like subordinates is enough. There are tens of billions of demons. One planet has a population of 7 billion, and 20 is 14 billion. Even Steppenwolf opened a Sonic Boom channel, attracting more monsters. In an instant, the sky was once again occupied by demons. At least hundreds of monsters can appear in each Sonic Boom channel, tens of thousands at a time, and in just 10 seconds, at least 10,000 monsters have gathered. How so? Even the superheroes were shocked. There are too many monsters, and God knows how many more monsters will come out. We have to find a way to stop them, someone shouted anxiously. But Clark didn't make a move, just continued to look up into the sky. Finally, a red and blue torrent came from outside the sky, and under the leadership of the leader Karla, it rushed straight into the Earth's atmosphere. This army is terrible, the number exceeds 5 million, as Clark said. This is an army composed of 5 million Superman. Karla had already seen the current situation as soon as she returned to Earth, and in just a short while, the number of demons gathered has easily exceeded 1 million. Kill, Karla said unambiguously, and waved his finger at the demon-like army below. The Superman army collectively launched the heat ray, and tens of millions of heat ray lasers combined, just like a hydraulic machine hitting an ant, instantly wiped out millions of industries. Ask for flowers. This is really the legendary laser rain. This terrible scene made the whole world fall silent. Countless people stopped breathing unconsciously, even their own people trembled because of it. Is this the Superman army of New Krypton? Is that the Queen of New Krypton? It is really powerful, Karla said like a berserker, not feeling afraid, but raised even higher fighting spirit. Ever since Karla showed up, she couldn't look away. If it wasn't for Mantis being able to suppress him here, I'm afraid Karla would have rushed forward to challenge Karla. It's her and her army that are enough to threaten our new Protoss. Mantis stared deeply at Karla's figure. Deep impression. But Karla's eyes were not on them, but she turned her head and gave an order. Youth army go to guard the city. Others keep an eye on the enemy's movements. Yes. Everyone should give an order to quickly fly out a group of youth troops composed of children from the Legion, and quickly fly over the cities all over the world. Regardless of the file size of the city, they are responsible for protecting the area outside the battlefield from being attacked. The adults also took action one after another, and a team of troops led by General Zod and General Astra went around and surrounded the Dark Elites in a circle. Karla put aside the Legion for the time being, flew to the castle in the air, looked at everyone carefully, and was relieved when she found that no one had lost. Sorry, I'm late. Damn, I didn't expect the war to come so soon. Those little blue people really did more than fail. Karla vented her resentment on the Asgardians, because they called Karla away, and almost missed the news that the war started. So she once again complained about the little blue people. There are not many good things, but all kinds of big events are caused by them. You can't talk nonsense. Gunther's voice suddenly retorted that Karla threw all the responsibility on them. Immediately afterwards, far more than 3,600 Green Lanterns rushed over as a green torrent. The Green Lantern Corps finally arrived after Superman's army. The real war is only now beginning with. The reason why Karla said that the real war is only starting now is because she has been paying attention to the battlefield on the Earth. That's right, Karla has a supervision that can easily see any corner of the universe, so she didn't ignore the battlefield on Earth on the way. Once the Earth is in danger, she can arrive in advance in an instant. It is precisely because she knows that the situation on the Earth is not dangerous, so she did not let go of the army and take a step alone. She was worried that the army that left her shelter would be attacked by dimension reduction. Although the army of Superman sounds bluffing, there are still existences in the universe that can threaten them, such as Darkseid. Darkseid's Omega Rays can be said to be the best weapon for clearing small soldiers. As long as the gap in strength is too large, the number is meaningless in front of Darkseid. 1, 10,000, or 100 million, it doesn't make any difference, as long as he is willing. Just 1,480 thought, the Omega Rays can easily destroy the entire Superman army. It's not that the strength of the Superman Legion is not enough, but that the most special people among them are only Clark and Karla. Superman in the main world is also blessed by someone outside the Wall of Origin. Some people have always believed that it is DC God, a supreme being, who blesses Superman. So Omega Rays can almost kill multi-universe anti-monitors, but don't do much damage to Superman. That's why Karla can't leave alone with peace of mind. Once she leaves first, it will be bad if Yinky writes to go and return. Moreover, she had to take the whole family of New Krypton to the battle, because it wasn't her who wanted to become a god, but the whole family to become a god. Look at the battlefield of at the moment again. The power of the Dark Elite is absolutely powerful, but they are not Darkseid after all, and they can't help but feel deeply worried when facing such a terrifying army of Superman. It's no wonder Mantis also admires it so much, it turned out to be so powerful. Opening the sonic boom channel with all its strength, Steppenwolf let out a loud shout. Although Mantis is the strongest, Steppenwolf is one of the oldest new Protoss after all, and even Darkseid is his nephew, so he still holds the command. Steppenwolf had already seen the strength of his opponent, before even Clark beat him to such an embarrassment, but when the female Superman appeared, Shendu just glanced over and made him tremble. That is the power not to lose to Darkseid, and Mantis has also proved that Karla and Darkseid have fought against each other before, and they are not inferior. No one knows the power of the Master better than them. Dark Lord Darkseid is the king of Apocalypse and the supreme existence of Apocalypse. What Apocalypse pays most attention to is strength. Darkseid, who can make everyone submit, naturally has a powerful king that is difficult for others to match. Karla, who has matched Darkseid's strength, is by no means something they can contend with. So Steppenwolf immediately made the most correct choice. Since Darkseid is going to use all the demons to test, let's continue to do that. Send all the demons, all. The members of the Dark Elite looked at each other, nodded to each other, and began to increase the catharsis of the power of the Mother Box. The Mother Box is not a device, but a power that can be traced back to the source of energy. In other words, she does not need power, but power originally. When Steppenwolf was defeated by the Earth Alliance in ancient times, his Mother Box was separated into 3, not complete. And a complete Mother Box can even easily change the ecological environment of a planet, and can also turn billions of people into biochemical weapons like demons, which can be seen. At the moment, as they increased the power of the Mother Box to vent, the sonic boom channel was suddenly opened to the maximum. Suddenly, a larger army of demons broke in, no longer just 1 or 2, or just a few, but hundreds of thousands and millions of them vented out in one go. Before, the Steppenwolf was terrifying with only tens of millions of demon-like troops, but now, just one sonic boom channel has doubled the number in 1 second. Such a terrifying picture makes people unaware measures. The Green Lantern Corps is ready, don't let anyone escape. Ganser, as the Asgardian who personally led the expedition, was responsible for the important task of commanding the whole room. Thousands of Green Lantern Corps took action one after another, turned into green light and shuttled in the air, and then joined together, using the Green Lantern ring to realize what they wanted in their hearts, and turned it into a huge amounts of hood to detain the demon-like army below. They succeeded, at least at first. However, with the arrival of the demon-like army, Wang, it seemed to be endless, when the number of the demon-like army exceeded the limit of the energy shield. Wow! The green energy shield was unexpectedly broken through by a huge army of demons. I've already said that the 5 must be destroyed, Karla complained in a low voice, and then waved. Don't let one go. An army of 5 million Superman is in action, and the war has begun again. It's just different from before. Before, the demon-like army had the numerical advantage and encircled and suppressed the superheroes. But now it becomes the Superman army encircling the demon-like legion. Among them, the Green Lantern Corps was also fighting, and the 3 legions fought together, which was even more chaotic than before. Mago, Ganser yelled. Mago is the card of the Green Lantern Corps, and they will come together in this expedition. It's just that Mago's file size is bigger than the Earth. She definitely can't come to the Earth, otherwise she will knock the Earth into the air. Even if Mago hadn't been Green Lantern, her gravity would have sucked the Earth in. It was because of being Green Lantern that I avoided that situation. At the moment, following Ganther's instructions, Mago sent a shockwave to the demon-like army on the Earth with the terrible will of the planet, and it was drawn down like a meteor cloth explosion. Hundreds of thousands of demons were wiped out in an instant. Karla raised her hand and gave a thumbs up to the sky. Nice job. Look at mine next. As Karla said, she opened her hands and clapped them in the middle. With the boundless psychokinesis and the control over the air, 2 huge and boundless transparent palms suddenly appeared in midair, instantly smashing hundreds of thousands of demon-like troops into a pulp like killing mosquitoes. In the sky, patches of red 4.6 laser rain fell, and the monsters had no resistance at all. It was not just dumpling, but like a group of wild geese whose feathers were pulled off and thrown down. The quasi-demons are falling like goose feathers and heavy snow, but the color of the quasi-demons is mainly black. At the moment's Sky Castle, the superheroes suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. There is no need for them to take any more shots. The Legion and the Superman army have completely taken over the battlefield. Although the number of demon-like army seems to be endless, and the speed of coming out is very fast and exaggerated. But it seems that there is no supply or demand at all, and it is not enough to kill. Especially Mago and Karla. Normally, as the protagonist, he will always appear at the last moment. It would be perfect if the Superman army and the Green Lantern Corps led by Karla came a little later and waited until the Earth was completely in despair before appearing in the desperate situation. But Karla sure wouldn't do that. She would not like to see the Earth fall into crisis for the so-called perfect debut. So the Superman army officially debuted and took over the battlefield in an all-round way. Even the Green Lantern Corps, the so-called first army in the universe, had to step back a little. Green Lantern Corps? There was a conflict between the Green Lantern Corps and the Apocalypse Star. The Green Lantern Corps planned to attack the Apocalypse Star and liberate the rule of the Dark Monarch Darkseid. As a result, after losing 2/3 of the members, they finally managed to reach Darkseid, only to find that Darkseid alone has the power to destroy the Green Lantern Corps. Perhaps the parallax incident was also triggered by this blow. The Asgardian was eager to increase the power of OUA Star, so he was controlled by the parallax monster and became a parallax monster. The parallax demon has been sealed for countless years, so the parallax demon incident also happened a long time ago, and it was the demon-like army that destroyed 2/3 of the Green Lantern Corps. It turns out that the 2 legions of the level universe have already fought each other. Although the Green Lantern is still very powerful, they cannot escape the law of 5 must be destroyed. A single Green Lantern may have the power comparable to Superman, but as long as there are more than 5 Green Lantern, just wait for the reign of the Green Light Ring or something. The original intention of the Green Lantern Corps is still worthy of recognition. They originally wanted to use the Green Lantern Ring to create a huge amounts of energy shield, confining the battlefield to an open space outside the city between Metropolis and Gotham City. The battlefield at the beginning was above the Metropolis. Later, because the Steppenwolf was beaten and fell outside the city by Clark, the second battlefield opened by all members of the Dark Elite who came out of the Sonic Boom channel summoned by the Steppenwolf was outside the city. No matter how you think about it, you can't spread the battlefield to the city, right? However, the power of the Green Lantern Corps was torn apart by the power of the demon-like army, whose number reached billions in a blink of an eye. Looking at the army of demons dancing around as if they were about to cover the sky and cover the sun, countless people who are watching the live broadcast all over the world no longer feel hopeless. First of all, the Juvenile Legion composed of hundreds of thousands of new Kryptonian children has spread all over the world. Every major city in each country has at least one juvenile Superman guarding it. This is to prevent missing demons from invading other cities. In addition, the Superman army led by Karla to Earth took over the heavy responsibility from the Green Lantern Corps. Surround the battlefield. Absolutely don't let one go. Allura and Astra's sisters flew at the front side by side, directing the battle heroically. At the moment they are really sisters working together to cut gold. The power of the Superman army was displayed at the moment, letting people see how terrifying this army is. The first is the Man of Steel. Demon-like weapons are completely ineffective against them. Then there is the power of Superman, who can easily blow up demons with one punch. There is also the speed of Superman. General Zod personally led a group of hundreds of thousands of professional fighters into the battle group, and saw them rushing to kill the demon-like sky at a speed exceeding the speed of light like lasers. The most cheating thing is that not only all members of the Superman army can release the powerful heat ray, the key is that the Kryptonians' technological level was not even lost to the Apocalypse Star, and now they also have weapons that can easily kill the demon-like army. This is the scariest thing. The first army in the universe? Whether it's the demon-like army or the Green Lantern Corps, once the Superman army comes out, who will fight for the front? The only legion that Krypton's Superman army can't defeat is probably its own Doomsday army, right? If Doomsday can be controlled, once Karla is allowed to form another Doomsday army, let alone Apocalypse, she can easily destroy the entire universe, unstoppable. Arthur, what is that? On the ground, Mela was completely dumbfounded. Is that really an alien? Isn't it a person from Earth? If that is the current power of the people on Earth, Atlantis will be in danger. Arthur glanced at Mela. Actually, it's the first time I've seen it. Although Karla said before that she would bring an army back, I didn't expect her army to have the power of Superman. The power of Superman is already terrifying, but how invincible is it to form an army with the power of Superman? If she wanted to, she could absolutely conquer the Earth in a day. At the moment, everyone knows that as long as Karla is willing, everyone can surrender within a day. Then will she follow the trend and do that? As the saying goes, it is easier to ask God to give it away, but how to send this power away afterwards? Maybe someone is already worried? But Karla doesn't care about this. She doesn't even bother to take a look at the battlefield and the Dark Elite below. Only Diana and others are left in her eyes. Has it become Diana and someone else? You're finally back. Diana breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been a little later, I might have been desperate. To be honest, the picture of all members of the Dark Elite appearing on stage is too intrusive. Even the superheroes feel trembling. It's not excitement, but horror. Even they are like this, it can be seen. Karla glanced sideways at the ground, but noticed that all members of the Dark Elite have retreated. No, they took advantage of the chaos and escaped. The others finally noticed. It doesn't matter. Karla waved her hand. This is just the opening scene. So far it's just a pediatrics. The opening scene. Everyone was stunned. Karla rolled her eyes. Didn't I tell you all before? Speaking of which, you won't forget who your enemy is, right? Demon-like? That's all? In a hurry, I shot them all by myself. We the real enemies are not these things, but the new Protoss, big brothers, and that is what 273 will face in the end. What is an army of demonoids? The army of the level universe? No kidding, Karla could have slapped her to death if she wanted to. Exaggerate? She is now the 5th dimension, or even the 6th dimension. Do you know how people in the 5th dimension fight? For example, the Batmite and the Troublemaker, these two bastards once raised the universe and smashed each other, and the universe was wiped out. Then he snapped his fingers and changed back. The abilities of the early high-dimensional people are unreasonable, and even the 5th dimensional people can ignore the wall of origin at first, which is simply more terrifying than those so-called Shendu. It's just that the setting was changed later, that is, the setting on the new 52 side was changed. But don't forget, this world is still the old universe. Especially Karla, she is Silver Super. Do you want to know how exaggerated Silver Super is? Let's put it this way, there is no enemy, and some people even speculated that Silver Super can be equal to DC God. Who is DC God? That is the origin of the DC universe. Everything in the DC universe is created by him. Even the DC editorial department obeys DC God. The Dark Elites have already evacuated, but they left behind those sonic boom passages, and the demon-like army continues to invade the Earth as if it were endless. On the other side of those sonic boom passages, I don't know how many planets are connected, and they are all conquered civilized races. Not only the planets have been changed, but even the original civilization has been destroyed, and everyone has become a monster. From this point of view, there are indeed many demons. Even if the population is equivalent to that of the Earth, a planet has at least several billion people. What's more, the area and volume of the Earth are definitely not the most prominent. That is to say, the population of many planets far exceeds that of the Earth. How many monsters are there on these planets? Billions? Tens of billions? Even hundreds of billions? Trillions? This is a test. Karla turned around, and stood side by side with her partners, looking at the battlefield that was still going on, without any plans to make another move. Even Mago was told by Karla not to act anymore. You said it was a test. Someone noticed Karla's tone. What do you mean? Karla shrugged. Definitely hit the past. She didn't hide it. Since I already know that the enemy is still hiding in the back and secretly having fun, how can I let him get what he wants? After the battle here is over, the real battlefield will be behind. Apocalypse Star, the new Protoss, will become history, and history from today onwards past. Diana knew Karla's real purpose and plan. But there are also people who are hearing it for the first time. Do you still want to continue to provoke new wars? Martian Manhunter Rangan Junza was the first to express his concern. Look below you, Martian, do you dare to say that I started the war? Do you know how these monsters came to be? If we don't resist this time, the Earth and the people on Earth will be the same. Demons are those who have failed and been transformed. Do I start a new war? Even if it is right, so what? I would rather choose the battlefield on the Apocalypse Star than the Earth. Karla sneered and snorted disapprovingly, saying yes. Ranjan's accusations were not dismissed. Ran's was silent. To put it bluntly, he is a Martian rather than an Earthling, and he can't understand Karla's feelings. Perhaps in Ranjan's view, as long as the enemy is repulsed, it will be over. But who can guarantee that there will be no more terrible crisis in the future? Instead of pinning peace on the benevolence of the enemy, I prefer the style of never having future troubles. Besides, let me say the last time, this is not the flame of war I provoked. No matter how brain-twitching people think carefully before speaking, otherwise shall I throw you down to reason with those demons. Karla was still angry after all. Because it's as if she's a tyrant, even those cosmic Asgardian little blue people are worried. Do you think she likes war? How is it possible? She was just doing defensive counterattack all the time, okay? And you guys really naively think that this war will end here? These are just the enemy's minions, the most insignificant thing because as long as you attack a planet, you can immediately replenish your troops, so this is an unimportant consumable. Oh, the true power of the enemy has not yet been revealed. Don't get carried away with me. Have you defeated the enemy? Who told you? Don't be kidding, you haven't really seen the enemy yet. Karla sneered. This is not the ultimate enemy, this is not even considered an enemy, let alone compare with Darkseid's strongest army, the Dark Elite. There is not even a new Protoss. It's not about the Dark Elites who were the leaders before, but about the members of the new Protoss who participated in the battle as fighters. None of them have appeared before. The new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star replaces the old gods in the myths we are familiar with. Its strength may even surpass my Superman army. This kind of army is the real trump card of the Dark Lord Darkseid. You have also seen those people, Dark Elites, before. Who told you that the war is over? For us and them, the real war hasn't started yet. It's not even a hot spot. Karla turned around, facing the superheroes behind her. The reason why we say this is a test is that if we can't even pass the level of the demon-like army, we should pack up our things and run quickly. Only after passing this level can we be qualified to fight through, otherwise we will not be able to pass the test. Isn't it too embarrassing not to see Kasate's face? Karla said while looking at Ganther frequently. Ganther didn't see it, but secretly commanded the Green Lantern Corps to assist, and cooperated with the Superman army to destroy the endless army of demons. The demon-like army is not known for its individual strength, but for its quantity. Once encountering a situation where the numerical advantage cannot be used, it will become like this. Apart from being soft to kill, it is impossible to resist. Especially after being abandoned as an abandoned child by the Dark Elites, the end is even worse. The only thing that is commendable is that they don't know what fear is. Even if they die in pieces, they are not afraid of death. They keep rushing out, and then die in pieces. Karla also had to shout in admiration, if you want to kill, just be more thorough. Hello, is this really admiration? The superheroes are exchanging glances. Karla continued to say with emotion, I will definitely fight. This enemy invaded the Earth in ancient times, and now it is coming again, and maybe the next time will happen soon. Last time it was the old gods who invaded the Earth. The Earth Alliance was combined and all the forces that could be gathered were gathered to fight back. You have also seen this time, the battle was very difficult. What about the next time? What if there is no luck next time? I will not leave this hidden danger for use. Karla shook her head, she would never let the people on Earth be watched by Apocalypse all the time. That's the lives of 7 billion people. In the Watcher universe, she couldn't ignore the sacrifices of 3 million people. In a way, she is indeed a superhero. That's right, Li Hao. It's just that her methods and personality are a bit extreme. A little. It is conceivable that the enemy will also make adequate preparations during this period of time, and those people will form their strongest army when they go back. At that time, even my Superman army may suffer heavy losses, even you who are present may die. Karla is not alarmist, she can already predict that Darkseid will definitely form an army composed of new Protoss, just like her army of Superman. That is not comparable to the army of demons, and the individuals of the new Protoss are also Superman-level powerful. 100,000 years ago, if it hadn't been unlucky to encounter Krypton's doomsday army, Apocalypse should have conquered the Milky Way long ago. And today, 100,000 years later, the flames of war have resumed. It's just that it's no longer the Apocalypse Star's unscrupulous invasion of the Milky Way, and it's time for the Milky Way to fight back. It's just that this enemy is too terrifying. Now it's just a small fight, not even a warm-up. If you think this is over, then you underestimate the new Protoss and that Dark Lord, right? As Karla spoke, she looked at Ronronza with teasing eyes. What else did he say that Karla wants to keep fighting? Don't make trouble, this war hasn't really started yet. Who told you it was over? The next thing is the real brutal war. The enemy will be fully prepared, and form an army that can't lose to my Superman army, the new Protoss army. Even we will lose a lot. Karla is already mentally prepared. If she wants to challenge the new Protoss, even with an army of Superman, she will pay a heavy price, that's for sure. At that time, the Apocalypse Star will inevitably flow into rivers of blood, and even the Apocalypse Star may be blown up. At that time, it will be the battle of the gods, and even Ragnarok. Not the Ragnarok of Norse mythology, but the Ragnarok of the new Protoss. Karla is absolutely convinced that even if they will pay the price, they must win, otherwise Karla will not seek death. She will definitely lead the new Krypton family to become gods. So make a decision, whether you want to join me and break into the enemy's lair, or stay here on Earth. I respect your 780 choice. Karla finally floated up slowly, and whispered, even if it is the test should also be over. After finishing speaking, she turned around and flew to the distance, came to the sky above the battlefield, and shouted loudly, everyone obeys orders. The Superman army immediately became silent, and even stopped attacking. General Zod also returned to Karla with all the soldiers. Carla's prestige is such that the new Kryptonians trust unconditionally. Karla nodded in satisfaction, and waved her finger towards the sonic boom tunnels where terrifying numbers of demon-like troops continue to emerge, divide into teams of 100,000 people, attack the world behind those sonic boom tunnels, and completely destroy all the demon-like, not one left. But your majesty, I am worried that the sonic boom channel will be closed. Zed had to remind Karla that this is the portal opened by the enemy, and once the enemy suddenly closes, the soldiers will be blocked in those worlds and cannot come back. Karla smiled, then I will open the quantum channel for you. With that said, Karla used the power of the quantum realm to open an additional 20 portals in the sky, connecting with the world behind those sonic boom tunnels. CFCB, Zed didn't have any doubts now, and immediately began to dispatch troops. The Superman army of 5 million people separated 2 million people to form 20 squads, and according to Karla's instructions, they began to march towards those strange planets. Others continue to snipe the enemies that come out. Karla issued an order to the remaining 3 million people, and then she herself led a group of 100,000 troops into a portal. Karla, Taylai quickly chased after her. As the Queen's personal guard, she and more than 100 other female Kryptonian warriors did not participate in the battle. They have been paying attention to Karla's situation not far away. Until now, seeing that Karla actually joined this expedition in person, she had to follow closely. On the other side, all the members of the Sky Fortress and the Justice League gathered, including the superheroes who were not counted in it, and took this opportunity to be invited here. Even Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, and Cyaban the Silver Banshee and Leslie Electric, they were all invited. Definitely there are also Green Lantern and Black Canary. After boarding the Sky Fortress, they looked around curiously, and they felt a little close for no reason. And Mela brought by Arthur. It's a pity that Joker withdrew after the previous war situation stabilized, and Bane and Killer Crocodile also took the opportunity to run away, and Deathshot and others didn't show up again. When the Earth is about to be destroyed by alien enemies, it is rare for these super criminals to stand up. After all, this is also their homeland. But after all, they are not superheroes, so they will not stay to accept people's cheers, let alone give superheroes a chance to send them back to prison. Everyone is still an enemy. As for Harley Quinn, she is both evil and good, especially after breaking up with Joker. She is more harmless, provided that she is not allowed to be with Joker again. For this, Wei Jianyo did a good job. And Dick, Nightwing took this opportunity to receive an invitation and officially joined the Justice League. Brother Dick, what about the Young Justice League? Jonathan Jr. and Damian were dumbfounded. What's going on? Is their small team of 3 people so fragile? It fell apart immediately? It seems that we still have to continue to form the extraordinary twins, Jonathan said to Damian, discouraged. Damian shrugged. Okay, why don't you go find those kids? He was referring to the boy army formed by the children of the new Kryptonians. Little Jonathan shook his head. The people I know are limited, only you are my friend. Damian twitched a little. Leaving aside the communication between the 2 children, the adults got together. Regarding what Karla said just now, they need to discuss quickly to come up with a result. I'm going. Clark stood up to support his sister without any hesitation, and my sister is right. Keeping the enemy will only keep the Earth in danger. We must take the initiative to attack. If we take the Earth as the main battlefield, I'm afraid even if we win, the Earth will be destroyed. Diana's attitude was even more direct. With the strength of the Superman army, if the enemy has that kind of strength, once the 2 armies act recklessly, it takes a moment to destroy a planet with a big fight. Then, even if they win, they lose, because the Earth is over. I also agree. Even Lakes came outside on his own initiative, and he no longer has to worry about the battlefield. With Karla and the others taking the initiative to attack the planets where demon-like armies exist, there are no new kinds of monsters appearing in those sonic boom channels. Magic. It looks like the war will be over soon. But then we would go from being invaded to being invaders. We would go from being defenders to persecutors, and we would be going from being victims to hurting others. I think if it was Batman, we would be. You have always been acting in style and philosophy. You will definitely understand me. Ron and Rons looked at Bruce and Jennifer standing beside him. Bruce was silent. I said, what are you struggling with? As someone who traveled from the future, my words are authoritative. From the point of view of the future, this war will be won. Reverse Lightning is still there. He is definitely still there, because he is still there, not a villain, but a big fan of Barry the Flash. From the mouth of Reverse Lightning, there is a message, that is, will this war be won? On the other side, in a bright blue fixed star system, a planet that was supposed to be full of life, at the moment, fell into a boundless sea of flames. This was originally a turquoise planet. Although the plants and water are mainly green, it is obviously a vibrant world. Even life on this planet is very similar to people on Earth, and the genes of both parties can overlap just like Kryptonians and people on Earth. Perhaps life has a destiny in the dark, and life on many planets is similar. But because this place was once conquered by someone from the Dark Elite, and transformed into an ecological environment similar to that of Apocalypse Star with the power of the Mother Box, this place has changed. Fires erupted from the Earth every moment, magma has replaced oceans and rivers, mountains that were originally full of life have become active volcanoes, all plants have died, all animals have been turned into demons. This place is as horrible as the legendary Hell. There is a sonic boom channel in the sky, and the Earth is on the other side. Now there are billions of demons dancing around in the sky like a group of demons, scrambling to go to the earth to seek death. That's right, it's death-seeking. It can be clearly seen that the monsters on the other side will be killed by the falling laser rain as soon as they go out, but the monsters here are still fearless. The only place where the demons can be praised is this fearless determination to die, right? Or maybe after being transformed, the demon-like became a monster without self-awareness, so there was no consciousness of death at all. At this moment, a quantum channel was suddenly opened in the sky. A pair of little feet wearing red boots stepped out, followed by a beautiful figure. Karla was the first to break into this world, followed by the Queen's Guard headed by Terry, and an army of 100,000 Superman. After Karla came to this world, she noticed the tragedy of this world. This is the world after being conquered by the Apocalypse Star. Apocalypse Star, I will never let it go. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly, but still couldn't hide her cold murderous intent. However, although she felt pity for what happened in this world, she still waved her hand and gave the order, kill, leave no one behind. The fiends are beyond salvation, and there is no way to turn them back. So I can only help them out in this way. At least we can't let them be enslaved by the Apocalypse Star to harm other innocent people. Let's stop here, the civilization of this world, Jor-El murmured. Naturally, the Superman army has no hesitation. 100,000 people dispersed, and started to encircle and suppress the world. Obviously the Superman army only has 100,000 people, but the demons have billions. With such a huge gap in numbers, it is unimaginable for many people to encircle and suppress billions of demons with 100,000 people. But this is the case, because all the attacks of the demons can't do anything to Superman's steel body, but the attacks of the Superman army can kill them easily. Karla didn't even need to make a move. She originally wanted to lead the team in order to end the battle quickly, but now she looked up. When the Superman army is activated, every Kryptonian can instantly kill a large number of monsters. In addition, the monsters are not afraid of death. Instead, they take the initiative to meet these sudden people as if they were dying. This also greatly improves the effectiveness of the Superman army. Each of the 100,000 Kryptonians can kill dozens or even hundreds of monsters in 1 second, and it is only a matter of time before billions of monsters are wiped out. If you're lucky, if 100,000 people send out the heat ray at once, it will be able to reach tens of millions of monsters in an instant. Karla nodded in satisfaction. It seems that she doesn't need to make a move. But Karla couldn't help but look up, so she raised her head and looked at fixed star not far away with deep eyes. The fixed star of this galaxy is neither yellow nor red, but blue. It is a beautiful blue fixed star. If the golden sun is a young man, and the red fixed star is an old man who has entered his twilight years, then the blue fixed star is in his prime. According to the so-called fixed star spectrum, the higher the surface temperature of the fixed star, the bluer the color. Karla suddenly became interested. Do the Kryptonians' power come from the sun's light, or from the sun's temperature? The reason why she had this idea was because she found that after she suddenly switched to the blue sunlight, her strength seemed to increase due to the sun's rays. In addition, when I was in the core of the sun, the light I received was not as good as that on the surface of the sun, but the power of ascension did not decrease but increased. Asking for flowers. Maybe it's not just the light of the sun, maybe the temperature of the sun can also increase the power? Thinking about it, Karla greeted Terry, I will leave it to you to command here. I have something to go to the fixed star of this world. Before Terry could speak, Karla had already acted immediately, and within an absolute fraction of a second she had traveled countless light years to the surface of the stars in this galaxy. Terry was very powerless. Master Karla is really too. I am your personal guard. How can you leave the personal guard and run away by yourself? The other members of the Pro Guard also had no choice but to comfort Captain Terry. That's because Lord Karla trusts you, right? Terry could only comfort himself in this way. On the other side, after Karla came to this beautiful blue fixed star, she immediately felt that the surface temperature alone exceeded the core temperature of the sun, which means that the surface temperature alone is about 20 million degrees Celsius. Karla had stayed in the core of the sun for a long time, so she felt okay, and soon realized that some of her guesses were right. The temperature of the sun can definitely increase the speed at which Kryptonians can increase their strength. It's just that the brightness of the blue light has decreased. The power of Kryptonians depends more on brightness than temperature. As long as they can shine on the sun, they can increase their power even in the cold space. On the contrary, even if no matter how hot the temperature is, without the sun's rays, I will feel powerless, Karla murmured. After all, the power of Kryptonians comes from the sun's rays rather than the temperature. Otherwise they just need to be soaked in magma? So Karla seems to have gotten something wrong. However, the temperature of the sun can increase the upper limit of the heat ray temperature. That's right, it's a rare opportunity. Let me see the maximum temperature of the sun. The reason why Karla's heat ray can reach a maximum temperature of 20 million degrees Celsius, it is because she has entered the core of the sun and was trained there. Now that the battle is imminent, Karla fought against Darkseid's Omega Ray, and found that although her heat ray was not at a disadvantage, it did not have the advantage either. That's not okay. Let me prepare a big gift for you, Karla said with a wicked smile as she walked towards the core of Fixed Star. Although Karla found through experiments that the temperature of the sun could not increase the speed and intensity of Kryptonians' power gain, she still came to the core of this beautiful blue fixed star. The core of the sun is also bright, and as Karla goes deeper into it, the temperature begins to increase exponentially. 20 million degrees, 50 million degrees, more than hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, or even hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The surface temperature of the sun is about 6,000 degrees Celsius, and most people think it is 5,500 degrees Celsius, while the core can reach about 20 million degrees Celsius. The surface temperature of this blue fixed star can reach 20 million degrees Celsius, and the temperature of the core can easily exceed hundreds of millions. This is far beyond the monitoring and imagination of Earth technology. Even Karla started to feel her eyes burning in the end, but she could still bear it, and found a piece of blue magma in the most central area. In fact, that is no longer magma, it looks like magma, but 023 actually belongs to another kind of thing. Karla suddenly made an astonishing move. She jumped in, and sank into the blue magma, immersed in the core of fixed star. In fact, even she herself didn't know why she did this, it was entirely based on intuition. Then, when she reappeared from the core of fixed star and slowly flew up, her expression became more and more weird, and something gradually appeared in her hand. Look carefully, it is a sword hilt. It was a pure gold sword with an S logo on the hilt. But why is it just a hilt? Karla felt speechless. It would be fine if it was a sword, but why is it just a hilt? What about the blade? Suddenly, a picture appeared in Karla's mind. It was a picture of a Superman in the main world wielding a long sword. He encountered a strong enemy, an enemy that he had to rely on this sword to deal with. Even the sword in Superman's hand crumbles when he defeats the opponent. No wonder there was only one hilt left. It turned out that the blade collapsed after defeating the enemy. Wait, a new picture appeared in Karla's mind again, which was the origin of this sword. It turns out that this sword is not ordinary, but existed before the birth of the DC universe. Before the birth of the DC universe, this object was transformed from the original matter before the creation of the world, a sword-shaped original object, and finally formed a sword, a legendary innate spiritual object. Then it began to travel between universes, and encountered another Superman from the main universe. Then there is the picture Karla sees. But there is one thing Karla misunderstood here, not because the sword was destroyed and collapsed because the enemy was too strong when defeating the enemy, but because the sword contained unparalleled power. One can imagine how terrifying the origin of this sword is. It existed before the DC god created the DC universe. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. The situation at that time was that Superman activated the power of the sword. When the sword body collapsed, Superman almost collapsed. The sword was to integrate with Superman and help Superman achieve omniscience and omnipotence. The main world Superman is actually the Superman of the Bronze Age, which was weakened from the White Yinchi period to the end. But once he integrates with this sword, its power can even far surpass that of Bai Yinchi. However, with Superman's humanity and noble character, the final choice is to refuse, and throw the sword into the universe, let it travel the DC universe again. The result is that for some reason, it ran here, as if it knew it was destined to meet Karla, and waited here for an unknown number of years. Fate and fate in the dark? Karla looked down at the hilt in her hand, blinked, and suddenly she threw it away. Why? Are you brothers and sisters going too far? Sword suddenly spoke. In short, a voice from an unknown existence suddenly sounded, and the bronze Superman in the main world had also experienced it, but that voice only appeared after Superman refused, praising Superman for having proved his name as Superman. Many people speculate that it is the voice of DC God, because many people agree that Superman is blessed by DC God. And now, Karla heard this voice at this time, maybe it was her patron? That's the sword of Superman, it's there when Superman needs it, an artifact that's exclusive to Superman, you need it, the voice explained to Karla. It's you? Karla seemed to know that it was this mysterious figure who foreshadowed herself in advance. The reason why this Superman sword, or the hilt, appeared here was all planned. But what's the point of having only one hilt? Karla felt speechless, and waved her hand to continue throwing it down. The voice was also speechless, all the power is in the hilt, you saw it too, didn't you? The bronze Superman dropped the hilt when he refused, which means that the last step is completed only when the hilt is integrated. Karla frowned, noticed something, and couldn't help but sneered. You think I can't beat Darkseid? You think I can't beat Yuga-Khan? There's no reason other than that? So I was underestimated. Karla laughed. No wonder there is this Superman sword here. No wonder the voice persuaded herself. Let's not talk about Darkseid again, Yuga-Khan. I will kill you even if you add the heavenly father of the new creation star. As for this, I don't want it. It fits with other things and the like. Disgusting dead. Karla still chose to throw away the hilt in her hand. This thing is known as the Sword of Superman. That's right. It is the artifact that was blown into the sky a few years ago. Even if it is bound to the Superman of the Bronze Age, it can also make the Bronze Superman reach the multi-universe level. If this is bound to, or even combined with, the Silver Superman, it is very likely that the Superman will reach the point of omniscience and omnipotence. And Karla just happens to be Silver Superman. This power is not insignificant. But Karla only felt annoyed. She had mastered the power of the quantum domain, and Dr. Manhattan was blown into a god just by relying on this power, and even killed all the great gods in seconds. How could she be looked down upon here? And her original powers, when did Silver Superman eat this? Not to mention that she already has the qualifications of the 6th dimension, not even the 5th dimension. If the fifth dimension is only a preliminary control of time and space, it can even easily rewrite reality. Then the sixth dimension is even more exaggerated. You can create your own universe at will, create parallel and multi-universe, and create a new universe with just one thought. Carla wondered if she underestimated others so much. Even if it's too empty, I'll beat you up. Carla finally said the name of that existence. Carla's patron is Taegsu, another omnipotent supreme existence, comparable to DC God. Although she is her patron, Carla still refuses to accept it. However, Taegsu suddenly said, "This battle is inevitable, but do you know what Darkseid plays in the DC multi-universe? Once Darkseid is killed by you, the DC universe will be in chaos, and the big event will come soon. It's begun. Mandrake is waking up, the Anti-Monitor is watching, the final crisis has come, and Yuka-Khan will look cute by then. And I look forward to your time coming. The real multi-universe, the goddess of creation, is about to wake up. She is your ultimate opponent. I need your strength. Carla, you do not belong to this world, I need your qualification." There is no doubt that the hilt of the entire Superman sword is right, and it didn't appear out of nowhere, but was waiting for Carla specifically. Some people have expected all this to happen, so they have been waiting for this day how many years ago, even including Carla's lantern ring. It is not unreasonable for those powers of origin and even the new generation of lantern beasts to favor Carla so much. "Taegsu, why do you favor me so much?" Carla called out the name of that existence. Taegsu, the main monitor, is originally not only the DC universe, but also transcends the DC universe. It is well known that DC has a supreme existence, that is, DC God, who claims that he created the DC universe, and even the DC editorial department uses his will to create the stories of the DC universe. And among them, the existence of Taegsu is also supreme. If you think of DC God as a brush, it describes everything in the DC universe. Then Taegsu is the background board, and the DC universe is displayed on Taegsu. Therefore, Taegsu is one of the few existences equal to DC God. 25 or even Taegsu may be more than that, because the concept of the DC universe in Taegsu is not big. If the area of Taegsu is regarded as a blank sheet of paper as big as the universe, then the DC universe is just a piece of blank paper. One dot on paper has 10 dots that are not as big as ants. So in addition to DC God, there are people who can paint on it, such as giant beasts and the like. Even Lucifer and Michael, who got half of the power of DC God, the world they created also belongs to the DC world outside the DC universe. So Carla can ignore the wall of origin, and even stand on the wall of origin to observe the outside wall of the wall, and even the old universe setting and the concept of the new 52 world can be seen. It's just that with her current level, she still can't detach herself, otherwise she can even observe Taegsu directly. That is to go beyond the scope of the universe to observe the true face of the origin of the universe. At least for now she can't. "Because you are not the soul of this world," Taegsu's voice reached Carla's ears. Carla was startled, subconsciously said, "It's you? Could it be that her time travel was guided by Taishu? Yes and no, your existence is inevitable. I just observed this fate and took some actions. Carla, I am your patron, and I also need your help." Taishu suddenly said something that surprised Carla. Carla was indeed shocked. "My help is needed? I don't understand. To ask for her help? What can she help? At the level of Ethersu, is there anything he can't do? Rather, if there is nothing he can do about it, what can he help? Because you come from another world, only you can do it. The world you live in was created by Perpetua. Unlike the main world, this place is not controlled by DC God. This is another DC universe. I think you should have noticed that your world is the core of this infinite multi-universe, which is the main universe of this DC universe. Your world is the origin of the Earth, and it is also the source of all infinite multi-universes. Universes E. And you are the core of this place. You are Silver Superman, the only protagonist here, and you also have unlimited potential. This is another infinite multi-universe different from other universes. Although it is under the omnipotent universe, it is not subject to almighty universe control. Even I can't influence there now. Can't even affect Taegsu? The return of the goddess of creation will bring destruction, and now only you can stop her. In addition, you will face other challenges, such as Mandrake, my rebellious son, who will also cause the destruction of the universe. After all, these universes are stories that happen to me. I don't want my children to die, but just like human beings cannot change the changes in their own cells, even I cannot do it myself. So I need your help to defeat Mandrake and Perpetua, only you can do it. Carla, female Superman, pick up the sword of Superman or integrate with it to get a more powerful emperor as soon as possible. Taishu said a lot to Carla. It can be said that he revealed all the secrets. Regardless of whether Taegsu caused Carla's time travel or not, at least he discovered Carla's existence and became Carla's patron. Perhaps from the original origin story, Taegsu has already changed Carla's future, including everything that happened afterwards. There is a reason why the power of origin favors Carla so much, and even Dr. Manhattan may not have realized that he was being calculated. Even with the power of Dr. Manhattan, it is not enough to look at Taegsu's level. Because the ending of the Doomsday Bell is not the ending that Carla encountered, someone obviously changed everything. Dr. Manhattan came to the main universe and encountered Carla instead of the main world Superman, so the story of the Doomsday Bell has also changed. All in all, this universe is fundamentally different from the so-called main world. Because this is not the universe created by DC God, but the universe created by the dark creation goddess Perpetua. Karla held the sword of Superman tightly, feeling mixed feelings in her heart. Suddenly knowing the truth of all this always feels complicated. If I integrate the power of Superman's sword, will I immediately become an all-knowing and omnipotent being? Karla looked down at the hilt in her hand. The sword of Superman emanates a burst of joy. Strangely enough, a hilt feels alive, looking forward to integrating with Karla. Karla just felt a chill, and it fit with a sword or something. Damn, 610 doesn't want to be disgusting. I don't want it. Karla rejected the Superman sword from the bottom of her heart without even thinking about it. Why? Even Taegsu questioned, and asked in puzzlement, aren't you about to challenge a powerful enemy? Aren't you just in need of strength? Strong enemy? You think highly of Darkseid too much, Karla sneered. But Taegsu said, it's because you look down on Darkseid too much, you haven't seen his real body at all. Ontology. Taegsu let out a sigh. Darkseid is the only god, but it spreads across all universes. Except for the main body, every universe has its duplication, and what you encountered is exactly one of the duplications. The difference between the main body and duplication it is very different. There is also Yuga Khan. His power is far from being as simple as you think. He still retains consciousness for hundreds of thousands of years when he is stuck by the wall of origin, and he is resisting the origin even if you attack the wall at the same time, it will not hurt you. You think of them too simply. Karla gasped, as if she really had an easy way of thinking about her enemies? If there is no timely warning from Taesu, maybe she will suffer a big loss. But since at the moment already knows. Karla smiled and waved the hilt in his hand, and the Superman sword, which only had the hilt left, sprang out with a pure golden sharp blade. So I didn't say I would not want this sword. How powerful is Darkseid? Karla may not really know it now, but if Taegsu didn't lie to her, then just a duplication of Darkseid actually had a confrontation with her before, and the two sides were evenly matched. If what Taegsu said is true, how powerful would Darkseid's body be? Karla finally felt vigilant, so she held the Superman sword tightly, and sincerely said to Taegsu, thank you. She thanked Taegsu for preparing this Superman sword in advance. Although she can't integrate the power of the Superman sword, she can use the power of the Superman sword. The sword of Superman, even those who don't know it, will have heard of it to some extent. It has the power to easily split the planet, and the stronger the power of Superman, the more powerful it will be. Even a multi-universe can be smashed with a single sword. This is a divine object that existed before the birth of the DC universe. According to the fantasy novels, it is the innate spirit, an artifact that was born and existed before the world. Once this power is integrated, an all-knowing and omnipotent existence can even be born. No wonder even Taesu took the initiative to show up. He obviously said at the beginning that it was not the time to meet Karla until he reached a higher dimension, but now he appeared immediately. Taegsu wants Karla to integrate this power, but Karla was unwilling to do that, because she noticed something strange. If she became omniscient and omnipotent not with her own strength, what would she look like? Karla can't guarantee what she will become, even if it's not a trap, but what if she becomes a stranger she doesn't even know? Why did Bronze Super give up in the end? Is this way of becoming a god really good? Karla is the one who is most unwilling to give up her humanity. She doesn't want to be a god, at least not a god who would lose her nature. She will fight for it herself. Okay, let's call it a day. Karla unilaterally severed the connection with Taegsu. Although Taegsu is the supreme existence, Karla doesn't care about it. Anyway, the other party is your patron, so why not be dissatisfied? Taegsu could only sigh in disappointment. I hope you don't regret it, because you will definitely regret it when the time comes, I can guarantee it. Karla shrugged her shoulders for Taegsu's warning, and we'll talk about it when the time comes. After finishing the conversation with Taegsu, Karla also left the core of the blue fixed star, and after arriving in space, she raised the Superman sword in her hand and placed it in front of her face, her exquisite facial features showing expressions of joy and anticipation. With a soft drink, Karla suddenly waved his sword forward, wanting to test the power of this Superman sword. However, to Karla's disappointment, it seems like nothing happened. Just when she was confused, the next moment, the planet countless light years away began to collapse. It seemed that nothing happened, but all the planets ahead were collapsing rapidly. Karla widened her eyes and finally saw some law. There is no slashing effect in the physical sense, but the meaning of slashing is spreading into the universe, and this force is even invisible to the naked eye. Even Karla didn't notice it at the beginning. A terrifying force that far exceeds the concept of the speed of light is threatening to the entire universe. Oops, Karla exclaimed. The effect of the slash also included the planet where the previous demon-like legion was located, and even countless demon-like legions were rapidly disintegrating, but they still didn't notice it in the tower. If you wait any longer, everything will be wiped out in a few seconds. Karla didn't dare to wait any longer, rushed over with one thought, raised the Superman sword in his hand and shouted, "Stop it." Perhaps it was influenced by Karla's mind, or perhaps because of the Superman's sword, the terrifying destructive force finally calmed down. But this galaxy has been silent, and in just such a short time, at least a dozen planets have been destroyed. Karla stared dumbfounded at what she had done. She just waved it. This is multi-universe level. Karla grinned, not knowing whether she was laughing or shocked. Because of Karla's original power, the power of Superman's sword has reached the multi-universe level, and this is just a swipe out of thin air. If she is serious about doing a slash, it is very likely that a single universe will be destroyed at once. The power of the Superman sword bound to Superman is indeed terrifying. Carla, our side is coming to an end. At this time, Terry noticed that Carla flew over quickly, and then she realized, oh, why are all the demons here dead? During the time Carla left, the 100,000 Superman army here has almost wiped out all the demons, but there are still some demons on the other side of the planet. But now the tower can say that not only all the demons on this side have disappeared, even the planet seems to have been cut off by some sharp weapon, and the cut-off place has disappeared. How is this going? Carla shifted her gaze. What's going on? Ha, ha ha ha. Her laugh was dry, because it was a dry laugh. Taylai glanced at Carla strangely, and looked at the sword in her hand strangely. Where did this come from? Carla said bluntly, I picked it up in Fixed Star. Well, let's speed up and end it as soon as possible, and it's time to go back and raise the army. Yes, Terry responded and left. Carla breathed a sigh of relief, and raised his hand to wipe his cold sweat again. The power of Superman's sword is too terrifying. A single swing of the power will almost destroy a Fixed Star galaxy. If you are serious, you may be able to destroy a galaxy. Universes can be wiped out, even threatening the multi-universe. This is also because Carla herself has already reached the multi-universe level. She has already reached the multi-universe level, donkey. A power that can pull the entire universe. In fact, she has long been at the multi-universe level, but she has never had the opportunity to show it. Zhao knows. And this time, maybe she will shine? Maybe there will be a fierce battle. Carla narrowed her eyes slightly. Is it Darkseid's body? But I've improved too, Carla said with a blue light in her eyes. After being baptized in the core of this fixed star, the temperature of Carla's heat ray has been raised again. Take the huge gap between the surface temperature and core temperature of the sun as an example. The surface temperature of this blue fixed star is only 20 million degrees, and the core can even reach 10 billion degrees. This also raises the temperature of Carla's heat ray to corresponding level. What is the concept of a temperature of 10 billion degrees Celsius? It can be said that all things in the world, as long as they are substances, are not decomposed. Even the entire earth will be melted into a pool of water, and the sea will be evaporated, which is not just as simple as boiling. If she confronts Darkseid again, Carla is confident that she can definitely surpass the opponent's Omega rays. Because of the power of Carla's sword, the expedition to this planet she was in charge of was obviously the first to complete. So Carla and the others were also the first team to return to Earth. Then Carla asked Taylai and the others to return to the main line of the army, and continue to strictly guard those sonic boom passages to prevent any fish that slipped through the net. And Carla returned to the headquarters of the Justice League in the Sky Fortress to find the partners who were having a round table meeting. At the moment, the Justice League is arguably in its prime. Superman Clark, Wonder Woman Diana, Batman Bruce, Oracle Jennifer, Vixen Danny, Green Lantern Hal, Cyborg Victor, The Flash Barry, Martian Manhunter Ron Jones, Aquaman Arthur, Green Arrow Oliver Quinn, Lake Adams, Reverse Flash, Silver Banshee, Electric Girl, Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn, Shazam Family, etc. Even the military sent a representative. It was Amanda. Female Superman, I am negotiating with you as a representative of the Earth, Amanda declared righteously. She represented not only a country, but the entire Earth. Carla nodded. I see. Then she looked at the others and asked, so, did you discuss anything? Amanda spoke again dissatisfied. Miss Carla Kent, we know who you really are. I think we can have an honest talk. Carla squints at Amanda. Are you threatening me? Amanda suddenly brought up Carla's Earth name. Is she threatening her? Can they deal with the Kents? I'm not your enemy, as you've seen. We're here to protect the Earth, Carla warned Amanda. She's here to protect the Earth now, but if they push her. As a result, Amanda did not show weakness at all, looked at Carla tit for tat, and asked, we have also noticed your power at the same time. If you want, you can destroy our planet at any time. What do you think we should do? We just the ants under your feet must ask you to be careful where you land, otherwise you will be trampled to death by you. This is not the attitude an ant should have, Carla sneered, and immediately changed her attitude and sighed. I know what you are worried about, it is impossible. Why don't you go back and tell them that I can create a new one at any time planets, and even created 100 new proto-Earths in the orbit of the Earth in the solar system. Threat to Earth? Want to conquer Earth? Carla didn't have that interest, she couldn't be bothered to do it. And why is she interested in an Earth that has been mined in large quantities? Wouldn't it be nice to create a new Earth? What? Amanda was dumbfounded. Isn't that already the same as God? Carla didn't want to explain the transcendent existence of DC God, waved her hand and was too lazy to continue to line up with Amanda, looking again at the superheroes around the round table. Diana walked over and saw that Carla had no place to rest, and ended up with the Superman sword floating by Carla's side, wondering, what is this? Carla glanced back to the side, and the hilt of Superman's sword was bent sideways, as if a person was tilting his head. Carla sighed. Superman's battlesuit has no weapons, and naturally there is no place to put the sword. So the sword of Superman flew beside Carla automatically. It looked like the sword fairy in Xiangxia novels, with a sword flying beside him. The difference is that the hilt of the sword of Superman rushed up, and the blade of the sword face down. The reason may be that the hilt is the main body, right? There was only one hilt left of this sword before, and the blade were regenerated later. This is the sword of Superman, Karla briefly introduced. It can be considered as my or Clark's exclusive weapon, but because I encountered it first, it became my exclusive weapon. I'm sorry Clark, do you want it? Here you go. Clark waved his hands dumbfoundingly. Since it was my sister who you met, it's yours. The sword of Superman knocked on Karla's head with the hilt in dissatisfaction, as if complaining about her behavior of giving herself away. Kfai. Also, for a holy item like Superman's sword, who would say casually like Karla, I don't want it, do you want it? Give it to you, etc. It's too late to hide it. And then, Karla continued to ask, have you made up your mind? Who plans to go to Apocalypse with me, and who plans to stay? It doesn't matter, no matter what plan you make. Anyway, I will definitely lead us. The new Kryptonian Superman army is on the way, and to be honest, it doesn't matter if each of you wants to go. To be honest, with the power of the new Krypton now, it doesn't matter if the Justice League doesn't plan to follow along. The reason why Karla asked this question is because she has faintly noticed that the status of superheroes is different. Since Karla has a patron, Clark also has a patron. In fact, Batman also has a patron. It is the Batmite of the fifth-dimensional people. That is the same existence as the Troublemakers. If we want to say how powerful it is, the fight between the Batmite and the Troublemakers once caused the destruction of the universe, directly turning it into a blank sheet of paper. Then change the universe back again. Perhaps the Superman army is very powerful, but the existence of superheroes is by no means redundant or meaningless, including the Shazam family. It seems that their strength is the same as that of Superman, but they are indispensable in many cases. Definitely also Diana. Diana once became the god of war of the Greek gods, and even the ceiling of Greek mythology. That is to say, it is equivalent to the top combat strength of the new Protoss. So Karla still hopes to get help from her partners. Definitely she didn't force it. This battle will be extremely tragic. It is possible to kill as many people as possible, and even destroy the two civilizations. Even if someone abstains, she is not surprised and understands. I will definitely be by your side. Diana held Karla's hand without thinking, and the two women looked at each other and smiled enviously. Ah, that's great Karla. I would have been bolder if I knew this earlier, Danny wailed from the sidelines. After breaking up with her boyfriend, she never had the chance to meet a new man, and now she began to regret it. Girls and girls seem to be together for a lifetime, and they are good sisters. Karla smiled wryly. She originally planned to live alone for the rest of her life, but she had to say that although men no longer caught her eye, Diana was one of the few female candidates who could catch her eye. And unexpectedly, the two were in perfect harmony, so taking advantage of the Christmas not long ago, it was Diana who confessed first. Well, now is not the time to talk about this. Around the round table, the superheroes stood up one after another. If you don't dislike it, let's continue to fight side by side.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.